Well done.
Let's go.
I see it on YouTube.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
RCPA chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, with Planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FT off. Bring in FT off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You read? We don't need any more of these.
Its future is far more than just launching into space from Texas. This rocket is a key element for humanity's return to the moon and onto Mars, with an upmass capability that is designed to cater for the construction of a self-sustaining city on Mars. It is aiming to be a rapidly reusable, super heavy lift launch vehicle capable of a multitude of mission objectives, from deep space to Earth orbit and even Earth to Earth, one of my personal favourites, where a crewed Starship will be able to get you anywhere in the world in under an hour. But even to think about achieving these goals, test flights are required. There's no such thing as a bad test flight, because the data gathered is fed into future vehicles with the goal of learning for and fostering for future success. We already saw that evolution with the success between IFT-1 and IFT-2. For IFT-3, Booster 10 and Ship 28 are tasked with making this into space. We wish the duo well. Welcome to our coverage of IFT-3. This is going to be a marathon coverage. Thank you for sticking with us. This is a very big technical effort to get this mass amount of cameras and views and everything involved behind the scenes to work. So that's why we always make sure it's right before we do start. And joining me on this live stream is Adrian Bile. Say hello, Adrian.
Hello, everybody. I am so happy we are finally here. It's good to see this Starship on the pad. It's good to see everything going here, and I'm just looking forward, honestly, to experience the next 7 hours and 15 minutes with you all. And let's see what we see today, right?
Indeed. And also joining us is Ryan Webber. Say hello, Ryan.
Well, hi, Chris. How's chat doing today? Or tonight, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, we're here. We're finally here. Third flight of Starship. I love the speech, Chris. Love it. Nice job on that one. So I'm ready to go. How about everybody else?
Yeah, thank you for that. I literally wrote it as we were waiting. I just thought, well, get your thoughts onto paper. I thought I'll just give it a little readout. That's what. It's not as good as the old speeches when we were doing these really initial big launches, Artemis and what have you, but it's something to warm the cockles, as we say over here. But I think we should probably just start off with a status update on where we stand with this, because it isn't guaranteed to launch. I mean, let's face it, it's a massive rocket and an extremely complicated system. There's every chance it could scrub close to the launch or whatever, but there's also elements in place such as the weather, and that has to be right. We know it's been a bit of a borderline on the predictions and the forecasts earlier in the day. Do we know where we stand right now with the predictions for the T0 when Starship will get the latest weather go? Ryan, do you want to cover that, or Adrian?
I can take as a start, Ryan, and you can add what I forget. But if you look back 24 hours, we were in a situation where we had two major roadblocks. That was the weather and launch license. At this point, the launch license crossed off. It's there. They are allowed to launch. Just for everybody that maybe has missed that, they have a launch license. So the big thing now is the weather. The weather is, let's say, iffy. We have a situation where wind shear might be an issue. We have a cloud cover. We have some potential watch items. I mean, you can also see visibility is how it is today, not really great. But to be fair, the visibility is mostly a concern for us. It's not likely to be a concern for SpaceX. But wind shear and cloud cover, based on a lot of people that have looked at the weather, might be an issue today. And Elon has also said that on Twitter, pending weather, this is today is a Starship launch. So the next 7 hours and 30 minutes might be a bit of a, we are watching for wind shear, we are watching for updates, and we'll see how far they go today situation.
Yeah, I want to add to that is while we do watch the wind shear, we do not know the limitations of Starship. We don't know what it can take, what it can't take. So it's going to be up to SpaceX, obviously, to make that call, and we'll wait to see if they make it to scrub or not. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
Very good. I want to thank a lot of people, especially while they were waiting, were just supporting us. It's incredibly important and very much appreciated when people support us, but I want to make a big note here. This stream will probably get a lot of people, as the interest in Starship, as you may be surprised to hear, is rather high. You are all helping. You could be a first-time person on here as a guest and just basically just watching the stream. It all adds up. Everyone here is welcome and very much appreciated. We will read out, obviously, people who are supporting us, because it's very nice to thank the people who are supporting us, because to allow us to buy all these cameras. We've literally bought land outside Starbase in Texas, which is crazy to think about, but that's thanks to the generosity of our support. But everyone helps. It all adds up. If you want to just like the stream, that's absolutely enough for you to do to help us without having to think of, I need to do a super chat to be. You don't need to. Literally, it all helps. Whatever you do to support us by watching and liking the videos, it's really appreciated. But I'm going to read out some names here because there's absolutely loads. We desperately don't want to miss anybody, but we might. Drake became a launch director. Julius became a PadRep member. KR became a Red Team member. Patrick joined Capcom. Capcom and above is where you join our Discord. And our Discord is a really fun member place. Very civil and very fun. I spend way too much time in there myself, and you will see me around there in all channels, just potting around because it is quite addictive and very much fun. Joseph became Capcom member. Paul Deckerty became Red Team member. We've got member milestones. Look at this one. W Hockey 13 has been a Capcom for 42 months. I think that is the length of the channel's lifetime. The fun story is I started this channel in 2000. I started this site in 2005. But the channel didn't start until Mary's clips were overloading our forum on the site, and we said, can we put them on YouTube? And Mary said yes, and that's where the channel came from. And we're getting close to that 1 million subscribers, which is absolutely bonkers. In what, space of 4 years or whatever? I don't know what it is, but it's not long. It's been really a fun ride, but again, thanks to you all for supporting it. Little Merger became Red Team member. Bushy Boy became gifted 1 Red Team membership. Loads and loads of people. Musical Wolves makes a bacon reference. I wonder where that came from, Musical Wolves. Absolutely, and people gifting memberships, which is really fun because a lot of people may be massive fans of the channel, but as with most people, disposable income is just not a thing, and they can't become a member. But gifting memberships means they get a gifted membership for a month for free, and that is really cool. Revhead gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Eric Fraser gifted 5 Red Team memberships, and there's so much support coming in. I really, really find it overwhelming sometimes. I'll say that.
Yes.
As somebody who started, I sometimes mutter my words a little bit because I just find it absolutely incredible. I go on a lot of YouTube channels in different subject matters, and you don't see this. Sebastian Ryan has gifted 50 Red Team memberships, which is crazy. Adrian, can you take over? Because I go down a rabbit hole thanking people because I just find it incredible. I'll never get ungrateful for it. So maybe you could exemplify why we really appreciate that kind of support.
You mean in the fact that we are able to cover all of this? Yeah. Yes, I mean, look at the views right now. The fact that we, for example, can tell you that the pad is not clear right now because you see the blinking, flashing lights there at the top, at the bottom left. That's a police car, or sheriff's car, I should say, that is still at the pad. So they have not started to completely clear the area yet. However, the road closure is scheduled to start in 10 minutes from now. To just give you an overview here, that's the situation right now. And thanks to you, we have all of these cameras, and we have much more to come today, that we will be able to show you and bring you. And I can already tell you, this is gonna be an action-packed 7 hours and 8 minutes for you all. We have something in store for you. We have some really cool videos prepared. We have some really cool commentary ready for you. So I think you're gonna enjoy the time here. I want to ask a quick question here while I'm here, and nobody can take the microphone away from you. Chat, who is pulling an all-nighter for this? Who's like staying up all night? Like, I want to see how many people are just deciding today is not the night for sleep.
You know what I'll do? I'll also do a poll in chat so people can actually just vote on that one as well. But the fun thing is, it really is probably going to be an all-nighter for a lot of people. That's what these rockets do. They are a positive thing in a world that has a lot of negative news these days. And I think this is where you can really get your teeth into a subject matter that is positive for humanity as a whole.
We even
Look at that.
even got the roadblock being set up at the river site now too. So they're really getting started here. They're ready to close things down and get things rolling. So
Absolutely, that is it's already the extended roadblock. It's not only the normal roadblock that they have at the beginning. They also have the extended one, and I also see now some sheriff cars departing the pad. So it seems like they're getting there. We also see still cars going to the pad. The pad here is to the right, just to point that out. Or like I should say Boca Chica in general. There's first the production site and then the pad. But it seems like they're getting into it here. Like if you were adapting, maybe will they try with the weather? Will they go for it? So far, the answer is absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. They are going for it. So we might be, and I love to say this, we might see a Starship launch today.
Can I just say I've got a star message saying greetings from Middle Earth. I thought you'd appreciate that one.
I appreciate that a lot.
That's a fun thing, by the way. If you go into our store, which is amazing, and thanks to Adrian, Pauline, and Mark for making that store such an incredible place. If you purchase something while we're live, you can actually put a message in there, and we'll read the message out as you're purchasing. It's like a way of doing a super chat, but you're buying some merch for yourself, which I always recommend actually, because it's nice that if you're supporting us, you get something through the post, and that's how the store works. But also, I think we should address the elephant in the room that has been addressed if you've been following it all day, but a lot of people might have been sleep shifting and waiting until the actual live stream. And that's from Rock, who asks, are we waiting for the FAA still?
No.
No. Yeah. You can actually go see Adrian. Adrian himself tweeted out the environmental assessment that was released with the approval to splash down starships in the Indian Ocean, and then shortly after that, they released the launch license for this flight only. I might add that.
Yep.
I'll add that in for this flight only. So. Yep.
In case somebody was wondering, will they get 2 flights? Will they get 3 flights with this launch license? No, the launch license was modified. It's always the same launch license. They just modify it, and the modification now says that the flight portion of this launch license is valid up until the 3rd flight, which is this one. So after this flight, they will have to reapply for another launch license modification. Just to point this out.
Very good. Also, I was just looking through. We've got so many questions, and thanks to you all for bringing the questions. But one for Ryan here. Mr. Pink asks, how many times can they load the ship and scrub for weather before they have to bring in more propellants?
So it depends on how far they get with loading. So if they only loaded about halfway, they might, with the new changes and upgrades to the tank farm, they might be able to recycle after the next day. The thing is we don't really know. That's up in the air there. We know that in the past, when they did a fully load and then detanked, it would usually be like 48 to 72 hours before they could recycle and try again. Although, again, with the changes to the tank farm, they may be able to actually make that 2 days, because I know in the past that it's usually been 3, as it was with the first flight, that is what happened. So the hope is that if they do get to that, then they'll go ahead and they'll be able to do it in 2 days rather than like 3. So
Very good. More thanks. I think I should give some thanks here. I always sound like I'm saying the same thing, but it is literally the same thought going through my head. Is gratitude, and that's Eternal Wolf has gifted Red Team membership. Valex says, "Love your work, NSF. Thank you for how much you do for us all. Thank you very much for that comment. That's wonderful. Here's to your coffees and camera fund. Yeah, the cameras. We've got so many cameras. We've got some really cool cameras actually for the launch itself, and luckily." By the time we get close to T0, the light will be coming up and we'll get some amazing views, all being well, like last time. So we're looking forward to that part of the countdown. We got a question here from Jay Flaherty who says, what's the second tower for? Catching or lightning defense? Each tower has a new lightning tower from years ago. Right, let's try and deal with that one, Ryan. I think you were eager to answer it.
Alex isn't here. This is funny. Anyways, so they don't really need lightning towers down in Boca. Like lightning is not as much of a concern as it is, say, at the Cape. The Cape is has far more lightning than here at Boca. So that's why it's kind of more required there. They learned that lesson the hard way during the Apollo program. But the second tower is going to be a launch tower. It's going to have an OLM. It's going to probably will have another tank farm, another deluge system, full tower. Chopsticks is going to have the whole works, and they'll launch from it. They need launch pads more than anything in the world right now in order to help support Artemis and all the other contracts that they have, as well as Starlink. So
there we go. Very good. Thank you to Elena for your support as well, and also to DM Hunt, who became a PADRAP member. We also got Mousetronaut. Now, that's a fun thing, actually. Mousetronauts, they actually are Mousetronauts. They do send up mice to the ISS, and they are called that. There was even some patches. This goes back to the shuttle era, by the way. I've just mentioned shuttle for the first time on the stream. Well done. Where they would send up mice in a container, and they would study what they were like in microgravity, which was fascinating to watch. They were well looked after, by the way. I know a lot of people be very, as I am, animal rights, but they were super looked after, and it was incredible research that will help everyone on Earth. That's what the ISS is. It's actually an orbital laboratory. That's what they call it, and that's why they do these experiments up there. And they were called astronauts, so that's why it just resonated with there. Joseph, thank you for your star message. Finally able to see a launch in person. Going to be up early to get to the south tip of the South Padre. Hopefully the college kids at spring break party are asleep. So apparently it's spring break, and that's where all the party goers are out, but maybe they're asleep by the time it gets close to launch, which would make sense for the time this T0 is planned. But yeah, thank you, Joseph. Very much appreciate it. And Charles has gifted 20 Red Team memberships. The gifting of memberships is such a cool thing. I really love it when people do that and allows other people to get what is quite a lot of membership content. If you get a Red Team membership, don't think it's just your name in green. It's actually content as well. In the YouTube area, of the membership area of this channel, you'll find a lot of content. I know because I put it there. So that's how I know there's a lot of content there. I've got a question here from Dalmatians who says, what do you think the conditions of the launch tower will be like after launch? So, right, this is probably a good example of comparing IFT-1 to IFT-2 with the water deluge system helping especially the base of the orbital launch mount and the actual concrete underneath being protected by this steel plate with this upside down shower head system, if we can call it that. Do we think after IFT-3, especially with the water deluge system, that they will be in a pretty good condition, Ryan, compared to even IFT-2 maybe? Maybe they've learned some extra tricks.
That's possible. They did add more shielding to the base of the tower, like around the concrete and whatnot. So I think it'll be a little bit better situation than it was after even Flight 2. But the water deluge system has definitely helped a lot in terms of, how the pad looks after a launch. So, yeah.
Oh, look at this. There's lots of police there clearing the area. As we were watching on Starbase Live. People wondering, probably sat in here as well, probably with a link to it, thinking why we're not live. We're always live. That's the fun thing. This is a commentary stream. This is why it's a separate stream. But on Starbase Live, we are live 24/7 all the time. So you'll have seen if you're on there the police in the area, clearing out the preparations for what hopefully will be a launch in 7 hours' time. I've just missed it by a minute. I was looking for the T-minus clock, and I was thinking, well, let's get to the 7 hours, and then we'll be able to say it. But this is where we are right now. So hopefully in 7 hours' time, we have a rocket launching, the world's most powerful rocket. And that will be a sight to behold, because we saw what IFT2 was like with 3300 running. We got the Mega Mark Diamond, which was a sight to behold. It really was stunning. I didn't expect that myself, and I've watched enough rocket launches in my life to be normally not surprised, and I was surprised by that one. That was stunning to see. Speaking of the actual mission itself, Rob Turner asks, if the ship doesn't hit the ocean, I'll rephrase that for him, would SpaceX have to open a mishap investigation? So let's say the question there is more, if the booster fails during the landing burn or the boost back burn again, would the FAA get involved again, Adrian?
Depends a bit how far they get off. The general answer is, if a flight is not able to complete its planned mission and recovery trajectory, that triggers a mishap investigation. So if, for example, it fails during reentry, yes, that would certainly, based on the FAA regulations, classify as a mishap and would at least partially trigger a mishap investigation. However, it would probably be a quicker one because it's later in the flight, probably less errors, probably less things to fix. So that's the answers about that.
Very good.
Yeah.
We are going to be doing some shift swapping to make sure that no one person collapses after what is another 7 hours of countdown. So luckily, you have got me coming off, so you don't have to listen to my Yorkshire accent for too much longer. And we have some new persons coming on soon afterwards. So I want to thank Adrian, first of all, for being on.
Thanks, everybody. I will talk to you later.
And also Ryan Webber for being on for this first part.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I'll also talk to you all later, so you're not through with me yet.
And a cool thing with this mega live stream we've got here is we can actually play some videos while we swap chairs in the commentary roles. So we're going to show you a history of SpaceX video coming up next.
We all know SpaceX today for their Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy rockets, the workhorse launch vehicles of the United States. And, of course, the company is now deep into developing its magnum opus, Starship. But Starship is an ambitious project, and SpaceX couldn't have started just there. Going back to 2002, SpaceX was founded by Elon Musk, primarily using his earnings from the sale of PayPal, which he co-founded. Musk had been a long-time proponent of increasing investment in spaceflight, and following the inability to purchase a Russian Dnepr rocket to send a small private mission to Mars, Musk did the math and realized he had the ability and money to design his own vehicles from scratch, and thus, SpaceX was born. The company's first goal seemed straightforward: design a light-lift launch vehicle to send a few hundred kilograms of payload into orbit. This would be built with as many in-house components as possible to reduce costs. The small vehicle would be named Falcon and later renamed Falcon 1 after the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. Falcon 1 first flew in 2006 from the Kwajalein Atoll in the Pacific Ocean. A fire on the first stage Merlin engine brought a quick end to the flight, leading to the vehicle falling back into the ocean. A second flight was performed the following year, but saw the second stage shut down early due to a large oscillation of propellant in the tanks. The third flight took off in 2008, but it failed as well when the stages separated too quickly. The new Merlin 1C engine was still producing a small amount of thrust, which pushed the first stage back into the second stage. Falcon 1 finally saw success in September 2008 when it sent a mass simulator into orbit. It became the first privately funded liquid propellant rocket to reach orbit. The vehicle would later fly one more time in 2009 before being retired. While Falcon 1 was flying, SpaceX was looking toward the future. The company saw an opportunity to build a larger rocket, as the market wasn't quite there yet for such a small launch vehicle. So, multiple pathways were looked into. An evolution of Falcon 1 was proposed with longer tanks called the Falcon 1E, as well as a new, much larger rocket called Falcon 9. A Falcon 5 was proposed as well, which envisioned a Falcon 9 with 4 first-stage engines removed and only a partial propellant load. Of these, only Falcon 9 would be developed. Falcon 9 first flew in 2010, seeing success on its first flight. This only carried a mass simulator of the company's new Dragon capsule. Falcon 9 and Dragon were funded largely through the Commercial Resupply Services program from NASA, which looked to shift cargo resupply for the International Space Station from government to private missions. An all-up Dragon capsule would first fly on the second Falcon 9 mission, performing 2 orbits before successfully splashing down. During these 2 missions, SpaceX unsuccessfully tried to recover the first stage of Falcon 9 with parachutes. Starting in 2013, they began performing propulsive landing tests, but didn't see any success in recoveries just yet. Falcon 9 was moving full steam ahead by 2015. However, in June of that year, the rocket experienced its first failure. The CRS-7 mission, carrying a Dragon capsule to the ISS, failed during launch after a pressurizing tank broke loose and ruptured the second stage. It would be 6 months until Falcon 9 took flight again, and this mission knocked it out of the park. SpaceX did it! Falcon 9 successfully returned its first stage to Cape Canaveral, landing upright and intact. SpaceX replicated this on a drone ship in April 2016 and has seen near continuous success since. A first stage was reflown for the first time in March 2017, beginning a new era in spaceflight. Falcon Heavy, comprised of a strengthened Falcon 9 with 2 more Falcon 9 first stages mounted on the side, lifted off in February 2018 after years of delays. Falcon Heavy has nearly triple the payload capacity of Falcon 9, meaning it can send heavier payloads into orbit or send payloads further into the solar system. With both rockets now online and mostly reusable, SpaceX could cover a large portion of the launch market at a lower cost. But Falcon 9 wouldn't only carry cargo or satellites. In 2020, SpaceX ended the gap of orbital human spaceflights from the United States, launching their new Crew Dragon capsule to the ISS with astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley on board. That mission was a resounding success. And of course, we have to mention the elephant in the room, Starship. Full development on Starship began around 2012, and the design has changed rapidly over the years. But the core concept has remained the same. Get 100 tons of cargo, or 100 people, to the surface of Mars with a fully reusable launch vehicle. And that's why we're here today. We are in the early stages of Starship development, watching the vehicle take some of its first steps. While Starship has yet to see a successful near-orbital flight, its future is very promising and has the potential to redefine human spaceflight.
Welcome back. We have conducted our first commentator hot swap, and we are so excited to bring you coverage of this third flight of Starship. Excellent video there from Sawyer and the team talking about the history of the development of Starship and the history of SpaceX. So that, I think, is a good topic to hit on for this commentary segment, is just where we started and how we got where we are now. And oh my gosh, where are we now? Look at this amazing rocket, the world's largest rocket. I love that Chris B said it is the world's largest rocket ever built by humans, implying that there have been larger rockets built by non-humans. Either way, thank you all so much for joining us. We are NSF. We're an independent news media organization covering rocket launches wherever we can put lenses on these beautiful machines. And that is all thanks to y'all's support. We are funded by viewers like you. And the best part is you don't even have to fund us. If you can't, no worries. That's what everyone else is doing. It's a big team effort. Speaking of team, it's not just me that'll be talking for this commentary segment. By the way, I think I said I'm Jack. Am I Jack? I think I said that. Either way, joining us for commentary is Mr. Trevor Sesnick. Trevor, how are you doing, good buddy?
You know, it's just, especially all day when we were thinking like, oh, is the launch license going to come out? And then it comes out, and then we're like, oh no, but the weather's not good. And then now it seems like they're going for it. It's been a roller coaster, but man, am I excited.
Yeah, I think exciting is the adjective of the day. If that's even an adjective. I don't know grammar, but either way, Trevor, thank you for joining us for the start of the stream tonight. Also, joining us from the field as well is Mr. Max Evans. Max, are you there, good buddy?
I sure hope so, Jack. How do you have me?
I have you loud and clear, my guy. 5x5.
Excellent. There is no day quite like launch day, and but that being said, it has been an absolute whirlwind past 24 hours between people flooding the grounds of Starbase, even though it wasn't certain that Starship was going to be cleared to fly, which is now today, considering it is now Thursday technically here in Starbase. But everyone here is always so excited, and we are hoping that the weather holds off to get Starship off the pad today.
Indeed. Yeah, I think we all sort of had a, let's say, interesting day so far today. And well, I guess it's now a new day since it's after midnight Central Time. But yeah, I told myself, hey, it's Flight 3. You've done this twice now with Starship. Should be pretty straightforward. Nope. Nope. I think you can agree, Max. You had quite a morning getting a rental car and getting out to Starbase for camera setup and all that.
Yeah, I mean, there was some business that kept me in Florida for a bit longer than I liked, so it left me arriving in Starbase a bit later than I would have liked. But yes, and that's the issue with flying into smaller airports and smaller parts of the country for events as large as this. In that rental cars get oversold and Ubers are hard to get a hold of. It's just it's a whole whirlwind of headache. But that is now all behind us, thankfully, and we are all here and we are ready to go.
Yep, it's like a full-on Seinfeld. Well, you probably don't even know Seinfeld, but it's a full-on Seinfeld thing where it's like, I have a reservation. Yeah, but we don't have a car. It's like, well, then I don't think you know how reservations work.
Jack,
but
I'm sorry. I've never watched Seinfeld before.
And...
I've never watched Seinfeld.
Yeah, I know.
How do you know? I never told you that.
Okay.
Do you even
because I know you, Max. Anyways, you haven't. I know you haven't. If Seinfeld was Taylor Swift, you'd be able to reference every single episode. But alas, it's not. So there we go. Anyways, let's just sort of try and wrap our heads around the state of play right now. The road has been closed down. We've seen the roadblock going up right outside of Richardson Avenue there. That's the normal fallback roadblock for launch and full wet dress rehearsal activity. So we are seeing that. I don't believe the pad is clear just yet, but it is clearing, and everything is working towards a launch in just under 46, well, just over 46, 6 hours and 46 minutes. So, but yeah, I mean, I guess let's just sort of unpack where we started with Starship and where we're at now. It's been a long time coming just to get to the first flight of Starship, and now we are coming up on the third flight. And I think, I forget who said this on Twitter. I think it might have been Eric Berger, said, any debut of a brand new heavy lift vehicle that launches 3 times in under a year is quite remarkable. And I think I would agree with that. But let's go all the way back to the beginning. And I don't know, Trevor, were you tuned in to Starship and what was going on back in the days of Starhopper?
Yeah. Right, I got into spaceflight on February 6th, 2018, when Falcon Heavy launched. And then later that year was when we first started seeing, in the middle of somewhere in Texas, SpaceX was for some reason building a water tower. And everyone was like, why on earth are they building this water tower? And then slowly seeing that evolve into Starhopper, seeing the nose cone blow over, seeing it fly anyway. And then just seeing it somehow go from that janky GSE pad to this orbital launch complex where we are at now, it has just been a crazy ride. And I honestly can't believe by the pace at which it's happened.
Indeed. How about you, Max? Were you tuned in to the scene, so to speak, when Starhopper was coming together and took its first flight?
I think I actually watched Tim Dodd's stream of Starhopper's first ever hop, and I think that was when he was just absolutely losing his mind. And that actually might be part of our audio in our intro now. But I wasn't as as in tune as I guess I would be. I guess I would say I am now. Nor was I as educated as I am now, like about most of the sector. But that one thing that was for certain, that a vehicle that looked like that and performed like that was not something we had ever seen before outside of a heavily funded program such as, oh gosh, what was that? The lander in the mid 2000s. Well, I cannot remember the name of it. I can't. Someone help me out here.
DCX?
It was the first. Yes, the DCX project.
The
But
Triangle
so seeing
Boy.
that, yes. so seeing a project like that in the of a private organization that spoke at volumes louder than pretty much any other almost any other spaceflight vehicle had in the previous 10 years outside of the space shuttle, of course. So I still call it Hoppy because one, I think it's grammatically correct,
Nope.
and I know it annoys you too, though. So
That's the other reason you do it. But no, that's a really good point, Max. DCX is an amazing vehicle, and it was a test vehicle. It had one engine. It did hops and took off and landed vertically. So it was a vertical takeoff, vertical landing rocket, Pathfinder sort of thing. And I believe, I'm not super up on my DCX history, but basically one launch, one of the legs failed to deploy properly, and it tipped over after landing, and the program was canceled. Which I grew up watching shows that were all like futurist kind of, like there was a show, what was it called, like Beyond 2000 or something? Amazing show for a young kid back when like the likes of Discovery Channel and TLC were like not complete reality TV show garbage. But I digress. I grew up watching things that talked about DCX and was so excited to see something like that because it seems like the obvious way to go. And yet to have the narrative be that, you know, there's a minor issue with testing, a vehicle was destroyed, and they canceled the program. It's like, oh man, that's such a bummer. And I know a lot of people will throw shade on SpaceX or try to and say, oh, Falcon 9 landing rockets isn't anything new. They were doing it with DCX back in the 90s or whatever it was. And it's like, yeah, they were, but A, that wasn't an orbital booster, and B, you know, it's one thing to test something multiple times, like Maston has done vertical takeoff and vertical landing. Do you see Maston lofting payloads into orbit on the regular, like multiple times a week, and then reusing the booster? No, it's an entirely different beast. So I'm really glad you brought up DCX, because in a lot of ways, that's sort of, you know, one of the germs that got us to where we are today in one way. So, another thing you said, Max,
cool
is
about.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think that's something cool about Falcon 9 in some ways, though, where really you look at the vehicle and you think, what's new on it? And the answer is not a whole lot, right? It's a really simple engine design. There's nothing brand new on the first stage aside from maybe the grid fins, and the second stage and fairings are quite traditional in the grand scheme of things. Yet SpaceX was just able to, you know, use what was known to be reliable and just turn it into this absolute workhorse that we know and love today. It's been quite the journey.
Yeah, it's really remarkable. So, Starhopper, I distinctly remember, you know, I was already covering rockets, and I was already shooting for NASASpaceflight. And I distinctly remember learning about Starhopper. You know, there was this thing, like you said, Trevor, this water tower that SpaceX is building out in the middle of nowhere in South Texas. And I just remember thinking to myself, I absolutely have to get out there and see this program from the very beginning, because you could just tell even back then, this is going to be something amazing. And so be it. In fact, Max, you said you were watching Tim's stream and he went absolutely bonkers when Starhopper launched. That was before NSF streamed itself, and I happened to be standing next to Tim for that event. We were up on top of the roof of a house in Boca Chica Village owned by another NSFer named Nomad, and one of my video cameras caught Tim's audio screaming, "Water towers can fly, yes." And then I put it in the intro because it's one of, to me, the more iconic moments. You know, the whole point of the intro is it's supposed to get you hyped up for what you're about to see. And that's why I included all of these little sound bites and things that let you sort of relive some of these momentous moments. You know, whether it's SC to Aux, whether it's Yikes You Bet Concur, or whether it's Water Towers Can Fly. So that was a really special moment for me because I distinctly remember thinking at the time, you know, because I chimed in here and there on Tim's stream. I just sort of blurted things out at Tim, and every now and then we would talk about it very briefly. So I just remember thinking like, wow, this streaming thing is fun. And then DOS showed up at NSF and got us all set up with streaming, and, you know, it's been off to the races ever since then. So pretty remarkable. But Starhopper's first flight, let me rephrase that. Starhopper's 150-meter flight, because technically it did a 20-meter hop before then, or 16 or something like that, right, Trevor?
18 meters, yeah.
Thank you. I knew I was in there somewhere.
So it technically did like 3 flights because it did the one when it was chained to the ground, which was like a 1.8 meter hop or something like that. But I don't think that really counts since, like I said, it was chained. And then they did the 18-meter hop at night, and then they went into the 150-meter hop.
Yep. So all of that was in service of testing a Raptor under flight-like conditions. And that was the first time, I believe, a methalox engine, that's methane and oxygen, had flown. So that was quite momentous in and of itself. But to go from this insane, hulking mass of steel that is Starhopper, that is just built like a battleship, and here we are, what, 5-6 years later? When did Starhopper fly? Was that 2018 or 2019?
I think that was 2018.
Oh gosh.
Oh, it was 2019. Okay, 2019. And it's also worth noting,
So, yeah,
Starhopper is still with us. Hopper is still with us over at the launch site, overlooking every single mission following it.
Yeah, today we were graced by a Polaris program flyover, and it just so happened that where I was located for the flyover, my imagery, or at least my video, has Starhopper in frame, along with the full stack. And when I realized that that's what had happened when I was looking at the video afterwards, it made me so happy. I'm so happy that Starhopper is still around and is essentially a giant gate guardian, as we say, standing watch over the launch site. It really is a special piece of hardware. So Starhopper flew, and then there was a period of time where there was, how should we say, the troubles. Maybe I shouldn't say the troubles because that has a different historical connotation, but there was some difficulty with the test program as they moved into prototypes that were more and more representative of the actual flight article. I mean, we had, correct me if I'm wrong, we had Starship Mark 1, and that was built in Starbase. That was the one that Elon did a presentation in front of with a Falcon 1 first stage next to it for size comparison. And they also built a Mark II, if I'm not mistaken, in Florida. Way back then, they had 2 competing Starship teams internally in SpaceX. And there was one in Florida and one in Texas. And they would share things that they learned with each other, but they were also competing to see who could build a better prototype. And I don't know that Texas necessarily won, but either way, they ended up scrapping the whole competition dynamic and just going full steam ahead in Starbase. Then we got serial number 1.
It's probably worth adding, by the way, that Elon has commented on the Mark 1 and Mark 2 programs, and he said he's admitted himself that they were kind of a failure. And the reason was not because they were or at least MK1 was lost in testing. The reason was because they didn't really learn how to actually build a Starship when they were building those. They learned they built one, but they didn't learn how to build 100. They didn't learn how to build the machine that builds the machine, as Elon always likes to say. So they realized that they really needed to go to a more producible design, which is when we started seeing the rings made with just one weld, and that was SN1, which I assume Jack is about to get to.
Right, and I think SN1 was originally called Mark III, if I'm not
Correct.
mistaken, but then they renamed it SN1.
Yeah.
Starship has undergone a number of naming scheme changes over the years. And there, just really quickly, you can see this is the roadblock at Richardson Avenue. Oh, hello. Hello, law enforcement, pointing your light over here. But yeah, this is a good sign. We want to see this roadblock in place. We want to see SpaceX progressing into a launch posture as we get closer and closer to T0 now, 6 hours and 33 minutes. But let's keep talking some history, if you'll indulge us. I mean, I think a lot of people might be newer to the program. People might have tuned in around the SN8 to SN15 era, or they might just be tuning in since Flight 1 of Starship. Who knows? But it's fun to sort of contemplate the long and winding road that feels simultaneously, to me anyways, like a blink of an eye and also several lifetimes. But yeah, so we got to SN1, and SN1 was built without a nose cone. The first ship to get a nose cone was actually SN8. Although I guess that's the first real, in air quotes, ship to get a nose cone was SN8, because Mark 1 had a nose cone, Mark 2 had a nose cone. Anyways, serial number 1.
Mark 1 went through like 2 nose cones ish, because the first one, the top was
Fell
so
over.
bad that it wasn't even close to being the right shape.
Wow. Oh no, it was Starhopper's nose cone that fell over, and Starhopper ended up never getting a nose cone because its nose cone got blown over in the wind. Which, honestly, as cool as a pointy hopper would have looked, I feel like the jankiness of the dome, it. Let me put it this way: as a bald guy with a shiny forward dome, I like that Starhopper also had a shiny forward dome.
I'd have to agree with you there, Jack. It's yeah, very well said.
It's a look. I suspected you would agree.
Yes.
In my opinion,
go ahead, Trevor.
Starhopper was never going to fly with that nose cone. That thing was like the flimsiest thing SpaceX has ever built.
Yeah, that's fair.
It also just looked incredibly. It may not have been, but it also just looked incredibly top heavy and just unstable. So it may have just been an absolute nightmare to control more than it already was during its hot programs.
I do wonder what the center of gravity and center of mass and all that of it would have been with the nose cone on, because Starhopper did have those, and still does, giant legs, and
yes.
I believe, I forget if this was ever confirmed, I believe it was made with 16 millimeter stainless steel walls, maybe even more than that. Like, it was an incredibly overbuilt vehicle. It's essentially a flying engine test stand, which is why we love Starhopper. But serial number 1 was stacked, and oh man, we're like going down memory lane here a little bit. So chat, I mean, if you're annoyed, say you're annoyed. If you're liking it, say you're liking it. But I was out here for the stacking of serial number 1, and I had my scanner, my radio scanner, and I was standing next to the production site, which was just a series of tents at the time. Might have even been less than the 3 that eventually ended up being there, but I had my scanner and I was able to pick up the crane operator audio. That's in a daily video somewhere on our channel way back when. The crane operator audio of them talking to each other as they lowered the forward half onto the aft half of serial number 1. So that's pretty special, and we were able to get some images of like the what do you call it? Load cell, or the scale, I guess, that was on the crane, so we could tell roughly how much it weighed. It was a whole fun thing. But serial number 1 was eventually moved to the launch site, and what happened to serial number 1, Trevor?
Um,
All right, you should have us back. Let me get a 5x5 in chat. Excellent. It looks like you can hear us once again. Cool. Well, I mean, let's pick it up where we were at before we had our minor technical difficulties there. Serial number 1. Trevor, you looked up on the handy dandy app Next Spaceflight, which is a subsidiary of NASASpaceflight. What exactly happened with SN1?
Yeah, so SN1 was where they were doing the thrust puck testing. So that's when they simulate the thrust of a Raptor by just pushing up with hydraulic rams onto the thrust puck. And something there did not hold. So that's where I believe Elon kept tweeting the phrase, "Don't shuck the puck," to have a little bit of fun with it. And that caused them to lose the entire vehicle. So then they moved on to SN2, which was just a test tank where they wanted to validate that the new thrust puck design. So that was just a test tank, and then they moved on to SN3.
Right. Yeah, and SN2 is, I believe, still hanging out at the Sanchez lot. And if I'm not mistaken, it's being used as a water tank, which SpaceX loves using water tanks as, or SpaceX loves using old hardware as water tanks, which is pretty hilarious. So yeah, SN3 was the famous crumple pop, which has been in various versions of our intro video. That was the one where there was a test configuration error, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So that's when they loaded. Well, we don't exactly know what the test configuration was, but there was not enough pressure in the lower tank for the mass of fuel that was on top of the upper tank. So the LOX tank, which is the lower one, ended up collapsing from the mass of the CH4 on top, and then the whole thing just like crumpled and then tipped over.
Right. And, you know, it's just one of those things where we've gone from SpaceX trying to figure out how to build a massive stainless steel tank to SpaceX getting ready to launch their third Starship in, just over 6 hours and 18 minutes. So it's been a long and winding road, and it's really fun to look back and sort of extrapolate based on the last 5 years or so where we've come and how far we've come in the last 5 years. But not only that, taking that and thinking in the next 5 years, where will we be given the progress that we've seen? Like it's one of my favorite things to do in regards to Starship is to sort of just try and wrap your head around, like, what will this vehicle look like in 5 years? What will this system look like in 5 years? I mean, there'll be at least one other tower here in Starbase. I think that's a given. There'll be
Hopefully
at
one on
least
the moon.
one other tower in Florida. I think that's a given.
Hopefully a
What
Starship
were you going to say,
on the
Trevor?
moon.
Hopefully a Starship on the moon. Hopefully another Starship pad at Slick 6 in California. I mean, it's wild. But one of the things we were talking about while we were waiting to get those technical difficulties resolved was it used to be that these stainless steel tanks just had bits and bobs like thrown on them. Like Starhopper, for example, had Falcon 9 reaction control just slapped on it with a bunch of COPVs hanging off the forward dome. And serial numbers 1 and 3 had COPVs just sort of arranged around the aft section wherever they needed to go. Pretty wild to think how janky some of these prototypes have looked compared to, especially now, how excellent the full stacks that we've seen of late look.
Yeah, it's certainly impressive. It just goes to show this design mentality that SpaceX has had at Starbase is the quickest way to do it. You know, it's quite remarkable that all of this that we're talking about was only, what, 3 years ago or so? Or I guess 4 years
Right.
ago now, or early 2020. Like, that's a long time ago, but also, that was not that long ago.
It was not. I mean, like I said earlier, it feels simultaneously like the blink of an eye and several lifetimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, so after SN3 was SN4, which is the one that exploded. That is the source of the famous, if that was methane, it would be igniting in a flare stack, which I would like to reiterate. I obviously knew the answer to that, but I was trying to prompt somebody to give a response as the host of the stream. I'm not an idiot sometimes. I swear. I promise. I swear.
He is, but in this situation, he knew it.
Thanks, Trevor. Thanks for having my back. So yeah, that is up to SN4 there, and we'll start talking about the ships that flew, 5 and so on. But really quickly, I do want to hit some support here. We have Nudis Publishing becoming a Capcom member. Membership program, just got to say it, absolutely critical to what we do. We're completely user and viewer supported, and the membership program is sort of the bedrock foundation on which everything else is built. All kinds of cool perks. At Capcom level and above, you get Discord access. There's members-only content. There's there's chat emoji that you can do. You can do chat emoji right now. I'm going to do some Star Hoppers because, hey, we're doing history talk. So membership program, if you can, and if you want to, you can support us that way, and we would really appreciate it. But if you can't, don't even worry about it. There's so many people pitching in to enable NSF's coverage that if you are unable to support us monetarily, not a big deal. We'll be fine. We get plenty of support from y'all, and it's amazing. And that's the cool thing, is everybody that can support allows everybody that can't to still get the same coverage. It's really cool. Stabby Unicorn, speaking of support, holy cow, $100 tip to tips.nasaspaceflight.com. That is yet another way you can support what we do. You know, you can do the super chats, you can do the membership program, you can buy the merch. There's all kinds of things. But specifically, tips.nasaspaceflight.com goes directly to us. There's no middleman. There's no like 30% cut or anything like that. So definitely appreciate all of the people contributing to tips.nasaspaceflight.com, because boy howdy, let me tell you, there is so much that we pull off on a shoestring budget with a small group of insanely dedicated individuals just working their butts off. I mean, we've got Das out here just absolutely grinding. We've got Daniel B out here absolutely grinding. Max, you're out here grinding. Sean is out here grinding. I am out here grinding. Like, I could go on. Jay is out here. Roger's out here. It's wild. And then we have all the people in the back channel. Patrick, Kevin, Jay. It's wild. I'm because of the nature of how many people we have working on things here and there. I'm of course going to forget people, but Adrian, Alex, it's wild. It's absolutely wild what we're able to do with essentially a shoestring budget. It's wild. And so thank you to everybody for the support. We got Brett Presson becoming a upgraded Red Team member. We've got Matt Lewandowski doing a $10 super chat. We've got Josh O becoming a Capcom member. If you're becoming a Capcom member, pop into the Discord, and I give you one-time irrevocable permission to @ me in the member Discord while I'm on stream, but only if you just joined. Members, if you're already a member in the member Discord, you can @ me. I do not give you permission, but if you just joined, I give you permission. Trevor, it's not you, Trevor. Not you.
I'm new here.
What's supposed to do with that? Really? I mean, in the sense that you're a baby, essentially, yes. Anyways, wow, way to derail me. Matt, thank you so much for the support. RC Horseman, huh? What? RC Horseman with a $750 tip. And RC Horseman comes out with...
Holy cow.
Yeah. RC Horseman is one of those names we see all the time doing high dollar amounts of support every single stream. It's wild. And you know what, RC Horseman? I'm sure you've heard us say it many times, and I don't want to belabor the point, but it cannot be overstated how appreciated it is, and it cannot be overstated what an insane amount of support that is. That is absolutely wild. I don't even have words. They say, so much thanks to you, Chris, and the entire NSF team for letting all watch through your electronic eyes. The mods also need a huge thanks. Yeah, Thank you, chat mods, for all the times that I have done things that have made you have to deal with insane chat. I appreciate you. We all appreciate you. And viewers, whether or not you can contribute monetarily, we appreciate you. There are so many cool things that we would like to do, and there's so many cool things that we get to do. And with your continued support, let me just say, the future is bright for NSF and for space launch coverage, because what you see on the surface of NSF is only one small part. There's all kinds of crazy projects going on in the background. Some work, some don't. But either way, we've got cool stuff in the works, and your continued support means the world to us because we all love what we do, and we love sharing the excitement with y'all. We're essentially the new space age hype team, and we're absolutely here for it, and we're honored. We're honored that you would support us in any way, whether it's hitting the like button or just watching the stream. It doesn't have to be a monetary thing. We're just humbled and honored by the insane support. Thank you again, RC Horseman. Demars gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Joe Pilot with a super chat saying good afternoon from Hong Kong. Glorin, that's a Tolkien reference, right? Thank you for the support. Thank you. I don't know how to pronounce that. I apologize. Dan Snelson, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Anonymous, I'm sorry you've been sick, but thank you for the store purchase, grabbing the Starship retro shirt. Let's see here. Leonard, thank you also for the store purchase and the kind words. Really appreciate it. It means the world to us, especially when we're pulling these all-nighters and doing insane things and baking in the sun. It's just your excitement and enthusiasm and your appreciation and your support is the fuel that keeps this car running. So thank you. Yes, Max, I said bacon in the sun, but not bacon in the sun, baking in the sun. Yeah, thanks.
You pronounce both words very almost identically, so I had to point that out at least once. It had to be said. It had to be said.
That's fair. Spitteron, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Ninja Decimator, thank you for the support. They say contributing to the Bacon and Caffeine Fund. Deborah, Jean, thank you so much. Valuna, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. RC Horseman, again, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. RC Horseman, you're the best. Steve, thank you for becoming a Padrap member. Other Steve, thank you for the support. They say, I hear weather isn't looking great. What do each of you think the chance of launch today? I'm going to say 50-50. Trevor, what do you think?
51-49.
Nice. And Max?
52-48. just to keep that trend going. But
I hate both of you. I'm mad at both of you.
But to be honest for a second, I think Starship at some point, the stigma of rockets having to launch with good weather when it comes to Starship has to be, I guess, broken in the same way Falcon 9 has, because we've seen Falcon 9 fly in absolutely, at least visually, horrendous conditions. And we saw, SN11 is a prime example of that. So, it's not granted, very, very early on in the full stack flight test regime, having clear visuals for camera equipment and for telemetry as well, that all helps a great deal. But if you have clear access to all of your data and visuals are just a bonus, you don't need a crystal clear sky to fly. So if we do end up getting clouded out this morning, but Starship gets off the ground, that's still a win. And the story now, even now after Flight 2, the big story isn't Starship getting off the pad, or at least getting up to hot staging. That isn't the story anymore. The story is now how far can ship go, and can ship be successful in its suborbital journey now between the payload door opening, the Raptor reignite demo, and of course the prop transfer between the header tanks and the main tanks. So that was kind of I went off on there were no rails on that comment, but honestly, I think even if the weather doesn't look great for, at least visually, for us or anyone in the area, I think I'm feeling very optimistic about Thursday morning.
Yeah, I'm optimistic, and like you said, whether or not it gets clouded out, as long as SpaceX gets the data, that's the important part. Obviously, we want excellent views on launch day, but so be it. I'd rather have more data faster than wait for a nice, clear, perfect day. And Flight 2 was a pretty nice, perfect day. So you know what? There'll be more good days, even if today is a little bit cloudy. But we'll have to wait and see. Who knows? Maybe we'll get a nice blue sky and, well, black sky, depending on where in the window it goes, and we'll see. But yeah. Nuclear Fallout becoming a launch director member. Thank you so much, Nuclear Fallout. Also, cool name. Really appreciate that. That's one of the higher levels of support there. So yeah, we got all the way to SN4, and we're already coming up on the end of this segment, sort of. But of course, SN5 conducted a 150 meter hop, successfully landed. SN6 conducted a 150 meter hop, successfully landed. 7 was a test tank. 8 was the first one with a nose cone. Successfully conducted a low altitude flight test and blew up as it landed. 9 also successful flight test, blew up during landing. 10 successful flight test, blew up right after landing. And right there we could just sort of go off the rails for a moment and ask, what do you consider SN10? Do you consider that a successful landing, or do you consider that a failure? Trevor, you can go first.
I consider it a landing success, but a recovery failure.
Wow, that's a deep cut. If any of the people in chat were in our work Discord, they would know exactly what you mean. We've had some debates about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think the important thing is, like, on a nominal mission that would not have been good enough, right? They were unable to throttle up the engines, which means they basically had no control of the vehicle. So the fact that they got anywhere close to, or the fact that they were able to land somewhat softly, was just kind of like them getting lucky. So I don't know. I think it's more on the side of failure, but still showed that, it was possible to eventually do.
Right. So, Max, do you have thoughts on SN10 successful landing? Yes or no?
I mean, they completely crushed the landing legs and they warped the tank structures, which ultimately led to it blowing up. So it's kind of difficult to call that a true success. A learning experience for sure, and they came real close. But it landed hard enough to literally bounce and crush almost everything on the lower side of the vehicle. So kind of hard to call that a real success.
But then let me be it's not devil's advocate. B-1069, that came back with after its first flight with many engine bells destroyed, and they had to do a ton of work to the vehicle to get it to refly. Was that a failure?
That was a recovery failure, but at the same time, that booster was able to be reflown. Yeah. SN10 was not. But I see your point there.
Yeah. So 11, of course, flew, but nobody saw it, and we're all mad about it still to this day, and we'll go to our graves being mad about it. And hopefully this flight that's coming up here in just over 6 hours will not be a repeat of SN11. And then 12 was scrapped, 13 was scrapped, and 14 was scrapped. And then SN15, of course, was the first to successfully land. And that was the last flight all the way up until IFT-1. So it's been a long and winding road. We do have a cool video about the Starship testing history that we can get into here. But just really quick, before we do the video and the commentator swap, I just personally want to say thank you to everybody out there in Viewerland for voting for like voting with your eyes and voting with your attention and really just being there for NSF. We wouldn't be here doing what we do without the support of you all. And once again, just to reiterate, your enthusiasm, your kind words, your support, whether it's monetary or otherwise, absolutely means the world to us. When we're out here slaving away and you guys come up to us, which we love, by the way, and just say something nice and then let us go on about our work because you can see that we're sweating and doing a million things at once. It really does. It means the world, and I could not think of a better, more fun job. So thank you so much, everybody. Trevor, thank you for being on for this hour of commentary, and I know you're going to be back. But for this segment, we'll close it out. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. Hope y'all enjoy the rest of the countdown.
And Max as well. Max, don't get carried away by the mosquitoes out there. And good chatting with you.
I'll try not to. They actually haven't been too bad as of yet, and I'm hoping it stays that way. But thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in, and hopefully, we are now under 6 hours in the countdown, and hopefully they are a smooth sub 6 hour countdown. So everyone, cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross everything, and hopefully Starship leaves the ground.
Here's a pro tip for you, Max. If the mosquitoes don't leave you alone even after you put on bug spray, spray Sean with cherry Coke. Then they'll go after him, and you'll be good.
That's a brilliant idea, Jack. Thank you very much. That's awesome. Yeah, thank you.
Broken clock, right 2 times a day. Anyways, let's take a look at this video of Starship testing history and do a little bit of a commentator shuffle. And once again, viewers, y'all are the best.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of this third Starship flight test. We can see still some cars at the pad. We can see some early tank farm activities here as we are just under 6 hours away from the opening of the window for the third test of Starship. The full stack here. My name is Adrian Bile, and I will be with you here for the next hour. And I am not alone here, starting with EJ. EJ, how you doing?
I'm great, Adrian. How are you?
Excited, nervous, the usual combination, I would say.
Mm.
I mean, there's apparently some big rocket flying. Did you know that?
Yeah, you get nervous for these? I don't get nervous for these. I'm ready to go. This is gonna be great. I like this plan. I'm happy to be a part of it.
I love you just like your sign of approval. You're like, yep, good to go. Let's do it.
This is fun. This is great. And up in the middle of the night, dude, this is sweet, man. And
nothing that. Go ahead.
Being here on NSF, it's always a privilege. Always a privilege.
We are so excited to have you here, and we are also so excited to have Mr. Ryan Weber here again. Hello, Ryan.
Well, hi, Adrian. Well, I'm back. Hi, everybody. EJ, it is a privilege to be here commentating for NSF. It's so much fun. This is my first full Starship launch stream. I'm really excited. I want to see this thing go. It's been a long road. We're here. Let's go.
Oh yeah.
So, and we of course have a topic that we brought into the show because we wanna also make sure that we have something cool to talk about. And I thought we talk about this hour about so what if this works? Like imagine a situation where Starship gets to where it wants to get to, like full reusability. We get a situation where everything works like they imagine. EJ, what do you think will be the biggest enablers from that? Like, what's the near consequence of Starship working like intended?
So, I think if IFT3 decides to complete all set out objectives, pad turnaround, because in the past with IFT 1 and 2, right? They've had to do the they've had these FAA mishap reports, and then that takes a long time. I think if IFT 3 goes and it goes well, I mean, for what it's worth, I think it will. Chat, what do you guys think? I think it's gonna go. I think she's gonna go. I think it's gonna be perfect, especially with what I saw from the second flight. But as long as we don't have a mishap report, well then, next flight, next one up, right? IFT4 right around the corner. The hardware is there. So pad turnaround and pad cycling, I think, is going to be a big thing that SpaceX is going to want to test, especially, for their contracts with NASA for human landing systems, right? They're going to have to be able to turn this pad around just as quickly as the vehicle, right? So that's something they should probably, and I think they are, going to get on sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. It's this crazy thing you have to think about, that we are talking about, what if they can launch a Starship again in 1 month? And then you remember, well, for Artemis, they need to launch it way more.
Yeah,
that's
talking like every day.
Yeah.
Gotta get that pad turnaround time down.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan, what's your thought on this? Like, how do you see the next year of Starship?
I agree with EJ. The biggest step they got to do is pad turnaround, because as we've seen, and I know the water deluge helped a ton with helping pad turnaround. They didn't have a crater anymore. They got a nice big foundation in there. I think a really good sign of them figuring out pad turnaround is the fact that a lot of the shielding around the hold down arms got taken off, and it doesn't look like they put it back on again. So I think that SpaceX realizing they don't need as much as they thought they did. I still think they need they need some kind of water on the pad deck, kind of you go back to Saturn V shuttle, even SLS, and heck Falcon, almost every rocket. They need something on that OLM deck to help with refurbishment. And I think that's going to be the long lead item. I don't think turning around these vehicles is going to be that hard. I think, turning around ship with its heat shield could be a little bit tricky. but of course they got a long ways to figure that one out. Yeah, pad's the biggest thing on this.
Jay, initial. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ryan, you think they need something above the pad deck, so a sound suppressor?
Yeah, some kind of water system to spray on the pad deck itself to help protect it. Because right now they use like burn plates, which are basically ablative plates, and they've replaced them both launches, or at least refurbished them. So,
Yeah,
Interesting thought.
Interesting.
EJ, did you thought like when you first heard about the shower head and like the whole concept? What was your like initial reaction?
Okay, I've talked about this in the past over on my end on Twitch. Hi, Twitch chat. How are you? Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I gotta say hi to them. They're over there. I see you guys. Anyway, YouTube chat. You guys are cool too. I like all you guys. This is great. So, okay, you gotta think about it this way. I mean, everybody was like, "Oh, why don't they put a deflector down there? A flame deflector. It needs a flame deflector. It needs a flame deflector." You know, before they put that deluge system in, I was thinking, you know, whatever you're gonna put down there is probably not going to survive. I mean, if you think about the amount of power that's coming out of the bottom of this thing, it's something on par. Like the amount of energy that's given off from those 33 Raptor engines all at once is like, we're talking about a flux of energy that's like on par with a low yield nuclear blast coming out of the bottom down there. So anything that you put down there, you're probably going to lose. I mean, guys, we're a double SLS, double the space shuttle, double the Saturn V. I mean, power coming out the bottom. So I actually thought, you know, when they first put that water system in, I'm like, that's not a bad idea because, you know, water, you could just spray more of it, right? That's actually not the worst solution. I mean, if you think about it, even going back to like, you know, you go back to SLS, you go to SLS on Artemis 1, it blew the doors off the mobile launcher, right? You go back to even the shuttle. The shuttle had flame deflectors that were put underneath the mobile launcher above the flame trench. And even those things, they're basically reinforced concrete flame deflectors. Even those ablated to an extent. 39A and 39B throughout the course of the shuttle program did have to be refurbished. These pads need to be refurbished. And that's talking, you know, I don't know, like 6 million pounds of thrust coming through the flame trench, right at, you know, SRB ignition, right? And then SLS is even higher than that. And Starship's double that. So I always thought like a solution that would be better, the water system would be a better idea because a deflector down there is going to, I mean, it'll work. Of course it'll work, but you're going to lose that after a while. This thing's packing a punch. It packs a huge punch. I mean, you got to think about whatever you put down there needs to withstand a nuclear blast. That's kind of like my rule of thumb. That's how I explain it. Like I said, the energy flux is close. It depends on what nuke it is. For the nuke nerds out there, I know you guys are out there. I know you're out there. I see you. I know you guys are out there. I don't know if we're W58 big or W62 big. I mean, there's two big differences there. Okay, so. A flame, the water deluge system makes a lot more sense because you could just, you can always add more water and you don't need to turn that around because the water will just turn to steam and you can just get more of it. We got a lot of water down here. It's not a bad idea.
No,
that's true. I also, when I first heard it, like I didn't have a better idea. Like I was like, of course, initially like, but why not flame trench? But then you read up on flame trench and you also notice, well, flame trench are also not always perfect. They also have maintenance. They also have like there's also problems attached to them. And then you like think about it and like, well, this is a problem nobody had to solve before. It's this task of like, yeah, there's this 70-80 meganewton rocket. Please build something where we can fire that at once a day. Like, good luck. Have fun.
If they tried to do a flame trench kind of thing, I would think it would have to be somewhere along the lines of what LC-39 is, which just to say one of those pads, I should say both of those pads each have like 52,000 cubic meters of concrete in them. Like I don't even know if you could build something like that at Boca for that matter. And that's with the flame trench, and then of course you even have a flame deflector in there, and you still have a water deluge. Like, I mean, that's a lot of room you got to take up for that pad. And well, they found a way to do it in a smaller footprint, so it's kind of impressive.
Absolutely. I am honestly, I love the system. It's so cool to watch. And yeah, let's also talk about Artemis and other missions here. Like, imagine a situation refueling works, and we get this kind of almost suddenly multiple times increased capability we can launch to Leo and beyond. What would be the payload you would launch? Like, EJ, when if you get like one payload, one project, and you get a Starship for it, 100 tons. What are you launching?
Cybertruck. I mean, no. Sorry. So no. Can I take that back? Do over.
You can. We will subtract the Cybertruck, and you get the rest of the tons, which is still a lot.
Okay. All right. 2 Cybertruck. No. Are we talking about like an actual mission architecture? You want me to
like?
Want us to play Kerbal here for a second? I mean,
you're playing Kerbal now.
Okay. I think that Starship has a great application potentially aside from, the mainline Artemis missions as a space lab complex. Like NASA is ramping up their commercial low Earth orbit destinations program. And those are the commercial application programs that are going to eventually phase, after the ISS is gone. Please don't deorbit it. Do anything but deorbit it, please.
Yes, please.
Please, just
yes.
Sell it to somebody. I don't know. Do what you got to do. Just please don't deorbit that thing. It's too good. Anyway, sorry. Having a crisis over here. I'm back. I think Starship has a great application as a potential on-orbit laboratory. I mean, because think about it. You don't need to launch modules, right? You just put the module, Space Lab style from the shuttle, put the module right in that payload bay, send it right up there. Starship is designed for long-duration transfers. It's designed, SpaceX has an overarching systems engineering stakeholder expectation that this thing needs to be able to get do a transit out to Mars. The best way to do that would be testing it out in low Earth orbit for long periods of time. Maybe send a Dragon up there and have a Dragon dock to it, rotate crews off of this thing, and then when you're done, you bring the whole shebang bang right back down. Not only do you get to inspect something that's been up in space for a very long period of time, right? But you get everything back. You get it all back. So I'm thinking get a 9 meter module, put that sucker in there with a radial outward docking port on the leeward side of Starship, have the payload bay doors open, right? And then have spacecraft be able to dock and undock with this thing. Boom. Instant Skylab. Instant reusable Skylab. I mean, that's what I'd do. I don't know about you guys.
Crazy word, by the way. Instant reusable Skylab. That's quite a sentence.
Yeah.
I'd like
Ryan,
that.
Okay, I have a question regarding this, Adrian. Okay, does it have to be one single launch, like just one?
No, I mean, we are kind of like, what do you mean? Like, just go wild.
Mission architecture wise, use Starship to build a dry dock in space to build other ships. Like, yep. and then you build that ship in space, like the Starship Enterprise. Yes, I'm gonna go Star Trek here, and then you use that to explore the solar system.
Wait, which Enterprise? Some of the Enterprises were built on the ground. This is important.
Don't get me started with those. Like NX-01, or the original Constitution class, like the one from Matt Jeffries. Yes.
All right, my guy.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah,
I wasn't sure if you could answer that. That's good.
We're not going Kelvin timeline here. We're going like the original Matt Jeffries design, like from TOS. God. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, those kind. Yeah. That's what I want.
All right. I like this plan. It's a good plan.
Yeah, as a person that has never watched a single episode of Star Trek, I just agree.
Oh man, yeah. See.
I'm sorry,
Adrian.
I'm sorry. I would launch I will quickly deploy my decoy here.
Wait, no, yeah. I got one, Adrian. Sorry, Adrian. A BC. Well, it doesn't have to be a BC 304, but like the Daedalus class from Stargate.
See that I can talk there, and yes, please.
Yes.
I want that.
No, we don't have a hyperdrive though, so that has to get solved.
I will say something other here. I want high resolution, really high resolution imagery of every planet in the solar system, and not like, oh, we are sending like a small payload. I want highest level possible resolution of every single planetary body in the system. That's my first. I want on Starship.
Oh, you activated Harry. Harry came out of the depths of chat because his imagery senses were tingling.
I can already tell you that Harry and I maybe in the past already had this discussion, and I already said exactly this. So I knew I would get Harry with that. And yes, I want just high resolution. Like, isn't it? I think it should be a achievable goal to have highest resolution imagery possible of every planetary body in our system to understand them better.
Yeah. How about all three? Can we get all three of those ideas? Like all of them?
Yeah. That's a good thing. There's more than one starship. More than one starship, actually. They're building more than one of this, apparently.
Really? I didn't know that either. Okay. That's good to know.
It's quite crazy.
I mean, we saw one of them roll back. What, yesterday? I think it was 2 days ago.
29.
I've lost track of time now.
Chad is, by the way, suggesting here an interstellar probe, just like maybe catching up to Voyager.
Upgraded Voyager.
Okay, I got one for you, Chad. How about we take Centaur 5? We put Centaur 5 inside a Starship's payload bay with a Voyager probe on that. Starship flies up, deploys it Shuttle Centaur G style, sends that thing off into deep space. You'll catch up with Voyager 1 that way.
So we give it like all the power we have.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Basically the full yeet.
Yep.
I like
Nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see
Good
that.
idea.
So
I actually also wanted to point out real quick, I said, reusable Skylab. The interesting thing is that minus the Apollo docking module, the actual pressurized volume minus the airlock and the docking module of Skylab can actually fit in Starship's payload bay. Just thought I'd put that out there. If you've ever been to the Smithsonian in DC, anybody out there? You've seen the Skylab 2 model? Yeah, that fits inside of Starship's payload bay. That whole thing fits in there. That's the volume we're talking here.
That's completely crazy. Like 9 meters is such a, like, we always say, oh, Starship is 9 meters wide, right? Like we always throw this number around. But once you stand next to an object that is actually 9 meters wide, you're then like, oh,
it's a monster. It's a monster. Monster capability.
And to add on, future Starship here, like, they're gonna have so much more capability. Like, they may extend the tanks. Heck, you can even add rings to the payload bay. You can add 3 more RVAC engines, more capacity, more capability. It's gonna be kind of crazy when we get to like a fully operational Starship, what this thing could truly do. Like, if it does work out, it's gonna be crazy. It's so cool.
It's the best parts of the space shuttle and the best parts of Saturn V with some methane sprinkled on top. It's fantastic.
And a good chunk of Falcon 9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit of Falcon in there.
That's a perfect analogy. It's like Saturn V shuttle and Falcon 9 all rolled into one to try to make one of the best rockets ever.
I don't hate it.
Yeah, I signed up for this newsletter.
Yeah.
I'm on board. I'm not sure which newsletter it actually is. The Rocket Combination newsletter? I don't know, but it's certainly a newsletter. We have Travis Selzel here with a $20 super chat saying, with 100 tons alone, Starship needs to start assembling the largest telescope array of telescopes in solar orbit between Earth and Venus.
I agree. Yep, that's a good idea.
Also nice, yes.
Yeah, we should do that.
Subscribe.
Can we? Yep. Also on the list, just like put the giant list next to this, and like we are writing it down and sending it to NASA tomorrow. Like, just that's what this is the pitching hour. We're just pitching ideas here.
Yep.
Let's see. H with a $10 super chat. He is saying, I know this is a little less wacky. What do you mean, little less wacky? But how likely is it that Starship could work on asteroid mining?
So, okay. Starship could do it with refueling. It really depends on where the asteroid is. If we're going to try to wrangle an asteroid, bring it into rectilinear halo orbit, I would think Starship would be good as an intermediary in this regard. So, I think we would need like some kind of kick stage inside a Starship, and then have the mining vessel and maybe an asteroid redirector on that, and then have Starship go out to a station at Earth Moon L1. That's a Lagrangian point. For the people that don't know, that's a neutral point in gravity between Earth and the moon. If we build some kind of outpost out there, or heck, you could even use Gateway, which is rectilinear halo, which is a little bit different. That's some nerd speak, but I'm pretty sure that you guys know what that means. Having some stages go out there to redirect asteroids and bring them into maybe near a Lagrangian point or into a rectilinear halo orbit around the moon, I think would be better. And then send the Starship out there with the mining equipment, right? Get it out there and then bring it back. But see, here's the thing. If you're gonna mine asteroids, it doesn't really make sense to, go grab those raw materials and bring them back down to the surface. From there, from mining, you'd want on-orbit manufacturing. So that's what like Ryan was saying. Some dry docks there and the ability to smelt down the asteroid ore up in space and manufacture, steel or aluminum or, what have you, and then use that for on-orbit fabrication. I think there's a huge potential there. We're a little ways off from that. Let's get to the moon first. That'd be good. But I think there's a huge application there. It's a good idea. Should do that. Should do that too. I like all these ideas. These are all good ideas. We should do all the things.
Yeah, all of them.
I like the fact that Starship, even if it's not directly helping with the direct course here, like for example asteroid mining, there are probably ways to do it a bit better, but it still enables it. It's a situation of maybe you need a more high performance upper stage, but then Starship helps you get that high performance upper stage in space. So there you go.
And I mean, let's not even discount. I know this is a Starship stream, but let's not discount some of the other capabilities. Like Starship gets the big vehicle up there, and this is space. So a New Glenn or Vulcan or any of these other rockets, they hook up to the big object that Starship got there. Oof. with a tug or a kick stage. There you go.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, if Starship is working in conjunction with other LEO providers, dude, especially a New Glenn's second stage. You got twin expander cycles, 1 meganewton of thrust. It's basically a not a methane. It's a newer version of S1B. It's not an S1B. I know they're completely different designs, just in case anybody out there is wondering. They're not the same, but we're talking that kind of performance there. That could be really good for some nice intermediary shuttles back and forth between an asteroid in a distant orbit to a Lagrangian outpost, and then at the end of the day, you have your stage come back near low Earth orbit. Starship wrangles that, brings it back down. There you go.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's I love that we just can, and I think that's one of the cool thing about Starships, and not only Starship, also New Glenn. It enables dreaming. It enables these. Oh, we are just not launching. I mean, I don't want to trash telecommunications and other satellites in LEO. It's they're also cool, but there are more exciting missions than, hey, we are launching a telecommunication satellite. Not to trash them, they're important, but there's other cool things. Just to point it out.
Again, it's Starship. You refuel it, you get it to Mars or the moon, you put a Starlink network in moon or Mars orbit, and then you have relay sats to go back to Earth. And then you get an interplanetary communication system up and running. It's still going to have your delay because it's kind of hard to do unless you come up with some kind of QEC, something like quantum entanglement, whatever, sci-fi stuff. But it's another thing it can do.
Yeah. Absolutely. Any more on the wild speculation Starship frontier?
I mean, I could do this all night. I could do this all night. Careful what you wish for.
I mean, we have not even talked about Mars. The funny thing is, we just talked about Starship, and we have not even mentioned its primary mission where it was initially as a concept initiated. So let's talk about Mars for a moment, right? Like at least mention it. Will Starship enable Mars? Will it be the rocket that brings the first people to Mars? Like, what do you guys think? Like, Ryan, start.
I think at first, Starship will be the first. You'll land a Starship on Mars with people, but I think like later down the line, you'll do a thing where you build like kind of like The Martian. You build a vehicle in space that takes you to and from Mars, and you use a separate ascent descent vehicle to go to and from that vehicle, kind of thing. I think that's what it'll be in the long run. But I think Starship will be the first thing to land people on Mars in the long run, and places like Europa too. Let's keep going. But I think it'll enable Mars.
I was going for a cheap joke here and said, like, why would you need a Starship to go to Europa? You can just take a boat over the Atlantic.
But no.
There you go, Sawyer.
Stop
Sawyer's here.
Stop.
Sorry.
Don't do that again.
I'm sorry. I will see myself out. Bye. No. Let's see here. Did we just see a drone, by the way, on the right side?
We did. Yep.
Drone. Yeah, the drone just went down on there's a car on the right, and I think the drone went there, right?
Yep.
So there we go. They're still checking out here. I mean, we don't want to forget here. We're still standing by for this thing to launch. As of now, the tank farm has shown some early signs of activity. We saw some minor activity on the methane side, but they have plenty of time here. Again, like they will get into countdown probably soonish. And also, I want to point out quickly the countdown in the top left. That's the net time of the beginning of the window. They have a 110-minute window, and they might adjust in that window. That's a very valid possibility with Starship.
Yeah, the tank farm activity we're seeing now is pretty much probably just systems checking, doing some purging around. The Pope vent, when it really starts getting going and the start of the tank farm spooling up, is usually around 3 hours. So it's probably going to be around 4 a.m. or so is when we'll start seeing that kind of stuff spool up. But so we just got a little bit yet, but we're here talking. So
absolutely. And I want to quickly thank some people here while we are talking here, because thanks to the support we have these cameras, and like that's always a quick saying, but it's absolutely true. Like, thanks to all of your support, we can do all of this and sit here for 8 hours and talk about what Starship enables. So there you go. Thanks to Brenny00 becoming a Capcom member, which gives you access to our membership Discord. Thank you so much. Hef Williams with a $100 tip for the cause.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Right. For the cause.
For the cause. And with a thumbs up, that's it. Thank you so much. We will make sure that we use it for the cause.
Indeed.
Elmad here with a $90.99 super chat, saying, "Das new breakfast sandwich, peanut butter, jelly, bacon, yum." Am I getting a? I feel like I'm missing a reference here.
Nope, no, you're good.
Okay. Okay, I will just go over this. Okay, cool. Then we have the Concrete Vent, aka Grass Vent, with a $20 super chat saying, "Hi, Adrian. Hi, Grass Vent. Always there. Glad to have you here." And Byteford with a $100 super chat saying, "Who's the surprise guest coming tonight? Great to hear you again tonight. Jack." Well, sorry, I'm not Jack anymore. Actually, I've never been Jack. Jack is just not here anymore. But thank you, Byteford, for that very, very generous support. And stay tuned for the guests. Plural. Actually, it's guests, plural.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, there's stuff more to come here. So, just a bit more. Let's see here. Where are we with questions? People asking, how do you become a space cowboy? I'm not sure if that's...
How to become a space cowboy? Well, first thing you're going to need is a cowboy hard hat.
Mm-hmm.
If you know, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
You don't?
No.
What?
Dude, what are we talking about now?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What are we talking about? This is not even an obscure pop culture reference.
Yeah.
Ryan, clue him in, please.
Right, the one thing I'm coming to mind of is Tory Bruno and his cowboy hats.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, that's what you like. I always assume you reference like a series or something, or like a movie.
No,
and then I'm
no,
just
space
instantly out. Yep. EJ, there's a question here I want to throw to you, which is an interesting one. Why still venting?
What's that?
Why still venting?
Wait, right now?
Yeah. Why is there venting right now, or why is there venting in general?
Well, we have we have cryogenic propellants here. They are boiling. I mean, the tank farm does its best to mitigate the boil off, but you're still gonna get some of it turning to gas. That's why you see a little vape pipe going on there in the bottom left. Here, we get it, Starship. All right, we get it. Okay.
You vape.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's always going to be a little bit of boil off here. You could exchange the heat, but in order for these cryogenic propellants to stay as liquid, they have to be really, really cold. Yes, really, 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 really cold. That is an industry term. Really, 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 really big man cold. So you're always going to get a little bit of boil off. So the vent's always going a little bit.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
I didn't expect that ending there. I was like, yes. I was just, yes, it's actually a scientific term. How many reallys you put in there, that means how cold it is. It's a factor.
Yep.
Let's see here. Ryan, somebody is asking here. Ace is actually asking here. Do you know where the splashdown zone for this flight will be? What's the flight trajectory for this one?
Yeah, so the splashdown zone is going to be in the Indian Ocean. Now, it's going to depend on where exactly it splashes down, whether it's closer to like Madagascar or closer to Australia. If the in-space burn that they have planned for Raptor actually succeeds, then it'll most likely be closer to Madagascar. If for some reason that doesn't work, then it'll probably be closer in and around to Australia. So that's where our splashdown zone for this flight is. And it won't be like soft in quotations, because they'll basically they're not going to do a flip and burn. They're just going to go wham into the ground, into the water at terminal velocity, to make sure that vehicle gets destroyed, so they don't have to go out and sink it themselves.
There we go. Let's see here. Just a general question we get here a lot is, EJ, how long until we see this in a reusable configuration? Like, how many more flights until Booster and Ship here will maybe fly for the second, third time? We'll try to land a booster or catch a booster. Like, what's your expected timeline on that?
Well, I don't know. No, I'm just kidding. But actually, kind of not really. No, okay, all right. Why don't I know? Well, okay. SpaceX is using what's called an iterative design for Starship. There's kind of generally two kinds of testing in the aerospace industry that you see here. You have all-up testing, which is, I mean, the software people are going to cringe at this. Trust me. Just bear with me. Don't leave. I got you. Right, I got you. Okay, so. Generally what we've seen in the aerospace industry more is waterfall style testing. So you do an all-up test. You test as much as you can on the ground, and then you put it all together and you fly it. That's what we saw with Artemis, with SLS, right? And SLS actually performed really good. I like that rocket. I know some people hate it. I like it. I think it's amazing. It's a really nice system. Yeah, really good. Needs a better upper stage, but really good. So you get that kind of waterfall testing. With SpaceX, you have iterative testing. So this version that we're going to see on IFT3 is nowhere near that finalized design. So you really, SpaceX is a little more laissez-faire about, saying, all right, let's go, let's launch, and then let's see what happens. Now, here's the flip of this. So like when you're using waterfall testers, when you're doing something like SLS, you don't really want to learn something on the first mission. You don't want to learn something new. That should be like a final exam for school. You should pass everything. It should be a measure of your success there. Now, SpaceX, on the flip side of this, with their iterative testing, is more, mess with it and find out, for lack of a less appropriate word or phrase. So you're going to learn something every time you launch. Now, how does that have to do? What does that have to do with reusability? What are we talking about here? So we're not near what I don't think we're even near what SpaceX thinks what a fully reusable version of this is, but they're going to take iterative steps every time. So right now, getting up there, probably a good idea. You probably need to get that part figured out. The coming down part, is probably figure that part out too. The landing part we've kind of seen. We know that works from SN15 and SN10 asterisks and SN8 asterisks. Like we saw that part figured out. Like terminal descent, like final part of the descent and landing. But there's still some blanks, in what SpaceX hasn't really gone to iteratively test on from launch all the way to landing. Once we get all those steps kind of figured out, and I think SpaceX will rapidly approach that, that's when we'll see reuse. Now, when does that happen? Once again, I don't know. Depends on how good this flight goes. Because, once again, with SpaceX's agile, iterative design, you might learn something new. SpaceX, many times in the past, has, gone down one path and like, okay, we're going to do this. And then they've completely changed course based off of what they found. Right? Like even Starship. Starship was supposed to originally, back in the BFR days, right? Big Falcon rocket, for Falcon. Big Falcon, Duke Nukem. Anyway, they were going to... Big Falcon rocket.
Doom? What?
Yeah. I've got tanks of steel. All right. So they were going to go with carbon composite tank structure. And then they decided to, based off of what they saw there, they decided, no, we're going to do 300 series stainless. They completely switched the architectural design. So it really kind of depends. Now, once again, I don't know. I can't predict the future. I don't have a crystal ball. That'd be kind of cool, though. But when do we think this is going to come in the future? I don't know. Armchair. I'm an armchair scientist. I just play KSP. I don't know. The end of the year. Maybe the end of the year if they get those 6 flights in that Elon wants. It really depends. It depends on how well it works with the iterative program.
Yeah, I think overall, so initially about the 6 flights, when they initially were like, oh, we want to fly 9 times this year. That was like, yeah, I'm not sure. Now that they're like 5 to 6, like, that's suddenly way more believable. Way more believable. So that's suddenly a discussion where I'm like, oh yeah, I could see Starship fly 5 times this calendar year. Totally. 6, maybe optimistic, but yeah, I could see that. And that's kind of crazy if you think about that we are seeing here the biggest rocket of all time that might achieve around 10 flights in less than 2 years. I think that's a really impressive cadence. And I'm just looking forward to see this thing more fly. I mean, we are on the verge here of seeing it fly again, and I'm so ready for it. I'm so ready for it.
Yeah, dude, we all are. This is wild. It's just, I'm privileged. I honestly feel very privileged coming here and commentating with you guys. But just being along for this ride, like even not commentating, just as a fan of space, it's awesome to see. Like, this is something I wake up in the morning, I'm like, oh, go see what Starship's up to today. This is great. Oh, that, just best of the Saturn V, best of the shuttle all rolled into one. It's fine. This is great. What are you doing today?
Yes, sometimes I even waked up by Starship because I sometimes have SBL open at night. It's like ambient noises. Sometimes helps going to sleep. And now imagine a D-press went at like 4 a.m. It's like, you're awake. You're suddenly there. Filtered here with super chats of asking, do you think Starship will Starlink will ever be deployed around the moon or Mars?
Starlink?
So like a relay?
I mean, that's definitely going to be a problem to solve. Everybody talks about just going back and landing on the moon, but we saw from that Intuitive Machines mission, shout out to Intuitive Machines, you guys are the best. That was an awesome mission.
Yes.
That was fantastic. The dish. You guys are the best. We saw from Intuitive Machines that antennas play a big role here. A lot more underrated than we might think, if a spacecraft, it's always a trade-off with engineering. You know, you want to make an antenna that can pivot and point in different directions. Well, that's extra mass. And when you're talking about sending something all the way to the surface of the moon, mass is a huge priority, especially so initial or final mass here, your spacecraft, huge deal. So you might opt for a fixed antenna. And we saw it in the case of Intuitive Machines, some handy work done by one of the radio antennas down in Australia to you know, because the thing tipped over. We saw some radio trickery right there, I'll say, like some magic coming there from those guys, getting that signal and being able to lock in and download 350 megs of data. That's amazing. The antenna wasn't even pointed in the right direction. They bounced it off the surface of the moon. This is definitely something to consider. They're definitely going to need something like that in the future.
Yeah, I think having permanent relays is really, or like in general, having better deep space or in interplanetary communication is really one of the next bottlenecks we really have to solve as as space explorers, because it's an issue already with Mars, right? We know it's already a thing where they really have to manage their capabilities, and it's also an issue with all of the deep space assets that are constantly trying to communicate with the deep space network. It's really something where Starship can hopefully actually help out with, because launching giant relays into space would be a good idea at this point.
Agreed.
So yeah, speaking of good news here and potential, you might have noticed here that the launch site has started a bit of a clear up, which is amazing news, because we are getting closer and closer here, and SpaceX has started to remove more and more personnel from the pad. We just, I think, have one more car here that is just sitting there alone, and we have a few more cars at the roadblock, but they are getting there here, EJ. They're starting to remove the cars and clearing this area.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
I think all I really got is basically just some basic SpaceX security. I think one cop and, you know, the red team, you know, final closeouts and stuff like that. I think that's all really they got left here.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
It feels crazy that we are already like Starship evenings are always like, oh, we are like still 12 hours away, and suddenly you blink and it's 5.
Mm-hmm.
That's launch coverage, man. That's how it goes.
You're suddenly almost through the countdown. You're like, oh my god, where did the time go? So always fun though, because if you're fun and you're faster, like experienced in time faster, that's always good. Saka Floor with a 25 euro super chat with another suggestion for Starship, saying start building the biggest modular space station and start using it as a technical playground to test and perfect long-term solutions.
Agreed.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm up for a giant space station.
Yeah, like Earth space dock. Let's go. I don't know if we can make something that big yet, but I want it.
How about we take the original idea for the space transportation system with the space shuttle, and we just do that with Starship, and the ships just get bigger. We designed spaceships around a 9 meter core, and new space stations. We should do that. That's a good idea.
Yep. I mean, I'm game. I'm on board. Sign off.
Bring back the dual keel space station. That was a good idea. I'll die on this hill.
Someone email or DM, you know, like Kathy or Gwen, right? Let's
it'll be fine.
There's actually a paragraph on the SpaceX website where it says, "Please don't DM them ideas."
It's so good. Or like email them. It's like, I wonder why they say that now.
It's quite funny that they have that. I wanna show you another way to support our launch coverage here, because there's one other way where you get something amazing in return, which I think is the coolest way to support us, because you get something, and that's our, for example, patch, our flight patch 3 here. We have about 20% left of what we initially had. The patch is slowly but surely selling out. We still have a bit of Flight 1 and Flight 2 as well, so if you want to grab all 3, they're still all there. I think it's an amazing patch. Thanks again to Pauline for designing this. I love it. I have it here, and I honestly love this patch. So if you want to check that out, go to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And again, it's a cool way to support us, because you get something. You don't just give us money, but you have something in return that you can put on your backpack, for example. I have my patch on my backpack. I like having my NSF backpack, where I have every patch on now. So
they give you a backpack? They didn't give me a backpack.
No, it's actually the normal backpack, and I'm rebranding it to an NSF backpack with patches.
Oh, okay.
I'm making my
Worried
own.
there.
No, there's no official NSF backpack yet.
You know, because Adrian, I showed you once. I have SG1 patches, so I need to find like a jacket that I can put like the NSF patches and like the SG1 patch on like the shoulder and what. You get a jacket to do that on.
That's true.
So cool.
SG1 had cool costumes. We could probably do a whole show just talking about Stargate.
Oh yeah, olive drab.
We could probably do a series, like just watch one episode a week and just talk about it. I need to rewatch Stargate now. It's overdue.
Yep.
Certainly overdue. So let's see here. Let's get some bit more question in here. There's question here, EJ, about what actually makes up a launch window. Like why are launch windows existing, and why are they, for example, different on different days?
This is a can of worms, man. This is a can of worms.
Deep rabbit hole.
Okay, all right, here we're going. Buckle up, we're going in. Put the gas masks on. We're about to cook. Let's go. All right, so the launch window is determined by wherever the spacecraft's going. Now, this test, Starship with IFT, it's a well, I would say about as close to a full suborbital, like a full orbital test as you can get without going full orbit, right? So, with this test, there's really no particular constraint other than the weather. The weather, the winds have to be good. Now, supposedly it might be a little windy tomorrow, but we will, look up at the meteorological overlords and hopefully we get some favorable conditions here. Weather does play a big role, but the biggest thing here is, well, where are you going? So, let's take the ISS, for instance. We watched Crew 8 launch the other day. It was fantastic. It was a great mission. Now, when that Dragon launches out of the Cape, you're flying on a flight azimuth, I don't know, about 45 degrees, because the ISS is in a 51.6 degree inclined orbit. Now, if that was another language, here, I'll explain. If you look at a picture Earth in your mind and picture the equator. The equator's in the center, right? The ISS's orbit is tilted 51.6 degrees relative to the equator. Now, it's orbiting around in that tilted orbit, and Earth is spinning underneath it. Now, in order to get to the ISS, you have to kind of launch where the ISS is. You have to launch when the ISS orbital path crosses your launch site. So 45 degree flight azimuth, give or take. So you're launching northeast out of the Cape, heading up the eastern seaboard to kind of launch into that tilted orbit. It's called orbital inclination. It's one of the 6 variables of that define an orbit in orbital mechanics. If you're wondering, if you weren't, don't worry about it. It's tilted. The orbital plane, the ISS's orbital plane doesn't cross Florida all the time. So you have these weird launch windows, and if we remember Crew 8, it kind of launched in the middle of the night. Well, that's because that's when it crossed the path. Now that could constrain a launch condition, right? Like that and the weather on top of that. But it really, at the end of the day, depends on where you're going. So for instance, let's say, you went past the Florida, the Earth kept spinning, and your launch site went like 400 nautical miles past, the ISS's, orbital plane, and then you tried to launch. Well, now you're trying to match the orbital inclination, even if you launched in the exact same direction, even if you put yourself into the exact same orbit. Another aspect of orbital mechanics, another variable for an orbit, is called the longitude of ascending node. It's basically what longitude on the globe where the Earth passes over where the spacecraft passes over the Earth's equator. Even if you launched, an hour later into the exact same orbit, your orbit would be rotated, right? You'd have a different longitude of ascending node. Differential longitudes of ascending node means your orbital paths would cross at some point, but you'd be going 17,500 miles an hour in one direction, and the ISS would be going 17,500 miles an hour in another direction. And, well, long story short, Trying to take a right-hand turn or a left-hand turn in space when you're going 17,500 miles an hour, 28,000 kilometers an hour for the metric folks, that's a little bit difficult. It's a little difficult to turn when you're in orbit. You could make the left at Albuquerque, but you'd need a lot of fuel to do it. So a launch condition can get constrained by orbital inclination. Where's your destination? Where are you going? It really depends on the destination.
Hey,
I love this.
All you need is some big
Told you.
pulse engines and
Yep.
some dampeners, and you're good to go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Then all you need is just to glide into an orbit and come out of an orbit and go all around space as you please with inertial dampeners and impulse engines. Yeah.
Wait a minute, chat. That was the short answer. I didn't even define the other 4 aspects of orbital properties. That was the short answer. Don't do me like that.
I have a question for you both that now just popped into my head because now I thought about it. Does it bother you in like now that so we all know orbital dynamics roughly, right? Like we understand roughly how this works. Does it bother you in science fiction series when it's totally disregarded?
Yes.
Like because it never bothered me before, but since I know orbital mechanics, it annoys me so much.
I will say this, and I know EJ is going to agree with me because based off of earlier, one of the worst culprits for me, because I love Star Trek so much, was Star Trek Into Darkness, when the Enterprise loses power in orbit around the moon and falls back to Earth. I left the movie theater. I walked straight out.
Wait,
what?
What happened?
In Star Trek Into Darkness, the second Kelvin timeline movie, the Enterprise is in a fight near the moon. It loses all power and it falls down to Earth through the atmosphere in a straight line. Falls down to Earth.
I mean, it's possible to do that. It depends on what's called ejection angle out of a celestial body's gravitational influence. If you have the correct ejection angle, yeah, you could fall straight back down. I mean, it's possible. Unlikely, because of gravitational perturbations, Lagrangian points, solar perturbations, you're not going to fall ever in like a completely straight line. Long story short, everything with gravity up there is pulling you in one direction or another. But I mean, it's possible, but that type of trajectory you'd really need to dial it in. It wouldn't just happen out of the blue, Ryan, right?
Yeah, no, and it happens just out of the blue because the Enterprise is supposedly in a stable orbit around the moon, and then it just loses power, and then it just falls to Earth.
There we go. I love this. I could listen to you both just going mad. I wish we just had like a science fiction show on the channel. Like we could just talk, and I could talk about the 2 shows I have watched. Like that's
I mean,
it's amazing.
We could talk about Stargate all day, every day. I love that show so much.
You know what I want to talk about now?
What?
The membership program of NASASpaceflight.
Nice segue.
Right, starting, of course, with our pet rats. That's the entry perk where you get already name and chat. We have Red Team where you already get some behind-the-scenes content. Capcom gives you access to Discord. And then we have, of course, our both highest tiers, which are Launch Director and Flight Engineer, which gets you all the perks that the others previous tiers get, and also gets your name at the end of NSF Live and other shows, which are, like always a special appreciation. You get the 4K multi-view, which we have for Patrat and above live right now, by the way. This is actually a thing that is live right now. And you also get exclusive photos, sometimes behind the scenes. Sometimes we show a bit of behind the scenes content where we can and show you maybe like a setup. And of course our amazing Discord. I love our Discord because there's so much discussion happening there. We have a gaming channel, we have a sports channel, we have a lot of rocket channels. It's an amazing place. So check out the NSF membership program. A great way to support us, and also a great way to get even more involved with the community. But of course, if you're just here watching and asking questions in chat, that's already like that's all we need. We love you all, and we are just glad we can share the excitement of this launch with you all, because we are super excited for this. EJ, what's the next 5 hours for you?
If I'm not talking about the stuff that I just talked about, I'd probably be thinking it. Yeah, not gonna lie. Also, the membership, you get free parking. You get
free parking.
Your own locker, your custom towels in the towel room, and complimentary tea time. Oh wait, no, this isn't a country club. Hey. Hi.
I was gonna say at the NSF office, because we all know where that is, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's a sentient thing that doesn't exist. It's like you get free parking in this spherical, in this etherical space.
Yep.
In this sub-dimension, yes. I love the idea. Free parking where can you free park where park doesn't exist? Getting philosophical here.
Yes. How can our eyes be real if our eyes aren't real?
I never heard that one.
What? No, dude. Oh, jeez. Okay.
What?
Well, this is weird.
What?
Well, this is weird.
Why?
We've had a lot of weird interactions with Adrian, haven't we, EJ? It's just kind of like
it's very strange.
At least Adrian knows what Stargate is, at least, so we can give him that. But Star Trek, I don't know if I can forgive you, Adrian. I don't know.
Oh, it's a Jaden Smith tweet. Okay, I just googled.
Okay, you just typed that in. Nice. All right.
Yeah, my Google search is basically pop culture references I googled up. It's
so it's all good.
That's all I do. Still one car here, right next to the subcoolers and vaporizers and a giant orbital tank farm. It's that guy needs to leave. It's hard to break them. Like, he cannot watch the launch there.
I think
honestly,
there's some people standing around near the guard shack there.
You wouldn't, EJ.
I would, but don't ever do that. That would be. I'm strange. I don't know if you guys could tell. Like, don't do that. Don't.
Yeah, don't.
Not smart.
Do not violate any closure zones for rockets. It's actually a very default reasons for closure zones.
They'll get mad at you.
Yeah, they will scrub the launch. That's also bad. You're like a range violation, as they call you then.
Mm-hmm.
Let me also thank Leon21CS here becoming a flight engineer, and D-Mars gifting 50 Red Team memberships.
My guy. That's
a lot of memberships. Thank you so much, D-Mars. I really, we all appreciate that. So I hope everybody that got that said thank you, because that's what we do. Let's see here. Let's get some more questions in, because we of course want to ask some more questions. Again, remember, if you have any more questions, tag at NASASpaceflight in chat, and then we are getting the questions in this handy tool here, where we can just quickly throw them at you. Because not everybody is like this multitasking Twitch streamer that just grabs them out of the air.
What? I don't do that. I do. Sorry.
You do. I'm not calling it out. I actually admire it.
Oh, all right. Sweet.
So let's see here. Anything that catches your attention here, guys?
Well, the chopsticks might be coming down soon.
How do you know?
Looks like the stabilizers have come out.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's this glorious shot, right, when they are open. Like, that makes it more real.
Mechazilla, his arms wide.
I got that one. That's a good one, EJ. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that is a good one. I think they're opening. Is it just me?
Let's
Reentry, when the Starship fell.
Huh?
Yeah. Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
We're not
I feel
talking
like
about
at this point you're doing it intentional.
No, no. It makes sense, and it was in chat. Back me up. Back me up, please.
It makes sense. It does. I love it. I love the references. I do.
Okay.
Yes.
So they are definitely opening.
Yes. Okay.
You can see them moving.
Slowly.
Yeah, very slowly. Are they too
always go-
slow?
No. Well, they go slow when they're this close to a vehicle. And then once they're like away from the vehicle, then they really start going again.
So you don't think we will see crazy chopsticks that go super fast from A to B? Just catch a rocket midair?
Here's the thing, Adrian. We haven't seen the smaller chopsticks in action yet, and they could have upgraded them. Because I mean, upgrading these could be a little bit of a pain with everything, and they would be out of commission for a little while. But like we haven't seen the new ones at 39A in operation, and we're gonna see a new set at Boca at some point in the next like probably 2 years. But still, I'm kind of curious how fast those are gonna be. Or if they're going to be, or they may not squeak, or or sing. I should say is the better way to say it.
I think they need some oil. Like they always. Okay, I'm not an expert on mechanical stuff. But it doesn't sound good to me sometimes when they are making these squeaky sounds at night. I'm not sure if that's bad. EJ, is that bad?
Are we talking about? Are we talking about when the chopsticks are opening and closing, or are we talking about when the carriage goes up and down on Mechazilla?
No, even if they just have the cable sometimes, like sometimes the cable kind of hit against each other at night, or like in general when it's windy, and you hear this constant noise of them hitting each other.
So
I don't think it's a big deal.
If I remember correctly, the cables the cables do have a like self-lubricating thing at the top of the tower, if memory serves. And then the one thing they do need to do is the bearing skates that they have on the carriage. They need to grease those. I as an aircraft mechanic here, I suggest BMS 3-33. It's what I use. It's the same stuff used in landing gears, basically for aircraft. I think.
We're talking what kind of grease is that? Like lithium grease or?
Yeah, kind of
nice.
Like lithium a little bit. Yeah.
Nice.
And it's pretty. It's good. It's pretty like fireproof stuff too. So.
Yeah, we want that. That would be useful.
Yeah. Apparently, in about 5 hours, we need something fireproof because a certain Elon Musk, I'm not sure if you heard about that guy, confirmed that a Starship launch attempt is in about 5 hours from now. So that means apparently this countdown in the top left there is on track with what with what the expectations at SpaceX here, which would mean they're targeting roughly the opening of the window. Of course, he said roughly 5 hours, or like he said, about 5 hours, I think. So it's apparently going. Like so far, it's going good. We of course have still this iffiness with the weather. It's still this situation of especially wind shear and cloud cover might be an issue today. But of course, as SpaceX gets closer, that's when they really get a better picture about this, and can fully understand if they are go for today. So yeah, let's quickly dive into like an overall overview. If you have joined us recently, I just want to give you a quick overview of what's happening here. We are watching Starship Flight 3. Getting ready. Starship is getting ready to be fueled. Fueling has not begun yet. We see the orbital tank farm there already venting. Fueling will not start for a few more hours, but we will see the tank farm spooling up probably very soon. And there's another car coming from the beach right now as they are getting ready here to evacuate the whole area and making sure this whole evacuation zone is enforced to make sure public health and safety is in place. And once that is happening, they will spool up the orbital tank farm, tank this vehicle, and then it will make itself on the way, hopefully, to the Indian Ocean. We'll see. Yeah. EJ, will it go through reentry?
Yeah. I'm gonna say yes. Yeah, I think it'll do it, but the SpaceX fanboy And when he says, "Oh yeah, she's going. Oh, she's going. She's gonna belly flop."
Speaking of going, do you see that?
I do.
That
I do see that.
That's the cars leaving.
Autobots, roll out.
They all go.
Are we getting a pad clear situation here?
You might be getting a pad clear.
That's a pretty good sign. Everybody, I like that sign. So there's another security cars. There's always, I feel like there's always cars just hidden somewhere. Try to count them, but they're just hidden somewhere behind. But I feel like that might be the last car here leaving the pad. So I'm not sure if we can do a bit of a sweep here and make sure if it's really true. But I feel confident that we are approaching a situation where we can say that SpaceX has cleared the pad for the third flight of Starship.
Let's go.
Which is, I like the sentence. I like to say the sentence.
Yep.
So let's see how they progress. So far, everything good. And of course, we'll have to. There's still some stuff they have to they have to perform here with the wet dress rehearsal and everything. Wet dress rehearsal with the tanking and everything. I mean, technically it's a wet dress rehearsal, just with an ignition at the end.
So, what we got? So if we got pad clear here, then we're looking at what? It's about 2:10 in the morning, and this is if they're targeting right at 7 o'clock, based off of their timeline and everything. We should see tank farm spool up in less than 2 hours, which pretty quick. And then, I mean, one of the cool things about this too is it'll lead into some other fun stuff. Is they can tank this thing a lot faster now. So prop load's gonna be at I think it was 6:07 will be prop load if they're targeting right at 7 o'clock. So, it's pretty quick. Not that far away, Adrian.
They tank about 10 Falcon 9s in a matter of the duration they need to tank one Falcon 9s or fuel up.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah. That's an incredible amount of fluid transfer.
50 minutes.
50 minutes for 5,000 tons.
Wow.
That's just insane. How do they do this?
That flow rate is comparable to some rocket engines. Okay? Really, really, really small rocket engines, but that's a comparable flow rate. And it's a lot more than a smaller rocket engine. That is a lot of propellant, a lot of commodities being moved very quickly.
Absolutely. It's honestly when you think about it, it's crazy how much they could speed it up. I already thought during Flight 1 and 2 they're doing this pretty quickly for the fact that this is and I want to point this out again, biggest rocket of all time. And then they're now doing it faster.
So would you call this rocket a Broat? BROAT, the biggest rocket of all time? It's the Broat.
Yeah. I think a Broat. I mean, that's just bread in German.
Oh, cool. Say it with basically me, chat. Broat.
Broat. It's Brot, actually, but yeah.
Yeah, that's good too.
Pronounce it. Learning some German today, everybody.
Ah, jawohl.
So we have now seen, I think, cars moving behind the normal roadblock, which you can see there. It's the blue and red blinking thing. That's the normal roadblock. They kind of make it obvious where they are. And I believe the production site also looks relatively empty, so doesn't look like it's super active. There, that's the roadblock there.
Those are some lights.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, certainly lights.
That one pixel next to the other pixel.
Yeah, they were red and blue was there.
Yeah.
I saw.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So certainly some lights. We can say that. Let's see here. What do we have? your take on the Kairos explosion. I mean, that was quickly get like quick impression. That was wow.
That did not go well. I don't know if you guys could tell. It didn't go well because of the way that it was.
Yeah, but the fact that it didn't reach like 200 meters, that's a clear tell for rockets. Didn't go well.
We've had an anomaly. We need to secure the area?
The most iconic we have had an anomaly has to be the Delta II launch. That has to be. Yeah, it's just we have and then you see the how do you explain that like to your insurance, like all of a sudden your car got roasted by a rocket?
Yeah, that guy had some hydroxyl terminated polybutadiene land on his truck. Whoops. It was on fire. There was no truck left. That was back in the day when they put the blockhouse, like, I don't know, 200 meters from the launch site. So when it decided to rockint, yeah.
Did you just rockint?
Yeah, that's a word, right?
I like that. I will steal that. So we talked about the timeline a bit, but we have actually a handy video for you for the timeline from Road Closed, which we would love to show you. So I think this is a good moment to throw that to that video and show you what's the timeline there.
The timeline of events ahead of a Starship launch begins several hours prior to liftoff with the closure of Highway 4 by Cameron County Police in coordination with SpaceX security. At the same time, Boca Chica Beach is also closed for public protection ahead of the launch. During this time, Starbase, Boca Chica Village, and essentially every location within the blast danger area is evacuated. This includes not just residents, but also non-essential SpaceX employees living and working within the area. Highway 4 will also be closed off at 3 different locations. The furthest away from the launch site is called the Soft Closure Point, and it's located several miles up the highway near Brownsville. From this point, only residents and SpaceX personnel are allowed down this road, and everyone else will be turned away. Another roadblock is set up right outside of the blast danger area on the intersection between Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue. This location is the hard roadblock point for launch, and only essential SpaceX personnel and law enforcement are allowed through it. Closer to the launch site, another roadblock is set up in the early hours of the road closure window to control access to the launch site. This roadblock, located past the intersection between Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard and Highway 4, is the usual roadblock that's set up for static fires and other smaller scale tests at the launch site. As launch time approaches, this roadblock will be vacated as it won't be needed anymore, and law enforcement can move up to the safer roadblock location at Richardson. During this time, SpaceX teams will complete closeout work at the pad, performing final checks on the hardware and systems ahead of full clearance of the launch site area. At some point, the chopstick arms will open up and reveal the fully stacked rocket ahead of the propellant load sequence. For this to happen, though, the ground tank farm will have to spool up. The tank farm systems will begin chill down and will see the now famous Pope stack vent become active. The liquid oxygen and liquid methane subcoolers will also start to fill with liquid nitrogen ahead of their use during propellant load operations. We'll see lots of venting from the new liquid oxygen subcooler vents, so expect a huge cloud of gaseous nitrogen hanging over the ground in the area of the launch site. This is expected and was seen on previous tests, so don't worry and enjoy the show. This tank farm conditioning and chill down process can take anywhere from 2 to 4 hours, and during this time, we may see other events, such as venting from the booster's chines. These vents are related to the load of carbon dioxide on 2 tanks located on the tower-facing chines of the vehicle. This carbon dioxide will be used during flight as a fire suppression system on the engine section of the booster. After those 2 to 4 hours, there will be another conditioning and chill down process, but this time it'll be of the propellant lines that go to the launch mount and launch tower. This will be evidenced by the OLM and tower vents, which will be very visible during this time. The OLM vent will start weak at first and will progressively become more active as propellant load approaches. This final state is what we call the waterfall mode. As for the tower vent, it'll appear and disappear twice before the propellant load starts, but for that, all systems and hardware need to be ready to go.
We're back, and we have the combination. Adrian, are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
For what?
Well, didn't you listen to Alicia in the video?
The combination?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
But isn't the combination 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
I don't know, but that's crazy. I got the same combination on my luggage.
I know what movie is that from. For once you
there we
didn't get
go.
me.
We got him.
Yes! Yes! We're making progress, chat. We're making progress.
Look at these spotlights.
Oh, man.
They're making a light show out of here. The question is, are they just testing for celebration, or are they just starting the hype show here?
I mean, if they're starting the hype show, I mean, if I don't have long to do it, right? Like, I would assume.
I remember them having like really cool like shapes and everything the last time, and this is just like now it's two flying bolts.
Dude, I feel like there's gonna be an announcer voice coming on here that's like, Thursday, one night only, the IFT3 launch, coming at you like that seems appropriate here. Is it not?
Absolutely. I feel like
yeah.
I feel like we're in the build up here, and I can also confirm, by the way, that the beach is now closed according to a text from Cameron County. In case you wondered. I love how these texts are always coming in after they already moved the roadblock. Like, why I'm like, beach closed. I'm like, cool. But yeah, the sheriffs are still at the soft roadblock, or like, I shouldn't say soft roadblock, the village checkpoint. And they will probably stay there for a bit. Usually they leave during, like, once they really get close to propellant loading, when it's time to get a bit more distance to the stack, because as we pointed out earlier, there's about 5,000 tons of propellant in there, so
that's a lot of tons.
Yeah, so you don't want to stand next to that, technically.
I mean, I'd be cool standing next to it as long as it's not moving around. That's the dangerous part. Yet, standing next to a fully tanked rocket, not too bad. NASA's been doing that for a long time. Standing next to an unfueled rocket, not a big deal. It's that whole in-between thing. That's the dangerous part.
Yeah, it's basically, and also, of course, the ignition part.
I wouldn't want to stand next to it during that part either. Just putting that out there.
So there are several factors that would actually be very bad for your body.
Yep. The ignition part. This would not be good for you.
Sound part.
I can take it.
I can take it.
I love the confidence. That's all I say about it. Like, just like getting this con.
You can't.
I don't know. Maybe give me a Mjolnir suit from Halo.
Mark 5 or 4?
Mark 6. Like Halo 3. Halo 2 and 3. I like those a little bit better. That's just me. Yeah.
ODST is where it's at.
Yeah, ODSTs are amazing too, but not like Halo 4 Mark 6. No, please no. I don't like that one.
Good man.
Yeah.
Ryan, I knew I liked you.
I want to quickly read something out here because we just got a store message saying working on Starship and have you stream on it at SpaceX. Thanks, NSF.
Yo,
I'm like,
what's going on? Good luck.
Yeah, good luck, everybody.
Yeah, good luck.
Like, that's really cool, and I hope you enjoy our coverage of your work, right?
That's awesome.
We're just watching here, so I hope you really enjoyed the show here. And again, good luck with the flight in 4 hours 36 minutes.
Austin, you got this, buddy. Trust me, you got this. You guys got this one in the bag. Let's send it.
Would that be Austin Bernard?
I'm not sure.
No? Okay. I don't know. Either way, good luck.
And let's see here. I'm really starting to stare. Like, there's part of me. I'm a tank watcher at heart, so I'm always when there's no person no longer at heart close here, I'm always staring now at these sub coolers and everything. I wanna now see things get frosty. I'm that kind of person.
Gotta stare at that Pope vent, because as soon as it just starts, you'll see a little bit start on that Pope vent, and then once that little bit starts, then it's basically at that point what? It's like 2.5 hours to prop load after that. That's kind of what it is. I think it was the math I did during that wet dress rehearsal, somewhere around there. Yeah.
There's a question here, EJ, which I will directly direct to you: is why is this half state more dangerous, or the tanking state more dangerous?
Nice. I thought you'd never. So, okay, when you're moving propellants around, especially cryogenic propellants, the rocket goes through a lot of transients here. So, okay, that's nerd speak. All right, bring it down, reel it in a little bit. So, think about it. Propellants are super freaking cold, right? They're super cold. If you flow them through a metal pipe, the metal's going to contract. That's why, if you guys notice, any of the commodity plumbing infrastructure that's around always has flex joints on it. Those pipes are designed to expand and contract. We're talking 200, more than 200 C temperature delta here between like ambient temperature outside and the temperature of these propellants. And not only that, SpaceX is flowing enough propellants into that Starship to, like, if we could like have our propellants in a proverbial like Olympic swimming pool, you would be able to see the propellants go down. Like, you'd see the thing draining like a bathtub, and Olympic swimming pools are not small. That's the flow rate we're talking here. So when you have all these propellants, which are just also explosive if they, somehow find a way to combine, that SN4, that wasn't cool. That's what happens, right? Whoops. Now you're flowing them into a rocket, and you're changing the structure of the vehicle. It's getting colder. It's pressurizing, right? Well, it's already kind of pressurized. There's tank ullage, et cetera, et cetera. It gets a little more complicated than that. But you're changing a bunch of things. You're changing a bunch of variables all at once really, really fast. Fueling is a really complicated thing. And we get spoiled from Falcon 9. They can just out of the blue, 35 minutes, boom, tanked, right? That's impressive. That is an impressive thing to do. Even for Falcon 9, which has, I think, 1 million pounds of, commodities on it, which is, Starship is like, I don't even know, a number of folds greater than that, but you're changing all these things at the same time. Another example, right, would be like SLS. If we, when NASA did, launched the Artemis 1 mission, when they started the fueling process, they were in a slow fill process just to make sure, everything is at the right temperature. It's like chill down on an engine when the rocket's firing. And then they went into high flow. They did have some problems with the hydrogen here and there. Hydrogen is really, really, really difficult to move around. Any change in temperature, even 1 or 2 Kelvin in either direction, you get gas. It's not going to solidify, let's be real. You're just going to get hydrogen gas. It's only going to go in one direction, right? So now you get gases inside of your pipes. You don't want that. So not only do you have to, control the temperature, you're changing a lot of physical properties on the vehicle, you have to watch out for geysering. You have to watch out for not having pneumatic pressure build up inside of these liquid transfer pipes. That's why they go to slow fill into fast fill. SpaceX does the same thing. That's why whenever we, go to see anything that has to do with the OLM, the tank farm, when they're moving propellants around, you'll see the Pope vents turn on, because, well, that's what it's doing. It's getting rid of it. It's scavenging all the gas out of that system. Now, SpaceX has a methane recondenser on the structure, if I'm remembering correctly. It has been a while.
Correct.
But
yeah,
they do. Yeah. Okay. Cool. They do scavenge it. So, but they, part of the recondenser is having to introduce this gaseous methane that from the pneumatic, the gases that are in the pipe during boil off, right? They have to scavenge that, and they have to exchange the heat, turn it back into liquid, and put it back in the prop farm. So, long story short, you're changing a bunch of things on the rocket all at once. And then, one last thing, like with SLS wouldn't be able to fly like with the tanks half full. The reason why is because the booster, the core stage, wouldn't be at the right temperature, and the rocket would not structurally work like they planned. Believe it or not, filling the whole thing up with hydrogen and oxygen actually makes the core stage kind of tense up, and it actually brings all the struts, the SRB attachment points, into alignment on SLS. It's really cool. Sorry, it's kind of going a mile a minute. It is kind of late, guys. So if my explanations are not as contiguous as they usually are, but yeah, you're changing a lot of things really, really fast.
Yep, and change can equal, not always has to equal, but can equal danger.
Yeah,
in a rocket.
Stuff can blow up.
Yes. Which again comes down to the fact that's why there's a restriction. That's, for example, also like safety is really an important topic if you launch this amount of propellant and this amount of rocket. It really makes sense to really make sure that you're safe in that regard, and it's absolutely reasonable. For example, that the FAA takes, for example, time to make sure everything is sound. There's a reason why this thing has a flight termination system, which needs to work. So these are not to go deep in that rabbit hole, but an FTS should work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't want it to not work. Let me put it like that.
Would be bad. Let me get some more support here with Noah with a storm message saying, been following since 2019. Why do you guys think they changed the flight path for IFT3? Ryan, why did they change the flight path for IFT3?
So, like before, the initial flight path was to land just north of Hawaii. Now, the reason why they're doing it in the Indian Ocean is because if they tried to do an in-space burn while trying to go to Hawaii, there's a chance that if for some reason it took them longer to shut down the engine, or, I mean, there could be other factors. They may land on somewhere in Indonesia, where, you know, the Solomon Islands that are all the islands that are there in the Pacific. It's a lot less cluttered in terms of islands in where they're going to land around the Indian Ocean, so it's a little bit safer overall, and that's kind of why they're doing it that way. It's safety overall for everybody involved.
Ryan, to build off of what you were saying, keep in mind, guys, even a quote on I'm going to say quote unquote suborbital trajectory here that's going to come down in the Indian Ocean, that's like 99% of the way to orbit. It's good enough of an analog. We're talking maybe 3 to 4 second difference in burn time on Starship. It's not much. I would say for all intents and purposes, this is about as close as you can get to a full orbit without actually going to orbit. And here comes the shuttle reference, something similar to the external tank with the shuttle. The external tank on the space shuttle made it 99.5% of the way there, repeating, of course. All right, it's going in. Oh my gosh, you just launched. Anyway, so it's close enough. And, you know, as Ryan said, it's, you know, coming down in the Indian Ocean, there's not a lot of things there but ocean. And if you were going to fly over, you know, the Philippines, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, there's a lot of people there. And not only that, there's a huge, really, really busy shipping lane in the South China Sea. It's probably a little bit safer to do it this way.
Yep. That's thanks for that answer. I really love that. Witolo with a $5 super chat here. Thank you so much. Brittany with a star message. Thank you guys. Jack, I've been on Discord for a while but never tagged you. Can I get a late approval? I'm not sure if Jack's still in chat, but I know he gives sometimes late approvals to ping him in Discord. Beans becoming a Capcom member. Make sure to join the Discord. Chandler with a star message. Been watching since Starhopper. Love the work you guys do. And with that message attached is another Flight 3 patch. I hope you all enjoy these. And we have Leon21CS again with the $50 super chat saying, been watching since Starhopper. A lot of people watching since Starhopper. Love what you guys do. Will be sneaking the stream at work this morning. Go
Nice.
Starship.
My guy. That's what I like to hear, man.
There you go.
I remember when I was still working in my old office job. That was back when I was watching NSF just as like a viewer. I had I had a meeting while I think SN11 actually flew, and I had like a screen turned to me and I looked very serious on that screen, so they thought I had some charts on that, but it was just an NSF streaming SN11. And let's be real, it was SN11, so I didn't miss much, but yeah.
Dude, I got a story, dude, about skipping out work for a rocket launch. It's a little bit old. I might date myself here, but, you know, cast your mind back 10 years ago to the EFT-1, Experimental Flight Test 1, Delta IV Heavy with the Orion test article on it, that launched in the morning. I was doing inventory at a department store, and you might be able to guess which one by what I'm about to say, but the department store had, a surround sound experience in it with a really big television. I may or may not have just kind of stopped what I was doing and went and tested the surround sound system to verify that it was working. You know what I'm saying?
I love your attention to quality control. Really,
Yeah.
Very
totally.
Yeah, no, it was working.
Very nice of you.
It was working. Yeah, I had to make sure.
Yeah, you gotta make sure.
Mark Lamb with a $20 super chat here saying, Starship, its ambitions great. Absolutely, I love the ambitions of Starship, and we hope they come to reality. That would be really, really cool. So that's what we are watching here. We are watching potentially history become true. Is that a saying? That's a weird saying. Let's see here. I'm throwing in one more question here. So there's a question here. What are the general thoughts on the milestone Starship is meant to demonstrate? Success or failure? Ryan, would you so far call the program a success or failure? What's your overall view on the program so far?
I mean, I would label it as a success for now. I mean, I know a lot of people have thought, I know a lot of people have thought they should be farther along than they are right now. But it's kind of one of those things where a system like this takes time to flesh out. It takes time to figure out the ground systems. It takes time to figure out the vehicles. This is very, very much a developmental program. I would call it a success. It's hard to call. I don't know when you would call Starship a failure, because even if, say, down the line, Starship doesn't deliver as much to orbit or isn't as easily reusable as they thought it would be, I'd still consider that a success, because they're still doing what it's supposed to do. It just may not be as good as before. So I don't think I'd ever call it a failure unless for some reason Starship just straight up didn't follow through on any of its promises.
There we go. And with that, we reached at the point where they apparently are kicking us out here. So I want to thank EJ first. Thank you so much, EJ, for being with us here. And I think you're back later.
Yeah, might stop by, coming back in here, see the sights. Thank you for having me. And chat, thank you. Both Twitch and YouTube chats. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's a privilege, and I always try to have fun in here. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
I think, Ryan, you're staying on, so I will not say goodbye, but I will say goodbye. And I want to quickly mention we are doing a bit of a tech swap here. So there might be a small brief hiccup here in the stream, but stay with us here, and it will go over fast. So let's throw it over to the next commentators. See you later.
Wait a minute, what was that flash? And why did my voice change all of a sudden? Oh, that's because I'm not Adrian. I am Sawyer Rosenstein, and I will be your host for this next portion here as we continue to count down at almost T-minus 4 hours and 20 minutes, nice, until the launch of Starship's third test flight. And as always, I am not alone here, and I couldn't ask for anyone better to be joined with right now than Alex. How's it going, Alex?
I'm also super nervous for today. Definitely, what an amazing ride to this point. Already on the third flight of a Starship. I'm just, I'm without words, if you can imagine that.
I'll admit that's a little hard to believe, but yeah, it has that power to take people of many words and just kind of make you stare in awe and go, that thing's real. That's crazy. And of course, we'll have some other voices joining us very shortly, so stay tuned for all of that excitement. Now, so far, as we saw, we've got the roadblock that has moved farther away. We saw some of that chopstick action going on. And of course, we can't forget about the fact that we've got the fuel farm that's going to be getting super frosty super soon to get things ready for fueling in about 3 hours from now. So it's hard to imagine that this is real again, especially seeing this, but we're pretty darn close here, Alex.
Yeah, and there you can see we have our own Ryan Weber. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
Yeah, Starship's on pad. Yeah, doing great. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because I was like, I was seeing Ryan, so I was like, hang on, where do I have to point? Right, so it's like,
yeah, that's the other thing. Someone flipped the switch, and all of a sudden we have cameras now. So
yeah,
yeah, cameras now.
It's a good thing I brushed my teeth then. So at this point, we're doing pretty good here, getting into the countdown, and I'll be honest, I think that everything so far looks pretty darn smooth. I don't want to jinx it, especially compared to, say, Flight 1 and Flight 2, but I think a lot of that has also come down to some of the changes that they've been making over the last basically year since the first integrated flight test. I mean, Alex, I'm sure there's a few big changes right off the bat that have already made this countdown smoother, including the fact when we get to fueling, it's going to go pretty darn fast.
yeah, it is. It you know, in some senses there are many similarities to Flight 2, right? Because, for example, we're still going to have the hot staging, for example, during flight. We're going to have the 33 Raptor 2 engines instead of the the older ones and things like that. Like, all of that is still, from Flight 1, Flight 2, pretty much the same. The trajectory, even though it's going to the Indian Ocean, it's still not orbital. Like, you still have some similarities, but then at the same time, you have changes. And obviously, with the changes come new things to test. And obviously, we have that faster propellant load, as you mentioned. And also on the vehicles as well, Ship 28, for example, is a whole different sort of, not version, but more like a group of ships, because Ship 25 was sort of like paired up with 24 in terms of what was its sort of properties and things like that, whereas Ship 28 had like another pair of vehicles, 26 and 27, that already introduced some changes. Ship 28 introduces even more changes, so the difference between 25 and 28 is somehow somewhat substantial. It's not small, but it doesn't all look radically different, but there's some interesting changes. For example, this time around, we'll probably gonna have better connection, better views of those onboard views. I'm hoping, at least, because this time around they have 4 Starlink antennas. They are upgraded antennas as well. They are not the the older ones that were using, essentially the first generation Starlink terminals. Things like the vents, for example, they have been completely changed. The liquid oxygen tank lost the cowbell vents for some reason. We love the cowbell vents, and now they have disappeared. They have introduced. There are still cowbell vents, by the way. They are just on the nose cone of the ship for whatever reason, and so there's all of these changes. Just off the top of my head, there's like more structural upgrades, like on the welds and on the tanks as well. There's so many different changes, and I think, at least for this flight in particular, for the sort of goals that they have for today's flight, I think there are potentially like 2 main changes that I think are really important, because Ship 24 and Ship 25 never flew with a proper payload bay. So they had a payload bay door and a payload dispenser on board, but those were shut closed basically. So the door was they had a metal closure. They welded it shut, and it wasn't even used or even tested for this flight. However, Ship 28 does have a functional payload bay door. It has a payload dispenser and everything. We don't know if they have, put anything inside. SpaceX hasn't said anything, so we'll keep it at that. But I don't expect really anything new to be, on that payload bay. Other than that, I guess also that payload bay is also reinforced and things like that. But also you have, for example, the in space relight of the Raptor engine, which is quite important because at one point they're going to reach orbit. Right, and so they need to demonstrate that once they reach orbit, they can come from orbit, and so that in-space relight will test that as well. They have the reentry as well. The heat shield has been also revamped, much more well tested on this ship than on the previous two. Hopefully, they don't figure out that the tiles drop off entirely during flight like the last time. There's so many changes to everything, and I'm mostly sure that maybe Ryan can go with the ones for the launch pad. I don't know. He likes tank farm, so he probably knows better.
Yeah, I love tank farm. You know that, Alex. I a lot of changes with the tank farm are SpaceX has significantly upgraded their capacity to prop load this vehicle. So, as many people probably saw when they look at the new timeline for Flight 3, SpaceX is going to start prop load around 53 minutes before their T0. And it'll take about 50 minutes to do the whole prop load. Another big thing is that they're going to start the ship before they start the booster, which is a pretty decent change from what they had before, and even a change from Falcon 9, because Falcon 9, they load stage 1 before they load stage 2. And one of the reasons why they might do this is because they split up the subcoolers in the tank farm. So there's 2 subcoolers on the LOX side for the ship, and there's 1 subcooler on the methane side for the ship. And then they can also split up. It's like 1 or 2 pumps for ship or whatnot, depending on how quickly they want to load it. And basically, with loading ship first, and then they get to booster, they can have both vehicles loaded and done in 50 minutes, which is kind of crazy. They're loading 5,000 tons of propellant in about the same time as a Falcon Heavy, which it's hard to describe how insane that is. Like, it really is hard to describe that. Just the amount of fluid flowing through as we had talked about earlier. But another thing that they did is they removed some of the old water tanks that were kind of old and whatnot. They're putting in some new ones to replace those. It's probably for more capacity for their detonation suppression system that they added in after, B7's unfortunate spin prime accident. And then on top of that, they added in a bunch of new horizontal tanks, but those aren't plugged in for this launch. Those are in the process of being plugged in, and they may be ready for Flight 4. They may be ready for Flight 5. It's really hard to tell. Because SpaceX is kind of taking their time with hooking it up, and they want to take their time to do it right, because once they hook those in, they have to open up the current tank farm to tie them in, and then that's a whole bit of shenanigans they had to do there. So there's a lot of fun changes around, as well as like extra shielding around the tower. They even took some shielding off of the OLM, as I said earlier. And it's, just some of the ways that SpaceX is learning how to use this launch pad and this rocket. They're getting better at it, and they're figuring things out as they go.
And I mean, they've said flat out that it's iterative testing, and that the way they test is not doing it in a lab, not doing it in a wind tunnel, but flying the thing. So, that's the best way to see all of these changes in action. And I do want to say probably the biggest difference between Ship 25 and Ship 28 is 3.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to get a pun in there.
the stare from Alex. I can see Alex here, and he just stared down the camera. I love it.
He looks so disappointed in me.
Adrian tried to get a pun in the last set, and EJ just was having none of it. So he was trying. He was trying for you, Sawyer. He was trying.
It was appreciated. Oh, I heard it. It was definitely appreciated. So one thing that you hit on that I think that's also interesting is that this is the first time that they will actually be flying with a working payload bay door. And the plan, I believe, is during the flight to actually test it open and closing. So we have a question here from Kartiki who is asking, is the payload bay door tall enough to deliver really tall objects to space? And I guess along those lines is, the comparison with, do you think this is the same type of door that we could see once they go operational for Starship V2 full size? Or Starlink, excuse me.
Well, it can't deliver anything larger than a Starlink right now. The large payload door, whether it's a chopper or a space shuttle door, is probably still ways down the road. The priority for them is once they get this thing flying is to get Starlinks up. And so that's where they're kind of starting. The current payload bay design doesn't really work with anything other than Starlink, or straight up really doesn't work at all kind of with anything other than Starlink. So I've been waiting to see if we're going to get a chopper style door or something, anything to indicate a larger payload bay door, but I just don't think they're ready for that yet. They might have some in designs, but obviously nothing we've seen at Starbase yet.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like for sure that once they actually start launching test payloads, the first thing will be the Starlink V2s, as that was one of the big selling points with Starship, is to get those much larger satellites into orbit, to help support the V2 minis that Falcon 9 has been launching.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing, Alex, that I was wondering about too is we've got the hot stage ring. It seemed like everything worked surprisingly well during that second flight test. Are there any changes that we know of that have been made to that or to the way that it's attached to the vehicle?
Well, some major changes, no. There are some subtle changes in how some of the reinforcements are in basically located around the hot staging ring. There are some places where the shape of the vents are somewhat different, but not a huge change as in, they need to reshape the whole dome, the shield that basically covers the booster or anything like it. They don't really have changed it too much. They seem to have done a slight update to how it was compared to when it flew on Booster 9. So it is essentially pretty much the same. The connections are also pretty much the same. I guess one thing that I did notice when we saw Booster 10 come back to the launch site is that apparently, this is fun. So the ship has two engine chill pipes on the sides that go down to the booster, and sort of there are extensions on the booster. The thing is, the hot staging ring also needs to have that extension because you have the ship. Hang on, let me see. You have the ship, right? The chill pipe for the ship, and you have the extension on the booster. But here is the hot staging ring, so you need an extension also on the hot staging ring. And turns out that the connection between the extension on the hot staging ring and the extension on the booster is slightly out of it's just a little bit out of alignment, and so they have some sort of connection, sealed connection between that, so that it can actually go down the booster. It's super annoying to me in the sense that it's not super perfectly straight down the booster. But okay, sure, whatever. I can forgive them. Everyone makes mistakes.
Yeah, that that happens. Definitely, everyone makes mistakes now and then, and for the OCD people out there, we definitely apologize. Even though it's not us, it's SpaceX, but still. Now, another thing that is interesting, as we've noted, is that the trajectory has changed slightly so that instead of landing near Hawaii in the Pacific Ocean, it'll be landing in the Indian Ocean. Now, does that allow them, Ryan, to test anything new potentially by changing this with the vehicle, something they might not have been able to do with the original flight plan?
Well, I talked about it earlier. It probably helps a little bit with the in space burn that they have planned, because it allows them to land in more open water in the Indian Ocean than say landing in Hawaii. Because if you try to do that when you're going to land in Hawaii, there's a lot of islands out there in that portion of the Pacific, like Indonesia, the Solomon Islands. There's a lot of areas there that if a burn went too long or too short or something, they might land on land, and well, you don't want that. So they chose a more open area to basically splash down in, and that's kind of that's basically their plan in the Indian Ocean. So yeah.
And I mean, I know some of the tests that we're expecting to see for sure. The payload bay door test that we were just talking about. Obviously, the propellant transfer is going to be a big one. I believe they're also planning on doing a test of the Raptors in flight with about a 100 meter per second burn. So there's still a lot that they're planning on doing in that time before it splashes down. And I believe that landing zone then takes into account the fact that, hey, there's a chance that 100 meter per second burn might not happen or might go a little over or under. And that allows for that extra range just in case as well. So here's a question that I've been seeing a bunch as well, because we talk obviously about the flight part itself for getting into that suborbital trajectory. As for Booster 10, once it's separated last time, we obviously saw that the flight termination system had to be activated. Do we know of any changes that have been made specifically as a result of that to hopefully maybe go for that soft splashdown off the coast of the Gulf, Alex?
Well, all we know is that apparently they had that filter blockage, right? That caused the explosion. We don't even know if that's also the direct cause of the shutdown of the rest of the engines. Because if you read literally what the SpaceX mentioned, like it just seems like the explosion of the engine was caused by the filter blockage, but it doesn't really relate that with a shutdown of the rest of the engine. So it could be that they are related, that they are all in the same kind of group, but it might not be, right? And so we don't really know. Part of the words that or the expressions that were used on the FAA letter, after the mishap investigation was sort of concluded, was that they're also improving the vehicle hardware to reduce slush. And we sort of saw at the same time a lot of weld lines on the bottom, sort of on the aft section of the booster. And so that is an interesting thing, because it will mean that they were also focused on trying to reduce the sloshing, because here's the thing: we only know about the filter blockage, but there's a potentiality here that everything is related, right? The sloshing with the filter blockage and everything at the same time. And so that improvement of the vehicle hardware to reduce the sloshing and those weld marks that we have seen on the booster could be related. Like, frankly, that's the current leading theory for that. And so right now, if that works, if there's no sloshing, no filter blockages and whatnot, in theory, the booster could just do its boost back burn, and now we enter sort of uncharted territory, because now it will have to re-enter through the atmosphere. It will not do a re-entry burn like Falcon 9. Falcon 9 does one, Super Heavy will not. So it will just, scream through the atmosphere, going with a grid fins and everything, trying to control itself, and then once it is closer to the surface of the ocean, then it'll light its engines for the landing burn. Which again, it'll also be another new and untried thing, because we haven't seen a Super Heavy booster doing anything like that before. So it could be another potential point of finding a new failure mode, some sort of new thing to correct, and that's why these test flights are for, right? They really are flying these vehicles to find what things need to be improved, what things need to be optimized, because sometimes things work, but they are right on the edge of working, right? It's like if something went to be a little bit worse, then they will be completely done for. And so it is very important as well to not just fly and figure out what's wrong, but also what needs to be optimized, what needs to be better, even though it worked, what needs to be better. So I think there's a good chance that it reaches the ocean if all of those mods work for the boost back burn. But let's see. Let's figure that out in 4 hours.
Exactly. And by the way, for those of you who are wondering what that noise was behind me, that's the hype train as we pass T-minus 4 hours now until the opening of the launch window for Starship's third test flight. So thank you to the train that happened to be going through my backyard at just that time.
Perfect time.
But yeah, convenient train is convenient.
As someone said in chat, that's the hype train because we are 4 hours away from the launch, guys. There we go.
That's what I said.
Hype mode. When we are like 7, 8 hours, or when we were on countdown to launch earlier, people were like, "Oh, you're not hype," and it's like we're still trying to, get it in exactly because it's like it's not yet, right? And I'm guessing a lot of people out there in all of the people watching as well are probably feeling some mixed feelings here, where it's like, oh, it's actually launching. Oh my God, it's launching. We're 4 hours away, right? And as we kick those milestones off the list, then we'll probably get even more and more excited. But right now, it's that sort of feeling of, okay, breathe in, right? Breathe out, that kind of stuff.
Close.
Trying to control. Exactly.
Exactly. Trying to be zen through all of this is not working very well. I will say the hype makes that a little hard. I've been seeing a lot of questions of people asking what the weather is down in Starbase.
We have the Pope stack.
The
Pope stack. I was hearing a noise because I have plot twist. I have SPL open on the other tab, and so I'm hearing the Pope stack, and there you go. That is the beginning of that tank farm sort of spooling up. It's right now super, super, super small. It's just a little bit of a vent there, but don't worry, things will get much more venty in the next few hours. I can promise you that.
It's about like 2 hours or so till for chill down. Then it's somewhere between a half hour to 50 minutes, depending. From full chill down, and then the OLM vent will start, and same thing with the tower vent. Then those will go into waterfall modes, and after about half hour, 50 minutes, and then basically it's prop load after that. It's like, I think it was here. I got that number from that wet dress rehearsal. From Pope vent to full load was like 218 minutes or something like that. So
yeah, that's about 4 hours. So we're definitely on track.
Yep.
Yeah, I also have the spreadsheet. We both have a spreadsheet of when we did the wet dresses. I'm looking here, and it happened essentially. So from the Pope vent starting to propellant load, essentially when all of these OLM vents and all of the stuff start going away, I have it essentially 2.5 hours just running it. More or less.
Give or take.
And then another hour or so for propellant load. So at the end of the day, it's like 3.5 hours to the end of the propellant load, which will be the launch, right? So it kind of like, if you look at the clock, we're 3 hours, 56 minutes away from that launch. So we're pretty much within that timeline. They probably even have some spare time in that timeline, which is always good because you want to always, for a wet dress, when you have a huge window, you don't have a launch to do or anything. Sometimes things can be a little bit more quick, but for a launch window like we have today, it's 2 hours, sure, but if you can run a bit ahead of time, then that's better.
That it is, and I would say everyone chill, but what really needs to chill is going to be the propellant once that gets going.
Yeah. And take farmers, chill down. Same thing with the vehicle. Everything. Slow down.
You know what also needs to chill? some of our back channel things here. So, we may disappear for a little bit, but stay tuned. We'll be right back. Right. You should be able to hear me now. If you can, see those 5x5s in chat. As mentioned, I don't know. I'm sorry you had to listen to my voice on repeat, on repeat, on repeat, on repeat. But we are back. I see all the 5x5s. Love seeing that. Thankfully, that means you can hear us again. And our technology is back up and running as we get ready to continue waiting for a Starship. Let's just hope Starship's computers don't do the same thing, and then we're all good.
You know, so I think it was that you were in like sort of super commentator mode with Starship, Starship, Starship. It's launch, launch, launch. So you're probably in that mode.
I overhyped the server there.
Whoops.
That, or it heard my pun and just said, you know what? Forget the stream.
Yeah,
These are not worth it.
decided to end itself. It's just like no, no more.
Yeah, we need to shush him. Oh boy. While we're back, this is probably a good time for a quick little recap of where we are at. And I know I've seen a lot of you asking, what's the deal with the weather right now? So I can tell you at this current moment, it is 76 degrees Fahrenheit or 24 degrees Celsius. Very, very humid. Winds are at about 15 miles per hour from the south. They may be gusting a little bit higher than that. As of now, the concern is still that there is the potential for high upper level winds as we get closer to the launch time, but saying that we don't know exactly what SpaceX's limitations are for Starship for these upper level winds. It seems like everything is continuing to proceed as if everything will be green at that time. The other thing, again, that cloud cover is going to be something that might not affect the launch itself, but will certainly affect how we are able to view the launch. Because, Ryan, that's not a weather constraint, the clouds, right?
No. Clouds are definitely not a weather constraint. They may be constraint for viewing the stack, which, I mean, is unfortunate for us, but for actual launch, no, that won't hinder SpaceX at all.
Yeah, it's one of those where, like, I guess it's kind of like Vandenberg, where all the launches happen in the fog and you don't see them until after. So this is kind of the reverse of that, to see the start and then not see it after. That's why East Coast, best coast, Gulf Coast, second best coast. Oh yeah, there's no West Coasters here to make fun of me for that. I love it.
I have no opinions. Just saying, I'm European, so I can have an opinion on this. I should say though, in Spain, the only place that we have a launch site is on the west. Just saying.
But it's East Portugal then, technically. So. Oh no, otherwise.
No, it's not East Portugal.
Yeah.
It's West Spain. I've been on that launch site. Come on. It's the only launch site that I've stepped onto.
It's 3 a.m. Central Time. I can get my east and west backwards occasionally.
Jack's disappointed in chat.
Well, I'm sorry,
Jack
Jack.
is very easy to disappoint, to be fair, because you say, I
That's
don't like
true.
bacon, I don't like, I don't know, the West Coast, I like Buran. That kind of thing disappoints him, so it's very
What he
easy.
posts in food chat in the members Discord are not bagels. Yeah.
Yeah.
For example.
I mean, but I think sometimes it is also easy to make Jack happy. Like I'll tell you, Jack, my breakfast this morning, and let's hope I pronounce this right, is carbonara. If I did my best like Italian accent there, but yeah, that's what I had this morning. Maybe Jack will be happy with that one.
Carbonara.
Yeah.
Jack, they are not bagels, and I will fight you on that. And anyone who becomes Capcom and above, I want you, once you join, to go into the food chat, take a look at some of Jack's pictures, and tell me whether or not that's a bagel or not. Just saying. One of the perks of being one of the perks of our Discord, you get to hopefully back me up on what an actual bagel should be. I mean, I'm a bagel purist. You'll see my name in the members Discord includes bagel purist, but anyway, I do want to mention that there was a whole bunch of you that got memberships here thanks to Mats Goslar. I really hope I'm pronouncing that right, who gifted 50 Red Team memberships. If you did get one of those gifted memberships, please make sure to give Mats a big thank you on that. And thank you as well for that generous support. I know we've been saying this all morning here, but we genuinely mean it, that this support really helps us go, keeps us going, allows us to bring you these amazing views, all of these different live broadcasts, everything leading up to the launch. It's only because of that support. And as we mentioned, if you can't support us monetarily, just watching, giving a like, subscribing, that kind of stuff also is a huge help. It lets other people know, hey, I like this stuff. Maybe you will too. So we can convert more people into space geeks. Ha ha ha.
It's the ultimate plan. It's how we scheme. Yes. Yep.
Anyway, back to actual Starship questions here. Here's a question from Mr. Banana. We'll see, Alex, if you have the numbers on this one. Of how much propellant can the tank farm hold, and how much does it take to fuel Starship? So I guess in a way, is there a backup to potentially go for another try in, say, 24 hours?
Yeah, so right now, as it stands, the tank farm, the tank farm can basically load what will be the equivalent of essentially a rocket and like a 20% more of the rocket, right? So it's like 1.2, 1.3 full stacks, right? What that means is that even with a even with a faster propellant load that we're going to have today, I do not think they are able to reset 24 hours. So if for whatever reason they go into propellant load today, I do not think they will have the capability to retry tomorrow. We will probably have to wait 48 hours. So it is important to remember that, just in case. So knock on wood. I actually have wood here. It's a wood desk, so I can do it. Cross your fingers and everything, right? So
Cross your fingers.
If for whatever reason we don't want that again, but if for whatever reason they do scrub today, and they are well into the propellant load, we'll probably have to wait and see what a SpaceX says. But I'm mostly sure that it's going to be at the very least more than 24 hours. I do not think, and let alone like really trying again during the window, that's probably not even anywhere close. They probably need like a huge expansion of the tank farm, which, by the way, as Ryan was saying before, they're about to do that. So hopefully maybe in the future that'll be a possibility. Falcon 9 can do that, for example. Falcon Heavy can't. But and in fact, Falcon Heavy essentially like draws so much propellant, and they can try 24 hours. But if they abort on that other option, the next opportunity is like 48 hours. And if they abort the third option, with this is Falcon Heavy, by the way, I was just trying to say that. And if they abort 48 hours, then it's 5 days that they need to wait. It's crazy. So now what they're doing is at 39A, they're upgrading the propellant systems as well. So all of this is not just a SpaceX doing with a Starship, right? It's just also like SpaceX also tries to upgrade things with Falcon 9 and all of the ground infrastructure. So they really know how to take care of their pad infrastructure, I guess. I'm guessing that first flight of a Starship was sort of a learn a lesson, I guess, on how to treat correctly your launch pad.
Yeah, and Ryan, if I'm right, they also made some changes to the actual design, like we were talking about some of the differences that would help speed up the detanking. Do you think that is meant to also help in the event of a scrub with retanking?
Yeah. So before they basically had to detank through the subcoolers, which I mean it was slower, and if I remember, you probably had more loss in that, and it wasn't as fast because of course they didn't have as many pumps. Now they basically have a manifold that's separate where they can pull off to that manifold using the pumps and basically detank faster and separate from the subcooler system, which will allow them to obviously detank faster and probably even save more propellant overall when they do have to detank, which means hopefully less tankers required after a scrub or board or whatever you want to call it, or a test.
The thing that we hope never happens, yes.
Yes.
We want this thing to fly. I do also want to just thank Mark here, who the generous super chat, and of course I have to read this one because it's super heavy puns for Sawyer, and awesome thanks for Alex. Let's go NSF and SpaceX. I mean,
and Ryan,
give me a chance for puns.
He's also here.
While we were talking about bagels, something's going on with locks.
Yeah, you can see some of that. You can see some of that venting already starting. I'm looking at that feed and I'm wondering if it's like the comms bunker or basically all of the heat exchangers that they have there. He knows more about that. I do know about the subcoolers. They seem like it's sort of in the same vicinity of those subcoolers, so I'm guessing it's probably some activity already starting on the liquid oxygen side of the tank farm. That's good. That's good progress. We like that. And again, you see that view right now. There's a bit of venting. Either if you think it is too low of a venting or if you think it's too much of venting. Either way, this is nothing compared of how that will look like in 3 hours. Just saying.
Yeah, it might be they might be using the like cooling down the lock subcoolers right now. So usually they slowly cool those things down, and eventually with the new vents that they have that pipe over that new blast wall that they have that blocks our the camera we usually have out there. That's basically they basically take the exhaust or like the leftover exhaust of the LN2 and they just kind of pipe it over the wall rather than just have it pool in that area before, because before they didn't have it like piped off. They basically just had like flapper valves that just opened and they would just kind of dump the LN2 around that area. Now it's a little bit more formal per se. And then like on the methane side, for example, they have like 3 vents. There's 2 or 3 valves, I guess, for vents. They have 2 for the booster, and then they have a single one for ship, which really, really helps us because it becomes really obvious when they start doing methane load on either vehicle. So
yeah,
watch for that.
Yeah, and along those lines, Kay in chat was asking about how much, if any, of the CH4, the methane, leaks out during the fueling, or is that also vented?
Well, I can take that. They try to recover as much methane as they can. Essentially, they have reclaimers all across the vehicles. They try to essentially all of the boiling of that methane. They try to reclaim it. In fact, if you we don't have it right now, but obviously, if you were able to see the QD of basically the quick disconnect, sorry, of the either the booster or the ship, you will see one of the lines says something along the lines of like gaseous methane reclaimer or something like along those lines. I don't really know the exact wording, but it's along the same line. So they essentially have a dedicated line on that connection to each of the vehicles that it is in charge of reclaiming that gaseous methane from the tank and turning it back into the ground tanks. For that, they also have a recondenser as well that then turns it into a liquid and puts it back onto the ground tanks. That helps because that means you can use that again. So the methane, for example, is not that much of a loss, even with the boil off. The oxygen, though, they do vent some of that boil off, not entirely, but a huge majority of it is vented. As for the nitrogen, because they use nitrogen for the subcoolers, as Ryan was talking about before, those subcoolers are loaded with liquid nitrogen. And obviously, when you have liquid nitrogen inside and outside is basically ambient temperature, right? As Ryan was mentioning before, you need to, because that liquid nitrogen will obviously warm up and boil off and everything. So you need some way to vent that nitrogen. That nitrogen will boil off, will escape, will be lost to the atmosphere. So in the sense of what is the from less to more, I guess, of material that is lost to the atmosphere. Essentially, the methane is the least that is lost. Then the oxygen is coming more or less on second position there, and the nitrogen is the one that is lost the most. In fact, that is sort of the limiting factor for a turnaround for for doing all of these sort of recycles that we were talking about before. Because when we saw, for example, on the flight one attempt, the first attempt, there were over 100 tankers of liquid nitrogen arriving at the launch pad. I believe for liquid oxygen was like a couple dozen, and for methane, I think it was like a handful of them. It was not even more than 5 or 6. So the difference in how much nitrogen, how much liquid oxygen, and how much liquid methane they lose is precisely, I guess, that sort of delivery during that retry is sort of like the proof is in the pudding. That's the pudding, right? Where they needed a lot of liquid nitrogen, but much less of the liquid oxygen, and even much less of the liquid methane. So yeah, they recover a lot of these things because not only it is expensive, but also takes a lot of time to handle. Putting all of these stuff into the tank farm. So yeah, because I guess even the price is not even a problem. It's just that the time that it takes to put it back. Go ahead.
Yeah, you can. It doesn't load as fast as the vehicle does, and that's a really good point. I think that there is nitrogen also in this vehicle. We know there are some of those tanks or sort of tanks in the chines, things like that. So, Ryan, where is the nitrogen on the whole vehicle, and what does it actually do?
If I remember correctly, I think there's some nitrogen in some of the COPVs, but the COPVs mostly hold like helium for spin start of the Saturn 13 engines for the boost back, or not Saturn 13B, or the Ring of 10. And then along with that, they have gaseous methane and liquid oxygen that they need. Gaseous oxygen, I should say, is a better way to put it for the torch igniters. So they basically fire an igniter and put some just put some O2 and CH4 in there and light it off to like the igniters. And then on the other two chines, they have the CO2 tanks. These are large, like stainless steel tanks, basically, that hold the CO2 for the engine purge system. So it's basically like a large fire extinguisher is what they've come up with to help prevent engine bay fires and stuff like that. So yeah. And also, one fun thing I wanted to add, it's for looking forward for Starship. When it comes to tank farm stuff, I am really curious about what SpaceX's solution is to 4 or 5 launches in a single day. Like we're talking at that point, like even 3 launches, you're talking 15,000 metric tons of propellant. Where are you going to store that? And that, or even more than that. Like I've always envisioned them needing like those massive like LNG tanks that are at ports. Just have a bunch of those off to the side with a ton of subcoolers and pumps, and they don't really have the room at Boca to do that. Maybe at the Cape, but we'll have to wait and see what they come up with.
Yeah, and Matthew basically had that exact question of if there's only 1.3 loads in the tank farm, how will they realize that fast turnaround, and how big would the tank farm need to be to launch every 48 hours? Alex, do we have any idea of what solutions there might be for that?
Well, there are certainly a lot of different solutions that you could apply to this problem. Anything from pipelines to a larger tank farm. The problem of a larger tank farm is you still need some trucks to arrive at your tank farm and basically fill it up. Even using a pipeline, you need a constant supply from somewhere, right? So that somewhere needs to also be supplied and everything. It becomes an issue, right? When you think about it, with such a huge vehicle trying to launch not just 3 times per day, but 3 times per day from the same launch pad, for example, right? Like, and that's like a low ball kind of thing. I don't even know right now the exact wording here, but like that is a conservative estimate with whatever Elon mentions always. He's like 1 hour turnaround for stuff like that. And I'm hearing again your train, by the way. It's always amazing.
You
The
got a
hot
great train of thought going. I don't want to interrupt it.
Yeah, there you go. And so one option could be as well, because there's always the option of, oh, couldn't they make their own methane and things like that, like Sabatier process and all of that, and their own liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen is somewhat easy to get because it's on the, basically you just have to filter out it from the air, and in turn you can get argon, which is the third most common gas in the atmosphere, and you can use that for not only welding, because it's used on welding Starship, but also on the Starlink, because now argon is also used on the Starlink thrusters. So that is also a benefit that you get there. But with the methane, you still need a way to be able to to capture all the CO2 and everything, and you need a way to power all of that. Not just for the methane, but also for the liquid oxygen, the air separation unit, basically. They had to remove that from the Sanchez lot out there at Starbase, precisely because the power consumption will just break all of the environmental stuff that they wanted to do. It's like no, let's not get into there, because otherwise the environmental stuff will take so much time to approve and everything. Let's not go that route, and they eventually canceled that air separation unit is removed. So of course there are multiple opportunities and multiple different options, but those will take a long time and a lot of work and obviously a lot of money. So yeah, I did the sign with the money, and now
that air separation unit, they barely had the power to basically run it. They barely had the power to run the bays and all the welding equipment for a while. And it wasn't until middle of this year that they basically started hooking up to the main grid by laying trenches, laying a ton of high voltage, even medium voltage cables, as well as laying data lines all the way to the launch site. So, like, just to say, the launch site used to run off of local generators. Like, they used to use like diesel generators to run stuff, which is kind of crazy to think that they used to run it all off that, and now they're fully like tapped in. So that was a major upgrade for them when they got that done.
Yeah, that I remember that back when it was, again, you had everything, all the lights even were running off of the trailers and the generators, and it seemed kind of makeshift. But let me tell you, things have come a very long way with the launch pad and the area. So you know what? Why don't we play a video about it?
Starship's third flight will feature a much more changed launch pad compared to how it looked during the previous two flights. Let's start off with the tank farm. The facility has seen the addition of new subcoolers and new pumps for both liquid oxygen and liquid methane. In particular, 2 subcoolers and a new pump have been added on the methane side, while 4 subcoolers and 2 pumps have been added to the oxygen side. This represents a major upgrade that will allow SpaceX to load propellant onto the vehicles much faster than during the previous 2 flights. To put numbers to this, the propellant load sequence has been shortened from just over 90 minutes down to just over 50 minutes, essentially cut in half. These additions have also allowed SpaceX to dedicate a portion of the tank farm to fill the ship while the rest fills the booster. This further optimizes the load of propellant on board the rocket by compartmentalizing the tank farm instead of having to share all the available hardware across both stages. On top of this, the tank farm now features a dedicated return manifold that will accelerate detanking in case it were to be needed. But hopefully that doesn't happen today. You may also see during our coverage that the number of big vertical tanks has changed, and some of them also look different. Between Starship's second flight and today, 2 vertical tanks have been removed from the tank farm. One of them was simply a shell which had been originally used as a water tank but no longer serves this purpose, so it was removed. The other vertical tank had been originally planned to be one of the 2 vertical methane tanks for the tank farm, but this was abandoned and the tank was repurposed for water storage. The water is passed through heat exchangers that essentially turn each of the cryogenic liquids on the tank farm into gas, and then said gas is inserted back to the ground tanks to pressurize them. Part of the water is also used for the detonation suppression system on the launch mount as well. With this water tank now removed, SpaceX has added a new set of smaller water tanks and heat exchangers that aims to replace what has been removed. You will also see another 2 of the big vertical tanks with bracing and reinforcements on them. These will protect the tanks from the shockwaves produced by the 33 Raptor engines on Super Heavy booster. The reason for this is because the other 2 tanks we just mentioned are gone, and that means these 2 tanks are right in the line of fire when the Raptors start up. The previous 2 tanks were quite damaged during Flight 2, even though there was a water deluge system and no major debris was ejected, unlike on Flight 1. The most likely cause of this is due to the shockwaves at engine ignition, and well, it's not a surprise to see that these 2 tanks have been reinforced as well, since they were right behind them. Speaking of protections, a new blast wall has been built in front of the liquid oxygen subcoolers and communications bunker. This should also hopefully protect these from the shock of the engines at ignition. Even closer to the engines is the base of the launch tower, which has also seen shielding installed on it as well. This is a nice addition that will surely reduce the amount of refurbishment work on the concrete base of the tower between flights and also after static fire testing. Looking ahead to the future, there are many more changes to come. You might already notice on our views that 9 tanks have been added to the tank farm since Flight 2. These are not active yet or hooked to the tank farm, but when they do, they will expand the current capacity and hopefully will allow SpaceX to replace the large vertical tanks by more traditional hot dog tanks, as Elon calls them. These are basically more horizontal tanks. But it's not just changes to the current launch pad that we were looking forward to seeing. SpaceX is also in the process of building a second launch tower and mount which will enable a higher cadence of flights from Starbase. It also enables SpaceX to launch from one while the other one is being upgraded. A common thing we already see on the company's Falcon 9 launch pads. Most certainly by the next flight of Starship, this launch pad will look a lot different than it is now. But of course we will talk about that once we get to that. For now, enjoy the third flight of Starship and good luck to the SpaceX teams.
Thank you, Adrian Bile, for the update on that. Now, I know he talked about a lot of different tanks. Alex, where are all of these tanks? I believe we have a handy overlay that'll help.
Yeah, there you go. That's the tank farm that we see there. That's the water, the liquid nitrogen tanks, the liquid oxygen tanks. The carbon dioxide tank is all the way to the left there, as you can see. Maybe if you look a little bit below where it says carbon dioxide, you may see another tank as well. That is Hoppy, Star Hopper. But definitely an interesting way of now the other overlays, there we go. That's the liquid methane, the new tanks. Bit of a blurry kind of view. There we go. But then you can see sort of the same kind of thing as well. with those tanks where they are located, sort of to the right of that Pope vent, as we were calling it, that vertical vent that we see there, sort of blowing to the right of the screen. Well, in that direction is precisely where all of those methane tanks and the new tanks have been added. We think that the new tanks are going to be a mix of liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen, and that eventually they'll essentially, put those into service and then cut off the ones that are vertical on the left hand side here, and essentially remove those and then put big horizontal tanks on that section of the tank farm, because that's what Elon mentioned a while ago, that they will remove eventually the vertical tanks. They have removed the first ones that they could remove without really affecting too much the operations of the launch pad, but eventually they will obviously replace everything else. And so quite a change to look forward to. And obviously, as Adrian was putting so nicely together on that video, we also have a second launch pad and launch tower to look forward to. Boy, I cannot wait until we see 2 full stacks ready to go or something like that. It will be quite amazing.
It's going to be really exciting. I mean, I'm also personally excited for when they stack one fully at 39A as a Cape person myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2
You
towers.
guys are getting you guys are getting back some Starship activity at 39A. So hopefully can you imagine? That could mean that perhaps by the middle of next year we'll have 3 towers, 3 launch pads for Starship. And somewhere in that time, we'll also, we recently heard about Space Launch Complex 37 being taken over by Starship. It's quite amazing to think about that, right? That perhaps in 2 years we'll have 3 launch sites, perhaps each and every one of them having multiple launch towers and multiple launch locations to launch from. That is quite amazing.
So you're saying that we'll have to change our 4 towers merge to 3 towers?
For the time being.
Oh, there you go. Yep, maybe our 4 towers will be for more than just lightning. I do want to thank some people here really quickly while we have a second. Clark, the Royal Academy of Art, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, which hopefully we will see you in there. And then we also have Chief the Dalmatian channel becoming a launch director. Thank you so much for that generous level of support. Not only do you get that Discord access, you get your name at the end of every NSF Live and all of our countdown to launches when Starship happens. So thank you very, very much for all of that.
Alex, just to say, since you're here, that Pope vent's going pretty dang strong, and I think we're dang well into chill down here. They're chugging along.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
And if you were around here for that superb explainer that Alicia mentioned before, this is a good step because they go first into the chill down of the tank farm itself, as we were mentioning before. The load also the liquid oxygen, the liquid methane subcoolers, they get loaded with liquid nitrogen on board, and so everything just starts venting. All of that nitrogen just starts venting everywhere. So once they finish that, we're hoping to see them, entering the chill down of the propeller lines that go up to the tower and up to the orbital launch mount, right? So that'll be when we start seeing the oil vent, the tower vent, and everything. That'll be a bit away though. That's a bit more closer to propeller load, but we're in the right track, as Ryan was mentioning. It's totally right that we are definitely getting to that process of active venting and things like that. Now it's when we gotta take it in and enjoy these views, because sure, it's nighttime, it's probably not as epic as during the day, but still all that venting and everything, and when you have this sort of blanket of gaseous nitrogen covering the whole launch pad, it's quite amazing. To be fair, it's quite a sight to see.
Yeah, those views during
Whoa, look at that.
Those those views during during that wet dress rehearsal back on the 3rd of March were really, really cool. Basically you could just see the sea of like just frost and whatnot on it. It was just a cloud that basically covered the base of the launch pad, and then like a fully fueled rocket at night was really, really cool to see because we hadn't seen that really before. So that was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean, I love this
was
view with the
super cool,
venting
by the
here
way.
really quick. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say because I saw the plane coming by and I was like, "Wow, that was cool." I'm guessing that was a permitted flyover. By the way, we saw earlier. I think it was today or yesterday. You know, the dates just blur because it's everything at the same time. But I think we had like a flyover earlier, like maybe yesterday or something like that, of Jared. I think it was. So that was cool. I wonder if this is sort of related to that. It was a nice surprise.
I think it was a
Yeah, it was
pair of
within the
alpha
last
jets.
24 hours.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And yes, that was Jared Isaacman, who flew on Inspiration 4, will be flying on Polaris Dawn. So very cool to see that. And also so cool to
This is
see
also
so
very
much
cool.
venting.
Oh, wait. I was looking at my own feed on the back channel. Sorry. There we go. That is cool. I was pointing to my own green screen because we have the
pointing
feed.
that
There you
way.
go.
If I don't know, maybe pointing at that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
there.
Who knows? Yeah, it's really, really going. They're in full chill down mode, so we are still on track here for full chill
Indeed.
down and whatnot. Be about another it's going to be hour and 20 or so because it started around like right at 3 a.m. or so.
Yeah.
It's still gonna be about an hour and 20 or so till we get like what is it, like the OLM vent, and words tonight, but yeah, until we get like the OLM vent going and whatnot, and then that'll go for a while as we were talking about earlier, and then that'll really get into waterfall mode. But yeah, it's always cool to watch these events up close. It's just like it makes you want intrusive thoughts, makes you want to stick your hand on there, but I don't know if you'd have your hand after that.
Yeah, and I don't. So if you look at the countdown, we are 3 hours 18 minutes away, right? If you think at when propellant load begins, it is 53 minutes or 52, I think it is, for the ship. But before that, we have the go for propellant load from the flight director that is at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes. So we're 2 hours away from that call, right, from the flight director. And so it could mean, as you mentioned, that if you count like an hour or so for the OLM vent, maybe an hour and a bit of change, right, for the OLM vent and the tower vent, since they start to the propellant load sequence beginning. So yeah, we're probably about an hour and a half from those vents to starting up. So definitely really cool. We are on track, basically. Like all of this is expected and nice to see.
My guess is they started this a little bit early because they probably could have started this at 4 a.m. local and been ready in time or so. But my guess is they started this early to make sure all systems good to go, doing their extra checkouts, because this isn't just a wet dress rehearsal. They're going for launch, so they want to make sure everything's working right. So start a little bit earlier. They have the time available to do it. So. And it kind of tracks to what they did the last few launches, even if prop load time is shorter now.
Exactly. They're still targeting the beginning. There is a window for this, but they're still targeting, especially with getting things cooled this early. It seems like the 7 a.m. local time liftoff, which is the opening of that window. And it's still crazy to me that even with all this venting and everything that you see there, that this is still going to go on for a couple of hours. That still kind of boggles my mind, Ryan.
Yeah, that's loading the vehicle. Yeah, you can do that once everything's chilled down. Loading the vehicle can go pretty quick. And what's kind of crazy, especially with how quick it goes, if you do a full A/B test between the start of prop load and the end of prop load, you can see the entire stack contracting because of how cold it gets, which is really weird and really cool. And I don't know if it's terrifying, but it kind of is a little bit maybe. But along with that is you can't stop thermodynamics. You know, there's it takes a certain amount of time to get everything chilled down, especially the pumps. You don't want to shock cool them. If you shock cool them, well, you're gonna break it, and you don't want to do that. So, you know, takes time.
But Alex, do we see anything like this that we kind of just maybe miss it with our cameras or anything with Falcon 9? Or is this more of a Starship specific kind of crazy cooling venting?
Well, with Falcon 9, sometimes they have the tank farm, so it's way smaller. I should say that perhaps just like two tanks, two of those vertical tanks, and a couple of those subcoolers could be enough to probably work as just the Falcon Heavy tank farm. Like just to put in perspective how big this tank farm is, those additions that we talked about on that changes to Launchpad short video from Adrian about how they added 4 extra subcoolers and 2 for the liquid oxygen and 2 for the methane and more pumps and everything. All of the additions that they have added probably count for like the equivalent of 2 tank farms of an Atlas rocket or a Falcon 9 rocket style, kind of because of the size of a Starship, right? So obviously, when we see this sort of action on Falcon 9, there's some venting, and we've seen that in the past. You know, especially some of the pad cameras that they have. We cannot get pad cameras on Falcon 9, sadly. I will gladly take those. By the way, SpaceX, hi if you're watching. Because I know that they were talking about before. There was a store message talking about them having our feed on SpaceX. So hi, pet cameras, please. But yeah, and so obviously they have activity, right? But it's always somewhat a bit more hidden. It's always smaller as well. So you know that kind of activity is harder to see. But obviously, again, as I was saying, this tank farm is so big because it's such a big rocket that is so obvious, right? Like something like this activity, you can probably see it from, you know, from South Padre Island, from whatever, like right across the channel there. So it is quite an active tank farm.
And I do want to give a shout out there, Ryan Caden, who worked on those overlays that you see. So even in the dark and through the venting, you can see exactly where all the tanks are here at Starbase. So huge shout out on that.
Hopefully it is not through the fire and flames.
Oh, I don't want to copyright claim that. Anyway,
you know, you mentioned Ryan Caden. I personally just want to mention our entire production team and everybody in the background here. Having everything running. Sometimes you can run into things, and they're amazing. They're absolutely amazing, keeping this going, getting us to stream up and running. So kudos to all of them. Yeah,
Preach. And as EJ was saying, we carry on. So
yep.
Just like the song.
Yeah.
So
yeah, thanks, Alex.
That was a good shout out because they have done so much work in the last not just days or weeks, months even, preparing all of this. Ever since, like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna leak here a bit of our sort of back plans, I guess. The day after Flight 2, we're already preparing all of this, right? Like, we're just already in, let's plan for Flight 3 because this could happen really quickly. And of course, you can bet that we're going to be planning Flight 4 really soon. As soon as this thing just lifts off, we're going to be planning for that. And we're going to try and get you guys the best.
I'm trying to remember because we had a little bit of like a post Flight 3, like have fun, get together, talking about it. I'm trying to remember who it was. It might have been Adrian who went, all right, ready for Flight 3, everyone? Or something like that. It was just kind of like, okay, let's go. So
yeah.
Yeah, the thread was open within about 72 hours of the other flight ending for us already planning for this.
Yeah, I remember. Can I tell an anecdote? So this is for everyone out there. When you see us doing these marathon streams, somehow we keep talking afterwards. After the Flight 2, we stood on a voice call for like 2 hours talking about how cool everything was. And I remember we were already planning Flight 3 commentary and Flight 3 stuff for today. As we're seeing here, 3 hours, 11 minutes, and 24 seconds to launch. All of that planning is now finally being delivered, through all of the hardships and all of the, all of the issues that we have tried to go through and everything. Frankly, it's quite amazing that we are where we are.
Yeah.
And what the production team has been working through, even through the entire stream, all that you've seen us on air, unbelievable work on their part. So huge shout out to them.
Yep. Absolutely.
And I also want to give a huge shout out here to Brock Bowers with the $150 super chat saying, "Go Shiny Rocket, go." Shout out to Strike Team and SBL operators for always holding it down. Can't forget about them too.
No. Oh yeah. Yeah. Can't forget about anyone in the back, whether it's the backup commentators, the people who have already been on stream. And how can I forget? Doss, Jack, Max, Sean, everybody that's out there that spent out. Daniel, it's hard to name everyone that spent hours and hours making sure all the cameras are good, that are setting up their cameras for really, really cool shots. I mean, it's hard to get. I need to write up a list to name everyone because I can't do it all off the top of my head because there's so many amazing people here. But yeah, it's really hard to list them all. But
It's been so cool in the last few days, because Brock mentions SBL operators. Also, Brock is a mod in chat, by the way. He mentions the SBL operators, and some of them were helping, the people in the field trying to set up everything, going back and forth, trying to, make sure that the cameras were all looking good and everything. That is quite an impressive, back and forth of trying to, communicate and everything. It's tough out there, y'all. It's like sometimes communications just cut out, and it's like, oh yeah, it's because I went behind a dune or something. It's like, oh my gosh, right? And you're trying to communicate all of this, and yeah, but it gets done. And
somehow,
I guess I should say, precisely because of support like this, is why we can do this. Otherwise, we couldn't be able to do that, obviously.
Yeah. To have these amazing views, this awesome stream, and everyone, and especially you two alongside me, we wouldn't be able to have this without all your amazing support and especially the hard work of everyone around it. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And that allows us to bring you Starbase Live 24/7, to have as many cameras as we do, which if you are a member now, you can also check out on a second monitor if you want, our 4K multi-view, where you get to see flipping through all of the different cameras that we have out there and deployed. And all of them are thanks to support from viewers like you. Thank you. As we go ahead.
Or I was gonna say, Alex, is because we're at what I'm seeing the T-minus clock, so we're almost at almost at 3 hours. We're almost at 4 a.m. To be honest, I'm kind of surprised the chopsticks haven't fully opened and dropped yet. Because usually they've done that by now. And then or unless they plan to do it right as prop load starts, which prop load won't start. I mean, if they aim for 7, prop load's not going to start till 6:07 a.m. at this rate. So
2 hours and 20 minutes, basically.
Yeah.
you can just look at the clock there at the top. I will mention something silly, but that's mainly what I do most of the time.
Mention something silly. Go ahead, do it.
Maybe they're waiting for 420 because it's a SpaceX. Just saying.
I mean,
but why would they do it why would they lower those at 420? It seems like an odd time I mean, I know it's Elon, I know it's SpaceX.
It's a funny number.
Okay, it's a funny number. Okay.
I mean, I totally didn't have pizza for dinner intentionally knowing that today is now Pi Day to hopefully help the launch actually happen. Totally not.
Now I want pie, Sawyer. I don't have pie, so dang it.
Oh, what kind? That's the question.
Pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie? Is that good? Or apple pie?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I know some people overseas take the word pie to be something very different, but
I mean, pies and pizza, you could do, like a good old, like, straight Neapolitan or margarita pizza for that kind. But for me, it'd be like pumpkin pie with a scoop or two of vanilla ice cream and some whipped cream. I think that'd be my go-to for like a good, really good, especially like Thanksgiving dessert. But yeah, that's for me.
I should probably get us back on track, because otherwise I'm going to be starving for the rest of the countdown here. I think this is a good kind of question here to sort of tie things together, give us a little update kind of. We talked about, obviously, the changes to the vehicle. We talked about the changes to the infrastructure. But is there any changes for the goal of each stage? Mark wants to know, what are the final goals for each stage on this flight, the ship and booster? Ryan, do you want to start?
Like the goal. So, and really to make this like more of a success, SpaceX is going to want to get farther than Flight 2. So farther than Flight 2 would mean at least a successful boost back burn. If they don't get a successful landing burn, I mean, it'll be kind of it won't be the greatest thing that they won't have a successful landing burn, but it's something they can go with even booster 11. But they want to at least get a successful boost back burn and start heading down to the Gulf of Mexico. With ship, get to SECO, get to second stage engine cutoff, get there, and get to coast phase. It'll be icing on the cake, I think, for them to get the payload bay section testing won't be that bad, but then getting the stuff like the Raptor burn, I don't really foresee any issues with that. I mean, lighting an engine space, yes, it is a little bit different, but as long as they've got the propellant at the bottom of the tank and the igniters work and everything, I think they'll be able to get that going just fine. Reorienting the vehicle for retrograde, that'll be interesting with the tank vents. So I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to go. I hope we get live video of that. And then reentry, flip a coin, see what happens. I mean, how many tiles are we going to have left? Where are they going to fall off? Do they fall off near like a flap? Does that cause a flap to like burn and fall off? There's a lot of things there, but for them, they want to get to coast phase and get some of those tests done on ship just to get it to reentry and at least get the boost back burn done on booster. That's kind of what they're shooting for at this rate.
Rather than flip a coin, why not just flip Starship so that it's tile side down?
Could do that too. It'll have a better chance if it's facing tiles when it's going into the atmosphere. I think if it did the other way, you might have some problems.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean they're expecting it basically to get destroyed once it hits the ocean anyway. But Alex, how much can they really test the heat shield tiles on this if there's no plans to recover?
Well, sorry, I'm just seeing something Twitter. But yeah, there you go. There's the Twitter. That's Jake. Space Cat. Yeah, so the way that the heat shield, one of the ways that Elon once mentioned, how will you know that X thing works? It's like, well, if it isn't destroyed, then it worked, right? I think it was about the hot staging ring, where people were saying, how are you going to tell if it worked or not? If you're not going to recover the booster? And he was like, well, if the hot staging ring is in one piece after the hot staging, then it worked, right? Like you can probably think about in that same mindset for the reentry of the ship. If it survives reentry, if they see telemetry coming back after that that reentry of with the plasma and everything and all of that, then that means it survived. It may have lost some tiles. There's probably some nuances there where maybe it lost some tile here and there and still survived reentry. That'll probably be something that is of interest for them. But I'm sure they have sensors everywhere. But the overall question of does the heat shield work? That'll be just proven right away if the ship survives reentry. and it sends back communications and everything and telemetry and all that, it's going to be a very simple question to answer. Yes, it works. It just, it needs optimizing, of course, but whatever.
Exactly. Now, apologies for my special guest appearing, but we do have a very special guest coming up as well, just in a moment. So before we do that switch over, I do want to thank the people that are here. Alex, thank you.
It's been a pleasure, and hopefully, everything goes well, and we may have a Starship launch in 3 hours.
That's what we're hoping. And Ryan, thank you as well for joining us.
Yeah, thanks, Sawyer. It's been a lot of fun. Nice long, nice long stint here. It's always fun here at NSF, especially here on the launch stream. And at Starship stream is my first one, so there's been a whole lot of fun. And I can't wait to see this thing go. Hopefully in 3 hours, and hopefully we got views.
Yeah. I believe I'll be back later, though.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I'll be back here to bother you all again with my commentary.
And Ryan, it's great having your input on here as well. Glad you're able to make it on stream as well for this.
Thanks,
now,
Sawyer.
We've been talking about some of the changes, but I think as we change commentators, it's a good time to take a look at some of the changes to the vehicles that have been made. And here's a little hint. We will say hello to someone on the other side of this video.
Starship's third launch will feature Booster 10 as the first stage and Ship 28 as the second stage. Both draw upon the previous experience of building and flying prior vehicles. Ship 28 introduces the most changes, some large and some small. For example, practically every vent on the vehicle has seen a modification or a complete removal compared to Ship 25. The iconic cowbell vents that were located on the ship's liquid oxygen tank have been removed. Other vents have been moved to other places, like these roll control vents, which have been moved further closer to the windward side. Or look at these vents on the methane tank that have moved further leeward. But there are still some cowbell vents left on Ship 28. If we take a look at the header tank vents, you'll see that there are still cowbell vents here as well. Their function? Well, these vents are the attitude control thrusters of the vehicle, so it is quite interesting to see that they have changed positions, as that means different control of its attitude. Another change that we have for this mission is Ship 28's payload bay. Unlike those on 24 and 25, it is not welded shut and will actually be tested during this flight. Not only is it not welded shut, but it is also reinforced and more structurally sound than the ones on Ship 24 and Ship 25. So that's quite the upgrade, and we are hoping the test of it succeeds. Additionally, Ship 28's thermal protection system has been taken care of a lot more than the one that Ship 25 had. We have seen closer to launch how teams really closely inspected and even tested the adhesion of these tiles and replaced them by better ones. Much better to figure this out before flight than during the flight. Ship 28 also incorporates several upgrades to its structure, with stringers on its liquid oxygen tank and a larger set of stringers over the welds on the forward and aft domes. The ship will also be the first one to fly with an electric gimbaling system, which simplifies engine control and plumbing, as there is no need for hydraulics. Another interesting change is the addition of more Starlink antennas onto the vehicle. Ship 24 and 25 only had one single Starlink antenna, but 28 has 4, and they are quite large. So hopefully we get to see some nice onboard views this time around. That covers Ship 28's upgrade for the most part. Of course, we also expect SpaceX to have introduced changes on the vehicle to solve the issue from the previous flights. According to the FAA, these changes include hardware redesigns to increase robustness and reduce complexity, hardware changes to reduce leaks, operational changes eliminating pre-second engine cutoff propellant dumps, flammability analysis updates, installation of additional fire protection, creation of analytic guidance, performance of transient load analysis, and modeling updates. So essentially a bunch of upgrades and improvements that we probably can't see, but will hopefully prevent Ship 28 from suffering the same fate as 25. Now, as for Booster 10, the changes that we have been able to spot are fewer in number, but quite interesting. For example, the vehicle's common dome uses the new elliptical dome version, which is flatter and much simpler to fabricate during production. Just like on Ship 28, the booster also sports improved and larger Starlink antennas, so that will hopefully mean more onboard views. Cross your fingers. Apart from these though, Booster 10 has some other more subtle changes. For example, a certain set of new weld marks can be visible on the aft section of the vehicle, which weren't really present before on Booster 9. This could mean that SpaceX has welded some sort of structure or structures inside of Booster as an upgrade. Sadly, we don't have any direct access to the tanks, so for now we can only speculate. But the main suspect for what is going on inside those tanks is larger slosh baffles. Redesign of vehicle hardware to reduce slosh was a corrective action identified on the Flight 2 mishap investigation, so it would not be surprising if these structures were precisely that. Hopefully, if all goes well, Booster 10 and Ship 28 outperform the previous pair of vehicles and we get to see both reach the ocean in one piece.
We are back. You are stuck with my face once again. For those who don't know, I am Sawyer Rosenstein with NSF, and you'll notice I have two fantastic, awesome people with me. We will start with Mr. EJ on the right side of your screen there. EJ, how's it going? Good to see you again.
Yeah, I'm back. Couldn't get rid of me that easy.
We could not, but one thing we were able to do is get a fantastic guest to join us. You know him, you love him from all the different KSP streams, the news, the educational stuff and outreach that he does. Mr. Scott Manley, thank you for joining us here for this launch.
Oh, thank you. Hi. I thought you were going to introduce the cat as being the special guest. Because, obviously some real talent here. I remember the cat from outer space. Some powers there.
Yeah, Space Cat Jake has kind of taken over streams. He likes to steal the spotlight, but spotlight obviously tonight is on Starship and everything coming up with that. I mean, Scott, first off, what are your feelings right now?
What am I'm exhausted. I've had a disco nap for like 4 hours. This reminds me of my craziest days of DJing the worst possible time slot. But, the reason why the launch is at this time is because they're trying to make sure the launch happens during like morning conditions so they can track it, and the descent happens during darkness conditions so they can, track that. I think that's what's going to happen. It's, there's reasons for everything. And that's why I have to get up at this ridiculous time. I'm excited. I am looking for a success, but I will accept a failure if it isn't the same failure as before.
Exactly. Always learning, always iterating. Now, EJ, I think you have some thoughts on your mind because it looks like you're smoking out your ears there from all your thought processes. What are you thinking right now?
Smoking resting face or something. I'm just jonesing for a launch, dude. Just jonesing for a launch. We got some fat clouds coming out of the tank farm there. That's a good sign, trending in the right direction. Yep, it's gonna be fun. Just want to see this thing go, man.
Yeah, well, speaking of clouds, I am concerned about the weather because I've been following the weather for this launch, and it looks around the launch time that there is pretty good chance that this could be clouded out to the point where people on site don't see very much. Like currently, the aviation weather prediction for 7 a.m., which I think is when the launch window opens, is 900 feet ceilings. Which, the top of Starship barely scraping the cloud base. But, soon after, there are gaps that could be as high as 25,000 feet. But it's still, and that could mean actual gaps where we see it go all the way to orbit. We don't know what their criteria for launch will be.
So currently the METAR at Brownsville is saying scattered clouds at 1100, overcast at a height of 23, visibility 8 miles, 14 knots from the south-southeast, Scott. Yeah, that's
right.
Pretty concurrent with what you're saying, bud.
Yeah, well, the other thing is that when the ceilings went up to 25,000 in the time following, the visibility dropped to 4 miles. So it could also be that it gets occluded by a rain shower, or perhaps people from the south see it, but the people from the north can't see it. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what SpaceX are going to have for their criteria for launch. The winds are going to be higher for this as well. And yeah, I don't know what the demonstrated crosswind for this rocket is. It's probably pretty high because there's a lot of mass there, but this is all new territory, and they don't publish these details, and we're entirely guessing. And there have been comments from Elon and SpaceX that maybe the weather doesn't work out, and they just haven't mentioned that to us yet. It would be really nice to have known, by the way.
Yeah.
Instead of waking me up now. 2 a.m. here.
Yep. Creston 0500 over here.
Same, also on the East Coast with this. But, I mean, this is still exciting. Adam, who's been tracking the weather for us as well, especially those upper-level winds, noted that as of now, the forecast is for higher upper-level wind speeds than we've seen for the 2 previous Starship flights. But as you were talking about, we don't know exactly what the limit is of where they will and won't go, and if that's changed between the different flights, at least. So that is something that we're obviously going to be keeping an eye on throughout the rest of this countdown.
Yeah, I believe that it isn't so much some upper-level winds that you have to worry about so much as it is wind shear between different layers. As you go from one section layer to another, you can have the front of the rocket suddenly experience a different acceleration. And that can actually overload guidance systems. It can overstress the vehicle. And I've seen lots of rocket launches that were cancelled. And I've also seen launches that go through some pretty high upper-level winds because it was just like a smooth increase in the wind vector as it accelerated upwards. So we'll be watching all of that. Not that I'm a weather nerd by any means. I am a rocket nerd. And this is quite a lot of rocket to nerd over.
There's a lot of rocket there.
A lot of rocket there.
I mean, isn't that the truth?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering about the wind shear thing because we did see the IFT2 stack kind of flip end over end in the upper level. I mean, it can clearly take some pretty hefty shearing forces here, but I don't know if that's good enough to give you good data for like a constraint for like maximum wind shear. But remember that thing? Or no, not IFT2, IFT1. IFT1 flipped end over end. That, clearly it can take some wind shear, I guess.
Yeah, one would imagine, although, yeah, I mean, at that point, it was well above the altitude for wind shear. That was the thing. It was already, we're talking wind shear around 40,000 feet. That's where, you're going to be seeing these things. Because, of course, the atmosphere gets thinner, right? That's why we go through max Q. You're getting faster, but the atmosphere is going away, and at some point those two things reach a peak, and the stresses on the vehicle are maximum, and we all hope that we get through that.
Yeah, that's always a concern. I mean, it's also slightly different, I think, with Starship itself, because if you think of something like a Falcon 9, which is very long, and especially compared to this, kind of narrow, you get a different impact from that wind shear, as opposed to a vehicle that is this tall, this rotund, I guess is a polite way to put it, as it climbs.
Right, yeah. I mean, the coupling basically goes as the square of the diameter, whereas the mass goes as the cube of the diameter. So there's scaling factors in there that matter. There's another thing to be concerned about with the upper level winds, and that is the heat shield on Starship, because, of course, it's going to be feeling a lot of the aerodynamic forces, and we have not seen them successfully get through stage separation without losing a number of tiles. And the question still remains, how many tiles can they lose? Can they lose any? And will we get to see this thing actually descend if it gets to space? Will it descend in one piece, or will we be finding debris coming down over the Indian Ocean? And has anybody figured out whether there will be any aircraft on station to actually look for this? Because I haven't seen any. I've looked at some flight tracking websites and I haven't identified anything specific. So my OS int is failing me at this point.
I think they're going to have a WB-57 for ascent. I'm not sure about descent.
Yeah, we know the WB-57 has been booked, and again, we'll be excited to see that. The problem is that if you go out over the Indian Ocean, there's not much tracking out there. So a lot of these flight tracking websites, they are based on amateurs like myself setting up antenna that listen for what's called ADSB, Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast Transmissions. And they use that to track the location of aircraft. But if you're over the ocean, nobody has a site out there. So you have to get satellite tracking. And of course, the satellite tracking is all something that's in the hands of the big commercial people, and it's not necessarily shared for free. So there may be aircraft out there that we simply can't see on our free sites. I really hope we see something from the descent, but I'm not sure that anyone is going to share it with us anytime soon. And I don't think there's any NASA assets that have been booked that could get out to that region. So it'd be a private SpaceX thing, right?
Yeah, I think that SpaceX rents out some time at Diego Garcia. I'm pretty sure they have a ground station out there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. This would be probably flying out of Western Australia, right? Yeah. I don't know what the flights are out there.
Mm-hmm.
Just flipping over to Starbase.
I guess the other question would be, what about the potential for marine assets?
Right. That's another thing. And of course, we talk about marine asset tracking as being one of these things that goes up in transporter missions. I have no idea what happens to that data. I'm sure there are people in chat that are screaming, Scott, you just go to this website, and this is where you find your marine tracking. Yeah. I think it's wonderful we live in a world where we can track all this stuff and put the pieces together. Everyone can bring their own expertise to bear. And I can sort of pretend that I know all this just by listening.
So that's how you pick it up, right? Sometimes,
that's right.
You know,
you take someone else's stuff and you make it like it's your own.
Yep.
You're giving away our secrets here.
I'm not a rocket scientist. I just play one on the internet.
Pretty accurate. But I think that's kind of all of us right now. Kerbal gives you a good sense of, oh yeah, I can do this in real life, and then you see something like Starship built, and it's not like in real life.
Yeah, we're like the Doogie Howsers of rocket scientists.
Oh, there's a throwback.
Wow, you see, I never watched that show. I just remember him in Starship Trooper, and everyone was saying, "Oh, it's Doogie Howser as an SS officer." I'm doing my part. Starship Troopers, right?
Love
it.
that.
Come on, it's rad.
The book's good too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The book's really a little bit different than the movie, though. A little bit of a different flavor going on.
A little bit of a different flavor.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, it's pretty early still. It's still dark at the launch site, so I don't see that they're flying any assets around the Boca Chica. Typically you'll see them flying the little twin around the fire monitoring aircraft that's looking for people trying to hide out on the beach, setting up their little hides and ghillie suits or whatever. You know what's going to happen. Someone is going to get found out there.
I think that's already a thing. I could be just
don't give them away
in air, but I'm pretty sure they found somebody trying to camp out there during a launch one time.
As long as it's not a sniper from a certain space company, then we're good.
Whoa.
I don't think given how well the flight termination system worked on IFT-1, I don't think a sniper is a particular much of a threat. We talk about engine out capability on the first stage. I wonder how many bullets it could take.
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
my mind wanders. That's where it goes.
I think it's just like the heat shield tiles.
Right.
Well,
the heat shield
where
tiles.
it hits.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it depends. Like, dude, you're shooting at the side of this thing, right? If you hit it right so the bullet's perpendicular to the surface, it might puncture. But any other spot there, you're going to get a ricochet. It'll bounce right off because, is Starship pressurized? I mean, I don't know. How far are we going to go with this?
Right. And then you'd have to do it during the launch, at which point no one would notice. In fact, the thrust might deflect any projectiles.
Yeah.
There's a whole new area of speculation for the forums, guys.
Oh my gosh.
NASASpaceflight forums are such a great place to get ideas. Not necessarily get answers, but...
Ideas is a word for it, yeah.
That's pretty good.
You throw enough people out there, you're going to get a lot of interesting ideas. But yeah, I mean, what else are we expecting to see from this flight? We're expecting to see the pillbox or the Pez dispenser work, and we've seen it work on the ground, right? And we've seen the thing handle the can crusher, right? It has gone through the can crusher with this thing, right? So
I hope so. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It would have been cool if they actually loaded like a tray of pies in there and popped them out for Pie Day.
I would be on board with this. What kind of pie, though, Scott? This is important.
Moon pies are an obvious one, but they're not really pies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's are you a Pie Day in spirit or in again? You've got nerds watching.
Sawyer, what about you?
I don't think they make a pie with nerds flavoring in it. That would actually be disgusting.
No. I do not want.
Yeah, no. Apple pies and stuff are nice.
I'll just take apple. Yeah, apple pie, or banana cream. Banana cream would be good.
I love banoffee. That's one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah. Oh boy, what flavor? Pie flavor.
All of them.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You could fit a tray with all of the pies. And you know what? Like, since you're here and since you've got the assets on site with cameras, you could pop out like one of every pie and then look at their spectra as they re-entry. And somebody could do like a PhD on identifying pies based on the color of their re-entry light.
This man is a legend, chat. See this guy?
Absolutely.
That's another PhD. Yeah, wow.
And again, another thing to keep in mind, in overseas, their definition of pie, Scott, right, can be a little different.
Well, we like our meats, for sure.
Yeah.
Scott, did you ever read you ever read What If by Randall Munroe, where talking about re-entering meat? You could panzer meat through re-entry, and then they tested it in the wind tunnel.
Oh, yeah, but you saw that I did a whole video about doing the math on cooking a turkey through re-entry. Yeah. I was inspired by that. I did the math on the re-entry trajectory, and I figured that the problem with turkey is that it takes so long to cook that you need a special oven that can be heated, and it can control open and close the valves, like to control heat entry. But if you do it right with the correct guidance, you could have it nicely cooked and then drop onto the table right when it's cooked. I think.
Now, here's the question. Are we doing a barbecue roll during re-entry with said turkey re-entry vehicle?
Oh.
Well, you would do it as needed for guidance, but it's an oven, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. The question is, how do you orient it in zero-G? And also, in the early flight, there's an interesting thing that during most of the re-entry, the deceleration is low enough that fats and juices aren't going to drip off. So you're going to have this thing, basically, all the juice remains inside it.
Yeah, it's like pan searing. It's going to be great.
But it's not searing until right at the end.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. I think there's like opportunities for new stuff.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, I know. A lot of math was involved in this. So what questions do we have about Starship? Is there anything that you want to ask us?
Oh yeah, that.
Sorry, what's in the queue? What do we got?
Let's see here. Again, a lot of questions and responses about pie now, and what tea Scott is drinking.
Oh, there's PG tips. Imported from the UK, which is itself imports it from elsewhere, but PG tips, yes. Black tea, lots of milk, hot, and in a big cup that says "drink."
I love the cup.
Yes.
I mean, I got one of those. I don't think.
So we're seeing tank farm activity, but they're not fueling just yet because they could do that much faster, and they may yet make a decision to scrub right if the weather doesn't look right for them.
That is true. Yeah, it's
they've got themselves a 2-hour launch window.
Right, and the fact that they're still cooling it down and haven't actually begun the fuel load yet allows them that little extra opportunity. And it seems like they were started a little bit earlier than we expected of getting everything cooled down. As you can see, the roadblock there already moving out a couple hours ago, further down the road. Let's see here. Here's another question from GMFDP asking, what tasks are still to be done as we hit the 2.5-hour mark here?
Well, I mean,
does somebody have a timeline?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
we
wouldn't
need
actually
to go
know
to the
those
Sultan
details.
of spreadsheets. We need to
Yeah,
go to
that's-
Alex.
We have the wrong people in here.
No.
So
Answer this question.
We see the recirculator on, and the Pope vent came on too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they're going to have to get the subcoolers working at the tank farm. If you're looking at the picture on the screen right now, that's left of the 4 vertical tanks. That thing down there, the thing that has all the pipes attached to it, you tell it's a subcooler because the way it is.
Yeah, the
that's pretty neat. Yep. Yeah. And then there's another one that's to the right there. We want to start seeing those things turn on. Turning on the subcoolers indicates they're moving propellant around, but we haven't seen any of that just yet.
We've talked a lot about the subcoolers here tonight, but I don't know if we really ever went through how that actually works. I know I've seen a bunch of people asking when we talk about these subcoolers, how do they get this propellant so super chilled for Starship?
Right. I mean, so the subcoolers are basically giant vats of liquid nitrogen, which is being it evaporates at its vapor pressure, and that causes the liquid to cool. And you're basically running the propellant through that. So it's basically cooling the stuff by evaporating liquid nitrogen faster, and it can reduce the temperature below that of the actual boiling point of liquid nitrogen. That's but the simplest way of explaining it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why they're doing that, Scott, right, is because they're super cooling the propellants. Obviously, SpaceX is using their densified propellants, which is when they're really, really close to like solidifying, but not exactly. It's like a snow cone, right?
Right. I mean, the cooler you make it, the more propellant you can put in the tanks, and the smaller tanks you can, or the smaller you can make your tanks. So it gives them a few percent mass advantage. It was one of these things that rocket scientists knew about for a long time, but rocket engineers were like, that's too much trouble. But SpaceX just kept on looking at their Falcon 9 and saying, we could get a bit more performance if we did this. They went and solved the problems. They encountered a few fascinating problems with densified propellants, of course. We'll remember it was the Amos 6. That was super chilled, super cold liquid oxygen that froze in the folds of carbon fiber pressure vessels. Whoops.
Not a sniper.
That's
not a sniper. No, but that was a bombshell. When I heard it, I was like, this is one of the most interesting rocket failures I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of rocket failures.
Yeah.
So anyway, they went and tackled all those problems.
Mm-hmm.
And so when Starship came along, it was like, well, why wouldn't we use densified propellants? Right? They've done all that. And the funny thing is that we don't see like Blue Origin doing it. We don't see ULA or anyone. They're just sticking with the infrastructure they already have. I mean, I can understand the case of ULA. They're trying to reuse the infrastructure for Atlas, for Vulcan. So they don't want to be... They didn't want to work with that in mind. Blue Origin, they're a conservative company in terms of their engineering choices.
I mean, that and, you got Centaur 5 on Vulcan, and then you got New Glenn upper stage, they're both hydrolocks. I mean, I don't think we could densify hydrogen. That seems like a very big challenge to solve there.
Slush hydrogen, that was the thing they always talked about. Make your hydrogen even colder.
That's physics. A lot of physics going on there.
Look up slush hydrogen propellant storage. There's a lot of discussion about the performance that gives, and it's actually quite substantial if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, because you can't store hydrogen at incredibly high density, even in liquid. You can't in liquid form, right? You can't really get it too dense. If you overpressurize it, it's like squeezing a sponge.
Yeah, I mean, liquid hydrogen is the least dense of the propellant choices, but in terms of mass, sure, it gives you a huge performance. So people, if you're doing an upper stage with it, it absolutely makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yep. A great impulse.
Yeah, I do want to apologize here that Jake is made himself comfortable on my lap. So that is the cat, by the way, for those wondering. That's Jake.
Jake.
He's a rescue cat. He just turned 8.
I've got my doggy down here. He's sleeping. He's snoring a little. You probably can't hear him, so I'm not going to wake him up. I actually covered him because it was like I didn't want to wake him up.
Oh.
I'll just pet my Starship.
Oh.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
I'll just pet my book on nuclear weapons.
Oh,
I'll pet
nice.
the cat.
Yeah.
That's probably the better win.
But this
I'm
is
guessing-
warm. This is the hottest.
Well, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
guessing both of yours don't have to make you clean their litter box, so they're already better in that sense. But anyway,
No.
we do have. You were talking about the master of spreadsheets. He did come through. Alex in the back channel saying for what we can expect coming up next, which will be chill down of the propellant lines out to the OLM and tower. And Scott, obviously, that line conditioning is super important. Especially
Yeah,
when
you're
talking
working
this
with
cold.
cryogenics. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah,
Line
you can-
conditioning is one of these things that sort of gets overlooked by rocket scientists because it'll just work. No, you got to make sure that when you're loading and moving prop around that it's not exploding, right?
Yeah, you can get geysering in the
detail.
lines if you send it too fast. That's why there's fast and slow fill. You gotta saturate the line completely, and when you're doing that, you have to deal with the propellants evaporating off and also boiling on top of that.
And you got to condition your valves to the correct temperatures and things like that. You can find your valves just don't work if you cool them too quickly,
or a bolt
Right.
just untorques itself. That's definitely
Right.
happened.
Totally happens.
Yep.
Cryogen, yeah, there's a ton. Here's the thing. This is one of these things I always want to do a video about, but every time I look, there's just more and more phenomena to cover, and less information on how it's actually solved.
Mm-hmm.
Like valves, that is a whole minefield of complexity that just boggles my mind. Hey, we got to have like dissimilar valve materials and packing stuff, and your liners can't react in this way, and by the way, that's mechanically perfect, but it'll explode if it touches this propellant, so you got to find something else,
Yeah, right. How about the on the Dragon capsule that one time when they had a nitrogen tetroxide slug hit a titanium valve, and the NTO turned into an oxidizer, and the titanium turned into rocket fuel, and then that was the end of that.
Right, it was when you shoot this thing fast enough, boom.
Yep.
I really had never thought about the prospect of nitrogen tetroxide moving at near supersonic speeds, the kinetic energy actually accelerating a chemical reaction. I think it was a stainless steel that exploded, and the titanium. Yeah, anyway, but titanium actually burns surprisingly well once you start it. Like people think about titanium as this like great material that's resistant to heating, thermal properties. It's very light, but actually titanium burns.
Yeah, I mean they put cousin of titanium. They put aluminum in solid rockets as a flake stabilizer to make sure the explosion is uniform. So aluminum is a good solid rocket fuel as well. At least the stabilizer.
Right, they just form this passivating layer on top that tends to protect the surface.
So basically, you're saying anyone with an iPhone 15 Pro made of titanium, their phone can melt.
You can melt most things. No comment. That's
no comment. Yeah. I'm not touching that one.
I'm just going to say, people with iPhone 15, good on you.
There you go.
What would you say if I told you I had an iPhone 8?
Then I would say I might be able to get you a discount.
Oh, damn. All right. Hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, chat. All right.
Jake's on board with that. But here's a question from Captain Dram, and Scott, it's for you. They're asking, what are your thoughts on hot staging and the chance of success on the boost back burn this time, from a fellow Glasgow Uni alum?
Well, yeah, I mean, I am going to be watching how many engines they leave burning this time. We already heard it was 3 engines in the previous flight. I haven't seen any update on that number. but they can also adjust the timing and they can adjust the amount of thrust. So point is, we're going to be watching this. They now have, after the previous flight, they have better understanding of how the coupling exists between the second stage and the top of the rocket. So we will be watching that telemetry really carefully, and we will be counting those engines and the timings. And I'm pretty sure straight afterwards we'll be able to put out comparisons side by side, and hopefully one will not show an explosion, and we know which one already shows the explosion. Yeah, probably the biggest factor in ensuring IFT3 success will be just modifying the software, modifying the timing for that stage separation. And it's great when you can just fix things by software. I mean, I work in tech. Much easier to fix software than it is to fix the hardware.
Yep.
Yeah, just as long as you actually hit update, as opposed to me who keeps pushing the Windows update down the road. It's like, your Starship is due for an update. Do you want to update it now or wait 24 hours?
Yeah, I'm going to say don't ever sleep on computer updates. Because a lot of those are security updates. And I say that even for Windows. You know, like, just whatever. Just keep your stuff up to date. Don't get owned.
Yep.
Let's see. We have a super chat here from Adimchi with a question. Scott, you were talking about Max Q. Why is Max Q so crucial in rocket flights, and what dangers can it pose to the vessel?
Simply, Max Q is the point of peak stress on the rocket. So if you're designing a rocket, you know that's how much force it's going to have to deal with. Therefore, you design it to handle Max Q plus, whatever margin you want on top of it. That's where all your structural decisions are coming from. And yeah, it happens because you're ascending through the atmosphere. As you go faster, you get more drag, you get more forces. You get the same engine thrust, but now you get more force pushing back from the top. And but at a certain point, the atmosphere starts thinning out, and eventually you reach this maximum dynamic pressure. Q is dynamic pressure, right? It's the force of the air slamming into the front of the rocket, and there's a sort of it's basically the kinetic energy, in the times the density of the air. So yeah, that is basically defines. It's a fundamental thing defining how strong you make your rocket. That's it. And we see missions that failed because they couldn't handle Max Q. Mostly it's fairing collapse that you'll see in that kind of failure, where the fairing just collapses due to too much dynamic pressure on the top, and that typically causes a loss of mission.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, if you remember Firefly, they failed. Their first launch failed close to Max Q as well, right? And that was simply they'd lost one of the engines. They only had 3 engines. They had much harder time steering it. In fact, their algorithm just really didn't handle missing one engine. And so they could hold it more or less straight. But once they got to peak aerodynamic pressure, that was when things just happened too fast. There was too much force, and they became unstable and finally flipped and lost control. And of course, the fairing ripped off. So those are other examples of Max Q failures. But that rocket wasn't going to reach orbit anyway. It was just mostly, at that point, a betting pools to decide how far it got.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know for most vehicles, when they hit Max Q, they throttle down. Does Starship do that as well?
I don't know.
I would suspect, yeah. I mean, with the thrust of weight that this thing leaves the pad on, it's like 1.4, 1.5. I definitely think they go into a throttle bucket.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
But equally, like Starship, it has a lot of mass. Like, it's mass per unit area. It's much more than Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is a very thin rocket compared to Starship. And that makes it much more flexible. It's called the fineness, and Von Braun writes about fineness of rockets. And I think some of his comments suggest that Falcon 9 could never fly. Of course, he wasn't living in the 21st century. But yeah, Falcon 9 is intentionally thin so it can be transported on roads.
Yep.
And that was what sort of constrained its entire design. And when they expanded it, when they made it bigger from V1.1, they just made it longer and thinner. and that contributed to it. So it could well be that Starship doesn't need any throttling down because it has basically it's thicker, it's got more mass per unit area. But maybe someone has already done the analysis of the telemetry. I bet you somebody has.
Yep.
Maybe
I
like
bet you
Alex in the
somebody's-
back channel.
Yeah, maybe someone's Googling or searching NASA spaceflight forums to look at the derived thrust based on the velocity that we get back. So
Yeah, per Alex in the back channel here,
Yep.
Elon originally wanted it to not throttle down. At least he'd mentioned that on an interview, but telemetry from Flight 2 indicates it did throttle down. That's not
Okay,
his own
there we-
analysis, but that's analysis that he's read. So
yeah, I see this stuff. Okay. I was only interested in the tiny amount of telemetry during stage separation. After that, I was like, well, there's your problem. And so, do we have any clues what the solid debris was that is mentioned in the FAA, dealings? We haven't any
read that whole report yet. Clue me in,
And
Scott.
it's a one pager. There's no whole report. It's like one pager saying these are the actions that are being taken, and they specifically talk about debris blocking propellant lines, the oxygen lines to Raptor engines, causing them to fail. There is no detail on what that is. And some people say it's ice. Some people say it's FOD from fuel slosh breaking things off. But is there any other clues that have come from sources that I have missed? Because there's a whole big world out there of people that know things that I don't.
I haven't heard anything other than frost. I mean, it could be a bolt, but I think a bolt or something, swirling around in the tank would get caught in the pickups.
Right.
It's just
It specifically says clogging the filters, I believe, rather than making it through to the turbo pump. So it's a starvation rather than something hitting a turbine very fast.
See, that's super interesting to me because I can think of another rocket that had a lot of engines in the first stage that had this exact problem. It's very strange.
Yeah, was it built in a field?
Yeah, it was. It had grid fins too. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't know. So yeah, clogged filter. There might be something going on there. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't presume, right? Like you shouldn't guess. Like, what else could it be? Like, I don't know. I think they would go in there and clean the tanks out, make sure there's no debris inside of the tanks, right? Like,
well, I like to point out that ice in astronomy, ice is considered a mineral in the outer solar system. It's like sand, right?
Huh.
So and the temperatures these tanks are at, they're carbon dioxide and water would be basically like chunks of rock. Mm-hmm. And unless you're going to warm up the entire tanks to the melting point of water before cleaning them out, you're going to have to come up with some way of removing that if you are going to, say, have a fast turnaround on this.
I hate sand. It's coarse, rough, and it gets everywhere.
But that's only because he never lived on Hoth. If he lived on Hoth, he would be like, "Oh, I hate ice.
Yeah,
cools my nads too much."
I mean, I'll take Sarlacc pit over the Wampas. The Sarlacc pit doesn't move. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but Crate dragons, they move.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Yeah, I think every place in the Star Wars universe has something that'll kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nerds.
I know. I live like a few miles from George Lucas, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Well, he's actually in that direction, about 2 miles.
You ever say hi? You ever see him?
No, but he apparently turns up like at regular grocery stores like everyone else.
Huh. I can't picture that in my head.
They're just like us.
No,
have you seen the picture of him like at the food court in Australia where he's like buying the cheapest noodles at the food court? Just sitting enjoying, like reading his book on, film theory or whatever, because he's a proper nerd like us.
Yep. Oh yeah.
This is
Oh,
what he
God.
envisaged. Shiny spaceships. There's
There
some
we
real informed design going on here.
Agreed.
Okay, well we're down to 2.25 hours until the launch window opens.
Yeah, baby.
We're
I'm
getting
gonna
even
need more
closer. Coffee or tea?
I usually start with tea just to like bring my high up, and then just graduate to coffee, and then if I need to keep going, then it's like espresso shots.
Oh gosh.
Nice.
Yeah,
Stoke coffee for me.
Yeah,
By the way,
I find it hits too hard. It's like if you're accelerating, you want to control. It's jolt, right? Or jerk is what they call it in engineering. Jerk is the rate of change of acceleration. So do that with caffeine.
I mean, with me, it's like a Minotaur 4 going off. It's just max Q. Nope. Space. Let's go.
So no throttle bucket on your morning drinks.
No. We don't have time.
Yeah, and then it's just cold turkey. Boom.
Yeah, right. Yep. Then we're done. Crashed. Yeah.
So I probably should mention that I don't drink coffee or tea.
Huh?
What are you doing in rocketry then?
Yeah.
Somehow the rockets themselves keep me awake. I don't know.
All right, that's fair.
Okay.
A lot of it's adrenaline, and I also have other caffeinated drinks for when it gets really bad. But yeah.
No, so it's not okay. You get the fate. Yeah, okay. There you go.
Oh, I still make sure I get that caffeine kick. Don't worry. I've got my SRBs when I need them.
I remember seeing somebody making a solid rocket that used coffee grounds that had been used previously.
Oh, sheesh.
But these guys, coffee rocket.
There's I saw some double 50 round subs right there, like back to back.
Whoa!
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Wow, that's like 4 of them.
Yeah, that was.
Is that good?
Wow.
We got 350
streaming thing.
There's 3 here, all from the same person. So Ali Demerci, I really hope I'm saying that right. Thank you for gifting 3 different times 50 red team memberships for a total of 150. And there's another one, yes, 200 red team memberships.
Wow, congratulations. I hope you didn't have your credit card stolen. I believe the community is this generous. I think it's wonderful. One of these days, I hope to get a membership.
That is unbelievable. Alec, thank you so much. I really hope that anyone that got one of those gifted memberships says thank you to them. And don't forget, one of those perks now for getting some of those memberships is that you get access to the multi-view, the 4K multi-view. Look at all of our cameras that are going on right now at Starbase for this launch. So that's a fun little perk among plenty of other behind-the-scenes videos and photos that you only get as with that membership. So, wow. Just thank you so much for the generosity, and I really hope the people that get that membership get to enjoy it. And William Weaver also coming in with 20 gifted Red Team memberships themselves. Goodness gracious, the support from everyone. Thank you.
I'm so proud of this community.
Seriously, yeah.
I like that it's gifting to other people.
Exactly. I really love when other people get the opportunity, because I know there's a lot of people who are like, oh, I would really love to join the membership, but I can't. First off, if you can't, that's totally okay. Just watching, liking, subscribing, that kind of stuff helps a lot. You being there and you chatting with us is a lot.
Yeah.
So we appreciate that.
My favorite thing is to join the chat and just
again. There it is again.
Wow. Oh, goodness gracious.
Again.
But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more. Your membership, my membership, her membership, his memberships. Memberships for everybody in just 2 easy steps. Wait. Sorry.
So if we fueled Starship on cash, what would the specific impulse be?
Well, I mean, I guess that depends on what the cash is made out of.
Well, I mean, it's cellulose, right? Carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen, right? So I guess, you're basically talking something that's got the same energy as sugars. The problem now is, how do you flow money? How do you put the money through the turbo pumps into the thing?
I would be going solid at this point, maybe even a hybrid design. Nitrous into dollar bills.
So you basically wrap the dollar bills around your interior for your motor casing, right? And then you need some sort of binder. How do you bind money? A money clip? No, don't think that'll work. I mean, you could glue, but then you might be adding too much energy from the glue. But yeah, and then you would flow the liquid oxygen down the middle, and maybe that would burn hot enough.
Well, I would use nitrous. I would use nitrous.
Yeah. Why would you use nitrous rather than oxygen? Just regular.
Well, you got carbon, oxygen, hydrogen. Put in the nitrogen in there, get you a nice, stable, even, clean oxidization of things. I don't know. I just wanted to use nitrous and hit a red button.
You just like the idea of money and nitrous? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, look at my hat, man.
Fuels racing leagues, right? Yeah.
I think you're starting to break me, chat. Here, we've got another 100 gifted red team memberships from Ali there. Which
that doesn't
thank
suck.
You so much. No, that does not suck. Neither does Rick from tips.nasaspaceflight.com with the $300 tip. Saying, Methane Man here, more cash for cameras and maintenance, and apparently for fueling your version of Starship. But Methane Man, a name that we also see here very often, unbelievably
Have you guys Googled
generous.
Methane Man? Because I remember an act called Methane Man on the TV. Late night TV. Yeah. It's not that kind of methane.
Oh, goodness gracious.
It was a musical act.
Oh, that took a turn that I wasn't expecting. All right, cool, sweet music, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
No. I'm just saying. I bet
worried.
you if you Google it, it'll be there. Because the internet remembers these things.
Yep.
I don't know why I'm scared to actually Google that still, but
don't do it on stream. I mean, I think he wore like a green superhero outfit and assumed the position and performed various tunes.
I don't know why I keep thinking of the Pepsi Man, except Methane Man.
I
don't know why.
I don't remember that.
Oh, that's an old throwback. It's fine. And words are hard when you guys are being this nice. Another 50, excuse me.
They're just trying to break you.
Red team memberships. It's working. It's working. I don't have the words.
Oh.
I thank you, everyone. I mean, like you pointed out, these are all gifted memberships here. That it spreads the love for people that might not be able to get to see it, to get that access, especially today for the Starship launch, to get the multi-view 4K. That's something. I mean, we love sharing this stuff with you guys. That's why we shoot all of this extra behind-the-scenes things and everything for our members. Because without you, without members and membership, we couldn't be doing what we're doing right now. We wouldn't have as many cameras and as many people as we have out there at Starbase today. We wouldn't have all these behind-the-scenes people getting this operation and 24/7 cameras running the whole time. And the least we can do as a thank you is give you some of those perks with the membership. And the fact that you're willing to share it with so many other people is unbelievably generous. And even the tip as well, all of that, it just, I mean, that's how we get these cameras. That's how we're able to bring all of that support. So thank you.
So how many cameras
the only thing I can say.
Do you have?
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
that's how many.
We have more than 20 cameras out there right now.
Here's a question: Has any of
believe-
this budget ever been used to task a satellite to take imagery?
Talk to Harry. The answer is probably yes.
I mean,
yeah. Okay, so he's
very
funded by
likely.
this.
Yeah, Harry's our SAR guy. And
Not just SAR, he does like optical as well.
Oh yeah.
You know, you can get an
according
app like
to-
Skyfi that will make it super easy if you want to do that kind of thing. I think they're in Austin.
Oh, cool.
So,
And,
I mean, go ahead.
The exact answer, per Kevin Michael Reed in the back channel, for this particular launch today, we have 29 live cameras around Starbase covering this.
And afterwards, how many do you expect to still be alive?
That's a whole nother story.
We know how this goes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you ever tried to like sneak up and suction cup one onto the side of the rocket?
I think that'd be frowned upon.
Random GoPro up there. And yeah, we hope to have 29 cameras after it lifts off. That is a good point. And then Heat Beat Repeat Metalworks with the 50-pound super chat saying, "Let's go Starship with NSF, the perfect way to watch."
That's an awesome name. That is
It's
an
fun to
awesome
say.
name. Heck yeah, man.
Eat, sleep, launch, repeat. Eat, sleep, launch, repeat.
Yeah, that one's good too.
Yeah.
All of them are pretty good. I mean, there's always some very creative usernames in the NSF chat that we love seeing here. Oh boy, I'm trying to catch my breath here, so I think
They're still going. They're still going off in chat. They've been going off this whole time. The
Now,
alert is ding, 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 ding.
So
you know?
somebody tell me, see these white light spots on the vehicle here? Those aren't lights on it because that would be attached to it. So what are those? Those light spots from this night view?
Huh.
There's
could
no
that potentially be
lights.
something from the QD there?
The QD doesn't look like it extends that far around. Maybe it does. I don't, because the QD looks like it's off to the right.
Or something in the engine bay, potentially?
And something just above it. Yeah, where's that light coming from? Now I need to look at daylight pictures.
Yeah, now I'm scrubbing back. I'm gonna scrub back.
Okay, I don't know. Because, yeah, there's got to be something going on. There's got to be something explaining this. Yeah, the QD doesn't look like that. Oh, but, you know, maybe stabilizer or something? I mean, you would want to have lights on it to be able to see where it is.
Do you think those could be just metal reflecting, and that those could be the vents for the engine bay for like the negative pressure vent?
Right, so maybe there's lights inside the engine bay light right now. That's possibly what it is.
And I've got the answer train coming through, as you can hear in the background.
Nice.
Those are vents for CO2 purging from the engine bay, and therefore there are lights on inside there because they have cameras that are operating. I guess.
There you go.
Yep, per Ryan Weber, they're above a false ceiling and engine shielding.
So they have cameras inside their false ceiling area, and they need lights in there.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we've never seen any shots from those cameras, right? They were never released because they were boring internal engineering camera shots that we would love to get our hands on.
Oh,
please.
Just give us all the cameras. Show us the
entire stream looking at that. Yeah.
Yeah. So how many cameras are on Starship and Super Heavy, do you think, right? It's a question to be asked.
It's got to be a good amount.
I mean, one of the things I love is that, you know, one of the big questions we have is how it's going to handle reentry, right? What happens if it loses a tile? How are they going to instrument that? Well, guess what? You just have a camera inside the propellant tanks that looks at the wall, and if it gets hot, you know there's a tile missing on the outside.
Well, actually, you know, I saw an explanation about something similar to this the other day. I think it was John Edwards on on X, who is a SpaceX engineer. Somebody was asking, when Falcon 9 goes up into space, they're flipping back and forth on 2 cameras that are looking at both sides of the Merlin vacuum, right?
That's just a timer, right?
Yeah, it's timed so they can constantly look at both sides, flip back and forth to make sure there's uniform heating on the nozzle. That's why they flip it back and forth so much.
Right, and I understand that once they get to certain points, they will show the inside of the propellant tank sometimes, and that's just on a timer that's pre-configured, and somebody's producing the stream and has to switch away from that to make sure, because they don't want to show it. That's what I hear. Yeah, it's still one of the coolest views, but they don't want to show it, so they cut away to the booster or something at that moment.
Yep. You always
and then
catch it
sometimes
for
they
a split
forget.
second.
At one point, some amateurs were able to actually downlink that video before they decided to then encrypt it. But
yeah, it was a standard. I think it was a QPSK modulation that they used, and they were able to get it on orbit. I did a whole thing about it.
That's cool.
Yeah, I love radio hacking. It's sort of my new jam right now. You can buy some very cheap software-defined radio dongles and put an antenna outside and just receive all sorts of random stuff, mostly aviation stuff, but
So I have to ask, Scott, what do you think of the radio antenna trickery with the Intuitive Machines mission?
The trickery? You mean just basically using the Parkes Observatory to have the biggest antenna?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I think it was interesting, for example, that the amateurs on the ground were able to see that the circular polarization was reversed, and therefore the most of the signal was actually getting reflected off the lunar surface. That was one example.
That's wild, dude. Still,
and yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of these things, there's a lot to be. They didn't really mess with the modulation. It was mostly just trying to get the best signal down and then try to command it into a state where it wasn't failing all the time. But SDR hackery is a whole lot of fun.
Super cool.
Yes. All right.
Actually,
Scott,
it was
one. I'm sorry to interrupt. I have one quick final question for you. If people want to know more about you and keep following you, what are your socials, your YouTubes, all that stuff?
Well, obviously, just Google Scott Manley, Manley, and you can find me on YouTube telling stories and answering questions about, Turkey's re-entering. And on Twitters, I'm at DJS&M, and that's because I was a DJ. And my initials are Scott Manley. And you can also find me a Patreon and other things like that.
Scott, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you as well for being with us for this portion of the countdown.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
And as we hit the T-2 hour mark, I think I'm smelling bacon. Maybe Jack is here with a quick overview of everything going on at Starbase. And we've got more special guests coming too. So stay tuned.
Fly safe.
You've probably heard us talk about all the different locations at Starbase, but where are they? What do they do? What do they look like? This video should help with that. Let's start off with what you would encounter first on your trip down Highway 4 towards the beach. This is Massey Outpost. It's right on the Rio Grande and even has a little oxbow lake for a moat. This is where SpaceX conducts cryo-proof testing of ships and boosters, and also structural testing of various test articles. This location has the advantage of not needing a road closure on Highway 4 during testing, and not needing to close the launch site during testing. So SpaceX is able to fire on all cylinders by utilizing this location. In the future, SpaceX plans to static fire ships here, keeping the launch site only necessary for static fires of boosters, and freeing things up so that testing delays don't delay infrastructure work at the launch site. Driving down Highway 4 from Massey's, the first location at Starbase proper that you'll arrive at is here, which is the Sanchez lot. This place is a general storage and processing location with many different things being brought here first before going to their final location. For example, right now SpaceX is building launch tower sections for the second tower here at Starbase and has parking spots for other sections that will be arriving here soon from Florida. The Sanchez site also includes a receiving tent where parts for vehicles and infrastructure comes in to be processed before being installed or put together somewhere else. The southern part of Sanchez features a general work area for SpaceX in the past and continues to be in the present. Anything from tank farm shells to high bay parts have been built here, and nowadays it's being used to build stands, fabrication tooling, and much more. The Sanchez lot also features the famous rocket garden, which is right here. This is at the end of Remedios Avenue and is the place where ships come to either rest permanently before being dismantled, or just to rest permanently while looking cool, or as a transient location before they're moved back into a bay or to the launch site. Sanchez also includes the elevated work stand, where we saw engines installed on Ship 28 and Ship 29, and where other work is done on vehicles. But SpaceX now has some similar stands inside Mega Bay 2, so who knows for how long the elevated work stand will be in use. The production site, located right next door to the Sanchez lot, is the central hub of Starship production, like the name implies. This site started off as a bunch of tents and a couple of bays, and has since grown into 2 mega bays, a high bay, and of course, the Star Factory, which is right over there. The Star Factory is a massive fabrication facility where Starship sections are made and prepared ahead of stacking. Even though it's yet to be completed at this time, it's already quite big and is currently in the process of reconfiguration to support the upcoming version 2 of Starship. The Starship sections fabricated within the Star Factory are then stacked inside the 3 high bays at the production site. That's High Bay 1 right there behind me, then Mega Bay 1, and of course Mega Bay 2. And also, say hi to Ship 29. Hi, Ship 29. The high bay is the oldest of these 3, and until recently it had been used mainly to build ships. This role will likely end soon as Mega Bay 2 becomes operational and stacking of new ships is carried out inside of it. Mega Bay 2 will eventually be a mega bay solely dedicated to the construction and processing of ships, with 3 workstations and 2 welding stations. This will enable SpaceX to increase the production cadence in the future as it moves to version 2 of Starship. The high bay here also used to be used to process boosters as well, but that ended with the completion of Mega Bay 1. Mega Bay 1 is now exclusively dedicated to the construction and processing of boosters, with 3 workstations and 2 welding stations. This allows SpaceX to have 3 boosters in processing while building a 4th, something it recently showed off. Here at this location is also part of the Launch Control Center at Starbase, the Stargate building. Going forward, SpaceX is building a 5-story office building right over there by the Star Factory, and a multi-level parking structure right over here by the Stargate building. All of this will help SpaceX to solidify its presence here in South Texas and ramp production in the future. Heading a little bit further down Highway 4, we find Boca Chica Village. This is where the majority of SpaceX's employees and contractors stay while working on site. A future expansion to this village is currently in work, which will bring even more SpaceX employees to this area. The village also includes the hovercraft parking area, so employees can be ferried to and from South Padre Island without having to make the hour-long journey by car. In addition, there's also the former payload processing building, which used to house Starlink satellites, but now is used for metal work. And finally, once you journey all the way down Highway 4, all the way to the beach, you get here, which is, of course, the launch site. And this is where all of SpaceX's Starship development flights have taken place so far. The launch site contains the orbital launch pad and the suborbital launch site. The orbital launch pad includes a massive tank farm that even to this day is still in the process of upgrades and renovation. We also have the launch mount, which essentially supports the rocket before flight and has a quick disconnect that supplies fluids and power to the booster. Underneath the launch mount, there's the flame deflector system that is used right before engine ignition to protect the base of the pad from the fury of 33 Raptor engines. The orbital launch pad also has the iconic launch tower, a giant 140-meter tall tower that sports a pair of arms capable of stacking and catching boosters and ships, although the catching part hasn't been tried yet. These aren't the only arms on the tower though. There's a third arm, which is the ship quick disconnect arm, which supplies fluids and power to the ship in the same way the booster QD does for the booster. Here at the suborbital side of the launch site, we can see a significantly scaled down tank farm and testing site as compared to the orbital side. This used to have 2 test pads, but it's since been reduced to just 1. This location within the launch site is where hop flights were carried out between 2019 and 2021. Nowadays, this place is only used for engine testing, but as mentioned before, this testing will soon move to Massey's, so the suborbital pad is expected to be removed soon. So what's going to replace the suborbital pads, you ask? Good question. Likely the second orbital launch pad. The second launch pad will allow a higher cadence and the opportunity to upgrade the first launch pad while the second becomes operational. Sure, this means we'll have to record another explainer video like one of these sometime in the future, but hey, that's our job. For now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the launch.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Guess who's in charge now? Your boy's in charge now. No, I'm EJ hosting up this segment. We have a very special guest this time around. We have Mr. Marcus House with us today. Marcus, I actually have never met you before like this. How are you doing?
Hey, everybody. How's it going? Yeah, look, it's been a long time. We were all back in the KSP days. You were sort of more the Twitch side of things. I was more the YouTube side of things. But I think we did one collaboration station thing where you were involved. But yeah, that's going back a long time. So my memory's a little
been a while,
faded
man.
at that point. It has been a while. How is everybody going? I hope everyone's as excited as I am because, oh man, when these big Starship events are really counting down, you get those butterflies. Well, I do anyway. I don't know about anybody else.
You get nervous, dude? I don't get nervous. I think these are great. I'm just sitting here cool as a cucumber, man.
No, I get nervous. Like I'm sure many of us do. It's like we just want to see this beast fly and fly successfully, and hopefully improve on all the other little mishaps that have happened here and there with the previous 2 flights. So it's going to be extremely interesting. Let's put it that way. Extremely interesting watching how far it gets through each of these milestones. We hope, of course, that it gets to its full near orbital trajectory. I'm assuming it's still near orbital because based on the re-entry, it seems that it's targeted to come down actually before Australia, somewhere out there in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So that's interesting because the deorbit burn's going to wipe off some extra velocity that it didn't before. That's a new thing that they're attempting today. So yeah, we want to see it get to that point, at least that point, and hopefully, fingers crossed, the booster comes down and splashes down on target. That's what we want to see. Those 2 things. If it if it doesn't fully re-enter, there's a lot of question marks with the heat shield tiles, whether they're going to hold on, all that sort of stuff. I think that part will be gravy. As long as we can get the milestones prior to that, I'm stoked.
Yep, excitement will be guaranteed.
Very much so.
Yeah, exactly, man. And then bringing up the rear, the ever popular Trevor says. Trevor, how are you doing tonight?
Yeah, just amazing. I can't believe we're hopefully just under 2 hours away, and I want to thank Marcus again for joining us. I know we've also never met, but this will be a fun section with you, and thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, no worries. Nice to meet you guys too. It's I don't think we've been in any talks at all, Trevor, actually. So it's awesome. It's awesome being here.
Cool. So, Trevor, were you in any of the segments prior to this? Because I'm wondering where are you at? How are you feeling about this?
Yeah, I was in the second bit with Jack and Max when we were talking a bit about history of Boca, but that wasn't Cam's yet. So
cool. All right, guys. Well, hey, how about we jump into some questions? We're gonna do that, and you guys cool with that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. What do we got? Okay, Trevor, I'm gonna team one up to you. Fearless Studio asks, what's the fuel capacity for the ship booster, and how do they ignite the Raptors? This is a good one.
Fuel capacity should be. We don't have exact values. I believe it's on the order of a little over 5,000 tons. And if you were emphasizing fuel, I'm honestly not sure off the top of my head what methane mass is. But the way that they ignite the engines is actually rather clever because the Raptor engine, the V2 engines, don't actually have igniters in the main combustion chamber. So they have torch igniters in both of the pre-burners, which is what's used to start the pre-burners. Since it's dual shaft full flow, they have the lock side and the CH4 side. And what they found on Raptor 1 is they didn't need, once those gases were mixing at really high pressure and really high temperature, they didn't actually need to start the combustion in the main combustion chamber. So these gases are just so hot and so high pressure from both sides that once they meet in the main combustion chamber, they just combust. And then that's what starts Raptor. But it's worth noting that this engine is extraordinarily complex, and getting one up running is very difficult. And I'm sure they blew up many individual components trying to learn how to start one up, let alone starting 33 up at a time. So this engine is nutty.
Yeah, I mean, that full flow stage combustion with methane on top of that, with methalox on top of that is pretty wild. Pretty wild. Let's see. I'm gonna browse through and see if we got another question here. Just gonna keep us going. There's a lot of questions up in the queue here, and there's good ones. I just got to scroll through and find them here.
I think it's kind of crazy watching this play out. You know, you've got the propellant farm there, which has had these huge upgrades, and I don't know how much has already been talked about so far in the stream. Obviously, it's been running for a fair while. So, but yeah, with the new capability that we saw with the wet dress rehearsal, you know, that filling time of it was roughly 40 minutes or something like that, maybe a little under. Like that's crazy to me.
Yeah,
that they were able to fill it that far. It was like I think I worked it out to be under 1.95 tons per second or something like that. You know, it's just nuts.
That's absolutely crazy. I still can't figure out how they're not going to do it and actually like blow a gasket somewhere. Like figuratively and actually, it's pretty complicated stuff. Even the plumbing for the pad, like you think Trevor was talking about like the turbo pumps and the pre-burners on Raptor, and but there's also all the ground service equipment that's can just flow that much propellant that quick.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, you sort of think about the flight time for the booster, and you're talking about 3,500 tons, almost 3,400 tons must be, and that full thing empties out, within the course of a couple of minutes. So it's just absolutely bananas sort of volumes and stuff. I still find it hard to comprehend, honestly. Like you really have to sort of just think about it. Almost, put a ton of liquid next to you, and sort of think, it's going that fast through. So yeah, it's bananas. Even even compared to something like Saturn V, which was also bananas.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely insane that they've gotten the fill time of Starship to not that much longer than Falcon 9, and there's a lot more propellants on Starship.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I'm just looking at the chopstick arms opening up there. Looks like they're slowly opening, maybe.
Do we see them up there? Let me see.
I need to just scrub back a little bit and see if they've moved. It looks like they've moved.
They're switching the cameras up for us here and see what we can see.
I could be imagining it as well. It looked like I thought there for a second. It's like the lights in the top of that. It's like above the false ceiling there. That's pretty interesting. They must have cameras in there because that would be above the shielding and stuff, I imagine. Yeah. That must give them camera views at the top of the Raptor engines and things like that, I imagine.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard to tell. Like you can't really see because it's because of all the condensation that's going on from the tank farm doing its thing. It's hard to see all the way up there. Trevor, what do you think? You see anything up there? I can't really tell.
Yeah, I'm pulling up Starbase Live for more camera views. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's boy.
I mean, in the meantime, actually, we have a submitted question from Wildcard Adventures. It's actually for you, Marcus. Like it says 4 markers here. Let's see what we got. So, do you think SpaceX will do a hold and hover the first stage before splashdown as sort of a show of capability
for the booster?
Yeah,
I think that makes sense. Yeah, I would imagine what they're trying to do is simulate what they're needing to do for an actual booster catch. So, I wouldn't mind betting that you'd see it hover at the same height as the the top of the tower where the chopsticks would grab hold of it, and hopefully hover very still. So that would be my bet, but it's a little hard to say because it's never been said officially. That's a great question, and these are the things that we really want to see because we haven't been able to witness them yet. The hot stage separation, I think, was more successful than what people may have thought, including myself, after the second flight test because. I think more seems to have come out about the fact that there was a blockage in the filters around the booster's feed lines and things like that. We don't know what it was though.
I wouldn't say.
The only reasonable rumors that I've sort of speculated around is like frozen liquids in the tank and maybe that's sort of accumulated around there and as it's flipped it's knocked it loose and brought it over into the center of the vehicle. I don't know, very speculative, but that to me would make a lot of sense. So we know that they've put in some new protections for that problem. And I think, we're also seeing, we believe, some slosh baffle sort of installation. Perhaps we've seen world lines that may indicate that. So these are things that will hopefully fix that problem, whatever it was that caused the Raptors to shut down in the last flight. So if they can get past that, I think, we've got a very good chance. They've got the excellent experience with Falcon 9. They've got the programmers. They've got the programs that are so reliable now. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed for that part of it. That's a big thing that I want to see in this flight.
Now, Trevor, what do you think? What do you think the filter got clogged with?
Yeah, so there are kind of two categories. The first could be some solid, like Marcus was saying, and then the other is it could be FOD. I personally think that FOD is quite unlikely. I know SpaceX has had a little bit of a FOD problem historically with these vehicles in Boca, which makes sense, but I think on these flight stack, that's not really something that's going to happen. So here's my wild speculation. I have two bits that I'll explain. So first is we don't fully know where the gas comes from to pressurize the tanks. There are kind of two schools of thought. The first is that it comes from a heat exchanger, so they'll run some like liquid methane around a heat exchanger, which goes to the methane tank, and then liquid oxygen around a heat exchanger, which goes to the liquid oxygen tank. So if that's the case, then in the liquid oxygen tank, the only possible thing that they could have a solid version of is oxygen. And liquid oxygen or solid oxygen would sink in liquid oxygen. But then you have to think, what would cause this this solid oxygen to actually form? And the only thing that I could think of is if there was some vent that went from the liquid oxygen header tank, and if they vented gas, I could see them maybe being some like adiabatic expansion, which causes it to instantly go into a solid. And then that could clog the filter. But that, I really don't know if that's something that SpaceX would ever do, or we don't know if there even is a vent like that. So alternatively, if the engines use or if the gas to pressurize the tanks comes directly from the exhaust of the preburners, which doesn't seem likely to me, but we haven't heard enough to actually rule this out, then there could be some CO2 gas as well. And CO2 will probably freeze on top of that liquid oxygen, which could cause a solid to form, and then that could also clog the filter. Those are my two theories, but I really have no idea. I wish SpaceX would talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah, I would have loved to, hear a bit more about what it was that caused the blockage. Right. The thing is with especially at boost backburn, there's still plenty of propellant in the tanks. If we were down near landing, you'd sort of think, okay, there's probably a lot of various contaminants in there at that point, perhaps, more sort of crystallization, things like that. But I think, I don't know. The other option, I suppose, is that parts of the internals were sort of breaking away and causing blockages and stuff. And you can imagine like a big sheet of baffle or something just went thonk on top of the filter. Perhaps these things have happened, but you wouldn't really know because it was a reasonably violent sort of hot stage. I think probably not as much as we originally thought it was, but I think it was probably a little bit rougher than they would have intended. So it's going to be interesting to see how quickly it turns and whether they do back off the thrust at separation a little bit, because if anybody out there has seen the amazing work by Ryan Hansen Space with his renders of meticulous work trying to figure out all the different forces involved, that was just amazing to see. And whether there's enough to show evidence that was super accurate, we don't know. But that to me seemed pretty compelling evidence that they would probably just back it off a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see.
So do you think to fix some of that fuel slosh that they're going to make more profile changes to the rate at which ship is ignited, or the way that they do or start the boosters flip?
Yeah, I would assume that they would probably just not back off the thrust of the booster engines as much. So just so that it's got a little bit more thrust, so they're still going to separate cleanly, but maybe it's not going to have quite the kickback on the booster that it had. But it's totally speculation. Maybe they'll do the opposite and just fire up the Starship engines just a little at lower throttle, or actually stagger the ignition of them a little more, because you would have seen that the two sets of three ignited slightly differently, one after the other. So yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff to observe there in this one.
It's a great conversation, guys. I'm just sitting here like I'm doing the host side of things now, but I want to do subject matter things. I want to contribute, but I'm just sitting here listening. Like, this is great. This has got some great vibes going on here. Actually, just a quick side note here. We do have an update from Mary from Boca Chica Gal here that she is in fact evacuated for the launch. So
great sign.
Yeah, the evacuations of Boca Chica Village. We're trending in the right direction here.
We also did get clarification, by the way, from people in our back channel. Chopsticks are in flight position now.
I mean, wouldn't know from the picture, but yeah,
Yeah,
sure. Just pretend.
I did have a couple of streams up, and I could sort of see one camera had a slightly different angle on it. It's like, I'm sure they're moving. So that's good. That's good that we've got it confirmed. But yeah, we're not seeing a lot from that view. Trust us, they're moving. They're moving good.
Sounds good to me, man. All right. Let's see. Let me get another one. There's a lot going on in the queue here. Let's see. Okay, this one's coming from Martin Krusha. Have SpaceX ever tested the cargo door whilst on any test stand, or that have been done in the mega bays before rollout? Marcus, I'm going to tee this one up for you.
I mean, we've seen them do plenty of testing with the doors. But obviously this will be the first time for them in space, and that's one of the big milestones as soon as they get into their trajectory, whether it be near orbital or fully orbital, or we're pretty sure it's near orbital. So that's going to be interesting. We've seen them remove the little locking mechanisms that they've got on there, so that it can open freely. I think they just put them on the ground just so that they're not going to. It's not going to sort of push back for any reason on the ground when it's unpowered or whatever the reason might be. So yeah, it's going to be exciting to see them do that as well. I'm hoping that they've got a camera in there that they could stream a shot of the doors opening internally. But I think this is something we didn't get to see. Those internal cameras for Flight 2 were really not provided to us. I think we saw one little glimpse in one of their compilation videos, one tiny, half a second or something like that, glimpse of one of the internal shots. But we know that they've got them because when they recently explained the reason for the Starship explosion, they said that due to the video streams they had, they could see that various things were on fire, and dumping a heap of oxygen into that mix caused the thing to fully shut down and catch fire. So it's going to be interesting, and I think maybe one of the other things that we want to observe is the thrust vector control for those Starship engines, because in the last flight they were still hydraulically tilted, whereas now they're electric driven, and that will hopefully reduce some of the stuff in there that can catch fire and do things that we don't want them to do. So yes, that's my technical way of putting that.
Yeah, hey, technical terms, man. Adjust the thingamajig. That's a technical term. We're good. Let's see, Trevor. I'm gonna see if I can tee a good one up here for you. Oh, here's a good one from Jan Lucas Hazanau. So, do you think other rockets? Do you know if other big rockets like the Saturn V had problems with fuel sloshing, Trev?
Got a muted mic, I think.
Good catch, thank you. This is definitely not something that's exclusive to big rockets or Starship, right? We saw Falcon 1 Flight 2. They almost reached orbit, and the reason why they didn't is because they didn't have slosh baffles in the second stage, which caused propellant to start moving around, and then they eventually lost control of the second stage. So this is just, it's really hard to deal with these propellants in during these flight conditions. So yeah, this is definitely not something that's exclusive to Starship, but Starship has even more of a problem with it because it has to do that crazy flip for the boost back burn. Keeping your propellant well settled during that flip is very difficult. And that's what they learned on Flight 2 and hopefully have made improvements to make sure that that remains settled during Flight 3.
Yeah, definitely. That makes, one of the trickiest things with the hot staging is, the first thing that everybody said was, this has been done before. This is not new. The Russians have done this. The Americans have done this before. Nothing new. It's like, yeah, but what is new is trying to keep the booster running and land it. That's what is new. So, just because one part of it has been done before doesn't mean that the whole system, isn't being done for the first time. And we've seen various pieces of footage of I think it was the Titan or whatever. Just you could see the hot staging and it just explodes everything on that booster stage. They didn't need to reuse it, so it didn't matter. Obviously, in these missions, they do matter, and we're dealing with Raptor 2 engines that are extremely powerful. Just the thrust of these things is just crazy. I really hope that we get to see some close-ups of that hot staging. We saw some pretty good shots of it last time, but I'm hoping they can really get some great internal views of it. I'd really love to see that.
I mean,
don't we all?
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. I'm just hoping for a little bit of onboard camera action here. Right now, actually, Trevor, I got one teed up right for you. This is actually one of my questions, dude. So, like, we were talking about sloshing. We were talking about sloshing with launch vehicles, right? During that hot stage, Marcus, you were just saying the stage is still firing during the hot staging, obviously, right? And then it does that flip over and burn. Now, Trev, what's like with the propellants there, right? We talked about like how it could solidify and jam a filter, but what are those propellants doing when that booster is flipping over and then trying to relight all those engines at the same time? That's a complicated thing, right?
Yeah, and this was the dynamics of this situation were exactly one of the things that we think led to some of the engine failures during the boost back burn on the last flight. So as the vehicle starts its flip, right? Let's pretend that my pen cap is Starship and my pen is Super Heavy, right? There's going to be gases coming out of Starship that are going to start pushing on Super Heavy. And what we think happened is that the fuel was well settled for a portion of this burn, and then at some point, because of the exhaust from Starship, the booster started experiencing negative acceleration. So the fuel started going up in Super Heavy. And then a second, I bet it was a small fraction of a second later, when the net acceleration started going back down in Super Heavy, it accelerated back into all of that propellant, which then, probably caused some damage. And that's what's known as like a fluid hammer effect, where fluids can act very not nice when you accelerate into them quickly.
Now, do you think fellas, like, if either one of you feel free to chime in, do you think that hydraulic hammering could have knocked something loose?
Well, there's just so much complex, it's a plumbing nightmare down there in the bottom.
Right, yeah. No, that's what I'm thinking. It's like a spider web.
Yeah, you got like 33 of these engines, 33 lines of oxygen running through. You got 33, methane lines being branched from the bottom of the booster there. So if any of them had have busted or got damaged in some way, that would have been catastrophic. I don't think that would have happened based on, I don't think that there was a quick enough breakup of everything. Like, it did seem to sequentially shut down engine by engine. And you'd sort of think, well, if there was any of those pipes knocked loose, we would have seen a very immediate problem, I think. So, but that doesn't mean that some of the baffle systems around couldn't have come loose or something like that, because it was, as you say, it was a reasonable negative acceleration there. I don't think it was quite as much as we originally thought, like I said before, but it's been interesting watching the Ryan Hansen renders, because he's actually been doing lots of newer baffle designs and tinkering with things. What if SpaceX have installed this versus this, and how that would actually stop the fluids from rising so rapidly and things like that. There's lots of ways to do it, so it'll be interesting to see. I wish we knew more about the alterations that they've done inside this booster.
Yeah, and Ryan's renders are a treat, man. That guy is super talented.
Oh man,
super talented. Anyway, good conversations going through here. Let's I'm going to run through a little bit of the support queue here. There is a laundry list. Oh wait, what do we got going on there? I heard something going on in the background there. Looks like,
sorry, that might have been my side. Some car went straight past.
I was like, is there a truck driving by? Wait a minute. No, it's all good. No problem. So let's see. Let's see. So we got a couple of $2 super chats in there from I am Spaghetti, Mike G with a 2, Mike G with another 5 in there. Got a couple of new members here and there, and then Snotgard with 5 red team memberships, and then Linda with a Pad Rat membership in there. Thank you very much. Thank you guys. Really appreciate it. I don't know if you guys have seen me over on my Twitch stream. I always have trouble dealing with all the support, right? Like, it's always just like, oh, wow, you just subbed to me. That's cool. Thank you, I guess. Like, I never can find the right words, but being here and hosting the NSF cast, I was gonna say we couldn't have done it without this chat over here. Could have done it without these folks.
People are just so amazingly generous. I am so thrilled to be part of this community, because you've just got to look up there in the chat and stuff, and it blows my mind. And NASASpaceflight, they've done amazing things for this whole period that we've been watching this evolve at Starbase over years now. And it costs a lot of money to run all these cameras. How many cameras did you say you've got?
There's 29.
29 cameras. And I can guarantee you, they're all pretty expensive cameras. I've got 2, and they're expensive. So you can just imagine how much it costs to maintain this, for all the staff and everybody doing these things in the background. Like, it's not just the few people on camera or on microphone at any one time. There's a huge team behind this, and I'm always just amazed by how you keep this thing running. Like, even the stream here, you got 28,000 people watching. 28,000 of you out there that have come in to watch us talk about this amazing thing. Interestingly, there's only 9,900 likes though. Come on, you guys, hit the like button. Come on, hit it. Let's get it up to 15. I want to see 15. Go.
Coming from the Twitch side, I don't know what that means. Like, wait a minute, like the video. Wait, what does that mean? I don't know what this means. What's going on here?
That's right. But I just find this community so inspiring, and I just can't wait to see what comes out in the next 24 hours. Hopefully everything goes to plan here, and the weather holds out for us.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, they've been pretty good to us, Marcus, huh? Over the years.
Yeah.
They've been pretty good to us, man. All right. Hey,
must be,
Trevor,
must be coming up on sunrise fairly soon.
Yeah, it's a little ways away. It's 5:30 over there right now. The sun isn't going to come up for a little bit longer, but hopefully we get one we get the launch window is right at dawn, right? So we get that really nice golden hour lighting on the way up.
Yeah. I actually kind of forget, because we're sort of quite far south, so we in our summers and stuff, we get our sunrises like at 5:30. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got the long days right now. We got the short days, dude.
Yeah.
How's the weather down there? Everybody that's down there tells me it's really, really hot.
Yeah, it's been beautiful down here lately. It's cooling down just a little now. It's been uncomfortably hot in Australia. Just last week more than anything, but yeah, it's luckily cooling down in Tasmania, which is about as far, well, that's as far south as you can go in Australia. So yeah, we're a little cooler down here by a few degrees, but yeah, it's for us being above 30 degrees C is still pretty hot. So
that's toasty. Yeah. For the Fahrenheit folks, anything above 30 C, that's approaching 100 degrees. That's toasty. Yeah.
30. I think I'll just do the conversion. 30 is about 86. So yeah, it's pretty warm, but it was getting a lot hotter than that up in some of the other states. So they were up around 39 and stuff like that, which is just awful. That's 102. Fahrenheit. So yeah,
crazy. All right, steering us back over to spaceflight. Trevor, I got a question for you. This is an interesting one. Now, we were talking. I asked Marcus a little bit earlier about that hover and that it was super heavy, and then maybe plunging it into the water. What do you think SpaceX is going to do if it survives? Do you think there's any chance they're gonna get a tug out there and go and grab this thing?
No, I think both vehicles will be destroyed on impact, and that's right. What part of the environmental assessment that was released yesterday by the FAA was investigating of, how exactly are these vehicles going to blow up when they hit the surface of the ocean. And the one other thing that I want to bring up is we are not seeing the venting from the OLM that we would be expecting for a T0 at the beginning of the window. So this is probably looking more like they're pushing a little bit back into the window, maybe to 7:30 or something like that. So just stay with us. We'll, of course, be here the whole time, but and apparently, right as I started saying that,
I was going to say, I think the OLM vent turned on. You can just see it center of the screen, guys. It's casting a shadow, like dead center, a little bit lower on the screen. Definitely turn the OLM vent on.
Yeah.
So based on previous wet dresses and whatnot, I believe this puts them right about at that 7:30 a.m. local time T0, but we'll get more refined figures as they continue into this filling process.
Cool. Yep. Yeah, you can see on the graphics that they got right there up on the screen, that OLM vent. Now, Marcus, tell these fine folks in the chat what that OLM vent is for, if you could.
Well, the problem that you've got when you're trying to fill something like this with all this cryogenic propellant is you've got all the lines that lead to it, and they're just all at regular temperature, right? They're just sitting out there in the warm, well, considerably warmer than the cryogenic propellant. So they all need to come to the same temperature essentially as the propellant. So to do that, you've got to pump a whole heap of propellant through and chill everything down, and that causes a lot of venting, a lot of gases and stuff. So what you're seeing there is all the boil off from chilling all those lines down. It's and you sort of see that later as well as it comes up to the ship quick disconnect and all these sorts of things. So eventually they'll shut that off as propellant sort of passes by, and then that it all sort of calms down as propellant actually starts being loaded into the vehicle. So and hidden with all that, of course, you've got all of the venting and the and whatnot that's going on for the cryogenics as well, especially when the liquid oxygen and the methane starts being super chilled. Again, they take all of that liquid nitrogen in the system, of which there's plenty, and they run that through these super chillers. They're sort of these hippo-looking things, and that super chills the liquid oxygen right down as cold as they can get it, because after it's been running through all the lines and sitting in the booster in the ship, it's going to warm up a little. So you want to have plenty of margin there so that things don't start boiling off before you're ready to launch. So yeah, and that's another great thing, by the way, of having these extra sub chillers installed just recently, that between Flight 2 and Flight 3, because they can do it faster. They can fill it all faster. And, 40 minutes is what they did it for the wet dress rehearsal, or just under, or just over, I forget. But, that's super fast. Just to compare, Falcon 9 takes about 35 minutes to fill. There's 10 times the amount of propellant in this beast. So,
unbelievable.
it's crazy. Just crazy.
That's dude. Once again, I still I don't know if like we could like us mere mortals can fathom the amount of flow rate there. Like, can we even like picture that in your head? Like, how fast would that? I was talking about like that would drain an Olympic swimming pool. Now I haven't done the math out behind it, but you'd be able to see the water going down here at that flow. That's pretty quick.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. You've got to sort of take in density differences with oxygen versus something like a big, a cubic meter of water or something like that. But it's still a lot. No matter how you look at it, there's a lot of volume running through those. And you've also got to think about the speed that those pumps have to run and the pressure that they need to put out to pump it up the top of the ship. It's crazy pressure.
Yeah, pumping a cryo propellant. Like, I mean, heck, how many stories is that quick disconnect off the ground? It's got to be like 20 stories up.
Yeah,
well, it's a long way.
It's like 70 meters tall for the boosters.
Yeah.
So, it's got to get another 5 or 6 meters above that to get into the ship quick disconnect. So it's no small thing.
Actually, speaking of that, I think we see a vent right there, Trevor. That what you see?
Yeah, that looks like tower vent. So, we're seeing a number of really good signs. So the roadblock has started moving just as we would expect. So as they get into loading a lot of liquid methane onto the vehicle, they start moving the roadblock back. Then, as we are seeing now, that it looks like tower vent, and then also. We know that SpaceX holds their go, no-go poll at about T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes. So all of these things are starting to stack up on top of one another for what will hopefully be a really exciting time in an hour and some change depending on when exactly their T0 is.
It's all coming together,
there's some
Shad.
vent in there too. That's great.
Yeah, absolutely.
I did get corrected here just a moment ago too, because we need to include the tower. We've got to include the tower in that height, so it's more like 95 meters because you've got to add the launch mount legs.
Yeah, OLM on top of the booster. I mean, that's still like a 30-story building. It's way up there.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, we should be getting through that no-go poll, and then as we've been talking about, another 30 minutes, they'll start tanking the vehicle. Give or take. It's this is. Stuff's starting to happen, guys. Stuff's starting to happen. You ready? Marcus, you ready?
Oh, man, I'm ready.
Trevor, what about you? How you feeling?
I can't wait. I hope that we get a little bit less fog for when the launch window opens. Maybe some like ground level winds or the sun helps burn a little bit of it off. But I'm excited, man.
Yeah, it's always a treat when these things go, and we're just going to see more of them. I think we got, what did Elon say in a post on X, that there's 6 more teed up for this year?
Yeah, 6 more on top of this one. So it's like, even if is that 6 more like launching in 2 weeks, or is it 6? Is it 6?
Quote unquote. 6. Yeah, right.
Yeah. But I look, even if it was half that, honestly, I'd still be pretty stoked with that. Like another 3 more this year. That only gives it a few months between each flight. If this one goes well, I think the predictions for when the next one flies are quite interesting. I suspect that we'd probably see another one within like a month, maybe month and a half, because if there's nothing that they need to improve, no upgrades, no repairs. Another month seems about right. And then, how far between that and maybe trying to do a booster catch? Because if they can really nail this landing, the next big event that everybody's going to want to see is a booster catch. So, when's that going to happen? I would like to know what everybody else thinks, because it's pure speculation. But what does everybody else in the chat think? When are they going to try to catch a booster? Will it be the 5th flight, 6th flight, 7th? What do you think?
I was saying a little bit earlier. Like this was a question that was asked when I was on a little bit earlier. I think we'll see some maybe reuse and tower catching by the end of the year at this rate. I mean, if you think about the rate of iteration from IFT 1 to 3, that's a big difference right there.
Yeah.
Trevor, what do you think? You think they're gonna catch one by the end of the year?
Ooh, I would not bet on it.
No.
I think based on the 6, if they were to fly 6, I think that they would try to catch one.
I agree.
If, they only get to 3, then maybe not.
Yeah, I agree that if they got to 6, they would try to catch one, but I think there's absolutely no way that they launch 6 more Starships this year. So I would say like probably early to mid next year is when they do the first catch attempt.
And then the second part of this question, feel free either one of you guys to chime in. You think they'll get it on the first try?
Oh, that's a hard one.
I think they will.
They really need to, depending on which tower they're going to use. If they use the new tower that perhaps doesn't have a huge propellant farm next to it, they could probably take a bit more risk. And we don't know yet what the plans for the propellant farm will be. In my opinion, it would be great if they had the one propellant farm that was actually leading to both vehicles. They can just switch the valves and fill up from Tower 1 or Tower 2, because that way you've got all that space there. If they want to catch it with Tower 2, the new one, because that's going to be presumably a taller tower, because we know that they want to expand the full stack even more to some mind-boggling height. It would make sense to me to try to catch it with the second tower that's maybe got these upgrades, and while they're upgrading the first tower. So these are all things that we're just dreaming of seeing, right? Just it blows my mind that they're even going to attempt to do it.
Yeah, it's going to be wild. Trev, you think they'll catch the first one?
It's so hard to know because on one hand, it seems absurdly hard to catch it.
Right.
But then on the other hand, they have landed 210 Falcon 9s now in a row.
Wow,
that's crazy.
I mean,
they're just coming up
can't
on
argue with
300
results.
almost, I think, for Falcon 9.
Right.
I think this one, was there a flight today? I'm losing track of them.
It got scrapped.
No, it's got delayed, didn't it? But I think that's going to be like 295 recoveries, I think. So it's like, what?
That will be 284 booster landings.
That's
right. Okay.
You ever thought we'd get to this point, guys?
Like Falcon Heavies, I don't know.
That includes Falcon Heavy, by the way, the 284.
Right. Wow. Just the comparisons there is nuts, isn't it?
I'm just sitting there going, wow, it's not a small number. I mean, the one they had teed up today, that was 1062, 19th flight. Hopefully we can surpass 1058 RIP. Hopefully.
Yeah, and the other thing you have to compare when you're looking at these diagrams is the type of fuel that different vehicles are using. There's a heck of a lot of, in the various vehicles, there's a lot of hydrogen in those, which is big dense, So, it's sort of interesting because methane comparatively and oxygen is takes up much less volume. So, crazy.
Definitely really highlights, in my opinion, how Falcon 9 is tiny compared to Starship, and Falcon 9 is able to put on the order of 17.5 tons into low Earth orbit while recovering the booster and fairings. That just goes to show how ridiculous Starship is going to be once it's fully operational.
Yeah. And, you basically look at the total mass, total propellant, it's almost 10x, 10x the size in various ways. So, can put in roughly 10x the payload. It's like, it's pretty nuts.
It's an absurd number. I mean, once again, I was talking about this a little bit earlier in an earlier segment. Like Starship, we were talking about where we're good, what would be your dream Starship mission? And I've actually, over on the Twitch nerdy end side of things, on my end, we're doing the math out. You could fit Skylab pretty much without the docking module at the front or the Apollo telescope mount. You could fit that in Starship's payload bay, the whole thing, and then have room on either side. You got about a meter room on either side, which is that's not small. This is truly ridiculous capability here.
Yeah, Eric Berger.
If you can pack that space well, it's you fit a lot more in there than you would even imagine, especially if you're packing things. It is bizarre to me to think of something like Skylab. You could just put up so much more volume in one launch. It's crazy.
I know
Trev, what do you got?
Berger the other day had a comment. I think he was responding to Elon. He's like, the world isn't ready for an operational Starship. And I honestly think that in many ways he's right, that there just isn't, people haven't imagined what's even capable or what's possible when you have this capability that Starship is going to offer. And it's going to be, revolutionary.
Yeah. I mean, just step into the future a little way and you realize that, well, if you can have a propellant depot up there, that let's say SpaceX's only task was ever launching Starlinks and refilling a propellant depot, right? Just those two things alone. If it can achieve just those two things, you can have any other vehicle, whether it be Blue Origins or Dream Chasers, all these vehicles that are coming soon, and they could refill at one of these propellant depots and just head off on towards the moon or whatever it might be. And we know that Blue Origin they're going to be refilling their lander in lunar orbit. So it's like, well, okay, but how do you get the propellant up to lunar orbit? It's a huge amount of delta V, as we know, the Kerbal Space Program players. We know the delta V that you need to get from low Earth orbit to the moon is not trivial, and then get into a lunar orbit. So you need so much more, so much more mass just to get that mass up there. It's crazy, and these are the things that will be possible if you've got a propellant depot in low Earth orbit.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, the depot up there with the depot Starship, that's truly, I think when we're going to get to the next level of crazy spaceflight architectures, you're right, dude, that opens up an entire whole new facet that we're not even thinking about right now. It's going to be nuts. And I'm here for it. I don't know about you. I don't know about Trevor. I don't know about anybody in chat. I'm here for it. It's great. It's getting fired up just thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of think about the scale of Starship, but, much smaller vehicles that are probably more suited to moon landings. I mean, I know HLS, it was great that HLS was awarded to SpaceX and this sort of thing. To me, having such a huge vehicle to land crew probably doesn't make as much sense to me as just having another lander to do that. I think Starship in general, HLS in general, would be terrific if it just landed mass, just cargo mass on the lunar surface and never launches again, because that way you've got these huge, big secondary backup facilities, these pressurized habitats that you can use as backup for storage, for whatever you want. You've got this huge, big tower sitting there on the moon that is just there for cargo delivery. And, you could launch 10 of them up there and land them all down there. You've got like a big, a little city of Starships there with just huge masses of cargo. That to me would make more sense. The problem that needed to be solved at the time was that, well, how, nobody else had a lander. Who are we going to award this vehicle to? So SpaceX was sort of the ones to take it by default, really, because they were the only ones doing anything. So, I hope to see in future we're going to see a lot more landing vehicles, a lot more of these Dream Chaser style vehicles that can take, almost ferry people from low Earth orbit to a lunar orbit, little, refilling missions to go and fill up a depot in lunar orbit. All these sorts of things are possible when you can do that. So, yeah.
That's the world I want to live in, man. Yep. That's the world I want to live in. All right, we're gonna get another question here. This is from Kartiki Mishra. Do we know if there will be any splashdown cameras or aerial pics from the time of reentry? Trevor, I'm gonna tee this one over to you. What do you got?
Yeah, so unfortunately, we don't know for sure either way. We know SpaceX has a boat deployed in the Gulf of Mexico for booster splashdown. I believe Freedom is its name. Look at Space Offshore on Twitter. Gavin will have anything with a boat and spaceflight. He'll talk about it. But for ship reentry, I would be absolutely shocked if SpaceX and or NASA does not have any assets tracking reentry from the ground or air downrange. That said, we unfortunately don't have any confirmation. No one has spotted anything.
Yeah, look, we would hope to see aircraft in the area somewhere. Like I say, it's way over between, east of Australia, west of Australia, I should say, and that is, it's a heck of a long way from Hawaii, which is where the original, was going to land off the coast of Hawaii or Kauai. originally. So there's a huge difference. I think I've worked it out. It's like 16,000 kilometers or 14,000 kilometers, something like that. So, it's not a trivial distance, but you would hope that they've got partners out here with aircraft that are going to be able to record all this in super detail. We want to see all those shots.
You know what the crazy thing to me about this is that, this Indian Ocean trajectory rather than, landing in Hawaii, that's like maybe 1 or 2 second difference in burn time. And Marcus, you were just talking about the distance, talking 14,000 Ks here. That's not a short distance. And, when you're that close to orbit, that's the difference between, landing in the Indian Ocean and actually staying up in space. It's just a couple seconds of burn time. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, yeah. And Jonathan
absolutely
McDowell
nuts.
did a good he did sort of a good map of where the trajectory could be, and it literally spans 1,000 kilometers or something like that, or 500 kilometers difference between if the burn is done right versus if it cuts off a second too short, or doesn't light up at all. Then the distance differences by the time you get around the opposite side of the globe are just ginormous. So the question is, if it doesn't go to plan, that boost back, that re-entry burn, or whatever it is that they're calling it, the aircraft need to be somewhere in the vicinity, right? So that it could vary extreme, to the extremes. So that's going to be interesting to see. I think if they do the burn as they want, then they'll have a pretty good idea where to be. But yeah, it'll be we'll hopefully know in about an hour, a bit over an hour. An hour and a half by the time it gets
just
around.
Just an hour out till the window opens here. They would have gone through the fueling go no go poll. I'm not certain we saw anything new on the cameras per se, I haven't heard anything bad either. So no news is good news, I guess.
So Marcus, I think everyone here at NSF over the last few days has given their opinion of how flight's going to go, what milestones will be reached and whatnot. I'm curious, what are your thoughts?
I would bet that they can get to Starship re-entry. If I was putting money on it, I would say that they'll get to at least Starship entry. Whether they can actually enter it without it breaking up, that's going to be the question. I've got no idea about that. And I think that they will touch the booster down on target. That is my bet. And everything in between going smoothly. We're hoping to see all those Raptors firing beautifully again, because in the last flight they did, until it broke up, obviously after separation, but up until that point, they seemed to be very smooth. So I really don't have any issues or concerns about the Raptor engines themselves, which is great to say, because last flight, it's like, oh, geez, I just want the Raptors to all be going. That's all I want. and they did that, so.
Yeah, what about the propellant transfer demonstration?
Look, I don't see that as too much of a problem. I think they just need to have the control and whatnot to do it. So as long as it gets to orbit, I think that they'll be fine with that. I don't know how they're actually planning on testing it. They haven't really released a lot of detail. Does anybody else know any more detail about how they're testing that?
I mean,
unfortunately not.
Yeah, we know it's between the header tanks and the main tanks, but manner of actuation, I have no idea. I've taken guesses.
Spin it?
Yeah, right. Spin it. It'll work, right? I mean,
yeah.
Yes.
But I don't know if does that really demonstrate much, apart from that fluid moves from one place to another when you put a force of gravity on it. I don't know, because I don't really have. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think they've got the reaction control systems to really do, forward, backward movement to a small scale. I might be wrong about that. I haven't seen anything lately, but yeah, it's that's a big question in my mind. How are they doing that? Is it a rotation exercise? Is it something else to do with maybe the exercise is simply opening and closing valves and things like that? It's really quite interesting. We know they've got vents and stuff like that they could probably use in various ways to slightly move the ship. But they haven't really given us enough detail to really know what they're going to do there. So it's speculation, really.
Yeah, I've had my crazy wild theories. Trevor and I were talking about it on the NASASpaceflight Live last week, last Friday. Trev, what do you think? Well, like, what manner do we have here for actuating your fuel between the header tanks? Like, I thought it would be something with the autogenous pressurization by doing a spin start on the engines. I mean, That is a very absurd way of doing things. But I mean, what else do you think they would have at their availability here? Like, how would you get those propellants to move back and forth? This is a hard problem to solve, and when you're in microgravity, everybody, it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. You don't want your vehicle and your fuel to be have no acceleration relative to one another, because then it's just going to be floating around. So somehow they're going to have to create that acceleration. And I suspect they're just going to use some of the gases that they have stored in the tank, right? That's the entire reaction control thruster system that Elon has talked about. But as to exactly how they would go about that for, what would be a quite large transfer of propellant, I really don't know. I hope SpaceX gives us more details on the webcast.
Yep.
Mm.
All right.
It could simply be that pressure in the tanks, with the gaseous pressure in the tanks, they can just, let boil off happen naturally and just use that pressure. As soon as they get to a certain pressure, they just start releasing it, and that'll just move the thing forwards. And then maybe they do a flip and move it the other way, and then they do but they don't have a lot of time. Really, they've got to do that Raptor burn. I'm assuming. I think it's probably a little after apogee or whatever, but they don't have infinite time up there. They're on a suborbital trajectory essentially. So whatever they do, they've got to be able to do it quick.
Yeah, you got about 15, 20 minutes, right? This is going to be a short mission, if everything is successful.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as we have moved inside of 1 hour, and seems like there might be some frost accumulating on the booster, this is where this segment ends. Marcus, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate you guesting in here during the cast. It was fun.
No worries at all. Lovely to be here, and lovely to have all the wonderful questions from everybody in the comments there. Just love skimming through the comments. I obviously don't have time to read a lot of them as we're chatting away, because otherwise I wouldn't be paying attention. But thank you for being here, and for all the shout outs. I've seen them all flying by, so thank you very much. Love this community. Best thing ever.
And then, Trevor, couldn't do without your swiftiness up in here.
Yeah. Let's hope SpaceX swiftly launches this thing, and let's light this candle.
All right. Sounds good.
Go Starship.
Yep, there you go. And I hosted this segment. I'm EJ. I stream on Twitch. Stick around. We got plenty more. We're 54 minutes out from a launch here. Let's see what happens. Well, hopefully, weather permitting. So that's where I leave you guys, and the next segment will be up right after this video.
At T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes, the SpaceX flight director will poll launch operators to determine whether to proceed or not with propellant load. Unlike with the previous two flights, this propellant load will be significantly faster and will begin first with the ship and later with the booster. Liquid oxygen load into Ship 28 will begin at the T-minus 53 minute mark, followed shortly by liquid methane at T-minus 51 minutes. When this happens, you may notice venting from the liquid methane subcooler dedicated to ship loading. That's a good sign that things are progressing as expected. Liquid oxygen load into Booster 10 will begin at the T-minus 42 minute mark and will be followed right after at T-minus 41 minutes with the load of liquid methane. By then, the other 3 liquid methane subcoolers should be up and running. As the rocket's 4 main tanks are being loaded, frost will start to appear on each one of them. Frost will first appear on the liquid oxygen tank of the ship, followed by the liquid oxygen tank on the booster. Then, methane tanks on the ship and booster will start to get frosty as well. As propellant load continues, the rocket will get progressively more and more frosty, and regular venting will occur from all tanks as they keep their pressures in check. At T-minus 19 minutes and 40 seconds, the Raptor engine chill sequence will begin. This will see the engine pre-valves open to allow a small amount of liquid oxygen and liquid methane to flow through the oxidizer and fuel turbopumps of each engine. This chills down the turbopumps and conditions them for ignition when full flow of these cryogenic fluids is achieved. This chill down will heat up the oxygen and methane that's flowing through the engine, essentially turning them into gas. The gaseous methane is recaptured and returned back to the ground tanks, while the gaseous oxygen is captured and vented overboard. You'll see this gaseous oxygen venting from the engine chill pipes as engine chill progresses during this time. At around this time in the count, you may also notice venting from the ship's header tanks as well. While SpaceX doesn't mention on its timeline when these will be loaded, we've seen them venting at around the T-minus 15 minute mark in previous countdowns, so watch out for those. Propellant load will wrap up at T-minus 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the booster and T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the ship. This propellant load sequence will have seen up to 3,600 tons of liquid oxygen and 1,000 tons of liquid methane being loaded across both of Starship's stages. It's essentially the equivalent of loading 10 Falcon 9 rockets in only 15 more minutes than what it takes to load a single Falcon 9. In these final minutes, the rocket will also go through other steps in its preparation for flight. The flight termination system will be armed, the vehicles will switch to internal power, the onboard computers will take control of the count, and the tanks will pressurize ahead of flight. Also ahead of launch, the launch mount clamps will open and the rocket will just be standing on the pedestal arms held down by its own weight. SpaceX used to have an optional hold point at the T-minus 40-second mark for the past 2 flights, but with the changes to the countdown, we're not sure if this will hold true for this flight. Hopefully, we won't have to figure that out, and the countdown will just run smooth and clean with no holds. At T-minus 30 seconds, the flight director will verify go for launch, and the detonation suppression system will activate. This will spray a mix of nitrogen and water under the pad to disperse gaseous methane from the air under the engines prior to engine ignition. At T-minus 10 seconds, the flame deflector will activate and thousands of gallons of water will shoot out from the water-cooled steel plate underneath the rocket. This will protect the base of the launch pad from the fury of the Raptors once they start at T-minus 3 seconds. This ignition will be a staggered one and won't occur at full power. At T0, if all launch commit criteria are met, the engines will throttle up from their startup power to flight power. At that time, the quick disconnects on the launch mount and ship arm will retract to leave way for the rocket's liftoff. As the engines begin to throttle up, the rocket will eventually produce more thrust than its weight, lifting off approximately 2 seconds after T0.
All right. Well, we are live from Starbase and a number of other places around the world. I am Lon Seidman. I'll be taking over this portion of the stream as the co-host, and joining me from all over the world are my 2 co-hosts. I have Alex Romero. How you doing, Alex, from Spain?
Have an update from SpaceX indicating that they have moved 30 minutes into the window. That's okay. It's a 110-minute window, so we have plenty of time still in that window. Weather is 70% favorable, so that is definitely a good thing as well. That, of course, they have moved 30 minutes into the window, but at least weather seems to be, mostly favorable, again, 70%. So that seems like an ideal kind of thing. We sort of expected that the T0 will move past the 7 a.m. Opening of the window. Precisely, I believe Trevor was talking about this before, that the OLM vent came up, but it came up a little bit later than we expected, about 30 minutes later. And all of these events in general were about 30 minutes later than what we expected. So obviously that 7:30 a.m. Central time was not a surprise, to be fair. But definitely, we're now awaiting. It's 1 hour 19 minutes to that new T0, so we're probably about to get that go for propellant load from the flight director. So hopefully SpaceX will update us on that when that happens, and soon we'll get a Frosty rocket, as Alicia was talking about on that magnificent overview of what's coming up next.
Yeah, she did a great job. And also joining us is Adrian Beal, who, Adrian, I wanted to talk about the weather. It looks like it's going to be a lot better than we thought. We were really concerned about the weather all week, but now SpaceX is reporting 70% favorable, which is certainly better than 50-50.
Yeah, absolutely. And the problem is fog is sadly not a consideration for them, because as you can see, our views are a bit right now influenced by fog, but that's not a problem for the rocket at all. It seems like the overall conditions are trending positively here. They have a good chance here. And I actually like that they are going a bit in the window, because the sun will start to go up, not at 7:30. I think the sunrise is about 8 minutes later. But of course, the more time we get, the more time we have for the weather conditions to change. We have a chance that maybe if they push a bit further, we will get some of that sweet sun that will burn off a bit of this fog. So that's of course the hope here a bit, increasing the views as much as we can over the time, but we will see. And yeah, again, as Alex said, 1 hour and 17 minutes away, looking forward.
And we can assure you there is a rocket behind all of that condensation and fog there. And Alex, some of this fog is not the fog from nature. This is the super chilled fuels that are about to be loaded into that rocket, right?
Yeah, some of it is definitely is definitely that venting. You can see there some of the venting even from the chines on the booster there. It's a bit complicated. My somewhat experienced eye can kind of see that happening here. They're loading that CO2 into those tanks on those chines on the booster. So definitely, look, we're getting active here, right? As I was mentioning, I think it was like 3 hours ago when I last was here on commentary. You know, the tank farm was starting to come up alive, right? And I said, whether you think it is too little of a vent or whether you think it's too much of a vent, just wait, because it'll become even crazier as we go into the countdown. And here we are, about 1 hour and 15 and 16 minutes away from that liftoff, and as you can see, there's venting everywhere. It's not just the fog, as you mentioned, it's also this venting from the tank farm, and soon the rocket itself will vent as well. As you know, as it gets loaded with propellant, it starts venting to leave some of that space clear for the fluid, so basically for the liquids to be able to go into the tank. So it's going to become a very active moment, and hopefully, as you mentioned, Adrian, we'll get that sun out so that the fog burns off. It really will be a shame, if this launch in this condition right now. So hopefully, knock on wood, cross your fingers, whatever rituals you want to do. Let's get a clear view of this launch, please.
because we really want to see, we have 33 engines on here. We want to see all of those engines lit up as clearly as we did on the second launch. So we will be hoping that sun comes up and helps out a little bit with some of the views here. But we have cameras all over the place, so we assure you we will be showing you lots of interesting things going on here. Adrian, I've seen on the back channel here, Max out in the field is hearing sirens over at Starbase, and that's a normal occurrence when something is about to happen, right? So what do we think is that siren is indicating? I guess maybe fueling is imminent?
Yeah, could actually. I'm not recalling if there's like a siren protocol here, but it could totally be a last warning to certain areas that, by like, hey, if you're hearing this and you're still here, why are you here? Totally could be related to that. So yeah, it's definitely, and based on the countdown and that's the good thing. We right now have a target time. So right now the SpaceX should actually be in the step for go for propellant load, which would happen at 1 hour and 15 minutes. The actual fueling will start a bit later at 53 minutes, where they first start the ship loading. But we should be relatively close. And the good thing with SpaceX, again, confirming a timeline again, it helps us to really follow this now. It helps us to look at where we are, what to expect, and what could happen here.
So we will be, again, keeping an eye on everything that's going on at Starbase. We have 70% favorable weather right now, which is something we were not expecting last night. So it is looking like SpaceX is going to push for launch here. We have a 110-minute window that starts at 7 a.m. Central Time here in the United States, so just under 2 hours in that window. And there's a lot of milestones that will be happening as we make our way through now the next hour. So we, at the moment, anticipate launch time in 1 hour and 13 minutes and a handful of seconds there. Our timer is now locked to the time that SpaceX just announced, which is 7:30 a.m. Central Time. But stick with us, because these two folks on the call with me today, along with a lot of other folks in the back channel, know a lot about this system and what's going to happen in the hours to come here. What I'll be doing also as we are chatting is I'll be putting up some of the memberships and other things that you all are supporting us with, and we'll try to take as many of your questions as we can. But let me turn it over to Alex real quick, because this mission is different than what they were hoping to do on the first two. And it looks like they're more confident that they're going to get into that partial orbit that they're hoping to achieve. Can you talk a little bit about what we can expect out of this mission and how long it's going to last?
Yeah, so essentially what we are hoping to see is the booster and the ship will essentially do an ascent burn, very similar to how it was on the second flight. And hopefully this time the end result is that the ship actually gets to SECO, to second engine cutoff, or Starship engine cutoff, as you may want to call it, right? But after that, that SECO will be targeting, instead of the Pacific Ocean, it'll target the Indian Ocean. So this is sort of a departure from that. And the reason for that is because the SpaceX will be they'll basically be performing an in-space burn of one of the Raptors on Ship 28, and so that will simulate what eventually will be a deorbit burn on an actual orbital flight. But for now, this is just going to be sort of like quasi-orbital, almost orbital trajectory. It will not go into proper orbit. It will eventually go down. You can see there that graphic. The trajectory will bring it down to the Indian Ocean, regardless of that burn succeeding or not. They have a very wide area for that reentry to land on the ocean, basically, to be able to go into a safe zone that doesn't affect any populated areas. And so, that is probably one of the key things. But as we've been mentioning all night, they have a huge number of other milestones, like the cryogenic propellant transfer. They also have the closing, the opening and closing of the payload bay door, and also, of course, just like the key test of all of these missions, the end result is surviving reentry. So surviving reentry, that reentry test will be another one important milestone to hit if they actually go through that. So that is, in that case, it is the same as the plan for flight 1 and 2. That you can see sort of the hazard zones that they have for this mission. That is the notice to mariners for launch. And that is essentially the one that they use for all of the ascent corridor, and also for, in the case that for whatever reason it goes boom, just like on flight 1 or flight 2, then they have those hazard zones to tell people in the ocean, hey, be careful, right? And then obviously they have the same kind of thing as well for the Indian Ocean as well. One of the interesting thing is that on both the Indian Ocean, at least for the aerial zones, it expands such a huge stretch of airspace that it is across several multiple airspace locations. And so for launch, you have like Mexican and American notices to our missions, and then you have in the middle of the ocean, you have anywhere from the airspace close to Madagascar to the one that is close to India to the one that is close to West Australia. So you have all of these different permits. It took me a while. I have I'll probably share this link somewhere. I don't know. I basically made myself a map with all of these locations, and it's quite crazy because there were, left, right, and center, all of these notices and different maps. But they made a huge deal so that these milestones could be hit and that they could essentially be performing all of these safely.
And Adrian, you think about the complexity of one of these missions where you have a vehicle that can get around the world in, 90 minutes. So all of the different regulatory agencies you have to work with, believe it or not, the U.S. Regulatory agencies, the FAA in particular, has some degree of authority over the entire mission because this is a rocket launched from the United States, and the U.S. government is responsible for what even commercial entities do across the way. We're going to be seeing, I think, after this, Adrian, a real uptick in traveling into space, whether it's cargo or humans, and certainly Starship is going to be upping the quantity quite a bit. Do you think we're going to have a pretty big regathering of all the international representatives here to talk about what spaceflight is going to look like in the future? Because when all of these rules were put into place, we were not launching at the cadence we're launching now. Clearly, these commercial operators are finally kind of delivering the future that we were promised, and I think we're going to have to look at all this again, aren't we? Sorry.
Absolutely, and absolutely, and it's a great question. And fun fact: one of the the bodies that actually calls for more like different regulation and calls for adjustment of budgets of these agencies is the FAA itself. They actually identify the problem, and if you hear their statements, if you hear them talking about this, they identify that there is an increase in launch cadence. There is an increase with that regulatory need, because there's always this conflict of course you don't want to block the development of the sector, but you also want to keep your safety standards. So the solution that, for example, the FAA calls for is increasing funding, making sure regulation is up to date, and these kind of things are it's totally something that everybody in the regulatory area has to think about with spaceflight. Because we are coming up on this new, I mean, we are already in it. Look at Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is already flying 2, 3, 4 times a week sometimes.
And one night in a couple.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's really crazy,
it really
and it's, of course, I can understand that. For example, a body like the FAA needs to adjust to that as well, because that came kind of over them suddenly. Suddenly they were in this world where they're like, oh, by the way, SpaceX wants to launch 140 times a year with Falcon 9.
It is going to be an exciting, that's why we're so excited about this, because we're at a point now where space is going to be a regularly visited place as opposed to just being a one-off event. But up until right now, we're still going to be pretty excited about these Starship flights, and I think a lot of new things will happen as this program continues to develop. Now, I can assure you there is a rocket on the pad. We have about maybe 8,000 or 9,000 people in here, more since I started, up to 46,500. So what we're looking at right now is Starship on the pad. So the sun has not risen at Starbase yet in Boca Chica, Texas. We are looking at right now about an hour and 5 minutes until the SpaceX announced liftoff time, which is 7:30 a.m. Central. And I did get a question in here, Alex, from Michael Bertoldi in our chat. And I'm going to do my best to try to get as many questions and super chats in here as I can. We're going to be launching right around sunrise or close to it or just after it. Will we see some different things in the atmosphere this time as the rocket gases interact with that early morning air? Maybe the jellyfish that we often look for.
Yeah. I guess we'll figure it out, right? Once that rocket lifts off, we're gonna figure that out. It's complicated because it is like the new T-Series 8 minutes before sunrise. So as soon as the thing just goes up, it'll probably go into sunlight. So yeah, it's not something that is easily predictable.
And one thing that is predictable is that our friend Das is working his you-know-what off out there in Texas. Das, what's it like on the ground there?
All right.
Hey, we even see you. Look at that.
Folks, it's tough to see from where I'm at right now. We're all set up. I'm over here at South Padre Island. I'm on the roof of the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre. But I am completely socked in with fog. If you know South Padre Island, there's a hotel here. There's a big structure next to a big building. The condos next to it is called the Sapphire. I can barely see the building that's 100 feet away from me. I cannot see Isla Blanca Park. I can't see any of the parts of the park over there. There were a bunch of police lights blinking, and the complete fog blanket has made it so I can't even see the blinking police lights at Isla Blanca, less than a mile away from me. Much less, I'm 7 miles away from the launch pad right now. So I am all set up, but I can see the fog going around me right now. It is not a great situation over here at South Padre Island. What did SpaceX just said, it's a 70% chance of launch or 70% go or something, but I think it's 0% viewing if it goes at the beginning of the window and you're over here at South Padre Island. That's how it goes. If you're looking for rocket viewing, sometimes you never know what you're going to get. They do have a little bit of a window to work with, so I know if I was SpaceX, I would want some of the visuals happening, and maybe this will burn off. I don't know, but right now it is tough over here. Oh, geez. Let's see. I think we have something else that I can actually talk about, something that's near and dear to my heart. Hopefully we're ready to show this. They'll tell me in my ear if they're ready to show this. But one of the big things that I think that NSF does that's super important is we get people excited about space and science and that sort of stuff. You don't have to be an engineer. Clearly, listen to some of our conversations. You don't have to be like a rocket scientist or a math nerd or anything like that to be a part of the community. You can just like space. You just want to hang out with rocket people. You just think things are cool on occasion. And I have been in the space and science and aeronautics place since I was a really small kid. I had balsa wood airplanes all over my ceiling. I was building models, and I found a $10 bill once, and I bought my first model. It was an F4 Phantom because everybody has an F4 Phantom. But I found a $10 bill at the baseball park, and built models, right? And part of that growing up was participating in science fairs. I did a lot of work with science fairs all through school, a lot of aerodynamic science fairs about camber and lift and boundary layer removal and all those sorts of things. But I thought that we had a cool opportunity here at Starbase. NSF has all of our camera locations around Starbase, mile south, mile north, mile east, yada, yada, yada. We've got the river lot where some folks are watching from. But I thought that it would be a great idea if we gave students the opportunity to build experiments that we would deploy on one of our properties during a Starship launch. So I hope we're able to show this here. Are we able to show this? I'm going to listen in real quick. Okay, cool. We have a live feed because that's what we do. We do live feeds, right? The students from Hebron High School up in Texas, up in North Texas around Dallas, built some physics experiments with Dr. Holly, their teacher, and a couple different classes, a couple different students, put together some things just from scratch, not fancy scientific experiments that, you know, oh, we spent a bunch of money, we're going to get these decimal precisions. It's home-built stuff, demonstrating different physical properties. And Dr. Holly brought those down from the Dallas area, and late last night, I guess, we deployed them at our highway site. So there's a couple different experiments in there. There's a barometer that's going to show a change in air pressure with liquid in a tube. There's two different types of accelerometers, basically rubber bands with pencils on them, right? There's an XY accelerometer that'll shake in a direction like this, and there's a Z-axis accelerometer that'll shake up and down like this. There's an anemometer. Everybody loves an anemometer, I guess. Some cones on a little twirly thing. And there's a wind direction thing. But the students built all of these, and Dr. Holly brought them down, and we deployed them at the lot. And that camera, if y'all are seeing the live feed, the camera there is actually going to record that, and we're going to send that to the students so that they can see the results of their experiment that they built. And not only that, it's got the rocket launching behind it. Of course, we pointed the camera, and we deployed the experiments over there on our little gravel pad, so that when the rocket takes off, assuming we can see the rocket take off, because that's our current concern, I think, the students' experiments will be recorded in the foreground, and the rocket will be taking off in the background. I believe we've actually got a couple of videos that the students recorded themselves, if we're able to roll those so people can check it out. Again, I think this is so super important. It's the sort of thing where we can give these kids a chance to shine for their creativity and taking household products. There's like rulers and erasers, and I think some of this stuff is actually built off old physics transparencies, if anybody's old enough to remember transparencies like I am. But they made their experiments, and we wanted to not only record that for them, but share that with you as well. Are we able to roll some of the student videos here real quick? I think they're short, like a couple, like 30 seconds or something. Let's roll some student videos and see what these students had to say about participating in the Starbase Science Fair, for lack of a better term.
Hi, my name is Isabel Vandenberg, and I'm a senior.
My name's Owen Price, I'm also a senior.
My name is Clayton Mark, I'm a junior. And my name is Luke Sharp, I'm also a junior. We all go to Hebron High School. We were tasked with creating a seismometer with the use of home materials.
Here we have two mechanical devices, with one showing the X and Y and one showing the Z.
To ensure sound plays a minimal role in this experiment, we've got these devices positioned between 1 and 2 miles away from the launch site. That way we're only reading the seismographic readings and having no sound interference.
And the only thing that will require power in these devices is the cameras that we're going to be using to record the devices.
Hi, I'm Daniela, a high school junior.
And I'm Will, and I'm a senior, and we both go to Hebron High School.
We have built a barometer with household materials for NASASpaceflight.com to use to measure air pressure during a rocket launch.
So how this works is that if the air pressure goes down, then the fluid in the bottle goes up,
And when the air pressure goes up, the fluid goes down. In this case, we use mineral oil because it doesn't evaporate as quickly as water.
And that's how it works?
Anyways, how cool is that? Again, just something we thought that we had the opportunity to not just share the Starbase live views with you, but give some cool students in a high school up in Dallas an opportunity to come up with some experiments that they could put next to the world's most powerful rocket when it launches. Now, I do hope that SpaceX is able to work with this window and we can actually see the rocket in the background of the science experiments. But again, I am over here at South Padre Island. My situation right now is I can't even see Isla Blanca Park. I've got cameras set up over here. It's the roof of the Margaritaville Resort, South Padre. Some of these south-facing rooms, you can actually book these rooms if you watch what's going on, I guess. You follow us and you know when it's time to book the rooms and not when it's time to just, oh, I need to get clicks on my videos, right? But you can book some of these rooms and they face to the south. And if you want to just not hang out on the roof where I am absolutely drenched. Hang on, let me try this real quick. Time out. I got another light here, and earlier when I tried this, where's the button? You could actually see the fog. Let's see if this works. Can y'all see the, oh great, autofocus, rookie mistake. Hopefully it, oh hey, nice, good job camera. It doesn't look like you can really see it right now with the fog going past that. You can see that there's water all over my lens. But that is my situation behind the scenes up here on the roof of the Margaritaville Resort. I think we're going to go back to some more commentary with the folks that are not soaked because they are standing in a cloud right now. Are we ready to cut back to the other commentators? All right, cool. So folks, again, I'm going to hop off. Thanks for joining us here. We'll see if we see a Starship launch, and thanks for being here.
All right, thank you very much, Das. And you can just really, I think I've gotten to know Das over the last year or two, and I can tell you he is so passionate, not only about space, but getting kids involved in space and learning how to solve problems and engineering. And we have certainly a lot of engineering behind the scenes that goes on this show to get everything to you, because we have dozens of cameras all over the United States right now. We've got commentators all over the world. It's a lot to pull together, and it's a lot of fun. So thank you, Das. We'll be checking back in with you shortly. Hey, I got a question here that came in from Witch Doctor. And the question here, I'll start with Adrian. Are they going to launch this in the fog like they did, I think it was SN10 or one of the prior missions? I remember watching that one on NASASpaceflight.com, and we heard the rocket go off. We saw some flashing, and then we saw all the debris from that test flight raining back down. Will they launch this in the fog if it's that foggy?
So I think the final confirmation that they don't care about fog was actually that that X post that we got a bit earlier, because I think there's not a 70% chance that this fog clears in time. So yeah, I feel like it's not a constraint for this rocket. Actually, it's rarely a constraint for anything. Like, fog is annoying for us, but a rocket can launch just fine. So yeah, I fear if everything else is go, they will launch in this fog.
So we will keep an eye on it. It looks like we are getting some views of the rocket here, Alex. So we are, I guess, you know, we are looking at sunrise probably what, in about around the time of T0?
Yeah, it'll be about 8 minutes after liftoff, that sunrise. The thing that I'm watching right now is sort of the progress, those sort of vents that we use to sort of tell ourselves, try to guess when propellant load will start and things like that. There should have been a vent coming up from that tower by now. A very big vent. I saw it. So the tower vent is an interesting sort of folk here in terms of venting, because it comes up first alongside with the OLM vent, and then it disappears and then reappears. And when it reappears and it's like super strong, and it's very similar to what we call on the OLM vent the waterfall mode. And by now, we should have been already seeing it, because we are supposedly approaching that ship propellant load point in the count. So basically, that is at T-minus 53 minutes. That will be the liquid oxygen load onto the ship. A few minutes later, that will be the methane. So that is sort of what I'm looking here right now. Once that propellant load starts, if it's going to start just at this minute right now, then we will see frost within a few minutes. So my concern right now is that perhaps 7:30 is not holding, but again, that is completely, by just seeing the vents, right? So it is completely a guess, just based on the previous experience of the wet dress rehearsal and other sorts of testing, trying to see more or less how it would look like. It may not be 7:30, but we never know, right? So we're waiting here for an official confirmation from SpaceX. As we mentioned earlier, at T-minus 1 hour 15 minutes was the sort of moment in the countdown sequence where they will have done the go no go poll for propellant load. We have not yet heard anything official from SpaceX about that poll, whether they have actually gone through that or not. And so my only take from this is caution. Let's keep watching, and as always, I'll keep looking at all the feeds and everything. So if there's anything, I'll yell, "Hey, there's something new." Don't worry.
And they still have some time margin here because it's 110 minutes from 7 a.m. Central Time. So any time within that span, they can do it. And Adrian, also they appear to have sped up the process of fueling Starship over the last mission, even significantly so. So we may, they still have time to get this rolling, right? We're not in any danger yet.
No, they definitely still have time. So if we assume, first off, 30 minutes into the window. By the way, there's our beautiful view to point out where objects are. There's a rocket here, we promise.
High-tech graphics here.
Yep, absolutely. So 30 minutes into the window means 80 minutes left. Assuming, as Alex pointed out, we have a bit more of a move to the right, we still are probably in the 60, 70 minute range. And I wonder if we are at this point in a situation where SpaceX basically goes from like quarter hour or half hour to half hour and just looks at certain weather parameters, for example, upper level winds, and just looks, is it better there, and then pushes again a bit. Because once you get into propellant loading, I'm not sure if they can hold forever because, well, you have a boil off, you have situations then that might prevent that. So I wonder if they're like really looking here step by step. Every 15, 30 minutes, just looking, hey, has it improved? Are we fine? Do we want to go? And once they commit, they probably commit with a certain range. They are probably then locked in. But again, probably at this point still 70, 80 minutes of window left here.
And so right now we are still counting down to the announced 7:30 a.m. T0 time, but we think, based on what we're seeing visually, that this may have slipped a little bit. And Adrian, can you talk a little bit about the launch window? Why is it only 110 minutes, and why not just the whole day?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, orbital windows often depend on what kind of situation you have in terms of what clearance you get. You will not, if you want to close for the whole day, if you want to make sure, like, launch the whole day, that means there will be no temps all day. There will be not Mars all day. That means there's a lot of closure they have to do. So there will be certain limitations on where everybody is fine with you just closing off everything. Then there are also other parameters. There are parameters such as, is the trajectory you're going for right now, is there any orbital debris in there? Is there anything in there that demands extra caution? There are certain parameters that influence, is this orbit safe right now? Which also is, for example, another reason why we have the situation that today is a 110-minute window, but this window changes over the days. If we go to later days, it actually becomes shorter on some days. So yeah, it really depends on a lot of factors, but closing all day, 12 hours, I'm not sure if that would be really, like, the NOTAM and everything goes basically all across the Gulf of Mexico. People would be a bit annoyed.
Right, and they got to shut down the road that kind of leads through that area. We have a member of our team, Boca Chica, Mary, I believe her name is. She's down in Boca Chica, where she actually gets evacuated from her home and has to leave until all is clear. So there's a lot of people that are inconvenienced by a large rocket firing off not far from where they are or coming down into the ocean close to where they are. Hey, I want to take a minute here just to thank some folks. We've got so many supporters coming in here. Good Day Sir contributed 20 Red Team memberships. And we also had a tip a little bit earlier of $250 from Jerwa. So I want to thank both of you for your generous contributions here to the effort. This is a very big team effort that spans continents, and every bit of support is helpful. And what I'm doing here as we're going is trying to get as many of these acknowledgments up as we can as the coverage of the third flight of the fully stacked Starship is underway here. We are looking right now at about 47 minutes before the announced launch time from SpaceX, but we do believe at this point that things are slipping a little bit, but we still have a good amount of margin. And the good news is, from where I'm sitting, is we can see a little bit more, so maybe the fog is getting a little better closer to the pad than it is currently where DAS is located. Alex, are we hearing anything else about launch time, or what are you observing that has you excited or concerned, or both?
Well, right now we don't have any official notice, any official comment. It is starting to look more and more clear, though, that we are definitely not into that propellant load because of that ship. Based on the wet dress rehearsal at this time in the count, it will have already been frosty. Because we will already be somewhere in the vicinity of like 5-6 minutes into that propellant load, and that's when we sort of see that liquid oxygen tank on the ship to become frosty. Now, it may surprise us. Maybe they're doing some kind of weird way of getting into that propellant load sequence that we haven't observed before. That is rare, though. Usually they like to remain consistent because that way they are able to get things done much better. And there you can see sort of where each of those tanks are located. So the tank that I was mentioning before here is the liquid oxygen tank, that blue colored tank there up the top on the ship. And obviously that is the one that we are closely looking, because on flight 1 and flight 2 was the booster that was loaded first, but for flight 3 and potentially now with all of these new launchpad hardware, the timeline is essentially the ship starts first and then the booster. And of all of the four main tanks that you see there outlined, the first one to get frosty is the liquid oxygen tank on the ship. Again, they could surprise us, right? We usually tend to have these sort of vents and other kinds of signs that allows us to be able to know whether they are proceeding on time or not. It is also true that we had fog, very dense fog, very recently. Now it seems like it has cleared out, so it could be that also being a bit of a trick. But as you can see, it's still T-minus 45 minutes, approaching essentially 8 minutes since the propellant load on the ship should have started, and yet no frost. Also, at the same time, we should have entered what we call the waterfall mode on the OLM vent. That is basically when the OLM vent just becomes so active that it just looks like a waterfall coming out from the OLM. And that is because when it comes into that point into the countdown, it basically signifies that we are approaching the end of that vent, and that the end of that vent means that the booster liquid oxygen load has started. That should begin in about 2 minutes from now, and yet that oil vent is not. It hasn't grown to that sort of activity that we should see by now. So all indicators currently point to that, and it will be great if SpaceX could give us some kind of update where they are, what is their concerns. Sometimes I wish I could be a fly in that flight control room, try to know what they're sort of looking at here, because they said 70% favorable weather, right? But there might be other things, say hardware, software, you name it, and so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll keep watch on here. And also our back channel here, it looks like, Adrian, we've got some weather updates from our NSF meteorologist. What do we got?
Yeah, absolutely. So Adam was so kind to update us about this fog. And first of the situation there is that this is the marine fog that he mentioned on previous briefings. And there's only a small chance, actually, that this will clear until 7:30. So going deeper into the window might be good news for us. I'm just saying, like, there's always a good news about this. And also, another update from Adam that he just gave is that there are multiple weather balloons in the air right now around the Brownsville area, collecting more data. So it seems they are really trying to get data in right now and trying to understand the situation if they can go for it.
And Adrian, those balloons are really there to measure the weather at the upper levels of the atmosphere. So we have almost two weather factors we have to deal with here. The weather that we all experience on the ground, the fog, the winds on the ground, but also what is up much higher. And what are some of the things that they're looking for in the upper level atmosphere, Adrian, that those balloons are measuring?
Yeah, mostly it's the upper level winds and wind shear. So, of course, the higher you go in the atmosphere, there tends to be an increase in wind shear. And there are limits there. And there's actually, based on every prediction we have seen so far, there's a high amount of wind shear in these upper levels. And of course, a rocket, yes, is decently stable, but there is a limit where a wind shear could start to push your rocket into a tumble. You don't want that. That's a bad thing. So that's why they really look at these upper level wind shears, get an understanding with these weather balloons, and then get a better understanding and go, hopefully.
All right. Well, we have a few minutes here as we're waiting for a rocket to get frosty. It's going to basically act like a soda can once that cold fuel goes in. So we will have some good visual indicators in addition to some SpaceX generated fog to know when that is happening. And while we're waiting, I thought we would acknowledge so many super chats and memberships that have come in. I'm going to do my best here to try to acknowledge as many as we can. Brian Barnett with a $10 super chat. Thanks for your great work. I cannot imagine how many hours you will all have into this. I can tell you that most of this team has not slept probably in the last 24 to 48 hours trying to get everything put together here. So we greatly appreciate your support. Aerospace Rocketry builds and flies scale rockets with a 1/48th scale Starship. So sometimes it's fun to test the smaller versions of things there, and there you go. So thank you very much for your support there. Here's a question from Rodin Armandio. Maybe we can answer this one really quick. Do we think SpaceX will use Starship for ISS missions? I would imagine probably not initially, but it's possible.
I think it might just come a bit too late for that. My feeling is the ISS is obviously slowly but surely approaching the end of its life. It's not like there yet, but it's getting there. And Starship needs a bit of time to ramp up. And also, Starship needs even more time for NASA to consider it safe to even get close to the ISS, because it's a giant vehicle, basically, as like very comparable to the ISS. So I do not think right now the ISS seems well supplied, especially with of course Dragon. So I do not see the need for the ISS. However, future space stations, sure, why not?
Why not? And maybe, you could have a bunch of Starships be a space station after you clear the fuel out of the tanks too. So there's a lot of potential there. They're pretty big. So hey, sky's the limit, literally, as they say there. So we've got another $10 super chat here from Ramesh, who's wondering why they're not going to land the Starship booster like Falcon 9. Well, this mission, I think they're just trying to get everything into orbit where it needs to be, and the landing part will come later. But the good news about the fact that they're not landing the booster today means that we are going to have much more coverage in the future to be able to look at those landings and watch them occur in real time. And I'm sure they'll be very exciting to tune into. And on this mission, if all is successful, what we will have hopefully on Flight 3 is not a rapid unscheduled disassembly or RUD, that is the SpaceX official term for explosion, but rather a scheduled deconstruction of the rocket as it comes back down, both components. They are going to try to do a little bit to get some data on the landing for the future. Jay Heath here with the 1999 super chat. Thank you for all you do, and thank you for your support as well. We did have another super chat here about that ISS question, so thanks for that. And we also have a bunch of, actually let me get this one other one here. True North thanking us for our exceptional work with a $105.90 US super chat. Thanks for your exceptional work and contributing to the public's enthusiasm for spaceflight. And also a nice tip for Marcus, who did a great job in the last hour giving us an overview of what is going on there. And again, I will put up as many of these as we can as we move forward. But I did want to talk about shop.nasaspaceflight.com. But before we do, we have an update. Things are coming in fast and furious here. 8:02 a.m. Central Time is the new T0, and we have adjusted our clock accordingly. So Alex, before we get to the store, what are we looking at for fueling? What time would we expect to see that rocket getting frosty now?
Well, with a new T0, that will mean essentially that we are approaching that propellant load sequence. I'm mostly sure that, so thankfully we have that sort of reasoning. Seems like a few boats in the keep out zone in the Gulf of Mexico, so that's good news, because that's something that they can solve. If it were the weather, then that's something that you're gonna have to cross your fingers, right, and hope for the best.
Yep.
So right now, I'm assuming that maybe this is I wouldn't take it as the hard confirmation that they have pulled go for propellant load. I will actually wish for SpaceX to actually confirm, with all of the literal senses and words that they are go for propellant load. But this will be around the same time in that timeline that they will do such a thing. And you can see there, that's quite the view. This is from the hotel, right? From NASA's point of view.
Yes.
So,
and that's encouraging, by the way, because just a few minutes ago, Doss couldn't see anything. He was even mentioning he couldn't see those police cars out there. So that is a good sign that the fog might be starting to clear out a little bit, which will even help things better. So
that's a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always. It's every single launch so far we have seen. That's why we always say, if you want to go to the public viewing spots, go early. Like, people will start to queue up early. And yeah, so we might just get, I'm not saying we are there yet, but based on the continuous improvement here of the condition, maybe we are getting this Starship miracle where just as they are getting ready, we are also getting the views ready. Who knows?
And I would imagine SpaceX wants to get this thing off the ground today as much as we want to see it get off the ground. And you're looking at Starship here with a new T0 time about 1 hour and 7 minutes from now. So we will keep an eye on things. And what we're waiting on next is confirmation that we have started fueling the rocket. So the way we'll know that is, one, we'll probably hear an announcement from SpaceX, but also the outside of that rocket's going to get pretty frosty, especially given how humid it is today. So we'll expect to see some very clear visuals of what's going on. But we're very excited here because we can actually see the rocket now. For most of our coverage, it's been covered in fog. So good signs here that the... Go ahead, Galax.
I was just going to mention that from this camera, is it me, or you can see some twilight already? It kind of looks like it. So that's interesting. And I will point out, just before you continue, there's there we go. See some sunlight.
Yep.
Oh,
the sun will rise.
It's gonna look glorious because we are essentially boy, this is the same time as the time of Flight 2. Flight 2 was 7:02 a.m. Central, but that was Central Standard Time.
Right.
So with Central Daylight Time, 8:02 a.m. is the same time in UTC. So basically, if you use UTC for example, in my spreadsheets, I always use UTC precisely for this matter because of these sort of time changes and things like that. So it is essentially the same time of the day as Flight 2. So hopefully, at least for the booster on the way up, it goes everything just as it happened for Flight 2, because that was a gorgeous time of day to fly.
Oh, it was unbelievable. It was amazing. And I think we're getting close to that hour too. And yeah, with US time here is a bit confusing because we change that hour every 6 months or so, and it makes everything all screwed up, including my children's schedule here. But while we are waiting, we have 1 hour and 5 minutes to go here until the newly announced T0 time. I wanted to let you know about the NASA Spaceflight store that you can go to at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And if you are a space enthusiast or know someone, this is a great place to go. We've got our mission patches up here. We make a high-resolution embroidery mission patch for every one of these missions, and you can find them all over there at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. If you have a spacesuit, they look great with your spacesuit, but you don't need a spacesuit to have an awesome patch because you can also put it on a mug, put it on a water bottle, all sorts of great ideas here for showing your support of spaceflight. We've got hoodies, we've got the shirts that I'm wearing here, all sorts of great stuff that you can get to kind of express to the world your love of spaceflight. And all this stuff is very high quality and delivered to you promptly after payment. We also have some great photography from our team of photographers, because in addition to the writers, the videographers, the talking heads here, we are also very blessed to have some very talented photographers on the team. And I know with Flight 2, we had metal prints available just minutes after launch that you could get over at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And when you check out, you have the opportunity also to leave a message, which you might be able to see on screen, like this message here that came in from an anonymous buyer. And of course, you'll see those things flashing up on screen here every time somebody picks up something. A couple more super chats here. Oscar Siegel, $20 super chat. Thank you very much for your support. We have a $10 super chat here from Riven, wishing us good luck today. I'm feeling like pretty confident here. We're getting closer to a launch. We've got the weather clearing. We've got the sun coming up. I think we're going to be in good shape here. Bob Wax gifted 10 Red Team memberships to other viewers today, so thank you very much for that. And we'll keep going with some of these acknowledgments as we go here. But maybe we should recap here, because I think we've got about 20,000 more people than we did just a few minutes ago. So what we are doing right now is anxiously awaiting the launch of Starship for the third time. Where we are at right now is we're just over an hour from the T0 time that was just newly announced from SpaceX. I believe we had some ships in the way, some boats that have to get moved, and I think now that they are on track there, we should start seeing fueling very shortly. So stay tuned, everybody, because I think things are looking better on the weather front. We know that our cameras are not as fogged up as they were earlier, and earlier we couldn't even see this view at all, and now we can. We will see some fog get generated by the fueling process itself. It is still pretty humid over there, and the fuel is very cold. So just like a soda can on a hot summer day, you will see a lot of condensation and frost building up on that rocket as it is fueled. Now, one thing we haven't talked too much about, Adrian, is the mission itself. So we are launching at the T0 point. How long is this mission going to last from start to finish?
So if you go all the way from start to finish, according to the SpaceX timeline, that would be 1 hour, 4 minutes, and 39 seconds, which is the ocean impact, or as SpaceX also calls it, an exciting landing. That's the full timeline here. Of course, and that's something that SpaceX adds to their timeline, everything on this timeline is a bit in the air. I mean, you can always have like a Raptor performing a bit different. You can always have a flight trajectory change. For example, the in-space burn could fail, and they could not maybe change their trajectory. There's always changes to this timeline. So we will have to exactly wait and see, but we are roughly looking at about a bit over an hour for this whole mission. And of course, in this mission, they will demonstrate or will at least attempt to demonstrate the opening and closing of their payload door, the PES dispenser, basically, the PES dispenser door. And they will also try to demonstrate a propellant transfer demo, most likely between header tank and main tank, because that's the tanks they have. And they will also, of course, try this in-space Raptor burn. So we will have multiple milestones here. We hope that we get in the flight good updates from SpaceX about their milestone, but that's our mission goals. And of course, at the end, re-entry. Test the heat shield. Make sure, is it working? Did they do their homework with the heat shield tiles? We will wait and see. And I bet SpaceX wants some data on that.
Yeah, Alex, let's talk about the heat shield for a minute, because in some ways this is similar to our beloved space shuttle in that it has tiles on one side of Starship to protect it from the hot plasma it experiences on re-entry. But those tiles have to stay on. And just like the space shuttle, some of the earlier launches of Starship had a bunch of those tiles popping off like they used to in the good old days. So what do you think SpaceX is doing on this flight to prevent that? I'm sure they have taken a lot of the data that they saw from those tiles popping off last time to improve this time, but that's a really critical part of this system, and it looks like that's another challenging point for them.
Yeah, this time around, at least they tested those heat shield tiles much better. They basically went out to the ship actually twice. I believe the first time it was around January timeframe, and then again a few days before launch. They went out with suction cups and essentially tested the tiles and removed those that didn't pass the test, replaced them by newer and better ones. Essentially, when we saw the second flight of a Starship, a lot of tiles dropped, and we found out that some of those tiles were not good to go. But it was also because Ship 25 didn't go through all of this, right? This testing is precisely to ensure that none of those tiles falling off. They find out about them before the flight rather than after, as Adrian was putting on that video earlier on the stream about the changes to vehicles. It's not a literal change in the vehicle. It's more like how they treat the vehicle. 24 and 25, where I call them glorified nose cones for the booster, right? They needed to get that data from running the 33 engines. Obviously, in the first flight, they did not get 33 engines, and they didn't even complete the booster burn. Flight 2, though, that was more successful, and the ship went almost like by 1 minute onto Seco. So now they really want to get that into place, right? So hopefully we'll see that reentry happening today.
All right, it looks like in the back channel here we have another T0 change. We have gone up now 8 minutes to 8:10 a.m. Central Time. This is from SpaceX, and they said they needed a few more minutes to get the boats time to clear out of the area. Those pesky boats are always in the wrong place, and they are being moved at this moment. And yeah, you don't want to be underneath what is coming down on you here, because you're either going to get the entire booster coming into that area or many pieces of it, and you don't want to be under that. I can just tell you from, not from experience, but just from common sense. So they are going to clear those boats out. Hopefully it doesn't impact things. I remember my first space launch that I attended was STS-133, and there was a boat in that exclusion zone that almost held up the entire mission and almost cost me a whole nother 2 nights in a hotel. But thankfully, they got him out of the way quick enough. So quick update here. Go ahead.
Just a quick add. Also, range violations on Boca Chica have a history. There were also some of the early hops which had some range violation problems. So this is kind of. This is not the first time we are in this situation, and I like that the jumps are getting smaller. We are no longer jumping 30 minutes. We just jump 8 minutes.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's easy.
Yeah,
it's easy. And what I think is most intriguing about spaceflight is just the amount of curiosity from the public that it brings in. And of course, this area was not much of a had some tourist activity, but not to the extent that it has now. So if you can get out on the water, it's probably the best place to see it, provided you're not violating the safety rules here. And to that end, for many folks watching, we often get comments about, hey, what's it like to see this in person? And I have seen now, I think, 7 rocket launches in person. The largest rocket I saw being launched was the Artemis mission that happened about a year or so ago. And what's amazing is just how big these rockets are. And you don't realize it watching on screen here, just the scale of what you're looking at here. So here's some imagery here to kind of give you an example of how big this rocket is. It is 120 meters high. It is taller than the SLS rocket that I saw. It is taller than the Space Shuttle, obviously, taller than Falcon 9, taller than Electron. This is essentially a large building with rocket engines on it that goes up. And, excuse me, I'm coughing here. But when I went to see the Artemis 1 mission, we were 3 miles away at the NASA press site from it, and you may as well be right next to it, because it's that big that you can see so much detail even from that distance. Das is 7 miles away right now on the roof of the hotel. I would imagine that what he's seeing is very similar to the kinds of things that I saw with SLS. So even if you're not right on top of it, and you can't for safety reasons be right on top of it, These rockets are enormous, and the ground systems, too, are just as complicated. Here's a good example. The Statue of Liberty, Big Ben, the Pyramid of Giza, all of them not as tall as Starship here. So it is extensive. Alex, can we talk about the ground systems that go into this? Because the rocket is one thing, but it can't launch without ground systems. And as we saw with SpaceX, there was a lot of issues with the ground systems on Starship.
I wonder if, oh boy, now we're putting the graphics. I was actually gonna because I had something in my mind here. I think those tanks we showed Electron rocket on that overlay, comparing Starship to other rockets. I believe those tanks are actually larger than Electron, at least taller than Electron. Obviously, they're way wider. They're 12 meters in. At least the shells are 12 meters in diameter. And then you can see, so the water is used for the pressurization system. Of that water is not the one for the deluge system, by the way, but it is used for what we call basically the detonation suppression system. Essentially, at T-minus 30 seconds, there's this mist of nitrogen with water that is sprayed underneath of the engines. It sort of works very similar to the to essentially how on the SLS or on the shuttle you had those sparks underneath of the engines. So that is basically what it does. It just tries to burn. In the case of the sparks, they burn off the remaining hydrogen underneath of the engines. In the case of that detonation suppression system, what it does is it essentially displaces the remaining methane underneath of the engines. But another thing, as you can see there, those are the actual water tanks and the gaseous nitrogen that is used for the water deluge system. So that was sort of the water that was used on this system that you can see how it more or less will look like at the time of activation. There will be some pressure relief valves there. The water will come out and swoosh there, as you can see. Awesome graphics there from Ryan, by the way. And yeah, definitely lots of interesting things that are going on here to be able to not just load with propellant this rocket, but also protect it, right? That detonation suppression system is very important. They found out that the hard way, I guess, with Booster 7 when it conducted a spin prime test, and there was a lot of residual gases, methane in the air, and it detonated essentially. So that is why that system is in place. It disperses the methane in the air, and there you can see quite a wide angle view. I wonder what will happen now here with the overlays. There you can see it's a skyscraper-sized rocket, but there are much larger buildings, as you can see there. Yesterday, I saw we had earlier the scale of the Liberty, not Liberty Tower, excuse me, the Statue of Liberty.
Right.
And I saw the other day that a lot of people compare these rockets to the Statue of Liberty, and what I found out is actually the Statue of Liberty is just too small. There you see much larger engines. Oh boy, buildings. Excuse me. It's too late already here. We've been live for quite a while.
We've been going for a while here.
There you can see. It's because I'm already like looking at all the things here, but definitely lots of more taller buildings there. Thanks, Ryan, for those overlays. By the way.
I believe we have tower vent. I think I see a tower vent. Look at that.
Nice.
So we are now just under an hour, and it appears as though fueling is underway. Adrian?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
But the tower vents basically is the chill down of the lines that will be used for the fueling. So the fact that it returns here and we see some activity at least on the tower vent, that's a good sign. That's a really good sign, and that's what we want to see, because change at this point means they are progressing, because we know they are holding, right? So every single change is at least partial progression. Of course, they could still be holding again, but I like this. I like signs that are pointing in a good direction.
Right, and what's great about this is that we can actually see stuff now. So if you've been watching for a few hours, I know a bunch of people just popped in now, you couldn't see anything. So the fact that we can see the rocket at all is very helpful on the weather side, because we know that SpaceX would prefer to watch their rocket go off as opposed to just trusting on the data alone. So here what we got is a close-up view of that launch tower. We have a lot of chilled fuel that hasn't yet been loaded in, but you do have some condensation developing from that. And what we're looking for really is the start of fueling. And I know, Alex, we talked briefly about the new fueling process here, but this fueling process is different than the last mission we saw.
Yeah, so this time around, as we were mentioning, it starts first with the ship and then the booster. So the booster will start actually about 10 minutes after the ship. The ship is supposed to begin at least at the T-minus 53-minute mark with a liquid oxygen load, and then at 51 minutes, that'll be the methane load onto the ship. Now, these numbers are also sometimes subject to change. Again, the latest reported T0 was 8:10 a.m. Central, so we are basically counting down to that time. Right now, there on the top left of your screen, that is the countdown clock that we are counting to. And the important thing to remember is that frost will not appear instantaneously, so that'll be a bit after the propellant load starts. Because you have the bottom of the tank, it needs to be loaded. You have transfer lines and things like that. It is not until the level of the fluid has gone above the weld line of that dome that you start seeing that frost, because that's when the liquid is actually touching the walls of the tank. And so we're surely going to see that frost within about 5 minutes from the start of propellant load on the ship. So that is actually the first tank of all 4 that we're going to see frosty. You can see there on your screen that is the OLM vent still continuing. That should grow as we progress into that propellant load and become what we call the waterfall mode vent, right? Because it just outpours such a huge amount of gaseous oxygen. That is gaseous oxygen. They're essentially flowing some of the liquid oxygen through that line, conditioning it and keeping it cold, so that when they actually flow full flow of that oxygen, then they are able to essentially not harm all of the hardware there, all of those lines and things like that. So towards the end of that OLM vent, it becomes that waterfall mode. It still hasn't gone into that mode, but that is to be expected. We're still not in that sort of window that we would expect that from happening. So still, decently good progress, I should say.
And we are keeping an eye on things. Right now, we're looking at just under an hour from to the next or the latest T0 announcement from SpaceX. So we went from having the T0 moved in 30-minute increments up. Now we're looking at 8 minutes. There is essentially a 110-minute window, about a 2-hour window that SpaceX is working with here that started at 7 a.m. Central Time here in the United States. We still have some margin here in the window as we await the next launch of Starship. So, Alex, you got something?
Yeah, based on the time that we are right now, so we're for now we're targeting 8:10 a.m. Central. That was the last update from SpaceX. So they still have 40 minutes remaining on that window, and there you can see, even though it's cloudy, the sun is going out. We have more and more visibility here of the rocket. Hopefully we don't lose it on the clouds, though. I'm kind of worried about those, to be fair.
And Adrian, why should we be worried about cloud cover, beyond the fact that we can't see the rocket through it?
Well, cloud cover can, depending on what kind of clouds, can actually be a violation for a rocket launch. It always depends on the exact size of the cloud, the exact like what the cloud is actually, what kind of cloud it actually is. But depending on cloud cover, that's a violation of launch criteria and means that could scrap a launch. It depends a bit on the rocket. There are some rockets that Soyuz is very famous for not really caring that much, but there are definitely some criteria here that could abort this. And of course, there's the other part here. We want to see this launch, and if there's a cloud cover, that means, well, at some point we cannot look through clouds anymore. So we of course want this cloud cover to go away so we can see the launch a bit longer.
Yes, that is something we definitely want to see. I watched the last 3 space shuttle flights in person, and 2 of them were launched into clouds, and you had all of maybe 5 seconds of the launch happening in front of you, and then it just went into the clouds, and that was it. So we are keeping an eye on fueling, which is the next big milestone here. We are still counting down to about 53 minutes or so. From some of the milestones of this mission, specifically, what's going to happen with the booster and Starship? I know this is designed to be a fully reusable launch system from top to bottom, nothing thrown away. However, we're not ready for that yet. So what's going to happen with this stack in a few hours? Less than a few hours.
Yeah, so they are not there yet with the reusability. They're getting there, but not there yet. So for the booster will basically emulate a landing maneuver, kinda. It will try to perform a boost back burn. It will not actually perform an entry burn because Super Heavy doesn't do that, but it will also perform then a landing, or like I kind of want to call it almost braking burn instead of landing burn, because it's not really landing. And then it will perform a soft water splashdown. The reason, of course, for that is there we, by the way, see some sky, some sun there. That's good. That's from the view of the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
oh,
that's amazing. That's a direction it will fly, by the way.
Cool.
So overall, we wanna apparently SpaceX kind of wants to demonstrate at least the landing maneuver without risking their hardware yet. So they will gather some data, look how the booster performs, but it will splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. So for the ship will perform a re-entry using the heat shield tiles, and after the re-entry will, yeah, we hope. And after the re-entry, it will hit the ocean pretty hard. Nice. There's no landing. It's going horizontal to the surface, and it will impact the Indian Ocean. So that's the recovery,
right?
Yep, exactly.
And we were talking on the Countdown to Launch show yesterday, Alex, about the fact that they had part of the license was basically designing and engineering that destructive process and trying to predict what would happen and how the fuel might even ignite from that impact. You want to talk more about that?
Yeah, so they had that study. It's actually not a new thing for them to do this sort of testing or study, I should say, because they did the same for Flight 1 when all of this was new, obviously, and they wanted to do the splashdown or the impact, I guess, of the ship on the Pacific Ocean. They had to do the same kind of a study for that. So obviously they had that advantage here where I believe, actually, looking through the documentation, they sort of made that decision to do the study around January of repeating basically that same study for the Indian Ocean. So it was quite a fast turnaround there of the paperwork, considering, everyone always complains that the government is slow, but, by the standards of the government, I should say, right, that was quite a fast turnaround of, a month and a half to be able to complete most of these paperwork. And so, it is quite interesting that they needed to do, again, that study, but they had all the previous data, and now they actually had data from flight tests of vehicles breaking up and stuff like that. So that helps.
It does help, and we have some more news from Adam, our weather guy here at NSF. A new balloon is in the air from SpaceX. I think we have some graphics here. There is the data from the balloon, and we have some interpretation of this data, because to me it looks like a bunch of lines on a page, but there is data there. So data is showing that there are strong winds aloft, but that's not much of a problem, as that is speed shear. The directional shear is what they're looking for, and it doesn't appear as bad as the models showed. And also, more of a delay with the sun coming up could help the fog just a bit. So I think, at least from my interpretation of what I just read, Adrian, it looks like the weather is moving in a positive direction here.
Yeah, I think this, in combination with the fact that the last few posts they did on X didn't talk about the weather, but about this range violation, kind of indicates to me that they are moving into a good direction, and they are overall definitely here on track. I'm seeing something here. I wonder if there's.
Looking at the same thing, right?
Yeah, want to point it out, Alex?
Yeah, so see, by this time we should have already seen some frost on ship 28. We're seeing that tower vent coming off every now and then. Boy, it seems like it cut off now. We're seeing that tower vent coming up, and it usually means that. I'll backtrack here. So currently, it doesn't look like they are fueling the ship. It doesn't look like they are loading propellant onto the ship. But that tower vent needs to come back, essentially. That's what we sort of seen in the past. There you can see a close-up. That tank should have already been frosty by now. But it isn't. So it obviously means that we are in some sort of delay. They're probably still clearing those boats, I guess, out in the Gulf of Mexico. It is not official. That's always important to reiterate that it is just based on the things that we have seen in the past, and it doesn't look like they are yet on the propellant load. But the sort of thing that we are observing, and why Adrian and I went like, because we can see each other's faces, and so we both went like,
and I saw your faces, and I said, "Oh, something's happening here."
Yeah, when that tower event came up, we are expecting, basically before that propellant load onto the ship, for that tower vent to come up. And just like I mentioned before, that the oil vent becomes essentially like a waterfall mode. It looks like a waterfall of gas suction coming out from it. A similar thing will happen with the tower as well. It will look very similar to, if you are familiar with Falcon 9 streams, we tend to talk about the T-2 event. It'll look pretty much like that, coming out from the tower instead of some sort of Stromback. At the end of the day, it kind of just does the same. It fuels the second stage and things like that. But yeah, that is quite an interesting thing that it came and then it went off.
Right. And I'm looking at your timeline here, Alex, and from what you've written up for our back channel here, we should be seeing fueling of ship at T-minus 53 minutes. We are now at T-minus 46 minutes by the last announced T0 time. So that indicates that, again, we don't have any official confirmation here, but I trust your stats here. You know this system pretty well, so we're not on schedule, at least according to what you think.
Yeah, currently it doesn't look like they are on schedule for, again, even by any other means, we should have already seen any sort of frost on that ship, right? Because the liquid oxygen load begins at T-minus 53 minutes, and we are T-minus 45 minutes from that latest T0, and just have an update here from SpaceX. The Starship team is go for propellant load, but keeping an eye on winds. Now targeting 8:25 a.m. Central for liftoff.
All right, so we're moving further into the window. So now we're at an hour, which means that we should start seeing, so we are go for fueling, so we should see that now within the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, so
right.
we are kind of now, so they just confirmed an interesting part here. They confirmed they are go for propellant load, which means they should go for it. And the interesting thing is why they might go for it is here. The fact that Starship at the end, at the T-minus 40-second hold point, we know they can hold, at least from previous prototypes, roughly 15 minutes. So at this point they can just kind of go for it, because they will arrive with these 15 minutes at around 100 minutes into the window. So yeah, at this point they're probably just taking their chances and going all the way there. And yeah, hoping that they reach a situation where the launch indicators are actually green when they arrive there. And again, they have a bit of wriggle room at the end at this T-minus 40-second hold. But that's why they are probably going for it now. They just arrived close to the end of the window. We are now closing into the end of the window.
Right, because you need time to fuel. So I guess the plan here now is let's get this thing fueled up. If we can get it off before the end of the window, we're good. There's about, I think about 30 minutes of margin in that window time if we're looking at T0 at 8:25 right now. Alex?
Yeah, so
Yes.
it will be until 50, right? So they have another 25 minutes in the window to be able to try, if they need it. Obviously, now they are going to propeller load. That will mean propeller load will begin on the ship in about 5.5 minutes from now. We'll see that frost and rise appear on that liquid oxygen tank on the ship, and then about some 5 minutes after that. So in about 10 minutes, oh, there we go. That's the tower
There we
vent,
go.
just as expected. And now it is in that waterfall mode that I was mentioning before. It's the first time, as I was mentioning earlier in the stream, that tower vent comes up twice before propeller load. The first time it appears, it is essentially just like a little vent. It is visible, but it's just a little vent next to the tower. But now you can see there a much more powerful vent coming off from that tower. At the same time, the OLM vent will also grow in size in just a few short minutes. So we should hopefully see that propeller load right on cue. So essentially, what we have been talking for the last 2 hours or so of us looking at these vents and going, this doesn't look right. I was actually talking in the back channels about this, right? That we have sort of predicted that a hold was sort of in the process here, precisely because of our experience looking at all of the previous testing and seeing that all of the different vents and things like that didn't really hold up to the T-Zeros that had been previously announced. And obviously, not to toot our own horns here, but obviously that is quite a thing. At least I'll I don't know, pat myself in the back or something for that. And also to Adrian and Ryan Weber, he's also in the back channels, keeping track of all of this as well. Everyone here is trying to to wonder what is going on, and so far everything is continuing to go nominally and as expected. Great vents.
Well, one of the things it's really venting pretty good here now. And one of the things I tell people about NSF is that between the viewers and the contributors here, we could probably, if we had the resources, build our own space program with all of the knowledge that we have here. And Alex and Adrian greatly appreciate. I think you can sell yourself short, sir. You can do it. So, Adrian, go ahead.
So the thing is, I think both Alex and I are also blessed with probably 2 left hands each. So there's a good chance that if we try to build something, it will turn out, let's say, suboptimal.
Got it. Well, I think we could find somebody in the chat who can help us with the mechanical part, and I'll supervise. How's that sound? So if you're just tuning in, we are now past 100,000 viewers, and it keeps growing throughout the minutes here. So we believe we are about 55 minutes or so, away from launch of Starship Flight 3. And what we're waiting on now is the fueling process to begin, which it looks as though it is very close to beginning with all of the space fog that is generating around the launch pad here. So what we hope to see here is fueling to begin very shortly. We'll be able to see that as the rocket gets frosty, much like a cold soda can. And at the end of that countdown, of course, Starship will lift off on a mission that will test to see if we can get it into a partial orbit and have it return to Earth, where it will do a mega flop, a controlled one, into the Indian Ocean, where it will be expected to explode on purpose. So that is kind of the mission profile here. They're going to be demonstrating the opening of Starship's cargo doors. That'll be important for SpaceX so they can start launching their larger Starlink satellites on this system soon, but also, of course, for NASA, who is going to be depending on a variant of Starship to land on the moon. And Adrian, one of the things they'll be demonstrating in orbit is a fuel transfer. Why is that important to demonstrate?
Well, it's important to demonstrate because refueling in orbit is essentially a fuel transfer, and refueling in orbit is one of the important capabilities they need to get the HLS, the Human Landing System, ready for the Artemis missions. So essentially what they will do here is most likely transfer fuel between the main tank and the header tanks, so they can just understand a bit better how to transfer cryogenic fuel. down the line, they need to do this between ships. Because what they want to do is they want to launch multiple tankers, use these tankers to probably tank up a depot, and then that depot will be used to tank up the HLS lander for the moon. So they need this capability. They need to understand cryogenic transfer in orbit, and that's why they want to test it, so they just get better understanding here. And I'm just looking at the vents here right now. So based on the timeline, we are at closing in into T-minus 53 minutes, which, if this is still the goal, should be the moment where the tower vent goes off. Because the tower vent is the indicator of ship loading, and ship loading should start at T-minus 53 minutes. So we should be 15 seconds away or so from tower vent stopping.
We'll see how accurate our clock is here too. So, and because and I want to make clear to the audience why we're speculating is because we don't have a feed from SpaceX as to what's going on behind the scenes. And what we're looking at here are NSF's own cameras that are situated throughout the entire area of Starbase here. And we're able to see what's happening so that we can report to you what's going on. And what we've been finding is that Alex and Adrian here have been predicting slips in the launch schedule here because of what we're seeing or not seeing here on the pad. So I'm seeing, of course, a lot of venting coming out of the middle of the tower. Alex, what does that indicate?
Yeah, and I should say this is not an exact science, right? Sometimes there's still some leftover things that they need to vent out of that tower. So even though, especially if they start with a slow fill kind of thing, I can imagine that it doesn't do a one-to-one kind of correlation of whenever the tower vent actually goes out and disappears, then that's when they load. It is usually an indicator of that, but sometimes, in reality, the actual flow of that liquid oxygen may be that it has already been going into the ship for a couple of minutes prior to that. We see a similar thing with the Falcon 9, where even when they start the liquid oxygen load on the second stage, and that T-minus 20 minute vent disappears, it doesn't completely disappear. You see some remnants coming out of it, and basically leftover of that liquid oxygen coming out from it. So, we're essentially approaching that time in a countdown, but these sort of vent guessing is not an exact science, as I said. So there's always some leeway in terms of the minutes here. Tends to be like plus minus 5 minutes or so, I should say. It is good as a general indicator of whether we are on progressing correctly or not, but not always an exact science on whether all of the vents come out at an exact T0 on the count and things like that. That obviously only SpaceX knows, and that would be great to know, but obviously they have their own proprietary stuff, so we respect that, obviously.
And the system is evolving in each iteration here too, so the timeline might change a little bit. The fueling time in which the time it takes to fuel this rocket up has dropped significantly, so they do have a little more flexibility.
I'm sorry, I have an update. Can we go to the wide view again?
Oh yeah, now the tower vent
because
here.
The tower vent has stopped, which means most likely, Starship is in fueling for the third flight test.
All right, here we go. So this is it. They're committing.
Yeah. That is definitely confirmation of that. And as you can see, there's still some remnants there. You can see it's a bit venting, like a little bit of a fume there, just very slightly. But that is to be expected. Obviously, there are some remnants there of that liquid oxygen. And boy, we're into.
So what we're going to be. So what we're going to be looking for now is that condensation and frost to develop, right?
SpaceX has.
And we have a confirmation. Yep. All right, so they are definitely loading prop, and we saw that first before they announced it. See that? So our team knows their stuff here. So and so what we're looking for now is that frost to build up on the outside of Starship.
Yep, the upper stage is now loading. Again, they start the liquid oxygen load first, and then the liquid methane load 2 minutes later. The first thing we would see is the frost ring at the bottom, close to the ship QD. You can see the ship QD there going from the tower to the ship. And right at that area, we will see a frost ring forming very, very soon. That's basically the area of interest right now, where we are having a close eye on, because that's the first frost ring that will appear on this vehicle. And it actually should appear any second now. That's at least my expectation. Like, usually this goes pretty fast. Once they are going into fueling, this basically happens in minutes.
And
And
we'll just start
Alex,
seeing that frost soon.
Alex, what does this mean for the tiles on the outside? Because we're going to see the frost build up, obviously across the entire Starship. But the top of the rocket, which is what's facing us here, which will be the top when it gets into orbit. The top is just stainless steel, essentially. We'll see the frost build up there. The temperature change on the surface of ship must impact how those tiles stay attached. Is that part of the challenge in keeping those tiles from popping off? Because it's a big state change to go from room temperature or outdoor temperature to freezing.
Yeah, it is indeed quite a challenge. And then when you have the reentry, you have on one side the cold tank, and on the other side, you have blazing hot plasma, right, heating up the tiles. So you don't only have a sort of gradient of temperature over time as you load that cold propellant, but also even in physical, in like the physical state of the tile. On one side is super cold, and on the other side is super heat up. So it is quite a complicated challenge in engineering wise, right? And so everyone that thinks that, oh, why don't they do this? This is so simple, right? Well, maybe it is not as simple as you can imagine, right? This takes a lot of work to do, and sometimes the best solutions don't seem to be the most obvious ones. A lot of people, for example, come up with the idea of why don't they put a single tile that is the size of the windward side of the Starship, but then it's like if it gets damaged, that's the only heat shield that you have, right? If one tile of the current ship gets damaged, that's one little piece of the total area that you get damaged instead of like the entire thing. Whereas what we're seeing right now is that they seem to actually be going the other way. They're trying to go to smaller tiles, at least for some parts of the vehicle, perhaps for version 2 of a Starship. So we've seen some development tiles being used on future vehicles. So that is an upgrade that we'll see in the future, obviously, not on this flight, but good to keep in mind for future flights, and when you guys tune in again with us to see those flights, of course, here on NSF.
And if you're just tuning in, because we have a bunch of people that have joined the stream since the last time we gave an update, we believe, about 46 minutes away from the liftoff of Starship. We have more confidence in that we're nearing a liftoff because fueling of Starship has begun, beginning with the Starship at the top and then followed by the booster at the bottom. And Adrian, why do they fuel it in this way? Why not do the whole thing at once?
It's an interesting question, because I feel like the full answer is not actually what we know, but there's a high likelihood that it is because of these tank farm upgrades, and it just turns out to be the way that the booster now is a bit faster to fuel up, because sorry, we just got a close up and then I'm always getting curious. But basically the booster just got a lot of committed resources from the tank farm, and maybe that just makes it a little bit faster to fuel, or like 10 minutes right now, and that's the reason why they start with the ship now. It's basically just the tank farm logic that arrived there.
And so we're still awaiting some frost to develop on the outside of Starship as fueling has begun, according to SpaceX, so we will keep an eye on things. Hey, I had a super chat question here that I thought would be interesting to answer, and maybe I'll toss this one to Alex. Juan Lambers wants to know, there are lots of aircraft flying above Brownsville per Flight Tracker 24. Could this cause any issues for launch? And I would imagine, just like the Mariner notices, we also have no-fly zones here too, so you could probably safely fly within the proximity, provided you don't cross into that zone, right?
Yeah, I just got notified. Thank you, Ryan Weber, in the back channel. It looks like the OLM vent has stopped, which is usually an indicator that propellant load has started on the booster. So we're obviously gonna wait for SpaceX to confirm that officially, just like the last time when we said this is the indication that the ship load has started, and then they tweeted about it. So we are gonna wait for that. But I'm gonna answer your question here about the flights over Brownsville should be good because the TFRs, the temporary flight restrictions, and basically all the NOTAMs, the notice to air missions, those are over mostly over the ocean and over the launch site. So Brownsville, fortunately, is far enough away, at least, that it is not within that area, that zone. So those should be good to go. And frankly, probably Brownsville Airport, it's not a busy airport, but they're probably thankful that it doesn't cover their airport like on other. And there we go. We just got the confirmation. Propellant load of Super Heavy Booster is underway. So
can we go to the ship? Can we go to the ship? Yeah, to the close up on the ship QD, please, if that's possible. I see a frost ring, I think.
Yep.
There it is.
There it is.
Liquid oxygen is being loaded. Liquid oxygen is being loaded onto Starship.
We get very excited about frost and venting here on on NSF because it is an indicator that things are moving in the right direction. So what's happening right now? Boosters getting fueled and shipped?
Yep.
Yes.
Both are being loaded right now, which is great news.
And Adrian, how long does it take to get the fuel in? Because that's obviously a factor here in making sure you hit the window.
It's an interesting because the OLM vent, and that's what Alex kind of hinted at, that these venting stopping and everything is a bit of a it's an interesting indicator, but not always perfectly lining up. Because, for example, the OLM vent here stopped way earlier than actually where they would start booster propellant loading, because it stopped around 43, 44 minutes, but actually they don't start until 42. So if this time at the top is still correct, and I believe it is, they are now progressing still to this estimated T0, and it takes 53 minutes for the ship from basically propellant loading to T0, and they will start the boost at 42 minutes. So this is where we are right now. So both stages are now being loaded.
And even if they're not certain they can get off... Sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I was going to highlight what you said, Adrian, that it looks like they may have tweaked a bit here at the start of these loadings on both vehicles. It is pretty much still what they have published, but just off by a few minutes here and there. And based on the previous, it's completely normal though that when based on the previous data and the previous flight, and there's also a new tank farm, right, with all of those new additions and things like that they tweak these things much closer to the liftoff, and so not unexpected to see this. We saw a similar thing with Flight 1 and Flight 2, where some of the timings did not correlate with what they had put on their website, mostly probably because again they try to go and tweak those things as just in the fly, not really because it's on the ground, but you know what I mean.
All right, and we are looking at Starship Flight 3 in fueling mode right now. So we are about 40 minutes from what SpaceX says is the T0 launch time. They still have some margin in the launch window here, which extended from 7 a.m. Central Time to about 8:50 a.m. Central Time, if I'm not mistaken, if my math is correct, 110 minutes. The fog you are seeing there is from fueling mostly. It was a very foggy morning. That fog has dissipated, but now we've got space fog generating from ship as it gets fueled. We've got super chilled fuels going in. We've got humid air. So just like a soda can, you're going to see ice building up and condensation all around. It's going to look pretty cool. There's a nice cloud on the ground that we saw from some drone shots on Ship 2 that we watched not too long ago. So that is what's happening. We are feeling pretty confident that SpaceX is going to try to push to launch here because they are fueling the rocket. It does take some time to do that. And Alex, we got an update?
Looks like the booster is already frosty. I see some some frost lines. There you go. Thank you,
Yep,
operator.
there we go. Mhm.
Some frost line on the methane tank. I'm mostly sure
Alright.
that the oxygen tank is also frosty. The problem is lower down in the booster sort of structure. There's all of the tank farm and everything in the way, so we'll probably have to wait a little bit more until that frost grows and be able to see that frost on the liquid oxygen tank. But most definitely probably already there. And also frost on the methane tank on the ship as well. You can see there frost on each of the tanks. So we have all of the 4 main tanks of Starship Super Heavy completely, well underway in that propellant load sequence. Frosty, and they're gonna get even more frosty as they get more and more propellant on board.
As they get more further along. And this is something, by the way, that SpaceX has a lot of experience with now. Although they've only launched this stack 3 times, they have fueled these stacks many more times than that. So this is becoming part of, I don't want to say the routine, but it's becoming something that SpaceX has got a good understanding of, and they're really honing in the speed in which they can fuel and the reliability of the fueling process here. So we've noticed once they start going, they tend to be able to keep going there, given what they've seen. And Adrian, one of the things I've been thinking about here, we've been hosting the countdown to launch shows here live on NSF over the last week or two. We have not struggled to find things to talk about, because if I got you guys on, we can always find something to talk about. But it felt to me as though the run-up to this launch had far less uncertainty in it. It seemed like there's procedures in place now that are kind of getting locked in as to how this system operates. What are you seeing as an observer of this insofar as SpaceX kind of focusing in now on the operational future of this rocket, where it's going from an experimental design to something that's going to become the design?
Yeah, obviously, like with every single launch, they will get a bit closer to where they want to go. There's not really one final design, but there's one design where they at least get to the point where they can launch payload, they get to this operational phase. And with every single launch, we will now see, it's not this one-click launch. It's not, oh, we're doing 10 test launches, and the 11th suddenly will change everything. Every single launch from here on out is a iteration, and we saw this with the process. We actually talked about this earlier today, Alex. I remember that at some point they just said, oh yeah, we were targeting the 14th, and then that just kind of sticked. It like right. they just said yeah, we are going for on the 14th, and basically as soon as they said that, as soon as they got that, we had this really methodical approach to the 14th. And yeah, it seems they're getting there. They're understanding this vehicle more. Of course, we are still talking about the biggest rocket of all time, and there's uncertainties with this. This is still a huge endeavor to fuel this vehicle. We are talking about 5,000 tons of propellant. It's getting this ready is still a huge challenge. And also, to put this caveat here on, could still things be wrong today. Like, something could go wrong during fueling. We always talk about valves. Valves are a thing. It only needs one valve stuck and frozen, and suddenly you have a problem. So this is an enormous achievement that they get this down to this all methodical approach. And yeah, I'm really happy to observe this, because it's fantastic.
And Alex, about a week or two ago, we had the Vice President of Development from ULA, which is a competing commercial launch provider, talking about their new Vulcan rocket. And one of the things I had asked him was, that launch of their first rocket looked so normal, right? It looked like it was on brand for ULA. Like, their rockets seemed to look and operate in a very predictable manner. And this one, being the first launch, just kind of went just like all their other ones did. And he talked about all the testing that they did prior to launch, all the simulations that they run. SpaceX, Alex, is a very different process, right?
Yeah, they try to get what it's usually called in the industry the minimum viable product, right? Mm-hmm. Where it's sort of like, what else is needed to at least get the minimum available to be able to do something, right? In this case, the something is get some data back, right? It is a really complex vehicle. Trying to develop this in a more traditional manner, where you spend long time to be able to analyze everything, that will take a huge amount of time, a huge amount of money, that time and money instead can be spent on, doing some analysis. It's not like they didn't do any analysis, of course, but helping those analysis by taking real life data. So sometimes you have models and things like that, but having actual flight data, having actual, real life data can help a lot inform those models. And so it is a very nice thing to have when you have such a complex vehicle such as a Starship, especially in the future when it's supposed to be fully reusable and everything. It's really good to have that capability of being able to try to do trial and error and trying to find the weak points of your system using that, because sometimes models can miss a lot of these things. It is complicated to go through every single detail and not miss something. And so when it is a much smaller rocket, a much simpler rocket, and especially one like Vulcan that draws upon a lot of the heritage from Atlas and Delta, it is much easier to be able to go through the traditional route where you take a little bit more time with those models, and then your first flight obviously succeeds because it draws upon that a lot of time and a lot of heritage. Whereas these, you kind of, the failures are a feature of the test campaign, right? Of trying to develop this rocket rather than a bug. So yeah.
And it looks like we're still moving along here. We are about just under 33 minutes from the T0 announced time from SpaceX, and a lot of indicators are here that we're going to be pushing for this launch today. The fueling process is continuing, Adrian. I see that frost ring climbing up the side of the rocket. That means we're getting more fuel inside, doesn't it?
Yeah, and absolutely. And one of the next big steps that we are looking for at a not fully defined time, and it's actually an interesting part about Starship, is the fact that they will open the OLM hold down clamps, because with some other rockets you have the engine throttle up, and at some point the rocket computer, the onboard computer verifies go, and then clamps open, right? That's not the case with Starship. Starship, as we understand it, and this is like, there's also a bit of like reading into the countdown in here, is in a situation where you basically have the clamps will open at a certain time way before liftoff, and from that moment the rocket just stands on the pad. It's basically just secured by its own weight on the pad. And at the minus 3 second mark, the Raptors will throttle up, and we will basically they will still have a thrust to weight ratio of under 1 until T minus 0, basically the moment where they will start to ramp up the engines. And the whole point of about T plus 2 seconds being liftoff, that's just the moment where the Raptor throttle up reaches a thrust to weight ratio of over 1. Because this rocket, again, there's no clamps. As soon as it has a thrust to weight ratio of over 1.0, it just goes.
It's physics. And you know what? That's one less thing to fail if you can rely on physics, right?
Yeah, I mean, and also it's this approach of like, why would you have launch clamps? I think it's an interesting design challenge to find launch clamps where you can throttle up about 70 to 80 meganewton, and the launch clamps are like, no, I got this, no problem. Right. Hard design challenge, and B, sure. I mean, if it's secured, just have it there, and if the Raptor, like, it's a self-verification system, right? Because if you have a thrust to weight ratio of over 1, well, then you can obviously right now go. So it's pretty simple. Kind of fascinating.
It is fascinating, and we're watching that frost ring slowly climb up the side of the booster there, so that's a good sign that we are pushing for a launch at almost exactly 30 minutes from now. Our clock is tied to the last announced T0 time from SpaceX, and the way they were approaching today's launch was a 110-minute launch window that started at 7 a.m. Central Time and is now pushed forward a little bit. We're now at 7:55 a.m. Central, but we still have a good amount of margin left in the mix here. So, Alex, what can we expect next now that we are basically in the middle of the fueling process? What happens after this?
Well, right now, what we are expecting, obviously, in the fueling process, we are obviously observing how the tanks get more and more full, more and more frosty. So obviously, trying to follow along with that. Right now, it's pretty much calm in that sense, if you think about it, because we're just observing, right? There's no major events for at least another 10 minutes or so, where the the um, essentially the engine chill vents will start. That is a process where they chill down the Raptors ahead of full flow of the methane and the oxygen into them. So that'll be an important step on that timeline, because without that, the engines will get badly damaged. To be fair, right? So we'll see those vents on the ship not quick disconnect. Excuse me. There are two lines coming down from the ship down to the booster that will be venting. We'll see that venting as well from our south cameras. It's up to operators, by the way. You should see some of venting as well nearby the tower, near the bottom of the tower. That is from the engine chill pit, as I call it, which is essentially the same thing as the ship, but for the booster. And so both the 33 engines on the booster and the 6 engines on the ship, then those will obviously go into that chill down process. You see some of that venting there on the ship. It's quite amazing.
I don't know if we can have that shot that's tilting up start tilting back down again in a second, because I saw something interesting with the layout of those heat shield tiles. Maybe we could actually talk about it from the top here as well. If you look at where those fins are at the top, the heat shield kind of wraps around slightly in spot there as well. Alex, what's the thought process behind this? We have like a little area that's not protected and another area that is. What goes into deciding where all those tiles go and exactly how many they need? Because it looks like there's like one spot where there's just one little lonely tile there sticking up, right? Did they notice something on the prior flights? That part there is the most intriguing to me. Is that just based on the aerodynamics and where they expect the plasma to flow?
That is actually something that has not really changed much. The outline on the nose cone has changed a bit compared to 25, but 24 and 25 also had those sort of extensions into the leeward side, as you can see there on that flap. It's essentially just due to the geometry of the flap, right, and how the plasma will go around it. And so that is something that we need to keep in mind when installing those tiles.
And Adrian, just towards the bottom there, we've got two items of interest. One is the hot staging ring there, that open portion, which is basically the border between the booster and Starship. That was a topic of a lot of discussion on our last flight because people weren't sure how this would work. The stage separation on Starship changed from Flight 1 to Flight 2 in a significant way. Can we talk a little bit about hot staging and what that ring does for that process?
The hot staging ring is a quite fascinating thing that SpaceX has implemented, and I have to be fully honest, I didn't see it coming that they would just go to this at the second flight. But basically what happens is, so at the moment you not fire your engines while going to space, you lose against gravity. You kind of lose efficiency. So how to minimize this and how to solve a bunch of other problems is to basically throttle up your ship while your booster is still firing. So you never have this moment of coasting downtown. Even if it's just a few seconds, these few seconds matter. These few seconds make up a certain amount of payload. So what they basically do is they throttle up the ship while they throttle down the booster, and then the separation happens more by the fact that the ship has more thrust than the booster and then just glides off more than anything else. So that's a little neat trick that they use, and it helps with a lot of other things as well. For example, you have this whole situation in space that you have to settle propellant, because propellant as soon as you stop accelerating starts to basically go all over. So if you have bubbles, for example, in your propellant, they will also start to go all over. So what this basically, it's kind of like if you imagine sitting in your car. It's like you're accelerating. It helps to push you back, and it helps to push the propellant, in this case, back. So the propellant is already settled where it needs to be when the Raptors ignite. So just another neat little trick.
I think of that scene from Apollo 13 when they showed that separation on a Saturn V rocket in the movie, but the astronauts were thrust forward and then thrust back. So you don't get that with a hot stage, just like that. All right, so we are currently at 24 minutes. And one other thing I wanted to ask about, Alex, is the grid fins on Starship are out all the time, whereas on Falcon we see them be deployed on the way back down. How's that different here?
Yeah, the grid fins being out is not really a big deal, especially when they are in the orientation that they are right now. They're essentially in the sort of lowest drag possible, and they also they have indentations on the bottom that should allow them to essentially work on one way but not the other. So essentially those indentations on the bottom allow them to grab more onto the air. They give them more grip onto that atmosphere as they come in, so that gives them more control as they sort of use that. So when the air comes from the bottom of those grid fins, then obviously it helps, but when it comes from the top, it's not as it really doesn't do as much effect, right? And so you can think about that as basically again it's just different, right? So it doesn't really produce that much drag. And again, this is a really big vehicle, and so the little drag that it may produce, it's significantly counteracted by the fact that you don't have heavy systems to be able to deploy those and fold them back and things like that. You just keep them extended and simplifies a lot of the systems.
And we're seeing those frost rings grow every minute here, which is a good sign, which means that fuel is still pouring in. We are about 22.5 minutes from the T0 time, and of course there's a little bit of margin worked in here that SpaceX could put in place if they need to. And while we've got a second here, I did want to acknowledge a few more super chats that came in. Beth Sanders, $199.99. Thank you very much for your generous contribution here. Beth says that you guys rock, and actually the whole community rocks here because this is a community effort. It was started by the community, and the community is very excited, I think, to see this launch here as we have 130,000 folks tuning in to see our coverage here. And I can't get Beth's, there it goes, up on screen there. Also, it looks like we have the Jordy Viking, so nice of SpaceX to light the big shiny candle for my birthday. Awesome, it's great to have some birthdays here, and a very big candle and fireworks that will follow. And I say fireworks because even if the mission is successful, Starship and booster will be exploding, hopefully impacting the ocean and not in the air as the prior versions of this did. So we are anxiously hoping that SpaceX sticks to the schedule here. I can see my co-hosts backstage here. I can see their cameras. They are very excited here. You know what's funny, Adrian? Like, I don't know what it is about this program, but it feels like every launch is the first one. Do you feel like that?
Yeah. I think really, so how I always view this, and I also thought about this, why is it that Starship is so capturing? I think it's because they just built this like next to a public road, which means you have more time to connect these vehicles. Like, for example, we here at NSF, we have followed every single step of these vehicles. We have seen every single ring, every single stacking. We have basically seen every single test of this from the moment they were created to now. So it's like you have like a history with this vehicle. You can really follow it through every single step, and I think that makes it so much more relatable. You're kind of, and you also, and that's the other component, and that's you have predictions. You have like assumptions how something will go. You can really like it's exciting. It's unknown. So I think that's why it's always just so addicting almost to watch these Starship streams. And yeah, it's wonderful to observe this close because there's currently, I would say, no other rocket in the world that you can observe this close all the time.
Yeah, even the NASA rockets, right, are harder to get to. Some of them are inside the vehicle assembly building for a while before we see them roll out. This is literally on the side of a road where you can set up cameras in a public place, as we have, and observe both from these farther away views to show you the full scale of the rocket, but we can also get in really tight there. And most of the footage that you see here is from NSF cameras that are maintained by Das and Jack and all the members of the community here over in Texas to make sure those those rockets and those cameras of those rockets keep operating. And in many ways, sometimes it feels like we're running our own space program here, covering things that are going on in space. Alex, we are looking at a nice image here of where all these tanks are located. And we're going to wait a second on that, but maybe I'll have Adrian talk about this. You know, we were talking about the liquid oxygen and methane tanks kind of getting loaded up. There's 2 little tanks there at the top. Is that the demonstration for this NASA component?
Not directly. So they will be probably involved in this, but in theory, they're just the header tanks that help with the landing burn. Because if you imagine the landing burn of the ship, the ship goes from a horizontal configuration and makes this very violent flip, basically to go into a vertical position and then land, hopefully. Not this one, but down the line. And these header tanks are basically there to, they are easier to have settled propellant, because imagine this main tank. That main tank at this point is, at the point of landing, is almost empty. And now make a violent 90-degree flip. You basically, your propellant is going everywhere. And it doesn't need to go everywhere, it needs to go in the Raptors. So that's why these header tanks exist. In this flight particularly, yes, most likely these header tanks are involved in the NASA demo, because, well, there's only 2 kinds of tanks. So if they don't want to put methane in the oxygen tank and oxygen in the methane tank, which I doubt, then they have to involve the header tanks for propellant transfer then.
So that is something I learned just now, so thank you. That's why I love hosting these shows, is that I can tune in on, or get educated here as I tune in with you all. So we have some updates in the back channel here. It looks like Starship is 84% loaded up with its methane, 85% LOX. Booster, 63% methane, 66% LOX, and climbing fast. And is Alex ready with something?
Yeah, so I was listening in to the updates from the SpaceX, obviously. It appears that, you know, everything remains go, weather, range, vehicle. But obviously, as they have slipped into that sort of window that they have today, they're looking carefully at the winds. That is sort of their concern. Still, weather is go, but as they were mentioning, they may opt to hold at the T-minus 40-second optional hold point. That is where they have sort of their, you know, moment in the count where they could, in theory, hold if they want to. And so it seems like they may opt to take that option. That is totally okay. They have plenty of windows still, and definitely, you know, that propellant load, as you can see, it is progressing really quickly. They are gonna switch to the header tank fill on the ship. The main tanks are almost complete, and so they stop at around 80% of that fuel and oxidizer load onto the ship, and then they transition to loading the header tanks. That's going to be important today, because one of the test goals for this mission is to transfer some of that propellant on the header tanks to the main tank. So that is going to be important to fuel them, to load them, so that, you know, they can obviously perform that test. You can see there a magnificent view of those 33 Raptor engines on Super Heavy Booster 10. Hopefully they all work today.
Right. They worked last time. That was the biggest thing, that we were so excited to see all of them lit up as they went up. And the nice thing with methane fuel, Adrian, is that it's very easy to see how those engines are performing, because they don't look like a big blotch of light. You can actually see each one.
Yeah, they burn relatively clear. Raptors are burning this purplish orange, and we could very well see on Flight 1, once they turn into a bright orange flame burst, that's usually a sign of a dying Raptor. So that was always good to see. And this mega Mach diamond that we saw on Flight 2, that we all observed, that's so visible. You can really see this shape, this complete perfect shape. And that was the one thing when, I mean, we commentated Flight 2 together, and I know we were all three were completely stunned by the fact that they just worked. Like, not even a bit off. You had all 33 perfect were running. And I mean, I think that's the biggest thing I'm looking forward here. can they do that again? Go ahead, Alex.
I was actually going to say that we were able to see there the engine chill pipes on the ship. There we go, back to them. You can see those pipes very frosty. They have started the engine chill. That is good, expected. This is basically at the point that we expect that. Another thing that now they have starting to load propellant on the header tanks, we should see. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Venting from the header tanks. That was exactly what I was gonna say. Because around this time in the count, that's when we see that activity from the header tanks. Good that it is still the case. Good that it is progressing. That is good news. Again, while they're still looking at the winds, they may opt to choose that to basically to use that T-40 hold point in the count. But for now, weather is go. So. Let's pray for good winds today.
That's right. The winds are the only thing. But at the moment, the weather is go, so that's good. But the winds are the one thing they're keeping an eye on. They have to stay within certain limits.
And to be completely clear here, it is not that the winds what they essentially the delay here that we have had has been essentially from the range that they had to clear, but now they have slipped into the window. Now it is the winds. It is the next thing to watch. And so you can see there those clouds are starting to clear. Hopefully they cleared even more for awesome views.
It's looking a lot better.
At least we don't have the
couldn't
fog.
see a thing. Right.
Exactly.
The fog is lifting.
We're gonna get it.
And the only fog.
Yeah.
So the only fog that we've got there is space fog from the fueling process. So it looks like
exactly.
The concerns we had, and actually too, if we had hit the window, we would not have had as much daylight either. So I think we'll get a better view of the rocket here. Although I will say, I think a night launch of Starship is going to be illuminating, just given what I've experienced with even Falcon 9, right?
There was this slight chance. So we wouldn't have gotten that today because, the weather was not great at the beginning of the window. But there was a slight chance that if it went very at the beginning of today and the weather was clear, we would have gotten a starfish jellyfish. Starship jellyfish, which basically means
right?
which basically means the plume gets illuminated in the sunlight while it's still dark down on Earth. So there was a chance. The chance is now gone because it's daylight now.
And we hear from the back channel here that although the weather is looking good at the pad where DOS is situated, it's not so good yet. He still has a bit of fog there, but hopefully things will clear up for DOS as they will for us. And our cameras, of course, are closer because they are robot cameras that we control remotely through the magic of all the NSF magic that we have here. So it looks pretty clear to me right there. And we have that little hopper there, Alex, in front of Starship. That's used as a tank now, but that was the original test bed for some of their early hopping flights, wasn't it? Or maybe
yes.
Pick that up while Alex
I will just jump in there. That was the initial. So hopper in front of there performed the initial hop test. It was kind of like a Raptor test bed, like a flying Raptor test bed, you could say. And it performed 2 hops actually. It performed a low altitude hop and then like a low to medium altitude hop. That was kind of the beginning of this Boca Chica and Starbase excitement because you could see them build it. Literally built a water tower, then they put some legs on it, put a Raptor below it, and let's see how this flies. And they did it.
So and you put a horse out to pasture, but in rocket world, sometimes you put a retired rocket into the tank farm. So it's now just part of the scenery there. Alex, we have a little bit of an update on what's going on. So we are going to keep chatting here, but it looks like the hold down clamps are now being opened, and it looks like the header tanks are just about done. We might see that T40 minus 40 second hold, Adrian. So SpaceX has this built in, where just before they turn control over to the rocket to do its thing, they can hold there and just make sure everything is ready to go.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Basically, it's a capability that Starship has that, for example, Falcon 9 doesn't have right now, because Falcon 9 it's load and then you go. But for Starship, you have the situation where they have this wiggle room where they can hold at T minus 40 seconds, and they wait a bit for it, and they look, everything is good. We had, especially during the first flight, we actually had a kind of significantly longer hold, and then they cleared that hold, they went through their checks, and once everything is go, they can then proceed. And they are expecting, apparently, the same situation here, right, Alex?
Yeah, right now they are obviously, not tracking any technical issues. Still looking at those winds, as we were mentioning before, as Lon was relaying from my sort of text updates in back channel. Essentially, they are going, everything is going smoothly in the technical side of things. And as they were mentioning, don't be surprised if they hold at T-minus 40 seconds. And as you were mentioning, Adrian, they have had those before. We've seen launches happening at the after that hold point. It is not a point of concern. A point of concern will be we go into that hold, right? And then they start saying, ooh, we are having problems or things like that. But so far, they're progressing into that, through that countdown. And they may opt to use that hold, and if they do that, it will not be any concern. They're just trying to dot their I's, cross their T's, and making sure that those winds are not a problem for liftoff.
And we're seeing here the Frosty rocket as our robotic camera is panning up here. Such a great view. And we can see the SpaceX logo up there at the top. What do those little dots signify underneath the logo, or are those a couple of extra tiles?
Those we believe are antennas, and those are going away after Ship 30. So Ship 30 is the first one that do not has those antennas, or what we think are antennas. So maybe they do some different stuff. You can see
Adrian,
more venting from the header tanks.
Yeah, looks like they're getting there. Adrian, there's also Starlink communications built into Starship too, right?
Yeah, and they quite beefed it up, because previously they just had one Starlink antenna on here. Yet now you can see these black boxes there atop, over the SpaceX symbol. These are Starlink antennas, and they now have 4. So that's why we hope that having more turns out maybe in having more onboard views, getting a bit more data from this. That's the kind of hope here that we are getting. But they have beefed up the communications for this stack quite a lot versus the previous stack. So it seems like communication and downlink was at least an issue they wanna solve.
One thing I still have, I'm still fascinated about is this entire thermal protection system and the tiles. And one of the things that we've been looking at here is the metal-facing side of the rocket, of course, getting frosty and cold. But the tile side does not have any frost developing on it. Those thermal tiles really do do their job, don't they?
I mean, yeah. So basically, it's also because the actual tank shell is below them, right? The tank shell, they are attached to the tank shell, so the tank shell below them is probably getting frosty, but you can just not see it because there's this layer of black TPS in front of them, which kind of prevents them doing that. But that's the interesting thing about Starship, which I think sometimes needs to be pointed out. It's not like you're looking at a rocket with tanks inside. You see the tanks. Like, the outer wall is equivalent to the tank wall. That's why we also see this whole frost and everything. Like this, you see the tanks.
And we often see, Adrian, foam on rockets like this, where you have this kind of building up. There's no foam on Starship, obviously because the tiles may have difficulty sticking. But is there any reason that they would not put some kind of foam layer to insulate things better?
Well, it seems like they are confident in just that they don't have this boil-off problem, because you use this foam layer usually to help yourself a bit with insulation. With Starship, I feel like more that the end goal of SpaceX probably with Starship fueling is that they will get to a situation where they can load this like Falcon 9. They will basically cryo-cool as hard as they can, fill this as hard as they can, and have the maximum efficiency, because the colder the fuel, the more efficiency you will get. So I think that's their kind of goal here. They just want to load and go this, just like they go with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy.
And Alex, I think we got an update. So it looks like,
yes,
Alex, we have
the update is that we are about to see closeout of proper propellant load on both stages. So we almost are at the point where the third Starship flight stack is completely fueled.
It looks like it's ready to go. And we are just over 4 minutes from liftoff of Starship Flight 3. And just to prepare the audience, we might have a hold at the 40-second mark. And don't be concerned if they take advantage of that hold. It is a hold that is built into their flight countdown process here. It does not necessarily mean that it would be a scrub at the 40-second mark, because that is part of the plan if they need to execute that. It's kind of like the timeout in the last couple minutes of the game there. So they have that built in to just make sure everything is where they want it to be before, I guess, they push the button, or the button pushes itself.
Yes. And I also want to quickly point out, because I saw some people, being concerned about, like, oh, will we talk about launch and everything? Like, as soon as we see the deluge, as soon as we see like this rocket getting ready to fire, we will of course be quiet and make sure you hear these beautiful raptors. So we are aware. As soon as we see the deluge, you will see us on the other side.
Right. We want to give you something to listen to while we're all waiting together. And what's really fun about rocket launches when you're watching them in person is that it takes time for the sound and that shockwave to approach. So you will see us, well, first of all, you won't hear us. You will see the rocket launch, and then probably about 20 or 30 seconds later, you will hear the sound arrive. Well, some of our cameras are a little bit closer.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, because some of our cameras are very, very close. So I
some of them right there.
Yeah, so I think the sound will be basically at ignition. We will see. It's certainly interesting, and there we see the beautiful flight stack here, as they are.
We are 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah, looks like we're ready to go. So Alex, the winds are the only thing they're keeping an eye on right now.
Yeah, they are progressing into that. Basically, you can see there the tower vent has come back, so that is a good indication that they have completed the propellant load on the ship. They are clearing out those lines. They are purging them out of propellant as they go into the final 2 minutes of the count. The OLM vent has also come back, so the rocket is now fully loaded with propellants, 10 million pounds of propellants, about 5,000 tons. It is a massive rocket getting ready to fire for a third time and heading to space. Quite amazing. But yeah,
it's totally
remember,
amazing.
we're 1 minute away from that optional 40-second hold. So let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. And I am dying to see one of these in person. It's got to be incredible to watch. So, all right, so we are just waiting on so we're at about a 1 minute mark here. Again, we're expecting a hold potentially at 40 seconds, but if they decide to go through it, they go through it. So we're going to keep watching. Yep, very carefully here. If SpaceX feels they're ready to go, they're gonna go for it.
It looks like they may have a chance of going through and not holding.
All right.
So eyes on the base of the mount for that detonation suppression system to activate.
And once that water deluge.
Go
ahead. No, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's basically the what we will see is this deluge system will fire at about T-minus 25 seconds. That's where this whole system will activate, and then we will see the Raptor startup sequence at about T-minus 3 seconds. So it's gonna be rather quick here if this is really happening.
And we're going to wait for that water deluge. We will be quiet once that happens. We are past the 40-second mark. Have we heard of a hold?
Detonation suppression system active.
No hold. All right, we're going. And it looks like we're at 10 seconds. All right, so amazing. And I will love to get some feedback from both of you here. I was watching you, so I can watch your cameras. I saw some. I was excited too. I counted all the engines firing. Does that look to be right, Alex?
Let's watch out at hot staging. Boy.
Yeah, but everything so far looks good. There's hot staging.
There's the hot staging.
There we go.
What a great
Are we getting
view.
Are we getting on boards for hot staging? Look at this.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there you can see basically the preparation for the ignition of the Raptors.
Oh.
Should be out.
Right.
Oh my god. Did
So we're looking at now is the.
It did
it. So this is where the booster.
Booster is coming back.
All right. So that was the big issue last time, right? It didn't. They couldn't get it to come back. So
yeah, it looks like progress.
And Starship is still going.
The booster is in the boost back burn. The ship has ignited all 6 engines. We have, so much progress compared to Flight 2. This is amazing.
They're onboards in space.
And we have onboard shots from Super Heavy Booster 10. Oh boy,
So,
this is such
yes.
amazing. Look at that. Look at that velocity, guys.
Could you see the roll control there? Did you see the roll control?
Of the
it's the boost back. Look at the boost back. Look at how it slows itself down.
And shutting down.
Boost back shutdown. Is that a
nominal? I guess.
That's nominal boost back shutdown.
Okay.
Well, I think the fact that both components. Yeah, and both components are still intact. So that's a good sign. What a beautiful view of
so now Super Heavy is in space. It has crossed 100 kilometers, even the McDowell line and everything. We've seen some venting there.
Yep. And are we seeing ice coming off, or is that material?
I'm mostly sure that it's made the fire suppression system activating, which is normal.
Everything is looking good for both the first stage on the left-hand side of your screen, or the Super Heavy booster, as well as on the right-hand side of your screen, that is Starship, or we also refer to that as the ship.
And yeah, Starship is continuing to go.
Now, the boost back burn was the first of 2 burns required to return it to Earth. The next one will be the landing burn, where all 13 center engines will initially ignite and then transition into a 3-engine burn to help slow it down. Now, just as a reminder of the Stage 1 test objectives, we're looking for controlled ascent, which we have so far. Stage separation, which, gorgeous, we cruised right through it, as well as
on a nominal trajectory.
Good news there, telling us that the path that Starship is on is good. Now, Starship's second stage is still firing its engines, and as you heard, following planned flight path, the ship objectives, we're looking for hot staging, again, cruised right through that. We're looking to demonstrate controlled ascent, as well as orbital insertion. Now, the bottom right-hand corner of the screen shows the ship engine graphics, so be sure to keep an eye on those.
Yep, Kate, this is just a phenomenal test so far. Super Heavy is performing beautifully today. It's on its return leg of the journey. Ship continuing to burn its 6 engines, those larger circles, the Raptor vacuum engines, the inner circles, the Raptor sea level engines. We're about 30 seconds away, just under 30 seconds away from the start of the boost back burn. The landing burn.
All right, so it looks like we've got some movement of the grid fins there on the booster. Alex, what are we seeing here?
Yeah, now is the entry portion. You can see those grid fins now being used. It's very similar to the Falcon 9, except there's no entry burn here. And you can see there that approach to the ocean.
14 kilometers.
You can see, yeah, that use of the vents. Ooh, boy.
Is this
Look
off
at that.
the Starlink? Oh, my goodness.
Oh, shaky. Bit shaky.
Yep. It's trying.
It's trying, certainly.
Yep.
Well, it's
Yep, I think we might see some flight termination.
We see some Raptors.
And there we go. It hit the ocean.
Yep. Right. But that was to be expected,
a bit
right?
late.
Yep.
Well, lessons to learn for the next time, but man, did it go much further
So much
than
better.
the previous.
Look at the ship.
Yeah.
Look at the ship. If this, so we are already in the booster stage. The booster stage is already past what they achieved on the last flight by miles. Now we are looking at the ship. Remember, the ship last time had an issue around this phase where they started this liquid oxygen dump and they started a fire, which then resulted in the ship basically having a fire and having to terminate the flight. So far, this looks good.
Yep.
Yeah.
All the engines
and it
are
looks
burning.
good. Literally, look at these views from space of a Starship.
Look at the TPS. I don't look at the TPS. I don't see missing tiles.
Boy. Okay, we are approaching the speed that Flight 2 got to, 24,000 kilometers per hour. And it just crossed that. So we are better now than Flight 2 for the ship as well.
So what we've seen here now, we've seen now really a progression, right? So we've gotten further and further on each flight, and now it'll be getting that landing burn right for the next go around. But Starship is still okay.
It's unbelievable.
I'm sorry, actually it already has.
And shutdown.
There we go.
There we go.
So they're up.
Now we wait for orbit normal conversion.
By the call out and from the crowd behind us.
Nominal over insertion.
Starship's 6 Raptor engines have successfully shut down. We heard a call out for
These views are incredible. These views are absolutely incredible here. Have we achieved a good orbit here, gentlemen?
It is. I mean, it is the quasi-orbital kind of trajectory, right? But they call it nominal orbital insertion because that's sort of the trajectory. Oh my God.
So now
Such
what
an
we're
amazing
looking,
thing.
and now the two things that they're hoping to achieve here is the opening of the payload doors, Adrian, and then also that fuel transfer test.
That is correct. That's the first 2 steps that we will see here. I'm so looking forward to see. Like, this is astonishing. They are bruising past us and are just getting things done here. It's honestly mind-blowing how good this so far looks.
Oh my God, the views of Earth from Starship are amazing. I gotta say, this is such.
And do you think these are coming?
To get a bit emotional, I guess.
Do you think these are coming now from the Starlink antennas that are on board?
Yeah, one thing that I'm looking here, I believe we're looking at the aft end of the ship. You see some of those vents. The interesting thing is we sort of had these vents, at least I had those vents in mind. They seem to be venting from the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank. There's 3 vents that are on the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank. I don't want to speculate, obviously, but that's sort of what it appears. Without any official confirmation, I obviously cannot confirm that it is the case. But they do suspiciously look like those vents that we saw prior to this flight, during the operations of moving ship around. We should be approaching the moment of that opening of the door on ship 28. Remember, this is one of the milestones of today. This is not the end of the flight, right? Now we're approaching all of those milestones that they wanted to hit on the closed phase here towards the Indian Ocean. So, boy, if those also go well, that's nice enough.
We're seeing a slight slowdown here.
It's that. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. So let's look at the timeline here. Let's look at the timeline. The payload door should open in 30 seconds from now.
Okay. And that's a big milestone. That of course, will prove Starship's capability to deploy payloads, which is important for the commercial aspect of Starship. And we can honestly say it is a Starship now. It is in space, in one piece. And then, of course, the other thing that we are looking for after that payload bay door would be the movement of that fuel from one tank to the other.
PES door is opening, so that's great.
First test.
Yeah. One of our test objectives today is to open and close that PES door. That's where we will deploy Starlink satellites from in the future. So great news there that that test objective is already underway. So come back here, stick around till T plus 40 minutes for coverage of Starship's deorbit burn demonstration, followed by its reentry and what is sure to be an exciting splashdown.
So, I like the elevator music. Yeah, well, it's funny. That's great. You gotta like their sense of humor. So, we're looking at about 30 minutes from now for the next part of this test, which is the thermal protection system. Will it survive? Adrian, it looks like most of those tiles, at least from what we could see, are still stuck on. That was a big milestone too.
Absolutely. So we will get to a point where we will able to celebrate this, getting there. Like we will get a re-entry. We will get a re-entry with this probably. It's looking, unless something majorly goes wrong with this in space burn now, we will have a good chance of seeing a re-entry here.
One way or the other. And they kind of teased it on the SpaceX side that we may actually see something. So I would imagine there's probably, I saw a super chatter earlier mention that they were tracking some flights in the area in which it's expected to come down. So Alex, do you think we might see the rapid scheduled disassembly if re-entry is a success?
Well, I'm mostly sure that they're going to have perhaps onboard views. This time around, they're working way much better. You can see those upgraded Starlink antennas might be quite a beautiful upgrade that they have installed on these vehicles. Boy, I'm still processing everything, right? And the fact that we are in that coast phase right now, Starship is in that phase, and boy,
I have to mention something here. Yeah, we have something for you because we like to celebrate milestones like this, right?
We sure do.
I'm so happy we can release this design because I love it. There's our now available re-entry club at shop.nasaspaceflight.com, and I think this is one of the best designs we ever had. Like, if you want to celebrate, this design is now available on shop.nasaspaceflight.com, so I hope you enjoy this. I think Pauline outdid herself with this design. It's fantastic.
It looks awesome. And, you know, we cover high-velocity rockets on this channel. We have high-velocity merchandise. So as soon as something happens, we're ready with it. So awesome stuff. We've been holding on to that for a while, and we will be re-entering one way or the other in just about 20 minutes or so. So right now, SpaceX is reporting that the cargo bay door opened successfully. That's going to be important for their future Starlink missions and other customers that may want to use Starship as their launch platform. It can haul a lot of weight up to orbit, and that's going to be important for commercial viability. We don't yet, I believe, have any indication as to whether or not the fuel transfer test has occurred. So we will await that. And then the big test, Alex, is the entry. And what we're hoping for here is a re-entry to the atmosphere. No special flip maneuvers or anything. We're going to hit the ocean hard here, aren't we?
Exactly. So as you were mentioning before, we're definitely in that sort of trajectory where one way or another we are re-entering over the Indian Ocean with Starship. I believe they are currently in that coast phase, in particular on the portion of the flight where they should be approaching the moment of the cryo transfer milestone. That is going to be an important milestone. So hopefully we get any news. Ooh, there we go. We have some views there. Is that the payload bay door opening? Ooh, look at that.
Look, is that look at that bottom there. What is that?
Is that a fuel tank?
I believe it's probably condensation from the inside, because they have these lines to the header tanks. The header tanks are on the nose cone. So this is from the inside of the nose cone. And obviously that was probably some leftover, but you can see some pieces, some floating pieces there. There are definitely microgravity there. Oh my gosh. Slowly opening.
Insane. This is like, okay, can we already, like, I'm already above expectations. Like,
oh yeah.
I'm far above Completely. I was like, hopefully they get similar to Flight 2. That would be cool. No, they just smashed it. They just smashed it.
I mean, it's probably too early to to recap everything, but we saw a successful ascent of Booster 10, hot staging, ship engine start, boost back burn start on the booster. The booster went through reentry, and it's been quite an amazing time. Obviously, the booster had a little bit of a trouble there with the landing burn. That is something that they obviously have to work through. That was the new thing here, right? That was a new thing to do with the booster. So everything new that fails, well, they'll learn from it and do better next time. But there you can see the payload bay door is slowly opening, and we're getting another milestone ticked off. The ship is on that trajectory to the Indian Ocean. The payload bay door is opening, and shortly, in about 4 minutes, I believe, it is the moment that they're going to be doing that transfer of propellant from headers to the mains. I mean, that's a short recap, but it is nonetheless any little thing. It's quite an amazing step forward compared to Flight 2, and I guess we have cameras back.
And we are not done yet. That's we are already talking about what an amazing step this is, and we are not done.
Right, there's more. But on the last flight, we saw the amazing, the launch and hot staging, and then 2 RUDs, and that was it. So we have more to talk about here, more coming down from Starship, and you can see us now too. It's been an exciting morning. It's been actually fun watching the two of you on camera here as this is going up. And one of the things that I love about working with you all is just the excitement that we all share for this. And as you're watching, guys,
look at that.
Alex, it looked like it was, almost not a routine launch, but it almost looked kind of normal here, that everything just worked.
Yeah, I mean, boy, it's like the ascent portion worked just as expected. I'm mesmerized by these views, by the way. That's why I'm not looking directly at the camera. But you can see me grinning and looking at my own screen. I have here our feed. And boy, it is such an amazing view that we have. This is something, ever since Flight 1, I was like, please, flap cam with the Earth underneath, coasting at orbital velocity. That it is such an amazing thing that we finally are seeing this, and obviously ticking off more boxes in that long list of milestones. I'm almost losing my voice because I was muted when the liftoff happened, but I'm mostly sure that you, Lon, were seeing me yell out of my lungs basically here. I was yelling myself, 73 Raptor engines again!
That was the reason why I also was muted, Alex. I knew I had to click this mute button because there was no control. There was absolutely the control that SpaceX demonstrated with this vehicle. Alex and I had that not at all.
I could hear you through your mute button, believe it or not. So it was definitely exciting here.
It was either our yelling or the engine, sounds. I think the engine sounds are more cool.
Right. And it's still amazing to watch something that large take off. And we talked about the height earlier, but the diameter. We saw some interior shots earlier. Almost 30 feet in diameter, so it's enormous.
It's enormous.
It is enormous.
I love that we're seeing it rotate here because that means they're using those vents. Also, I'm seeing new things. I'll probably talk about this afterwards because obviously.
Yeah, so I already can tell you this. Yeah. So this week's Starbase update. 2 things I can confirm. A, it's going to be long, and B, it's going to be written by at least 3 people. Because I know Alex has something to say about this, I know Ryan has something to say about this, and I have something to say about this. So it's going to be like, we did this one time where we just sat together in a VC and just wrote one script. And I can tell you, this week's Starbase update, that's going to be another one of these.
Just look at how the ship rolls. You got to think about, I was actually going to bring this up on the booster side of things. we saw the booster maneuvering without the engines running. What that means is that it's using its own vents as the thrusters. This is probably the first time that I see a vehicle, a rocket, using its own vents to maneuver through space and through microgravity environments. It's quite crazy, and we see the same now with the ship. The ship is maneuvering; it's like rolling on its side, probably preparing for whatever up next. I believe the next thing is the cryo transfer. Hopefully, we get some updates from SpaceX. But boy, that is crazy, right? It's like a new way of maneuvering in space and things like that. You don't need pesky extra thrusters or anything like it. Just release some of your pressure on your tanks and whatever. All of those things are part of the things that they are demonstrating, right? Right now, obviously, they have loss of signal. They tend to have those as they probably switch between Starlink satellites, or the ship just goes in a bad orientation for that. But they also have ground stations, so we'll probably get those views as well once they get into ground station views as well. It's just mind blowing. I should say. Sometimes I feel like like my scene is not show so much excitement, but sometimes it's like I can be very annoying when I'm very excited. So I don't want to feel annoying for the viewers out there. But
Yeah, we are. It's always hard to find the right balance, because hey, you want to be very factual and but then I mean, how can you just be factual if you see this?
Right.
Yeah.
It's well, there is something about I remember watching the space shuttle launch take off, and I was talking to a seasoned journalist there, and he had seen a million of these things, and he even after this one, he went off, the latest one that I saw with him, he's like, it's almost like it's not even created by humans. It's just amazing. Like the amount of force and power and light and sound that come off of these things, basically a controlled explosion all the way up is remarkable. And now we've got pretty much a spacecraft operating now as a result of this launch. The only thing I wanted to point out while we're waiting for some news on the next stage of this flight, we expect another milestone, in about 15 minutes, I think, for reentry. But we did see that booster maneuver quite well up until it got into the thicker part of the atmosphere, and it looked like it was probably the flight terminated at that point. What did you guys see there?
Yeah, I think so. I think what I saw is that only one Raptor turned on. Like I have to. I need replays of this. This is
more than one, but yeah.
It looked to me like at least they didn't reach enough. I also saw the color green. I have to say, I for sure saw the color green, and that's never a good sign if you see a Raptor startup with the color green involved. That usually means you have some engine-rich. That's usually engine-rich combustion. What we can see.
Right, and we saw that on some of the test flights. Now, by the way, we're looking right now from our cameras at the launch complex. What does that look like to you, Alex?
It appears that they have started the demo for the cryogenic transfer, I believe. I think I heard that on the call-outs.
Okay, so
but yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so the cryogenic transfer, before we go to the launch pad there, so that's a big test for NASA to demonstrate that they can move fuel in orbit on the system, right?
Yeah, and I actually, spoiler alert, I spoke with people at NASA about this sort of how hard and how challenging this is. If you think about it, this is in the microgravity environment. You have valves that need to open, pressure gradients, and all that stuff. Essentially, what you do in the ground, we know how to do that on the ground. There's gravity, right? But when you remove the gravity component, it's sort of the same thing as trying to orient yourself. When you remove that, we don't know how to orient ourselves until we actually learn about that. And how do you learn about how to transfer cryogenic propellants in space? Well, that is this test that they are doing right now. It is small compared to what they need to transfer in the future.
But you can scale it up.
Hang on. I just heard it looks like they have completed the test. That was quite quick, to be fair. Wow.
I want to point out, I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if that makes other people nervous here, but I'm not sure if so far they have triggered a mishap investigation. The booster's a bit iffy. We will see if that triggers a mishap. Yeah. But if the mishap they have triggered so far, it might be small. So I think we have a good chance that so far they have not significantly triggered a mishap. Go ahead, Alex.
So the propellant transfer demo is complete, which is quite amazing. That means that is good news. And they should be preparing to close out that payload bay door. You can see there that feed from inside the nose cone, the payload bay. Hang on, I need to point my. Oh well, now it's gone. Whatever. But yeah, one of the complicated things about this is not just the transfer; it is also keeping it cold for long terms. And just to put this into perspective, this sort of thing of transferring cryogenics between vehicles in space, it has been tried before, but with quantities in like the single digit of kilograms. We're talking here single digit of tons. It is 3 orders of magnitude. It's 1,000 times more propellant being transferred here, cryogenic propellant, than what has been tried on previous missions. So this is quite a step forward. And in the future, instead of being single digits or 10 tons of propellant, it needs to be 1,200 tons, which is what the propellant load is on the ship. And in future versions of the ship, it will probably be even more. So that's a lot of more propellant that they need to transfer in the future. But if this is indeed a successful test, then we're
it's the first step.
off all the boxes. It's kind of crazy.
And it is kind of crazy because, and you think about it, just having it still be a intact spacecraft at this point is far beyond where they were before. But they're also now meeting the milestones. The cargo bay door, we're waiting for confirmation on whether or not that has been closed properly. The fuel transfer looks like it is complete. And now the next step, of course, is there is closing.
Yeah, I'm getting the updates here from SpaceX's.
I love the music they've chosen. We didn't get the usual space tunes that they they put up.
And I think we are approaching now so there's one final thing that could go wrong here, right? That's the in-space relight of Raptor. If that goes well in 12 minutes, I mean, then we are going for reentry. Like, if they don't blow up the ship now with this in-space relight, I'm feeling quite optimistic about it. Then they're going for reentry.
Every single Starship flight, I don't know if you guys feel the same, but it feels like, what is going to be the milestone where they, have a RUD? I expected the booster. So the booster outcome is pretty much what I expected, that it will ace the boost back burn. It will probably go through reentry more or less unscathed, but perhaps towards the end of that entry, not the entry burn, excuse me, the reentry, just that, it will go through the reentry unscathed, and then perhaps towards the end, it will probably have an issue. It's what we saw, and I just heard a call out that Raptor engine chill has started, so that is good, because that means they're preparing for that relight of the Raptor engine. Remember, it takes about 19 minutes or so to relight, to chill down the engine. So we are at T plus 30 minutes, so it kind of makes sense, because I think there 40 minutes or so into the flight. So we are on that path to that. So yeah, it's like, when will this thing fail, right? When will Ship 28 fail? So far, it's ticking down all the boxes, and frankly, it may go all the way to the ocean. Who knows? We'll figure that out.
That's what we're waiting for. Here's another great view from Starship right now at the T plus 30 minute mark, and it's a spaceship. And we're seeing so they're using these venting. Well, this looks like the engine venting for relight, right? That's what we're waiting on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is so that. But what we are seeing, there might be multiple things we are seeing. Sometimes they will also start to vent some gaseous boil off at these points, like other rockets do. But part of this will also be the engine chill that is ongoing right now, because the engine chill basically means you flow some liquid oxygen through your engine and prepare it to be not cryo-shocked. So that's what they're probably
closely. It's because I'm looking at the. Ooh, look at that! All the frosty bits coming out. We see a similar thing on the MVAC engine on Falcon 9, if you remember.
Right.
When they chill down that engine, they have like this chunk of
ice
of ice. Yeah. So that is very interesting.
Really...
You can see. I'm also focusing on the towels. There might be maybe one missing. It's super complicated to say, and that is a good news. That is good news because with Ship 25, it was very easy to notice that tiles were missing.
Right.
Now it's like maybe here
one or
and there, like
two, right.
looking at the footage, it's like maybe one, right? It's that kind of thing where, okay, maybe if it's like a couple of them, might still be good to go. That's what we're gonna figure that out, right? In just a few more minutes. Boy,
It's amazing to see, this iterative approach. It's really neat to see this iterative approach really paying off. And Adrian, what I'm watching here is something that I once heard about in the space shuttle program, which is called barbecuing. Is this being done for thermal purposes to try to keep the temperature equal across the two sides of the spacecraft here, or is this just to demonstrate maneuverability?
I'm wondering about it. Do we know if Starship is barbecuing, Alex? Like, is there a barbecue roll?
It kind of looks like it. They seem to be doing that barbecue roll. One thing that I'm interested to see in this sort of relight demo is, two things. Whether the ship goes back on its, so right now, essentially moving in one direction, right? And then reorienting back, or if it will keep being thrusted, basically pointed forward. So far, from what the graphic on the SpaceX stream points out, it looks like it's pointing back. One of the two questions that I had, or rather a single question, but with two sort of potential answers, is whether the ship will go into a suborbital trajectory, basically where it goes short and then it burns forward, right, for that relight in space, or whether it goes long and then burns back with that relight in space, and then it comes, a little bit early in that long reentry window that we showed earlier before the launch. That long reentry window, it is a very important one because that's what allows them to do that. So it looks, at least for now, that the ship, if that graphic is correct, is pointing back. So it will be essentially slowing down, and therefore we should see that speed coming down.
And what happens if it doesn't light? I would imagine gravity would eventually take over here because we're not quite in an orbit.
Yeah, it will re-enter over the Indian Ocean. It will be essentially in the same re-entry corridor, but I imagine that it will be further further basically downrange, so to speak, in that trajectory, instead of being much earlier in that trajectory. With that burn, you're essentially slowing down, and therefore you're re-entering a bit earlier in that trajectory. But it's still that re-entry path, that those hazard zones were made essentially to take into account, what if it fails? Well, you at least have that sort of margin on that re-entry zone to be able to, account for a potential failure. I love all of those vents. It's always nice to see
so cool
as a spaceship being active in space.
Right. It's neat to see something with aerodynamics active in space, right? That was one of the things I loved about the shuttle.
True. Shuttle,
you
fans.
didn't need those wings
Hi,
in orbit,
Chris.
but it was just cool. Yeah. That's what I grew up on. It was always awesome to see that.
You reminded me of a quote from Milan when he said, "Oh, wings are silly. Why would you carry them into space? We don't need a shuttle." And now, that was a long time ago. That was probably a decade ago. And sometimes kind of need some aerosurfaces, some flaps in this case on Starship.
Right.
It's not that silly. They have a reason to be there. And so obviously not the giant delta wings of the shuttle, but some aerodynamic features are, needed to be able to re-enter through the atmosphere at the end of the day.
Stubby wings. And what we are seeing here right now is normal. It is, as you can see, what we space people like to call barbecuing, where it's just kind of like a rotisserie, just kind of spinning around. We don't know if that is for maneuverability or for thermal balancing, but it is not out of control. That's what it's supposed to do. And what we're waiting on next is the relight of the Raptor engine, which will, or I think a couple of them, which will slow it down so that it can re-enter the atmosphere. And the last stage of this test is to test those thermal tiles, because we haven't had a Starship yet get into orbit or close to orbit like this one is and re-enter the atmosphere in one piece. So the next stage here is to have it re-enter the atmosphere like it will in the future on its operational path. And slam into the ocean in this particular instance, but later they will try to catch it with the same launch tower that sends it off into space here. So we will keep an eye on that engine chill as it finishes up here. And
I'm looking at the
Adrian, how much?
At the timelines that we have. We should just for like awareness, we should be less than 4 minutes from that relight. And go ahead, Adrian.
No, I'm just I'm just here.
And you know, guys, let me ask you this, Adrian. This is the first time we've tested Starship and these stubby wings in lower altitudes, right? So we know how they'll perform lower, but we've never had a Starship get this high and actually have to simulate the entire return trip. Obviously, we're not going to try to have a control, or it's going to be a controlled belly flop in this case, but this is a big milestone for its maneuverability post-launch back in the atmosphere.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and all of this right now is new. All of this is just, it's so much new data. And imagine the amount of stuff that SpaceX learns from all of this. Like we already are excited. Imagine being an engineer right now, designing a Starship. Like you're probably having the day of your life. I want to give, by the way, a quick hint here. The fact that we will probably sell out of the Flight 3 patch in minutes now. So if you want to grab one, you should grab it now.
The objective today was to get through all of our ascent burns and collect as much data as possible, including a potential Starship entry. And we just came out of a coast phase and were treated to a number of HD views thanks to Starlink, including the PEZ door open-close test. So that was one of our test objectives today that we met. So that's awesome. It has been such a great day.
It has been a phenomenal test day. Just to see booster lifting a Starship to ascent, ship completing its ascent. Just a wonderful day. Kind of to recap the objectives a little bit. Booster completed its ascent, ignited its 33 Raptor engines. We demonstrated a successful hot staging for the second time. Booster completed the boost back burn, didn't quite accomplish the landing burn, and then had a hard splashdown in the Gulf. Meanwhile, ship completely successful after the hot staging. We had a good 6-engine burn of the Raptor vacuum engines and sea level engines. And then we've commanded a number of demonstrations, including the Starlink satellite deploy demo, so the payload door, as well as a prop transfer demonstration. We do still need to do some data review on those. So as we get that data back, we'll be sure to update you on social for how those tests went.
All right, so it looks like a lot of good things happening here, and we're just waiting for that engine burn.
Absolutely. It's, I mean, so far, this is just astonishing. Speaking of astonishing,
our high velocity merch.
Metal Prince, the first one. This one next from Liftoff is up. shop.nasaspaceflight.com. So if you want to have this launch on your wall, there you go. And also, and I want to point this out, and it's probably the most important part of these metal prints, you support the photographers who take them. So every time you buy a metal print from one of our photographers, they get a cut, and it supports them and supports them getting new lenses, and they have rented expensive equipment for this launch. So this is really a way to support them and kind of help them out here.
And they look great on the wall, so I need to get a few more. Get my my office here loaded up. So just in case you're just tuning in, Starship launched successfully, the booster and the ship. We had a successful stage separation. We have a current Starship in essentially an orbit of some kind, where they were able to successfully test the fuel transfer. The payload bay door has been opened and I believe closed. And now we're waiting on that.
We should get on a relight demo, right?
Yeah, we're at that point, right? So the next step is to relight the engine, slow it down, test out that thermal system, and we're going to maybe see a splashdown in the ocean for a rapid scheduled disassembly.
We are basically waiting for them to... Yeah, we are basically waiting for them to acquire signal again. And once they have acquired signal again, they will probably be able to confirm this, right, Alex? Like, this looks like they are...
Yeah, it also appears that it seems like they are skipping the burn. The computers essentially confirm whether the Raptor engines are good to go for the burn, and they had the option to not do the burn if anything looks bad. If you think about that, it makes total sense of not trying something that will break your ship. And as we were mentioning before, the reentry zone is completely wide enough to be able to allow this reentry in a safety zone. So without the relight, it is okay. They're going to be coming back into a safe zone, and now I'm guessing that the ship will try to get into that entry attitude for the reentry. So we'll see what happens, and I'm gonna keep listening to them because yeah.
So Adrian, without this burn, I would assume then it's going to take a little longer for it to come back down.
Yes, basically they would have probably slowed themselves down, which would bring them up. I think there was early. I'm now getting my orbital mechanics mixed up, but they would have come down later. Yeah. So I'm just making sure that I'm not saying anything stupid about physics while Alex is here, because if I say anything stupid about physics while Alex is here, we will call him out on it. Oh
wow. Well, it looks like it is coming down now.
We will see a re-entry.
Yeah.
This is going to be insane, everybody.
This is going to be
insane. It's already approaching the entry interface. It's 132 kilometers. So let's see. Let's hope for the communications to hold.
Right.
Look at that.
Now it's still doing a little bit of rotation there. They're going to try to
and everything.
Yeah. So you think this is more maneuvering than a continued rotation?
I mean, they need to cancel this rotation at some point. Like, the problem is for the re-entry, it at some point needs to get stable. You need to get flaps first.
Yeah. I'm looking carefully at that graphic of the attitude. That could also be a point of failure, right? We gotta accept that we're already way past of the progress that we saw on Flight 2. So, if this point of, the ship cannot control itself and put into its correct orientation. Okay, well, Ship 29 will try it, right? And more future vehicles will try it. It's progress already. I cannot emphasize that this is progress.
Looks...
It's looking like that's some land there.
Yeah. It's also... So that might be Africa, right? Because they will pass over Africa shortly before re-entry?
Yeah, they just now got acquisition of signal with Mauritius. It seems like, look at that. Look at the flaps. 117 kilometers, 16. We're coming down.
I'll tell you one thing, I would not want to be on
So I hope it doesn't stop like this, because this is kind of like the wrong side. You don't want to...
Yeah, right, right.
But it looks like,
what are we
they have
here?
control.
We are seeing... Yeah, right. They're moving those fins around. So
you can see how it's feeling already, the drag, because all of that ice coming down, that is because of the drag from the atmosphere. It's very clear.
And that's ice and not tiles.
Fascinating. This is honestly fascinating.
Actually, it is. It looks like they are trying to gain control here, huh?
Oh yeah, they have it.
Look at that.
And now, because of their, and because of their now, if they have the right orientation, now they can use their flaps. Like at this point, once they are on belly forward, now they have the flaps to control this.
They're getting there.
Oh boy.
Now, should we see some heating soon too?
Look at those clouds in the background, man.
Oh, it's doing another turn.
Yeah, another rotation.
Let's hope it does a full one at not only 180 degrees, because that would be bad.
And it appears we did get some confirmation that this is actual video coming down via Starlink. And the reason why the camera is moving is it looks like the camera is on one of those grid fins there.
On the flaps.
The fins on the flaps.
On the flaps.
Yeah.
This is one of the coolest things I have ever seen.
Plasma! You can see the plasma!
There's some heating.
Plasma building up. There we go. 100 kilometers. It's coming through.
I don't think we have ever seen something like this happen live like this. Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Look at that.
This is amazing. So far, so good.
Yeah, they're keeping
Look at that.
But the rotation.
Yep.
The rotation
and that's part of slowing down too, right? You want to make some rotations here. Yeah.
I want to push it in the other. Come on, Chip 28. Come on. That looks. That's not the TPS side.
And the signal is holding steady, I guess.
How do they have signal still?
This is amazing that it hasn't gone out yet.
Oh, now they're getting it. Look at, they're turning it.
Look at that.
Oh my God.
Here.
Wow.
I mean, can you imagine? I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before.
This is the most insane thing I've ever seen.
Oh my God.
And the fact that we're still getting.
Look at that.
How does it still have signal?
You can definitely tell by the crowd here in Hawthorne.
The heat shield tiles doing their work. We talked about it earlier. Up to 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit that those heat shield tiles are dissipating as we are re-entering.
Yeah, now this was one of the critical, or rather the key mission objectives that we were hoping to hit.
So it looks like they're doing kind of what the shuttle used to do, which is some maneuvering, right? To use some of that drag to slow down.
Maybe, you're right.
How are we still seeing this?
We're seeing things. It's 80 kilometers. It's going down, boys.
And it's so far not, like, it looks stable? Do I dare to say it looks stable?
Speed is going down as expected.
And
yeah, now it's fighting with the plasma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's even crazier, this is a completely automated process.
Yeah.
But you want the vehicle to remain stable. You want those heat shield tiles pointed down.
Look at the orientation.
So they can absorb the heat of the Earth's atmosphere. And so that's the purpose that they are serving during the hypersonic phase.
Coming down, that means it is at least transmitting data. It's just that video takes a lot of bandwidth, and so video may cut out much more likely.
Oh.
But we're seeing that graphic moving quite a bit.
It's moving,
probably not what you want to say.
Side
yeah.
On that telemetry.
That's a bit of a violent turn there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whew, boy.
But it's turning still. It's turning still.
It's doing what I sort of expected. When I said before this launch, I said I think they're going to get some kind of amount of data. You can see now it's slowing down even more. You see that the speed is going down faster, the altitude is going, because the peak heating is towards the end of the entry.
And also the fact that they're getting some data here, although it may have cut off at this point.
Exactly.
But I would imagine what we just saw and that buildup of plasma, and they've got some tiles they're holding up here on their desk there. That buildup of plasma and the heating and the visuals that they acquired here are something we've never seen before. And I would imagine that's going to be very informative for future missions of Starship to just see what forces are there and how that interacts. Here's a scene from the launch complex. It looks like the launch mount is still in good shape.
Yeah, so right now they're basically in a blackout phase. But once you have so much plasma building up and everything, you will have a blackout phase. The question is, are they acquiring signal again after the blackout phase? Because that would mean the ship has survived re-entry, kind of. They expect the transonic milestone around 1 hour and 2 minutes.
Okay, so not too much longer here, so we'll see what happens. So we're waiting on it. It's possible we will never hear from it again. And one way or the other, if it does survive, it will be entering the ocean pretty much in a full-on belly flop. So this is the last moments of this particular Starship, although it served us quite well, I think, this time. I mean, what an amazing set of visuals we just had.
It is.
And that was
completely bonkers. Also, completely bonkers. I'm continuing the segues here. This shot by Sean. This shot by Sean, also available in shop.nasaspaceflight.com. The moment of liftoff with Hoppy in front. What an amazing print. Thank you so much, Sean, for recording this.
this was just taken, and now it's like
yes,
already there. It's, again, high-velocity merch here at NASASpaceflight.com. We got the patches, which are, I think, selling out, but we also have that reentry sweatshirt, all sorts of great stuff to commemorate what I think is a very successful flight. I thought the second flight was successful because a lot of things that they were trying to achieve and overcome from the first one were accomplished. This one, Adrian, so far, even if the reentry didn't go completely to plan, they got it pretty far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's honestly, I have a hard time right now. Like, this is
just processing everything. Well, I would imagine you all have a lot to think about as to how to interpret what we just saw and get it out to the audience in future publications and videos and everything else that we do around here. This tower is empty because the Starship that was once there has successfully launched. In probably just a couple of days, maybe a week or two, there will be another one stacked up and ready to go, provided they don't have too much to refurbish there. The ground systems, Alex, are obviously an area of interest as well, because, of course, after the first launch, most of that complex was destroyed pretty violently. Looks like what they did to correct that is held up here, too.
Yeah, boy, that view of the launch site, the empty launch site, it is sort of the favorite view of DAS and pretty much everyone here at NSF. But our next favorite view, I guess, will be once they start coming back with a booster, and the booster is on the chopsticks. That's going to be an exciting view, pretty much. But yeah, it seems like everything held up. Obviously, we're going to have our people out in the field. Once they open the road and everything, we'll probably be able to head out there and take more close-up shots of everything out there at Launchpad C. You know, in the grand scheme of things, it looks good. Sometimes, when you actually go there and closer, you see some small damage. The LM is obviously cooked because that's sort of in the way of the Raptors.
Right.
But that's to be expected. We saw that previous flights. We expected that. The important things is obviously the chopsticks, the QD arm. One of the things that I'm noticing here, did the chopsticks move to the booster catching position, or is it me?
What do you think, Adrian?
Where's the other arm?
Yeah, true.
In this view, there you can see they are in basically, because in the opening position, yeah, they are closing now. We're being told in the back channels. So essentially, they moved from the open position, and now they're coming back. If you remember from Flight 1, these took 2 days, and Flight 2 was much more better, right? Much more nominal, I guess. And it essentially seems to be the same here. Flight 2 was the same also. Within an hour or so, the chopsticks closed. They went back down. I really thought it was like that before, but I'm looking here at the other feeds that we have, and they were not like that before. Right after liftoff. I guess I was too excited, too excited there. But at one point, I probably do the landing of the booster, and then trying to mimic the control with the chopsticks as if they were catching it. I guess. Boy, it's gonna be exciting. But again, once our people go there to in the field, as we say, they'll probably be able to capture much closer up shots of all of the things out there at the launch site.
And what we're waiting on right now is confirmation of what happened to Starship once it entered into that blackout period of re-entry.
Yeah.
But we got some amazing views ahead of that. It was looking a little iffy, Adrian, when when it was getting close to that blackout period. So we don't yet know if Starship survived the last part of the test, but it seemed to do pretty well up until that point.
Yep, it's it seems I'm getting more and more skeptical about this surviving, but I mean, they reached the re-entry, everything, and they got decently far in re-entry. Like, we could observe so much time, and every single second there is data, every single second there. So
and every second is valuable data, right? So, and I think what we saw in the last, just in the progression from one mission to the next, that SpaceX tests in flight, and we've seen now everything that went wrong on the prior mission, getting corrected in the follow-up one, and here they got much further. And really, I think, are developing a level of confidence with this launch system. And if you look at Falcon 9 today, certainly it had its hiccups and testing that it went through, and it's become a very reliable launch system as a result. So it's been interesting to see the reliability of booster and ship improve tremendously from the first one to the third one. And a lot of the milestones, I would say, if not most of the milestones, have been achieved here, Alex. What do you think? I think Alex would be checking in on some stuff there. What do you think, Adrian? We hit most of them, didn't we?
I would say, yeah, I have a hard time not calling this a huge success. I have, like no matter if they acquire the ship again or not, it's such a success. This is unbelievable. And the crazy thing for me is really the progression between flights. Like, we had such a big progression between Flight 1 and Flight 2. We had now a huge progression between Flight 2 and Flight 3. They have such a great learning curve here. And they are not doing like something trivial here. They're testing things that have never really been done before. So getting to this is really, 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 really amazing. And
this graphic on screen is where we think it's coming down right now, right?
Yeah, that's one way or the other. It's re-entering. The question is just how many pieces.
Right. And it's likely, from what we saw right before it lost signal, it's likely going to be the pieces. But again, the plan was that it was going to hit the ocean and explode when it got there. So we're gonna hold vigil here until we know exactly what happened. But I did want to. We have so many supporters to thank. We're not going to be able to get to everybody. We're going to do our best here to thank some folks while we are waiting for news of the fate of Starship. But I think from our standpoint here as observers of this program, this was a very successful flight. We got the Starship to where we wanted it to be. Everything seems to be working. Meaningless is our super chatter here with a $100 tip. Thank you very much for that. We'll pull it up here. The name is Meaningless, not the mission here today. So thank you very much for your contribution and your support of all of our efforts here. We have so many store messages that right now after it happened. So thank you all for that. And we'll keep an eye on the chat here as best we can, answer some questions, and see what we've got going on here. So while I look for some questions here from the audience, now that we're getting caught up and getting our wits back about us here, Adrian, what are we looking at now on the ground here? Looks like things are mostly intact.
Well, apparently, I'm waiting for final confirmation here, but apparently, looking at the roadblock here, can we get a picture of the roadblock? Maybe up here, producers? Because they apparently are at the point where, look, they're already at the village road closure point again. Like, there are already cars waiting there, and they're looking like they are getting ready to go to the pad.
Wow.
It is quite a good progress here, as we expected. 1 hour after launch, and safing that at Tango Farm.
Is what I think is also what's also important to note here is that in addition to what we just saw lift off, we've got, looks like, 3 more Starships in the wings there, along with a booster.
It looks. One of the latest updates that I'm hearing from SpaceX is that it looks like they lost TDRS, tracking data relay satellite signal, basically, and also a Starlink signal, both at the same time, which could indicate that they lost the ship during reentry. But they are trying to, do further confirmations about that. Obviously, the ship at one point will either in pieces or in one piece, it'll go through the atmosphere and hit the ocean in one way or another. We saw those flaps actuating, the thermal protection system. They gather some good amount of data on that beginning of the entry phase of the ship. Pretty much what I expected before the flight. And so it is quite an impressive step, compared to Flight 2. And now, obviously, they're probably going to be looking through all the data and everything and improve it. Because that's the whole point of these flights, right? Lon and Adrian, like, I see you kind of noting here that that is precisely why these flights are happening. Because every single flight is a step forward. It is improvement. This went way much better than Flight 2. And I have no doubts that Flight 4 will be even much better than Flight 3.
I think so. And let me ask, Adrian, how long do you think it'll be now before the next flight? It seems like maybe there might be some mishap reviews on reentry. I mean, it's hard to speculate this early, but
no, it's.
What do you think?
I think at this point, I feel so. The ship should have been transonic at this point. So something went wrong, and based on the FAA definition of a mishap investigation, SpaceX has just triggered a mishap investigation. That's the nature of the things. They have not. So the one clause that basically hurts them here is the fact that you have to complete your launch and re-entry profile as planned. And at this point, I think we can confirm that the ship has not completed its re-entry profile as planned, which means there is a mishap investigation. However, and now there's a big however here.
Anticipating
a mishap,
news that we lost Starship due to basically a double blackout from TDRS and Starship data at the same time.
But it's worth mentioning, this is the first time that we have come back at these speeds in any of the test flights that we've done so far with Starship. So we are trying to prove out that the heat shield works as intended, that the controllability at those hypersonic speeds works as intended. So if we were able to get back any data on that, that means the next version, what happens on Flight 4, 5, 6, is going to be better.
We must be able to get some because we saw incredibly gorgeous high definition views of that entry period whenever it was initially starting. So we must have gotten some data
today
there.
has been otherwise a phenomenal day.
Incredible.
Liftoff on time, full ignition of all of the boosters, engines, successful hot staging, and then ship took it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. We were able to see the ship actually make it further as well as the booster. We were hoping that the booster would perform a soft water landing, but we lost it during just before it was able to ignite the landing burn. But the ship continued on. We saw all six Raptor engines on the ship ignite and then shut down for second engine cutoff. And we saw some amazing views as well, and it's just been certainly a day that I will be taking many screenshots and using them as my computer desktop background for, well, until the next Starship launch.
When we get even...
So there you go. It looks like confirmation that it didn't re-enter in one piece as they were expecting it, but in multiple. So Adrian, now this will trigger a mishap investigation, which might slow down.
Yes.
Go on.
Well, so there's two things I want to add here. A, it's gonna be a smaller mishap investigation probably versus the other ones because the more sophisticated this design gets, the less items this had. I mean, look at the first versus the second one. That was already a huge amount of change. And also, and that's the second part, SpaceX kind of wants to conduct a mishap investigation. Because, after all, SpaceX needs to now find out what went wrong here, right? And then needs to implement fixes on the next vehicle. This is just what a mishap investigation does. A mishap investigation is a SpaceX-led investigation that is just signed off by the FAA, where they look at what went wrong and how can we improve it on the next flight, which I guess is something they would like to do.
Right. I guess it helps, right?
Oh, there we go.
Okay. So this is, what are we looking at here?
Rolling down to the pad.
All right. Looks like they're going to do some inspections of... I remember this taking place much later in the launch cadence or the launch process as it did the last time we were together doing this. So the road is open. They are heading down to the pad. And we were looking last time to see how much debris they were picking up. So this might be interesting to see what they find out there.
And I cannot.
Absolutely stunning.
It was kind of funny hearing Kate Tice from SpaceX talking about how this new flight will, she will have new backgrounds on her devices and things like that. I'm definitely gonna do that as well, but you can also have not just background pictures on your devices. You can also have metal prints from our store as well. We have a lot of photographers out there, doing their whole thing, taking such amazing pictures. We already shown two of them. I mostly showed many more will come. So that's definitely quite an amazing thing that you can grab as well for you, and more permanent than just the background on your devices of choice.
And it looks like I'm able to get some questions in here from the audience. Here was a question from Doug Van Dorn, and our back end here has been a little problematic today, so I'm doing my best to get some questions brought in. But Doug asks, the ship never achieved entry attitude and was still rolling when it hit the atmosphere. That was noted. I wonder if the tanks depressed when the relight attempt happened and lost control gas. It's possible, right?
Maybe we'll have to hear what they do and see what they say about today. But yeah, we'll see. It's just funny because they're talking about the birthday of SpaceX. I gotta say, it's also Ian's birthday. Ian, happy birthday from me at least. But
Me as well.
yeah, the ship was lost during reentry, and it did seem that it had trouble at least trying to orient itself for that reentry. We don't really know, right? It did seem like it stopped venting, which, as we were mentioning, venting is on Starship is the thrusters. Those are the way that it can control its attitude in space when there's no atmosphere, anything like it. And it seemed to have some trouble. But again, we'll wait to whatever SpaceX can say, and all of the data. Again, we'll probably have another mishap investigation and everything. But if you think about it, when things go wrong, we learn more than when things go right. Because when they go right, there's no mishap investigation. There's no, communications, press release from SpaceX or anything. When those things happen, we get to learn a lot of things about the previous flight, and it's a pity that it happened, but we also will learn a lot, perhaps, of what happened here on this flight.
And Adrian, a lot went right here too. Why don't we recap what you think were some of the milestones that were achieved today?
I mean, what they successfully demonstrated now 2 times is they really got the super heavy ascent. I mean, they got that. Like, they now had it 2 times just working. They fixed, obviously, the problems with the boost backburn, which worked. They fixed the problems of the ship upper stage burn, which worked. They demonstrated the payload door opening. They demonstrated the header tank transfer. So overall, I would say a lot of milestones checked here. There are some questions here, of course. One question is, of course, why did the one Raptor decide to not fire? Or like, why did they were not able to fire the in-space Raptor? And of course, the big questions are with both ship and booster. Why did the booster fail its landing burn? And why did the ship fail the reentry? But they got data. They got data from all of this, and they're hopefully now able to modify the vehicles and prototypes with this, and change.
Yeah, and we'll see an improvement on the next one. And Alex, we've got another Starship in the wings here. So what's the next combo that we'll see on that pad soon?
Yeah, the next thing will be Ship 29 and Booster 11. We already had Ship 29 earlier this week at the pad. It was being tested. The engines were spin primed in basically on Monday, and so we are waiting now to get that static fire test. Probably, in the next few days. I wouldn't be surprised if we even get some kind of rollout this weekend, and they move it again back to the suborbital pad, and they fire those engines next week. We get Booster 11 out, I don't know, in a couple of weeks, or I don't know, maybe 3 weeks, and they get those engines tested. And after that, I'm guessing that they'll use the downtime to
to essentially work on the vehicles, make sure that they can, because obviously a lot of things went well, but whatever went wrong, they probably need to tweak some things in the vehicles. So they'll probably take a few more weeks to be able to work on that. I'm expecting, I'm sort of getting ahead of the question already. I'm expecting perhaps that Flight 4 will happen around the June timeframe. I said before the flight, thinking May, June, depending on how the third flight happens and goes. Well, looking at the third flight, it kind of looked a lot much better, even much better than I was expecting. A lot of the there were a couple of milestones there that I didn't expect to go well, and they did go well. So congratulations, because it was much better than I expected. And so right now, I will say that perhaps June is like in 3 months. If you think about it, from first flight to second flight, it was 7 months. From
7 or 8 months, yeah.
second flight to third flight, it's been 4 months or more or less like that. So 3 months will still be lower. And well, a lot of people know me by stats. Let's see. Here's a quick stat for today's launch. It's been the fastest turnaround time for a Starship launch to launch, right? Not a Starship vehicle, but the Starship rocket. And for the Starship launchpad at Starbase, it's just I think you're muted, AJ, and seeing you talking.
I think how many flights I'm interested how many flights in a row we will get turnaround records, because I feel like there is a certain amount of flights in a row where we always will get another turnaround record, and they're like, oh, now it's 2 months, now it's 1.5, well, now it's barely 1. I think that's just gonna happen.
I'm making that joke because every like 20 Falcon flights or something, we're like, oh, this flight happens to be the turnaround record of the pad, or the turnaround record of the booster, or the turnaround record of between flights or whatever. Like recently, they did 2 Falcon 9 flights within, I think it was 1 hour and 50 something minutes. It was quite mind blowing. Once they do the same thing with the Starship, it'll be quite amazing. But people know me, those that watch our Falcon 9 coverage, and I really hope you watch our Falcon 9 coverage, by the way. They probably know me about that. The guy that just mentions, oh, by the way, they broke this record and they broke this other record. Well, I can tell you, they broke the record turnaround time for this launch pad.
That's true.
It didn't take too much.
It was a lot shorter.
Yeah, it was a lot shorter, and hopefully the next one will also be shorter as well. I mean, I think 3 months for the time being. If you think back at Falcon 9, it had 2 launches, one in June 2010, another December 2010, but the next flight didn't happen until May 2012.
Right.
So the third flight happened like almost 2 years after the first flight. We have had 3 flights of a Starship in less than 1 year. How amazing is that, right? Like, that's such a progress. Falcon 9 was the first sort of more mature orbital rocket that SpaceX built. Falcon Heavy, it was a derivative, so it kind of doesn't count that much because it was more conditioned by payloads.
It was all
and
understood.
Things like that.
Yep.
Whereas with a Starship, it's like we're getting 3 flights on a year. Even though for a lot of people might be, I want more flights. Of course, everyone wants more flights, right? But being realistic for a moment, it's such an amazing thing that we have been able to see. Like 3 launches of a vehicle that is even larger than Saturn V. It is much more powerful than the Saturn V. It is in three times in a year, and this is just the minimum, right? It's gonna go up and up and up and up. It's gonna increase.
Well, you think about where we went from that first mission, where you had it basically tumbling end over end and not even flight terminating properly, right?
Right. Now we're like,
to the second one,
it's tumbling during reentry. Like, come on, compare that to Flight 1, right? But of course, it's like, that needs to get better over time. But right now, that's progress.
I think it's kind of impressive if you think about what was the moment where you know the mission was doomed. If you have this mission, like, it was about 40, 50 minutes now. At Flight 1, it was about 6 seconds into flight. where I was there like, that's a Raptor gun, that's another Raptor gun. Like,
yeah, Flight 1 was like, oops, yeah, that doesn't look good. No, I was literally looking at the feeds like, and this time
it looks like
around, it's...
I was gonna say our chat is coming back here, so I can take a few questions here that are coming in. There was a bunch of questions about whether or not a mishap investigation has to take place. I think we've discussed that is definitely going to happen here insofar as the reentry component was concerned. But a lot of what happened on the way up probably won't, right?
Booster is...
Yeah, the booster return, right? That was an issue. But like a lot of what went into the first mission, I think, will be there. And here's a question from Mark, who was wondering, do you think Flight 4... and if it doesn't pop up, I'll just read it off here. Do you think Flight 4 will include dispensing a payload? Because we've done the door test now, right? You may throw a couple Starlinks up there just to see what happens, or not.
I think they're very close. I'm not even sure if SpaceX has made that final decision yet. If they are like fully on yes or no. I could see it. Like at least. Maybe not like operational Starlink V2s, but maybe a Starlink V2 payload dummy, like test out the deployment. Yes, I could see that.
And it looks like Aline Ethne here says it looked like from the telemetry that it rolled and overcorrected. So, and that's the important thing here. This is not a piloted spacecraft, Alex. This is all done with essentially programming that has to go into the spacecraft first. And if things are proceeding the way they expect them to, the code will work. But if not, they've got some more to do.
Yeah, and one of the things here to take into account, this was the first time they were essentially maneuvering these vehicles without the engines. Because on the ship, you have the center engines, right? Those gimbal, and so you can move the ship around and everything. You have full axis control and everything. The booster, the same. You have the gimbaling engines and everything. But once those shut down, what are you doing? You're using the vents, right, as the thrusters, as we've been talking about for pretty much the last hour or so. This was the first time they were using that, and so now it's a learning lesson for them. It's now something that they can say, okay, our control algorithms need to be like this, and our valves need to open like that, right? Now they're gonna go through all the data and optimize everything. Before the launch happened, I was talking about how, even when sometimes things go right or seem to go right, there's room for improvement, right? And I guess that's something, I'm going to probably do a little of a seg here. That's something that we already do on our live streams, for example. We try always to improve. Even though some things may go right, we always try to do better. You probably have seen, if you stick around for the whole live stream, you've seen that we have tried to do even better than the previous live streams. And so, the same thing applies with this, where, even though you may see things that have gone right, they can be better, of course. And so the attitude control and everything, this was the first time. At first, it seemed to go more or less okay. But obviously, they need to refine that, and hopefully Flight 4 will solve that.
All right, well, we are preparing some replays in the back end here, so we'll have those ready shortly. But all of the footage that you saw today, a good chunk of it up until it gets into space, a lot of that comes from our own cameras and our own people here at NSF. And Adrian, I was wondering if you could maybe tell everybody about the hard work that goes into planning for, but also covering one of these missions.
I mean, you can see it right there. We have some cool behind-the-scenes pictures here of people like Daz, like Andrew, like Daniel, Sean, D, Max, Jack. So many people out there, Roger, that are helping this, that are getting us these views, that are making sure that they help us assemble things. They help us maintain our sites. They are photographers that provide these amazing views. And in the end, I would say, I always say, like, the commentators in the end probably the easiest job, because we just sit here and talk what they deliver us, because they deliver us these amazing shots. I mean, we can see how they worked. Not only today, they like what you don't see is that you have people there being there for weeks and times months. Here we can see that we have our own lift apparently.
And we make our own energy too. Look at that.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane, and they again, thanks to everybody, absolutely everybody in the field that are just out there and making sure everything of this works. This already starts weeks in advance, where then there's a head start in getting these sites ready and getting like the cameras deployed and everything. This is a huge effort, and then in the end, after all of this worked, then you get a broadcast. But there's much more hours that we can see Jack, by the way.
Bacon!
You can see it on the orange on the outfit.
It's orange.
It's honestly mind blowing, and we, again, it's really like there's so many more hours that you have to that these guys have to provide to then get like a 10-11 hour broadcast here, because that's just the end result of everything. That's absolutely
and when SpaceX
insane.
When SpaceX announces the launch like a week earlier than you thought, suddenly it's overdrive, right? Get everybody out there, and there's travel expenses involved for many folks, and it's not always pleasant being out there in the hot Texas sun either, with the humidity and everything else. So it's I'm very comfortable here in my basement studio, but I know everyone out there has worked incredibly hard to bring these images to you, and you can see even more going on here with a little tower. That thing's really cool. So it's great, and everyone really enjoys the work that they do, bringing this to all of you. And it's a lot of fun to try to figure out how to make all this work, right? It's amazing what you can do now with servers in the cloud, and having all of the bandwidth that's available to do these sorts of things. As a tech guy, this has always been a fun thing to watch here as a member of the team. So really cool. So thank you everyone who put in an enormous amount of effort. I know there's been a lot of folks who were both in front of the camera and behind it who have not slept in a while. So I am sure this afternoon will be a nice crash for everybody.
Well, I'm afraid I will not be able to crash, because tomorrow we have This Week in Spaceflight, and I have to finish the script with Alicia Siegel. She's amazing. You probably, again, if you stick around the whole live stream, you've probably seen her on those explainer videos that we have made.
Mm-hmm. They were great.
Quite a talented woman, and definitely proud to to put some words to her amazing voice, I guess. But yeah, there's lots and lots of things that we're always working. It's not just a Starship. You see, today we're doing Starship launch. We have more Starlinks, of course, from the Cape.
Right.
I believe there's a Starlink tonight, because they scrubbed yesterday. I believe it was something with the Stromback happening there, and yeah, we're doing lots of things, and yeah, we're gonna crash once we finish our stuff. So
at some point
it's gonna happen
to that script.
At some point, we're going to have a 24/7 anchor operation here just to cover all the things happening around the world. So we are in the process of readying some replays, which we hope to have in a little bit, which we will show you momentarily. But we can talk about, though, I think some of the things that we saw today. I think that reentry video, I don't think we've ever seen. We've seen like reentry videos before, but not with that level of clarity and not live like that. That was amazing, wasn't it?
Okay, to be fair, Gage is the back channel. He's saying, look what the Starlink enabled us to see, right? It's true. Yeah. Okay, we saw those amazing views of the Starship, in orbit, the reentry of also as well, the booster views as well. They were probably running through Starlink. Okay, Starlink launches are cool. Now we have an excuse to be like, this is an exciting launch because we're going to have more satellites up there for the next Starship launch, right? We got to get those views through reentry on Ship 29 this time around. No blackouts.
Right, exactly. And I would imagine, too, that with Starlink working at a higher frequency, it's probably, it's going to be perhaps be a little more reliable than what we've seen in the past. And, of course, the signal path is shorter to the satellite above as well. So whatever it was, it worked amazing, and it was incredible to see the clarity of the footage, the frame rate. It just is amazing, and it was incredible to see just 4 Starlink antennas that probably a derivative of what you can throw out in your backyard seem to work there. And of course, we use some Starlinks here at NSF as well.
We do.
So Adrian, we're looking at the launch tower here with a Starship gone. It's always amazing when you go and see one of these things in person, sitting on the ground. Again, the size of a small skyscraper, suddenly it's gone. But there's a lot more in production over at Starbase. So we have another ship that's been in testing concurrently with what's been happening with this current mission.
Yeah, sorry, I'm right now getting to the point where the adrenaline goes down, and then you suddenly notice the lack of sleep. So my brain just went like there was like a long buzzing noise after that.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think what we're going to do here is we are going to get our intro or our footage ready for the outro. So what we're going to do when we come back on camera here in a second is I think we're going to start wrapping some things up, but we're going to wrap up with some of the replays of some of the amazing things that our cameras captured, along with, I'm sure, maybe perhaps some of those amazing views of the way back down. So we will be closing out with that. But anything before we head out here, let me start with Adrian. Give me the quick summation. What did you see today? What do you think? What kind of progress have we made here?
An amazing progress. I'm way more optimistic about seeing humans return to the moon soon, which is the one thing I really want to see. I want to see humans on the moon again.
And that's this is a step, right, in that direction. Alex.
Yep.
Yeah. So they didn't get to the point of doing the relight. There we go. The tweet from Bill Nelson. Talking about Artemis, because while the relight of the Raptor, it was not tried. Obviously, again, they had that logic in the computer saying, "Hey, if it's not good to go, let's not try it. Let's not make it worse." And I think that's a smart move from SpaceX of saying to put that into the computers. The thing is, they still did the transfer of cryogenic fluids of propellant. That is the most, like, this is 3 orders of magnitude more than anything that has been tried before, right? Any other cryogenic fluid, transfer, whatever you want to call it, anything that involves cold stuff going from one tank to another, having to open valves in 0G stuff, that is already such a huge step for Artemis, because that will enable refilling other ships in orbit. That will enable SpaceX to be able not just go to the moon, but also to Mars. I have this amazing sweater from Pauline from our Christmas collection. I believe it's no longer in the store, so you missed the opportunity to get this amazing sweater and everything. But you can see it has like a habitat, starships landed, a Cybertruck somewhere there, all on Mars. It's everything red and everything. That's the goal, right? That's SpaceX's goal. Without refueling, without transferring those cryogenics, that cannot happen. And so this is one little, very tiny step, but without it, you cannot go beyond that, right? It's such an amazing accomplishment.
But a step nonetheless, and we're one step closer to getting boots on the ground on the moon once again, and hopefully staying there this time. So, well, this was another just a real pleasure to be with everybody today, and I thank you all for all the work that you all put in across the entire team. Before we close out, I want to thank our members. I know many of you were gifted memberships, and again, we're going to have some of those replays coming up in a minute. You can see all of our members up here on screen. And if you were gifted a membership today, hopefully you'll consider sticking around after that gift expires. It's a great way to get even more out of us, because we love delivering more and more and more to all of you. I also want to thank the team, the entire team, all the behind-the-scenes people, our network engineers, our developers, SBL, camera ops, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of work and people that go into what you see here. We have the easy part here, is just reporting what all of these people are bringing to us. So I want to thank everyone there behind the scenes. Producers, Patrick, Jay, Carson, Ryan, and Kevin. all putting in just a tremendous amount of effort. And you heard that we're not done here. We've got more stuff coming up we've got to prepare for. So they're going to get a few minutes of rest maybe, and then back on to the rest of it. And of course, I want to thank Adrian and Alex for joining me today and helping with this section of the coverage. We also had everybody else who was hosting throughout the night. I think this started around like 11 or 12 midnight Central Time. So this stream has been going for a while here, a real marathon. And I know you all were part of getting all of that put together. So thank you both and everyone else who made this happen today. So I think that's going to do it for our coverage here. Oh, go ahead. Yeah,
one
thing.
final thing. I want to once again give a special shout out to our producers, because there were some technical issues that came up during this, and they made it. And I cleared. I'm allowed to say this. And they made it look like everything was going well. They worked so hard, and everybody who worked as a producer on the stream, you're absolutely amazing. You're complete beasts. I don't know how you managed this. Thank you so much.
You wouldn't even know we had problems. That's how great it is.
Yeah. Boy, I also had some sort of bet, I guess, that I wouldn't shave between Flight 2 and Flight 3 until actually Flight 3 happened. So I guess this is having to go. I also had another one where, if Ship 28 survived reentry, then I will keep my stash. I will have to shave it because Ship 28 did not survive reentry, but maybe we'll come up with some other bet for Ship 29 and Booster 11. Definitely very exciting, and looking forward to that as well.
It always grows back, and one thing we can be certain of, there's going to be more Starships running out of that hangar. They're already running out of room. They got so many. So we will be back again, and there will be more milestones ahead here. So on behalf of the entire NSF team, thank you, everyone, for tuning in and being a part of this with us. It was a real pleasure to bring this to you today. And keep tuning in. Hit those all those bells and whistles to get notified. We have all of our other socials like Twitter and Facebook and everything that you can follow us on as well. So whatever you are watching us on, you will find us there. So that is going to do it for this coverage of Flight 3 of Starship, and we're looking forward to more stuff to come, including Flight 4 and many other launches between then. Until next time, this is Lon on behalf of NSF. Thanks for watching.